Synopsis. Nick Pin, a time traveler with a flawed manga-based power system, finds himself adrift in the One Piece world. Struggling with his limitations and lack of navigation skills, he stumbles upon a barrel carrying none other than Monkey D. Luffy. Seizing the chance for a better future, Nick Pin joins Luffy's crew, realizing that aligning with the future Pirate King might be his best path to survival. Chapter 1. East Blue, in the Goa Sea. Underneath a cloudless, sunny sky, the sea stretched out in endless shades of blue. A flock of seagulls gracefully glided above the sparkling waves and landed on a medium-sized ship. Ah, another day without a nothing in sight, sighed Nick Pin, leaning against the ship's railing at the front of the deck, stretching his limbs in response to the sea breeze. It had been a year since Nick Pin arrived in this world as a time traveler. Like other traversers, he possessed a system, the god-level manga system. Drawing manga granted him strength and abilities, a power that had made him feel invincible. Yet, as time passed, he began to notice a flaw. While his speed and defense endlessly increased with each manga drawn, there were no other benefit. His anticipation to becoming OP was met with the harsh reality that he remained limited to only 2 attributes. To complicate matters, Nick Pin found himself on an unfamiliar ship without any navigation skills. Fortunately, the ship carried enough food to prevent him from becoming the first traverser in history to starve despite possessing a cheat. When will I encounter someone? I'll thank God as long as I can set foot on land. Yet, the vast sea revealed no signs of human presence. Gulyalu. A bubbling sound interrupted Nick Pin's thought, drawing his attention. Crash. A sizable wooden barrel bobbed in the sea. Huh. A gift from the sea? Could it be? Is it a devil fruit? Upon seeing the unexpectedly large wooden barrel, Nick Pin's heart quickened. Could this be a stroke of luck from the universe? Disillusioned with the flawed system, the prospect of a devil fruit presented itself as a potential turning point in Nick Pin's fate. He skillfully manipulated the salvage rope, securing the barrel to the deck, preparing for a potential prize draw. Boom! Before he could approach, the lid of the barrel erupted. I slept so well. A boy in a straw hat, appearing as if he had just awakened, stretched and, in the process, blew apart the barrel. Luckily, Nick Pin had managed to bring the barrel onto the deck. Had it still been in the sea, the boy would have lazily drowned inside. It seems I was saved. I thought I'm going to die in the sea, ha 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 ha. The straw-hatted boy dusted off the sawdust and emerged from the barrel. Nick Pin observed the scene and fell into contemplation. Am I here to encounter the protagonist? Suddenly, the previously unclear timeline became apparent. Luffy, with his trademark straw hat, a massive barrel emerging from the sea. Yes. This is the moment when Luffy embarks on his journey from Windmill Village. Ha! Paintbrush man, you saved me, right? Luffy spotted Nick Pin holding a paintbrush and approached him with a friendly greeting. Ah! It's really is Luffy, living up to his nickname. My name is Nick Pin, he said with a light cough. I'm a mangaka. Mangaka? Sounds like a pretty powerful job. Navigators, fighters, chefs, musician, etc., Luffy listed the occupations he knew. Nick Pin nodded, yes, it can be quite powerful, especially with my system, it adds a unique touch. Wow! That's great. Since you're so good. Do you want to join my crew? I'm Luffy, Monkey D, Luffy. The man who's going to find One Piece. Join the Straw Hats. Sounds like a good idea. With a flawed system at his disposal, soloing in the One Piece world might be out of the question, but life continues. In a world filled with meteor volcanoes, earthquakes, birdcage, buster calls. The existence of ordinary lives seems trivial. In such a chaotic world, securing a significant pirate group is a smart move. The Straw Hat Kid before him clearly fits the bill, a major player, or rather, a group of major players. On the surface, he's just a Straw Hat Kid, but in reality, he's a Straw Hat Kid backed by Marine Hero Garp, Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon, and 4 Emperor Shanks. What's more, he himself is wielding some serious cheats. In essence, joining the gang of the Straw Hat Boy guarantees a smooth journey to the finale. Okay. Nick Pin agreed without hesitation. Being Pirate King's crew is indeed a great choice. Wow! I have a crew. After a brief celebration, Luffy surveyed the empty deck curiously. Nick Pin, why don't I see anyone else? Because I'm the only one on this boat. Huh. So, you're the captain of this ship? No, correction, now you are, the future captain, Luffy. Hey. Luffy blinked in surprise. Chapter 2. That night marked the first celebration in the history of the Straw Hat Pirates, albeit with only 2 participants. Ah, sailing on the sea is really boring. Nick Pin, what are you doing? Despite joining the Straw Hat Pirates, Nick Pin wasn't one to idle away his time. While the god-level manga system provided a significant advantage, he remained dedicated to drawing mangas. This routine not only increased his defense and speed but also granted him the power to protect himself, even if the output was still at 0. Maintaining his routine from his previous life, Nick Pin would rise at 7 in the morning to start drawing mangas. Hey, Luffy, you're up, Nick Pin greeted, glancing at the clock. It was only 8 o'clock. Observing Luffy's belly, Nick Pin marveled at its swift recovery. He recalled Luffy turning into a big ball after consuming a lot of food the night before. What an enviable digestive system. Luffy approached, pulling out a hand-drawn nautical chart from his pocket. I don't know if the direction we guessed last night is correct. If we sail like this, do you think we can reach the next island? While talking, Luffy nudged the nautical chart toward Nick Pin, indicating for him to inspect it. Nick Pin, unimpressed by the abstract chart, pushed it back with a hint of disdain. Even a god-level mangaka found it challenging to decipher. Well, don't worry, I trust your judgment. Luffy reassured, expressing complete faith in Nick Pin's decisions since they decided to team up with the Straw Hat Pirates. The man exuded a protagonist's aura, making his decisions infallible in Nick Pin's eyes. Great. Since you agree with my judgment, it seems like I must have guessed right. Whoa, this person in your drawing can actually control lightning. It's amazing. Hold on. The paint isn't dry yet. Seeing Luffy's keen interest in his mangas, Nick Pin sensed a looming disaster. Luffy, known for his impulsive nature, could easily wreak havoc in his manga studio. It's okay, I'll just take a look, don't worry about it too much, Luffy reassured. Don't worry. The more you say that, the more worried I get. Even though the destruction of these mangas wouldn't affect Nick Pin's strength, the effort he put into creating them made their potential destruction emotionally impactful. Come on, Captain, if you have nothing to do, go outside and see where our ship is, maybe the island is approaching, Nick Pin suggested, getting up and leading Luffy out of the studio. Okay then, I'll come and have a look when you go to bed at night. Luffy's response made Nick Pin cringe. Why is he fixated on my mangas? Being familiar with One Piece's plot and Luffy's tenacious nature, Nick Pin knew that once Luffy found something interesting, he wouldn't let it go. Deciding on a strategy, Nick Pin glanced at the bookshelf and pulled out a copy of Manga-based. Interested in manga? Well, let's try this manga and see if it depresses him enough to lose interest in my mangas. Nick Pin handed Manga-based to Luffy, saying, Here, this manga is very suitable for you, take it back and read it slowly. If you ever want to read manga in the future, let me know, just promise me one thing: never come to my studio when I'm not around. He. Received. Hey, Luffy, it's not a joke, I'm serious. I really don't want my studio demolished by you. I hope Manga-based can curb your interest in mangas, Nick Pin called out, shaking his head, and closed the door. Meanwhile, Luffy, armed with Manga-based, went to the deck for a brief lookout. Failing to spot the island silhouette, he settled down and immersed himself in the manga. Yeah. Let's go for the Boy of Dreams. As he followed the characters, Luffy saw shades of himself, Ace, and Sabo in their adventures. Once upon a time, his dream was for the 3 of them to set sail together. Observing this scene now in the pages of the manga, Luffy felt a warm sensation in his heart. Nick Pin was right, Manga-based is truly a good manga. Luffy sighed with contentment. Chapter 3. That's amazing. The 3 of them can embark on the journey of their dreams together, which is really enviable. Wow. Tatsumi is so strong. He killed this dangerous species by himself, so powerful. Although he and his little friend are temporarily separated, they will definitely get in touch when they arrive in the Imperial capital. Yeah. Tatsumi has finally arrived in the Imperial capital, and he will meet his little friend soon, right? Huh. This recruiter is an idiot. He kicked Tatsumi out. Damn it, how did this bad woman cheat Tatsumi of his money? Why aren't there many good people in the imperial capital? Hey. You're being hasty. Miss Alia, who helped Tatsumi, is a very nice person, as gentle as Makino. This was Luffy's first experience reading mangas. Like many fans introduced to mangas for the first time, he quickly fell into the plot's rhythm, unable to put it down. Ah! Bastards! These bastards of the Night Raid team, why did they kill the gentle and lovely Miss Alia? It's so intense. Eager to see the chapter where these Night Raid squads are dealt with, Luffy turned to the next page. However, when the tragic scene unfolded. Nanny! A complex mix of shock, disbelief, and unacceptance flashed across Luffy's face. Luffy is about to be shocked. As the plot unfolded, Luffy gradually grasped the dynamic between justice and evil in the manga. Bastard! These people are 1,000,000 times more hateful than the nobles of Goa Kingdom. Observing the corrupt actions of the nobles and officials, Luffy's internal anger reached its boiling point. Why are these innocent people being executed? Luffy couldn't contain his fury. Bastard! Stop the damn executioner! Ah! I want to beat this group of scumbags away. Unable to bear the sight of innocent people about to be executed in the square, Luffy's frustration reached a breaking point. Asshole! Stop it! Boom! The sound of thunder echoed through the air. Tick-tock. Raindrops pattered on the ground, splashing on Luffy's legs. The executioner on the platform froze in astonishment, gazing downward. The crowd around stared in shock, their attention fixated on Luffy. Ah! Luffy, sensing the collective gaze, looked down at his open palm, where the cold raindrops landed. What's happening? This rain, this sensation, it's all real. Shouldn't I be on Nickpin's boat? Luffy stomped the ground. Is this person crazy? How dare he openly behave like this? Crazy. This is a capital offense. After a brief period of shock, the surrounding crowd erupted into horrified discussions. In a corner not far away, Mine and Tatsumi were watching the execution. Having come to the imperial capital to gather information. While they wanted to save the people being executed, their rationality forced them to give up on such a dangerous act. However, the sudden appearance of the Straw Hat Boy left them utterly dumbfounded. Tatsumi widened his eyes and exclaimed, "No, that brave boy is about to suffer. Idiot! Why is he so reckless? Not only can't he save anyone, but he'll put himself in danger. Bastard! What are you doing? Continue the execution. They are criminals who slandered the minister, they should be executed immediately. What about that person? Go after him. You dare to disturb the execution of the soldiers of the Empire, you deserve death." Amidst the anger of Captain Oka, another soldier broke through the crowd and rushed toward Luffy. On the execution platform, after the executioners regained their senses, they raised their butcher sword high again. "Although I don't know why I appeared here, but this is just as I wished." Luffy stomped his feet and jumped high using the force of his rubber-like body. Rubber gun. Boom. As an executioner raised his sword, his head got punched, and he fell to the ground instantly. What? How can his hand stretch so long? Oh my god, did I get dazzled just now? I heard that among the strong men in Imperial Fist, there is an existence that can manipulate their own bodies to attack. Could it be that he is also from Imperial Fist? But why would people from Imperial Fist come to deal with the Imperial Guards? Ignoring the shock of the surrounding crowd, Luffy punched one of the executioners flying, grabbed the execution frame, and pulled his body onto the execution platform. Kill him! Several executioners shouted fiercely and lunged at Luffy. Swish! Rubber whip. Luffy's leg transformed into a long whip, thrashing left and right. The executioners, who proved to be no match for him, were swiftly knocked out. You want to die? The enraged Captain Oka, a formidable swordsman, drew his sword and charged onto the execution platform. I'm going to chop you into pieces. I'll beat you up first. Rubber Gatling gun. Bang, 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 bang. Fists fell like a rainstorm, relentlessly pummeling Captain Oka's body. He was tossed around like a rag doll. Boom. With the final punch, Oka's body shot up into the sky like a cannonball, traversing several rooftops before disappearing from view. Battle experience value 100. Fruit proficiency 100. Hockey prototype experience value 100. Above Luffy's head, an invisible transparent interface displayed a few prompts. Chapter 4. Quiet. Silence. The scene fell into a dead hush. Everyone stared at Luffy on the scaffold in disbelief. In the Imperial capital, the captain of the defense force was sent flying. Is this person crazy? Even the night raid squad, which terrified the Imperial capital, only engaged in assassination activities and never took action in such a large crowd. Catch him. With a stern command, a large number of soldiers from the Imperial defense team rushed toward the execution platform from all directions. The civilians who had been spectating fled hastily. While they were residents of the Imperial capital, their lives were no different from the minions of the Empire. It was fine to watch the spectacle. But when life itself was at stake, nobody wanted to take a second look. It's just right. Facing the oncoming Imperial soldiers, Luffy not only showed no fear but was filled with excitement. He continued walking, looking back and throwing punches. With each blow, an Imperial garrison soldier fell to the ground. Battle experience value 100. Fruit proficiency 100. Hockey prototype experience value 100. Battle experience value 100. Fruit proficiency 100. Hockey prototype experience value 100. Transparent reminders kept appearing above Luffy's head. Behind him, beams of energy accurately targeted every garrison soldier attempting to sneak attack Luffy. That person is too strong. Beside mine, Tatsumi, acting as the guard, watched the battle scene and was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. Well, he's strong, but he can't be so reckless, we have to save him. He has the qualifications to join the night raid. While he spoke, mine's accuracy in shooting remained unaffected. Her eyes were sharp, and everywhere she looked, it was the moment when the guard soldiers fell. Time passed by every minute and every second. When the last Imperial Guard soldier fell unconscious under the bombardment of Luffy's rubber Gatling gun, the entire square fell into complete silence. Not only that, even the surrounding streets were eerily quiet. Those people had already run back home, shivering. They knew that such rebellious behavior was something the Empire would never tolerate. Soon there would be a cleansing by the Empire. Not only that, the lengthy battle on the other side of the square must have already alarmed the Empire. The monsters from army must be on their way. Hoochie hoochie. Luffy clenched his fists and drooped naturally. He lowered his head, panting heavily. Hey! Why are you still standing there? Get out of here. The pink figure appeared behind Luffy, the voice carrying a hint of complaint and coquettishness, but undeniably cute. Luffy looked back and saw mine holding the gun, gesturing with a "come here" movement, then ran toward the alley. Mine ran a few steps but heard Tatsumi shout, Hey, you ran in the wrong direction, that's the way to the palace." She looked back and saw that Luffy was not following her and Tatsumi but walking toward the avenue leading to the palace. The two quickly rushed over and stopped Luffy. "Hey! We want to save you, follow us first. We will introduce our organization to you when we are in a safe place." Mine's legs were spread apart, and she crossed her arms angrily. "No, you're a night raider, I know." Luffy remained expressionless and walked past mine. At that moment his mind was filled with thoughts of the oppressed people. His mind was full of a desire to defeat the minister and the king. Run away. Well, those words were not in Luffy's dictionary. When Luffy directly revealed their identities, mine and Tatsumi's expressions changed simultaneously. Even the Empire didn't know the identities of the two night raiders, but the person in front of them revealed it immediately. For a while, mine and Tatsumi were confused. Have we been exposed? However, looking at Luffy's appearance, this person should not be a bad guy. Hey! Where are you going? That's the road leading to the palace. That's right, I'm going to the palace. I'm going to beat that bastard minister and puppet emperor away. Luffy's voice was cold, but he didn't stop his steps. Ah! Hey! You, although you are very strong, if you think so, you are sending yourself to death. Clap, 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 clap. At this moment, a burst of applause came from under the dim street lights ahead. Do you want to go to the palace to commit murder? Ha ha ha, then this road will not work. From the shadows, a burly bald man stepped out, with a scruffy and lush beard and two bull's eyes like copper bells, giving him a demonly appearance. What? Tatsumi took a step back subconsciously, his face full of shock. Mine's expression changed drastically, and opened her mouth slightly. It's not good, he is Sten among the 4 demons of Rakshasa. Tatsumi didn't know about the Raksha 4 demons, but Mine, as a night raid member, would definitely not miss on her homework on materials. Since he appears here, then. Mine subconsciously grabbed her gun and looked around. Sure enough, on a railing on the 2nd floor, a cute girl with wheat-colored skin waved to Mine. Hi. Looking for me? Mez, one of the 4 Rakshasa demons, greeted Mine with a playful smile. Don't look, I'm here. On the left, Suzuka, another of the 4 demons, emerged from the alley. Tatsumi was nervous and counted, 1, 2, 3, there should be one more. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a strong force on his neck and fell to the ground in the darkness. Tatsumi. Mine exclaimed, turning her head to see the last of the 4 demons appearing behind them. Ibra. Without any extra hesitation, Mine bounced back and was about to shoot. But before she raised her gun, Ibra disappeared from her sight. Too slow. A teasing voice sounded in Mine's ear. Boom. Heavy fist fell, and Mine fell unconscious on the ground. Bastard. Get away from them. Rubber gun. Luffy roared, and the rubber fist blasted out. Huh. Have you developed your body to the point where you can manipulate it at will? At the same time, he stretched out his right hand, and his arm stretched instantly like Luffy's, grabbing Luffy's fist that was about to hit the spine's back. Nanny. Are you also a rubber man? This scene directly stunned Luffy. Ibra turned around, glanced at Luffy, and said in that characteristic hangman voice, say goodbye to your companion. As he said that, a large number of needle pricks emerged from his arm, and he stabbed at Tatsumi's head. Hum. Seeing this scene, Luffy felt his blood pressure rushing into his head. Although he hasn't spoken a few words with Tatsumi in Maine, Luffy knows about the support that Mine and Tatsumi gave him just now. For Luffy, as long as you have fought side by side with me, you are a friend who can count on him. Seeing that these 2 friends were about to die in front of his eyes, Luffy's emotions instantly reached the brink of collapse. Do not. Luffy roared in grief. Ha. A gust of sea breeze blows on his face. With a jerk, Luffy woke up. Ah. I was just. Feeling his own face, Luffy thought he was hallucinating. But when he saw the manga in his hand, his eyes widened suddenly. Because the picture on this page is different from before. He remembered that the content of this page should be about the numbness of the onlookers after the execution of those innocent civilians. But now, Ibra of the Raksha 4 demons is swinging his arm, and the dense needle pricks on it are aiming at Tatsumi on the ground. Chapter 5. But. No buts. I don't want to listen to you. I'm going to the palace right now. Mine and Tatsumi exchanged glances, realizing that persuading Luffy might not be easy. They decided to follow him and find a way to explain things later. As they approached the palace, they saw a burly bald man stepping out from the shadows. With a scruffy beard and copperbell eyes, he looked formidable. Are you trying to go to the palace to commit murder? Ha ha ha, then this road will not work. Luffy clenched his fists, ready for a fight. The atmosphere became tense as the burly man revealed himself to be Sten, one of the 4 Rakshasa demons. And if it isn't a member of the night raid, what a delightful surprise, said Mez, another one of the Rakshasa demons, appearing on a railing. The situation escalated when Ibra, the boss of the Rakshasa demons, emerged and knocked out Mine and Tatsumi with a single blow. Bastard! Get away from them. Ha! Have you developed your body to the point where you can manipulate it at will? As the confrontation unfolded, Luffy realized the gravity of the situation. He couldn't let his new allies be harmed. Determined to protect them, he thought about the manga in his hands and shouted, I want to go in. In an instant, the surroundings changed, and Luffy found himself back in the dark night, witnessing the perilous scene. Now, armed with the knowledge from the manga, he had a plan to change the course of events. I'm going to beat Minister and the Emperor, so hurry up. Luffy declared, pushing Mine and Tatsumi toward safety. Confused by Luffy's determination, Mine and Tatsumi reluctantly followed him, hoping to understand his motives and convince him otherwise. The night was fraught with danger, but the trio forged ahead, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. Luffy's words left Sten bewildered for a moment, his eyes narrowing in confusion. It seemed the eccentric young man before him was not one to adhere to formalities or conventional insults. Ignoring the brief distraction, Luffy took advantage of the moment and unleashed another barrage of attacks. With incredible speed and agility, he darted toward Sten, throwing punches and kicks in a flurry of motion. Sten, although amused by Luffy's audacity, responded with calm composure. He effortlessly dodged and parried Luffy's attacks, showcasing his superior combat skills and experience. The clash between the rubbery young pirate and the formidable Rakshasa demon created a spectacle of speed and precision. In the midst of their exchange, Luffy suddenly twisted his body mid-air, sending a swift roundhouse kick towards Sten's face. The unexpected move caught Sten off guard, and the impact sent him staggering backward. Huh. Not bad, kid, you've got some moves. However, before the confrontation could escalate further, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the alley. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, revealing a man with a muscular build and a menacing presence. Sten, you seem to be having fun, the newcomer said in a deep, resonant voice. Sten turned to face the newcomer, a grin forming on his face. Indeed, Captain Ogre, this kid here has some spirit in him, want me to handle him for you? Ogre, the captain, observed Luffy with a critical eye. Despite the intense situation, Luffy couldn't help but notice the aura of power emanating from Ogre. It was clear that the challenges he faced were about to reach a whole new level. Boom! 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 Sten unleashed the formidable 100-crack fist, a martial art technique known for its devastating power. His fists moved like a relentless storm, striking at incredible speed. Luffy, facing the barrage of punches, responded with his own unique style. He twisted his body, more gant like a rubber band, and evaded the majority of Sten's blows. His rubber-like resilience allowed him to absorb and deflect some of the impact. The clash between Sten's 100-crack fist and Luffy's unconventional fighting style created a chaotic scene in the narrow alley. The air was filled with the sounds of impacts, echoing through the empty streets. Ha ha ha. Not bad at all. However, Luffy wasn't just dodging, he was adapting and learning from his opponent. In the midst of the intense exchange, he began to predict Sten's movements and counterattacks. The rubbery flexibility of his body proved to be a formidable asset in this high-speed battle. As the battle unfolded, Suzuka watched with interest. Suzuka's eyes narrowed, realizing that Luffy's combat skills were gradually improving as the fight progressed. Ha! It's getting more exciting. Keep it up, Sten. The confrontation continued, with both fighters pushing their limits. The alley became a stage for an extraordinary clash of powers, and Luffy's determination to protect his friends fueled his relentless pursuit of strength. The clash between Luffy and Sten drew the attention of passers-by who had ventured out to see what was happening. The onlookers, though cautious, were fascinated by the extraordinary display of strength and skill. As the battle raged on, Luffy continued to endure Sten's powerful attacks. Each encounter contributed to his growth, accumulating valuable experience points and enhancing his proficiency with the rubber fruit powers and haki. Sten, thoroughly enjoying the challenge, showed no signs of holding back. His cracking rock palm struck with relentless force, creating shockwaves that reverberated through the alley. Chapter 6. Battle Experience 100. Fruit Proficiency 100. Haki Prototype Experience 100. Luffy endured a relentless barrage of attacks, yet his offensive onslaught persisted. Until. It's quite peculiar, your young friend here seems quite resilient in a fight, but your two companions are rather vulnerable. Emerging from the right alley, Ibra appeared, holding the unconscious Mine and Tatsumi, whom he callously tossed to the ground. With a swift motion, he raised his elbow, and a multitude of spikes emerged, descending menacingly toward the defenseless duo. Ah! Stop! A battered and bruised Luffy, his nose swollen, let out a hoarse roar at the sight of this gruesome scene. Wow! The sea breeze brushed against his face, its chill contrasting the warmth of the sunlight. Out again! Luffy scanned his surroundings, observing the gentle waves under the warm sunlight. The humid air provided relief, liberating Luffy from the intense mental strain moments ago. That Ibra is a real nuisance. Luffy despised villains who could stoop to such cruel actions without hesitation. If Ibra hadn't aimed to harm Mine and Tatsumi, Luffy would still be locked in combat with Sten. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Luffy sensed an improvement in his fruit proficiency during the recent battle with Sten, as if he were gradually mastering its usage. No, with my current strength, I can't rescue Mine and Tatsumi. I must continue the fight and bring those villains to their knees. Luffy took a deep breath and plunged back into the fray. This time, armed with knowledge of Sten's fighting style, Luffy's performance noticeably surpassed his second attempt. Experience points soared. Yet, when Ibra reappeared, Mane and Tatsumi's plight dragged Luffy back. After entering for the 4th time. Entering for the 5th time. 9th attempt. 10th try. Each time he entered, Luffy's performance improved significantly. With every entry, Luffy's determination to become stronger intensified. Having witnessed Mine and Tatsumi on the brink of death repeatedly, Luffy could only growl in frustration. By the 10th entry from the mangas, Luffy sensed that powerful moves were on the verge of being unleashed. This sensation was incredibly potent. Yes, I'm going to model it out. Go in. Luffy shouted again, eager to re-enter the manga. However. Go in. I want to go in. Let me in. I'm going in. After several attempts, Luffy's expression changed. This isn't right. No, I have to get in. After a few more tries, Luffy began to feel anxious. No. This manga belongs to Nick Pin, he must know how to get in, I'll ask him. Unable to figure it out himself, Luffy, in a sudden burst of inspiration, rushed to Nick Pin's studio with a manga book. Nick Pin, help me. Entering Nick Pin's studio, Luffy opened the door and went in. Swipe. Are you feeling depressed to consider counseling? Nick Pin glanced up at Luffy. Witnessing the captain's evident distress, Nick Pin suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Look at how their spirited captain had become so despondent. At this moment, Luffy, his hair disheveled, eyes dull, and his entire demeanor exhausted. He even seemed a bit disoriented. A picture of utter despair. Seeing this, Nick Pin couldn't help but feel remorseful. Maybe showing Luffy the Mega of Akame Ga Kill was a step too far. It appeared that the might of Akame Ga Kill was overwhelming, even for Joy Boy. Did he, as the creator of Akame Ga Kill, commit a crime by crafting such a manga? Nick Pin, you have to help me. Anxious to rescue Mine and Tatsumi, Luffy held on to Nick Pin's hand, his plea filled with urgency. Yet, the more distressed Luffy looked, the more guilty Nick Pin felt. Luffy, don't worry, I understand everything about your situation. Nick Pin offered a comforting hug and gently patted Luffy's head, attempting to alleviate the captain's despondency. Fantastic. I knew coming to you would help. Nick Pin reproached himself further. Clearly, Luffy was deeply ensnared in the shadow of Akame Ga Kill, unable to break free. Merely a word of reassurance seemed to offer a glimmer of salvation. Nick Pin, tell me the method, I need to save Mine and Tatsumi. Luffy, driven by the urgency of rescuing his friends, implored Nick Pin eagerly. What? Save Mine? Save Tatsumi? Had Luffy rushed through the entire story already? But, oh no! Had Luffy's situation truly become this dire? He started talking gibberish. Luffy, listen to me, the solution is actually quite simple. Go back now, have a good rest, get some sleep, and everything will be fine by tomorrow. Saying that, Nick Pin embraced Luffy even more tightly, feeling a sense of guilt in his heart. Is it okay to just get some sleep? Luffy paused for a moment. Then, it suddenly dawned on him. Exactly. Why didn't I think of it earlier? It must be that the number of times I entered today has reached its limit. Tomorrow, after the count resets, maybe I'll be able to enter again. Luffy, be obedient and go rest. You can save Mine even better when you have enough energy. In an effort to coax Luffy into sleep, Nick Pin echoed Luffy's sentiments. Save Mine, right? Save her, save him. As long as you fall asleep, you can achieve anything in your dreams, rescuing whoever you want. Okay. I'm going to sleep now. Observing Luffy happily hopping away to his room, Nickpin walked to the door and sighed suddenly. Oh dear, I messed up big time. Chapter 7. The next morning arrived early. Luffy rubbed his sleepy eyes and stretched on the bed. Ah! I want to save mine. I want to save Tatsumi. He retrieved Akame Kill from under the pillow and eagerly opened it. True to his expectations, he found himself back in the manga world. Yesterday was not a dream. By the way, I used up my entry limit yesterday, but Nickpin mentioned that it would recover today. The thought quickened Luffy's heartbeat. Go in. While under the dim light, the Imperial capital's stone pavement appeared gloomy and deserted. Sure enough, I'm back. Luffy rejoiced at his return. Hey! Why are you still standing there? Get out of here. Oddly enough, every time Luffy entered the mangas, Mine's voice seemed to become increasingly irksome. It frustrated him to think that, without the two persistent pursuers of Tatsumi, he could have engaged in prolonged battles with the Raksha 4 demons. Although he couldn't see experience point prompts above his head, he sensed distinct improvements after each battle. Indeed, in Luffy's original world, the path to strength involved two crucial elements, devil fruit abilities and haki. Regardless of the specific ability, the swiftest path to leveling up remained the same through continuous combat. Only in the relentless cycle of battle could true transformation in strength emerge. But when she couldn't enter the manga yesterday, Luffy became anxious. It felt like losing two valuable crews. Now, hearing that haunting voice again, Luffy was in such a good mood. However, without uttering a word, Luffy grabbed the two of them and pushed them into the alley. Soon after, the 4 Rakshasa demons appeared, and Luffy dove into battle. Undoubtedly, this journey into the mangas ended by preventing Mine and Tatsumi from meeting their demise. Soon the second time, the third time, the fourth time, when today's entry into the mangas reached the 9th time. Go away, you two idiots, and watch me beat those bastards away. Skillfully pressing Mine and Tatsumi, Luffy brought them to the side of the alley and pushed them in. Then, he swiftly headed to the avenue leading to the palace. Do you want to go to the palace to commit murder? Hahaha, then this road will not work. Really? But I want to go. Boom. A tremendous shock. Sten felt his mouth constrict, and his back molars clenched instinctively. The strength is so strong, it's really unexpected. Sten stepped back a few paces, eyes widened in surprise. He patted his chest and turned to Luffy with a playful smile. But, this should be your full strength, right? For my body that has experienced many cultivations, this strength is still not enough. Ahahaha, no wonder he dared to make a big fuss in the execution ground of the Imperial capital. He turned out to be a pretty strong. On the second floor, the figure arrived as promised. She morgant down, leaned over the railing, rested her chin on her elbows, and looked at Luffy with interest, her big black eyes sparkling. In the alley around the corner, Suzuka came out and let out a chuckle. Yeah, I haven't encountered such a strong prey for a long time. Do you know? Faced with this familiar scent, Luffy rubbed his wrists and flexed his hands and feet. The three looked at Luffy with some confusion. Know what? When I was repeatedly defeated by you, I kept thinking, if I can't enhance my strength, how can I protect my crews during our future travels? Although his only current crew is Nickpin, in the world of mangas, Luffy has companions like Mine and Tatsumi. Moreover, he's confident that he'll gain more crews on his future sea voyages. Confronted with a situation like today, facing a life-and-death crisis with his crew and feeling utterly powerless, what right would he have to call himself a man seeking the One Piece? Luffy is grateful that his first crew is Nickpin. It's even more fortunate that Nickpin's mangas possess a magical ability allowing him to experience the helplessness and despair of losing a crew on his initial journey at sea. If it weren't for the fact that this is in the manga world of Akame Kill, with the function of unlimited retry, Luffy might genuinely lose his crews. Hence, every failure serves as a powerful injection of motivation for Luffy. Become stronger. I want to be stronger. On the square's avenue, Stan, Mez, and Suzuka exchanged glances. Hello? What are you talking about, little big brother in the straw hat? How do you keep losing to us? Mez opened her mouth, as if to say. Are you kidding? Suzuka shrugged. If I recall correctly, this should be our first meeting. Could he be a fool? babbling to himself there. Sten muttered, rubbing his fists and lowering his figure slightly, adopting his sprinting posture. Luffy didn't address the trio's questions but instead moved left and right, squatted down, his eyes filled with seriousness. Although some crews may not be strong, I hope they can always be with me. If I'm not strong enough, I might lose them. Oh. Your idea is correct, but in reality, when facing a formidable opponent like me, what can you, a little man, truly accomplish? During the 2 days of fighting and last night's rest, I racked my brain to devise more potent moves, to ensure the safety of my companion and a promise that no one will leave me. As Luffy spoke, his legs took on a wave-like shape, resembling water gushing from a faucet. A significant amount of air streamed in from the soles of his feet, circulating rapidly throughout his body, turning his skin red, and causing his body to emit steam. What's he doing? What's happening to his body? It looks like a boiled crab, remarked the horse, covering her mouth with a giggle, oblivious to the impending crisis. The body emitting steam, it seems he's someone who has developed his body to the point of controlling it. Could he be the one who stole the manuscript from the Imperial Fist? Pondered Suzuka. Interesting. Sten was brimming with excitement, clapping his hands together. Now, I want to liberate your soul even more quickly. However, at that very moment. Sten, Mez, and Suzuka were simultaneously stunned, their attention fixated on Luffy. Because at that moment, an aura characteristic of a formidable warrior quietly erupted from Luffy's body. Luffy placed his fist on the ground and abruptly raised his head. Gear 2nd. Chapter 8. There was no earth-shattering roar, no radiant spectacle. Although Luffy still appeared as the familiar Luffy, with the only notable change being his reddened skin, at this moment, an unmistakable aura of strength emanated from him. Having undertaken countless hunting missions, the 4 Rakshasa demons were seasoned in recognizing the aura of the powerful. Seems stronger than before, quite interesting, remarked Sten. A twisted smile gradually formed on his face as he spread his 5 fingers, producing a distinct clicking sound. However, despite your heightened aura, you'll come to understand one fundamental truth in the face of absolute power. Even if a feeble hare fluffs up its fur, it can never transform into a ferocious lion. With those words, Sten slammed his feet onto the ground. Despite his considerable bulk, this increased his inertia. While the martial arts of the Imperial Fist and the pirate world differed, particularly in terms of fortifying the human body, the Imperial Fist's martial arts were no less potent than Marine 6 styles when it came to physical enhancement. Considering the relative lack of physical prowess in the Akame-ga Kill world compared to the basic human physique in the pirate world, the Imperial Fist's training could still enhance the physical defenses of individuals like Sten, Ibra, and Suzuka, originally ordinary humans, toward an ultimate level. Ibra, in particular, could not only resist swords with his body but also wield any piece of flesh as a weapon, a testament to the strength of those practicing at Imperial Fist. Imperial Fist Big Stellabearer. Like a ferocious beast unleashed from its cage or a speeding train arriving suddenly, Sten rushed toward Luffy in an instant. His palms, akin to 2 steel plates, swung open, aiming for a resounding slap to Luffy's head. This move, dubbed "opening coconuts" by Sten himself, had cracked heads and scattered brains before, even defeating formidable opponents. Boom! The palms closed over Luffy's head, and Sten grinned widely, anticipating the satisfaction of feeling the other's brains splattering across his body. Only snapped. The shocking pain from the palms suddenly jolted Sten out of his fantasy. It was the searing pain caused by the clap of Luffy's palms. As for Luffy, who had just been slapped by Sten's palms, he vanished like a bubble. After image. How is this possible? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the ferocity on Sten's face froze instantly. He violently turned his head, scanning his surroundings. It's here. Swift. Luffy reappeared behind Sten. Sten turned his head again, feeling as if a mountain had suddenly crashed into his chin. Rubber hawk. Luffy kicked up, and the sole of his slipper struck Sten's chin directly. Under the impact of this tremendous force, Sten's burly body took off. Woohoo! After traversing a perfect parabola, Sten crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, on the verge of losing consciousness. Wow, wow, wow. His hands squirmed unconsciously, attempting to say something, but his shattered jaw and lack of consciousness rendered him unable to utter coherent words. Suddenly, his vision slightly recovered. No. In Sten's sight, he saw a massive foot descending from the sky. Rubber axe. Luffy landed on Sten's face. Boom. The ground shattered. Luffy's feet plunged into the ground along with Sten's head. Caw. The entire avenue leading to the Imperial Palace seemed to have been struck by an earthquake. In an instant, countless cracks materialized out of thin air, rapidly extending in all directions. Caw. One of the fissures continued into the alley behind Luffy. This. In the alley, Tatsumi fell to the ground in shock, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is this the power that humans can achieve? When he emerged from the village and dealt with a few dangerous species along the way, Tatsumi thought he was formidable. But witnessing this scene now, he began to doubt the essence of life. Is that person truly of the same species as me? Amazing, so strong. Mine's mouth hung wide open, utterly dumbfounded. This incredible strength. Until now, she had only witnessed her brother Bullet in battle. However, Bullet could only attain this level when using Taigu. Yet, the individual before her relied solely on their own strength. Hiss. Under the street lamp, Suzuka gasped. It wasn't that Sten was knocked down that surprised her. But the fact that Sten was instantly defeated, that was beyond her acceptance. Hey, Mez, should we retreat first? As the most pragmatic of the four Rakshasa demons, Suzuka had no desire to end up like Sten. Nah. Hearing this, Mez jumped down from the second floor, tossing his hands back to grab his braid. Untie. Bang. You want to fight? Suzuka frowned. She knew that the Mez only removed the ponytail when fighting at full strength, enabling maximum speed. Actually, I don't want to fight with such a little big brother. It's just that the order I received was to kill the criminals who disturbed the execution scene, so, I am also very helpless. Spreading out her two hands, Mez wore a slightly playful expression. Boom. No sooner had she finished speaking than an extended fist landed on her face. Now, you don't have to be helpless. Looking at the unconscious Mez, Luffy withdrew his fist. How about you? Sensing Luffy's formidable gaze, Suzuka pursed her lips. When will you be serious? Ahahaha, thank you for your mercy. She lifted Mez with one hand and disappeared into the alley without looking back. Chapter 9. In the alley, Main and Tatsumi were completely shocked by Luffy's strength. Under the dim light, a long shadow suddenly covered Mine's silhouette. Ah! Mine turned her head instinctively and immediately saw Ibra materializing like demons. Without hesitation, she raised gun in her hand, ready to shoot. Pew! Too slow. Ibra emerged behind Mine and Tatsumi, both elbows raised simultaneously as numerous sharp spikes appeared. Descending toward their heads, the spikes were about to pierce them. What? Realizing they couldn't dodge, the two screamed. Bang bang bang. The sharp spikes hit the ground, shattering the alley floor into pieces. Oh. Ibra froze for a moment, then turned to look at Plaza Avenue. Luffy retracted his arms, holding Main with one hand and Tatsumi with the other. Hey. No, not dead. Tatsumi patted his head, but there was no blood, and he still felt the surreal sensation of being reincarnated. Saved. Mine was thrown to the ground and let out a long breath. It's amazing to actually save someone under my watch. Ibra walked out of the alley leisurely, fixing his gaze on Luffy. During Luffy's battle with Sten and the others, Ibra had witnessed it all. However, being overconfident, he hadn't intended to intervene. In his opinion, the combined strength of the other three Raksha 4 demons couldn't match his own. He's the only one left, let's take him down together. Mine got up from the ground, clutching gun tightly, and assumed the temporary role of the battle commander. However, Luffy stretched his hands back, sending Main and Tatsumi to the alley far away. Don't hold me back. Luffy stared at Ibra, who was slowly emerging from the alley, with a deadly serious gaze. His battle instincts were sharp, and he could clearly sense that this person's aura was far stronger than the trio he faced earlier. Drag? Mine's expression immediately soured. Damn guy. We're here to help you. Even if you saved our lives just now, there's no need to be so rude. On the contrary, Tatsumi accepted the reality with resignation. He sighed and sat down on the ground. He's right, our strength simply can't participate in such a battle. If we get close to him, we'll become a burden instead. Hey! Tatsumi. I won't allow you to say that. Hearing Tatsumi's agreement, Mine stamped her little foot, raised her gun, and fired in Ibara's direction. I really don't know what to do. Facing Mine's sniper attack, Ibara moved and dodged swiftly. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Mine and Tatsumi. Ah! Seeing Ibara's elbows transform into numerous sharp spikes directed at them, Mine let out a scream. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted suddenly. Ibara's figure abruptly retreated, and Mine and Tatsumi were sent rolling by Luffy's impact. I've said it all, don't drag me back, why don't you listen? Luffy stood as an indestructible defensive shield, shielding Mane and Tatsumi. And, saved us again. The corner of Tatsumi's mouth twitched. He felt like he had died several times today. Well. I'm really useless. It seems that to get rid of these two nuisances, we must first deal with you. Ibara glanced at Luffy with surprise. Having fought Luffy himself, Ibara gained a new understanding of Luffy's strength. It seemed that when dealing with Sten earlier, Luffy hadn't used his full power. It's best that you understand this truth. Luffy rubbed his fists, instantly closing the distance to Ibara. Rubber jet gun. He threw a punch, causing the air to explode violently. The speed surpassed his earlier state. Ibara frowned and quickly slashed down to block, but the speed seemed too fast to dodge. Bang bang bang. Their attacks were like phantoms, continuously colliding. Imperial Fist Acupuncture Assault. Rubber Jet Gatling Gun. Battle Experience 100. Fruit Proficiency 100. Hockey Prototype Experience Value 100. Above Luffy's head, experience points kept appearing. Boom. Boom boom boom. On the square, the two figures fought together for a while before separating to launch long-range attacks. After a fierce collision, both rolled backward. Ibara kicked back, stabilizing his body with a playful expression. It seems our strengths are quite close, although we can't determine the winner for now. With such a commotion, the Imperial capital should dispatch a Tiger user soon. When they arrive, you'll be like meat on the chopping board. No, he wants to buy time until reinforcements from the Imperial capital arrive. Hearing Ibara's words, Mine hastily warned Luffy. Hey. So what if you know? Are you able to leave? If you leave, the two of them will surely die. As a seasoned killer, he knew how to disrupt the opponent's mood in battle. Of course, what he said wasn't entirely untrue. In that case, let's get rid of you quickly. Facing Ibara's conspiracy, Luffy remained unmoved. Get rid of me? Ha ha ha. I saw it clearly just now. In the battle with Sten, you suddenly used some ability to change state, greatly increasing your strength. And now, I can feel that your aura is getting weaker and weaker. If I'm not wrong, your strength improvement has a lot of side effects, right? It's very difficult for you to maintain such strength now. What else do you want to use to defeat me? Please, if you want to lie to me, you're too young. Huff. Huff. Luffy gasped heavily. That's right, the other party guessed everything right. Only. You're right, my gear shift does have side effects. Luffy wiped the blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, staring at Ibara. The corner of his mouth suddenly grinned. But this state of mind has more than just the second gear. Ibara frowned, suddenly having a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next moment. Luffy squatted, placing his left thumb in his mouth. Gabba. Gear, 3rd. Chapter 10. Bone Balloons. As Luffy blew into his fingers suddenly, his left hand inflated at an exaggerated speed. In an instant, it soared to the size of a dozen Luffy bodies. Hiss. Such a huge balloon fist made the other three people present have expressions as if they had never seen the world. Ah. Tatsumi was so startled that he couldn't speak. He pointed at Luffy's fist. Taigu. He must be the Taigu user. Compared with Tatsumi, a country bumpkin, Mine, who also came from a border village, performed much better. Although the practice of Imperial Fist allows people to control body changes at will, it is definitely not possible for a part of one's body to be enlarged to such an exaggerated level in an instant. Apart from Taigu, there is no other possibility. Outrageous. Looking at the giant fist held high in the air by Luffy, Ibra felt numb. With such a pervert physique, you are actually a Taigu user. Hey, you are really a bit of a naughty kid. Although Ibra is arrogant and conceited, when faced with this unknown ultimate move, he can't fight it head-on. Who knows the power of this blow? He didn't move immediately but fixed his eyes on the giant fist above. He believes that with his speed, as long as he can clearly see the trajectory of the giant fist falling, he can completely dodge it. Call out. A laser beam shot out. Ibra's figure dodged to the left, avoiding Mine's sniper attack. Don't think that if I pay attention to the above, I will ignore your existence. Ibra continued to look at Luffy's giant fist without glancing sideways, but spoke to Mine mockingly. But at this moment, whoosh! He suddenly felt a strong tightening sensation on his neck. Damn it! Most of the attention is on the giant punch, and a small part of the attention is on the snipers, but it ignores that Luffy has another hand. Rubber lasso. Luffy's voice came as the elongated rubber arms tightened around Ibra's neck. You idiot, not only will you not be able to strangle me to death, but you will become a target yourself. Feeling the strong pressure on his neck, Ibra immediately laughed out loud after a brief shock. The muscles in his neck attacked with his will. Puff puff puff. A large number of muscle needles pierced directly through Luffy's arm, splashing a lot of blood. Ha ha ha. Boy, if you are careless, you will lose everything. Now, you can't escape even if you want to. A ferocious laugh emerged from Ibra's mouth, and his two hands suddenly opened, fingers forming the same shape as finger gun. No doubt, he intended to disable Luffy's arm. But when he looked at Luffy, intending to see the despair in his prey's eyes, he was startled. Not good. His eyes were not despairing eyes. It is not the eyes of negative emotions such as tension and anxiety. It seems, there is a kind of pride in the victory. Acupuncture man, you made a mistake. The one who can't escape, it's you. Boom. Luffy, now reduced to a smaller version, scratched his head and grinned. Hee hee, yeah. That's Gear 3rd side effect. Wow, that's so cool. Mine's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can you become even smaller? Luffy chuckled. Nah, this is about as small as I can get with this technique. It's a bit inconvenient, but it's worth it for the power it gives me. Tatsumi, still recovering from the shock, muttered to himself, Taiga users, rubber powers, this world is full of unbelievable things. So, what now? Are we safe? Luffy nodded. Yeah, for now, we should get out of here before more trouble comes. Thanks for the help, by the way. No problem. It was like watching a live-action superhero movie. We're glad we could help you out. With that, the group started making their way out of the capital, leaving behind the unconscious Ibra and the aftermath of their battle. Little did they know that this encounter would be the beginning of an unexpected alliance, leading to more adventures in the mysterious world of Tgthegood. As soon as they arrive in a safe place, Luffy's environment started to change, the sea breeze blow on his face, he got out of the manga again. In the manga the latest drawing reveal Mine and Tatsumi escaping and Sten with Ibra defeated. There's still one more chance to enter the manga. But immediately hunger strike Luffy. Ah! Let me fill my stomach first. On the way Luffy saw something, a ship coming toward his ship. Stop this ship and now Mine. On the bow of the ship, a burly body with a mace pointed to Luffy roar. Chapter 11. The ship collided. On the cabin Nickpin paintbrush slip and make a scratch on the paper. What is Luffy doing? Nickpin said. Nickpin then put his brush on his inventory. Checking out his stat he see the improvement on speed and defense attribute. He checked the system log classification interface again, and there was nothing in it. But what Nickpin didn't notice was that in the drop-down box of the log category interface, there was a finer division, including a system email category. This email interface was updated with an email today. Your manga fan Monkey D. Luffy has improved his strength in the world of the manga Tgthegood. And the development of his fruit has reached the 2nd level. You simultaneously obtain the 2nd gear ability of its fruit. Receive it while waiting for the host to check the mail. Your manga fan Monkey D. Luffy has improved his strength in the world of the manga Tgthegood. And the development of his fruit has reached the 3rd level. You simultaneously obtain the third gear ability of its fruit. Receive it while waiting for the host to check the mail. The boat is moving, isn't Luffy demolishing the ship? After thinking for a while, Logan turned off the system interface and walked outside. On deck. Luffy looked at a group of uninvited guests who came up, and tilted his head. Are you trying to rob? Boy, you're smart. Jump off here, this boat belongs to the most beautiful woman in East Blue. A pirate pointing a sword at Luffy arrogantly, ordered. The most beautiful woman in East Blue? Where is it? Why didn't I see it? Bastard, blind your dog eyes. Ms. Alvida, the most beautiful woman in East Blue, is standing right in front of you, and you can't see it? Stupid, this is the most beautiful woman in East Blue. Luffy squinted his eyes, studying the burly pirate who claimed to be the most beautiful woman in East Blue. He scratched his head, looking genuinely puzzled. Although Luffy may seem carefree, his logical thinking is sound. He understands the underlying intentions of those around him. Pointing at Alvida incredulously, he remarked, "Is this the savage ant you're referring to?" What a shock! The pirate's eyes widened, and their jaws dropped simultaneously. Wild, savage ant. Hiss. After the initial shock, fear gripped their hearts. If they were to be entangled in Alvida's fury, it would be a perilous situation. The atmosphere on the entire deck suddenly turned gloomy, and the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees out of thin air. Alvida was known to be touchy, and crossing her path usually led to dire consequences. You little brat. Face your doom. With an enraged expression on her plump face, Alvida raised her mace without hesitation, aiming it at Luffy's head. Calling this beauty an ant? Well, this ant was about to show him his own brains. Boom! The mace descended heavily on Luffy's head, but instead of witnessing brain matter, Alvida was met with Luffy's smile. What? Hee, that won't work on me. Because I'm made of rubber. Under the brim of his straw hat, Luffy's wide grin was revealed. Now it's my turn. Luffy rubbed his shoulders, extending his arms backward. Then, to the astonishment of everyone, he shot towards Alvida's stomach like a cannonball. You know, in the original comics, even a newly seafaring Luffy could send Alvida flying. And now, this is Luffy, who has undergone a power-up. Although he refrained from using second gear, let's not overlook the fact that his Haki prototype has also been enhanced. Even if it hasn't materialized as armament Haki yet, the prototype of Haki has undoubtedly elevated his strength. With a single punch, Alvida's eyeballs were on the verge of popping out. The next moment. Boom! Under the tremendous force, her colossal body soared into the sky, tracing a beautiful trajectory before disappearing from everyone's sight. What? His hand transformed. Miss Alvida was sent flying. His devil fruit power. The henchmen who had relied on Alvida's faux authority now wore terrified expressions. They quickly dropped to their knees, pleading for mercy. Boom! The hatch swung open, and Nick Pin emerged. Huh? What's going on? Initially thinking it was Luffy demolishing the ship, Nick Pin was surprised to find the deck so lively. Glancing at the sky, Lauren pondered, did something just get thrown out? The pirates' faces twitched involuntarily. Huh? Nick Pin, you're out. Luffy rubbed his fists, a cheerful smile on his face. These guys tried to rob us, so I took care of their boss. Forgive us. We were coerced. Please spare us, we'll never turn to piracy again. Once again, the pirates pleaded for mercy. Okay. Get lost. Luffy had no grandiose plans as long as they didn't bother him, he didn't mind. Ah. Thank you, brother. Thank you for your mercy. Let's go now. Wait a moment. At this point, Nickpin's words once again raised the anxiety levels of the pirates. He extended 2 fingers. Firstly, considering it was a skirmish on a pirate ship, you're free to leave, and all the treasures aboard are yours to keep. Secondly, we need someone knowledgeable about sailing to guide us to the next island. While Luffy exuded the aura of a protagonist, depending solely on him for navigation seemed a bit unreliable. As for Nick Pin, well, that was out of the question. Now that they had encountered someone who could help, it was the perfect opportunity to address this issue. With Zoro waiting at the next destination, the journey could unfold according to the original plot. Nickpin had no interest in deviating from the established narrative, he just wanted a smooth ride. Me. I know a bit about sailing. Captured by the pirates and relegated to the role of a ship's handyman, he had long yearned for escape. However, under the oppressive shadow of Alvida, he lacked the courage to break free. Now, witnessing Alvida being blown away before his eyes, he understood that if he didn't seize this chance, he might never be free. "Okay, it's you," Nickpin nodded, pleased to see the volunteer was Kobe. In the original comic plot, Luffy reached Shell's Town with Kobe's navigation. However, due to Nickpin's interference, Luffy missed meeting Kobe, and as a result, both Nickpin and Luffy found themselves adrift at sea. With Kobe's appearance now, it was clear that the plot was getting back on track. Comfortable. Everything was back to normal, and Nickpin could continue to lie down in peace. Chapter 12. After transferring all the treasures onto Nickpin's boat, Alvida's minions sailed away hastily, as if fleeing. "Thank you so much," Kobe kowtowed on the deck to Nickpin and Luffy, expressing his gratitude. Only when it was confirmed that Alvida's ship had truly departed did Kobe allow himself to relax a bit. "What are you doing?" Luffy wore a puzzled expression, his face adorned with question marks. "You are my saviors, thanks to meeting you, I can escape from Alvida's shadow." Kobe looked up at Luffy, his face adorned with a grateful and flattering smile. Luffy, even more confused, scratched his head. "Since you don't want to stay with her, why not find a chance to escape? Run away, run away." "No, no, 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 impossible. No way. Every time I think of Ms. Alvida's mace, my legs go limp." His head was dripping with sweat, and his expression conveyed horror. "Ah. It's terrible." Kobe was in a state of panic. Observing Kobe's reaction, Luffy placed his hands on his hips and, with a sincere smile, remarked, "Well, you are really stupid and useless, and you are also cowardly." Kobe's face turned into a display of distress. "Why, oh why did you smile so sincerely while saying such hurtful things?" "Yes, cowardly people have no future, Kobe, don't you have any dream?" Nickpin interjected. "Dream?" Kobe hesitated, his gaze drifting toward the pirate flag hanging on the mast. "Don't even dare to say your own dream. Then you are really coward." Having known from the mangas that Kobe was cowardly, witnessing it firsthand made Nickpin realize that using the term cowardly to describe Kobe might be an understatement. It was like trying to build a wall with mud that couldn't support it. Nickpin's words seemed to touch a nerve in Kobe, awakening his last semblance of courage. "Ha!" Kobe took a deep breath, clenched his fist vigorously, a self-deprecating smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he said bitterly, "Can someone like me join the Marines?" "Marines?" Luffy froze for a moment. "Yes. Although I will become enemies with you, as a Marine, I will become stronger and catch all the bad guys." Speaking with newfound determination, Kobe, teary-eyed and sweating, shouted at the two people in front of him with an aura he had never used before, "This has been my dream since I was a child. Look, it's actually not that difficult to shout out your dreams, huh?" Nickpin walked up to Kobe, smiled, and patted his shoulder. "Huh. Yeah, I feel much happier when I say it. The fear of Alvida in my heart seems to be reduced. Actually, if you have the courage, it is not difficult to realize your dreams. If I remember correctly, the Marine base closest to here should be in Shell's Town. When you get there, join the Marines, more than half of your dream have been realized. As for the next road, it depends on you, good luck." With a character like Kobe, Nickpin had no intention of recruiting him into the group. Moreover, recruiting members into the team was the captain's decision. If there were no special circumstances, Nickpin did not want to deviate from the plot direction. If one element went awry, it could trigger a butterfly effect, and the Straw Hats might not be as cool as expected, impacting Nickpin as well. Really? Not long ago, he was a slave on Alvida's ship, and now he was on the verge of realizing his dream. Kobe couldn't believe this fact. But upon reflection, yes. Shell's Town was not far from here, and once he arrived there, joining the Marines meant he no longer had to worry about Alvida chasing him. "You are right, Nickpin, thank you for the encouragement." Kobe's confidence increased, but the next moment his face showed worry again. "But, are you willing to take me to Shell's Town?" Nickpin shrugged. "As long as you can navigate this ship to Shell's Town, we will get you there. I'm not going to lie, we're both sailing idiots. Hearing this, Kobe was excited. No problem, this voyage is on me. In the control cabin, Kobe carefully observed the ocean current while steering the ship. I found it, it's this ocean current. As long as you go straight along this stream, you will soon reach Shell's town. After confirming the course, Kobe fixed the rudder. No further action was required until reaching the port. I wonder what Luffy and Nickpin are up to. With nothing to control for the time being, Kobe immediately thought of Luffy and Nickpin. After all, they were the first good guys he had encountered since growing up. Upon reaching the deck, he saw Luffy looking at something. Ah! Damn it! Can't defeat that guy. I'll try again. Hey! I just remembered it was the last chance for today. Ah! It seems we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Luffy yelled in frustration. Luffy, are you reading mangas? Kobe moved closer, his eyes falling on the manga book in Luffy's hand. A little curious, he cautiously asked, can you let me see it? That won't work. I still need this manga for important things. If you lose it, I'll be in trouble. Luffy waved his hand and refused directly. Oh. Kobe didn't dare say anything more. About to leave timidly, he heard Luffy's hearty voice, but, if you want to read mangas, you can go to Nickpin. He has drawn a lot of mangas, there must be something you like. Is this drawn by Nickpin? Of course. He's a mangaka. Really? Nickpin is amazing. Well, you don't need to say this, go, I will take you to him. With that said, Luffy took Kobe and entered the cabin. Soon, the two arrived at Nickpin's studio. Luffy? You don't think you want another manga, do you? Hasn't a copy of Akame ga Kill cut off your interest yet? Ah no, it's Kobe. He also wants to read mangas, so I brought him to you. So that's the way it is, Kobe, you can choose one yourself, Nickpin readily agreed. As a mangaka, Nickpin felt proud when more people read his mangas. While Nickpin had prevented Luffy from coming to his studio to avoid any potential destruction, it was not because he didn't want to share his mangas with Luffy. Ah! Thank you. Thank you. Kobe was very grateful. When he reached the bookshelf, he didn't dare to take too long, selecting one at random and quickly returning. Oh, that's right, Kobe, this manga is for you. Seeing Luffy and Kobe leaving, Nickpin suddenly realized that he would soon part ways with Kobe when they reached Shell's town. Although Kobe's character was not the most pleasing, his interest in Nickpin's mangas hinted at a shared vision. It's just a manga, a parting gift. Upon hearing this, Kobe was deeply moved. He hadn't received a gift from others since childhood, and now he was not only rescued by Nickpin but also given a manga. Thank you, Nickpin. I promise I will cherish this manga. In his heart, Kobe had so much to express. This is a symbol of our friendship. Yet, he couldn't articulate it, fearing that he wasn't worthy of discussing friendship with Nickpin. But no matter what his thoughts, Kobe, in his heart, would always remember Nickpin's kindness. Chapter 13. Upon entering the cabin, Kobe carefully retrieved the manga book cradled in his arms. After perusing the first episode, Kobe was captivated. He discovered that the protagonist shared a striking resemblance to him in character, both timid and reserved. Wow, no. I thought Zenitsu was as timid as me. Unexpectedly, he's even more timid than me. Ahahaha. He's so cute. If he wasn't a character in the mangas, I would definitely be able to become good friends with him. Chuckling heartily, Kobe continued reading. Bastards, these guys actually bully girls. It's over, the coward Zenitsu is the only one around these two girls. Observing the manga's plot, Kobe felt uneasy. He knew that if it were him, he definitely wouldn't dare to make a move. What's more, Zenitsu was even more timid than him. Anticipating a miserable fate for the two girls in the next chapter, Kobe turned to the next page. However, the image on the next page left Kobe in shock. Nah, nanny. Kobe couldn't believe that the boy, who was evidently more cowardly than him, had actually stood up. He fought desperately with the bad guys, and despite being covered in bruises, he was finally knocked out. But he stood up. Kobe felt his cheeks burn hot. Just moments ago, he thought Zenitsu was more cowardly than him. But now, Zenitsu slapped Kobe hard with his actual actions. Made him understand. Zenitsu is a pure man. And the clown is only me. Kobe was in a state of depression for a long time before continuing to read. Then he saw the former Thunder Hashira Jagoro Kawajima accepted him as his apprentice. Kobe's eyes showed envy. How wonderful it would be if I could meet such a person. Crash. Ah! The howling of wild wolves resounded in his ears. The lingering mountain wind violently slapped Kobe's face, and the sensation was incredibly vivid. What happened? Momentarily bewildered, Kobe looked around. When he saw Zenitsu practicing in the cold wind and Jigoro Kawajima standing aside, carefully guiding him, he was completely stunned. Zenitsu. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, Kobe thought he was hallucinating. Then he slapped himself again. The hallucinations haven't gone away. No, this is not an illusion. Who are you? Jigoro Kawajima looked at Kobe, a little surprised. After all, he is the former Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corp. He is strong, needless to say. However, when the little guy in front of him appeared, he didn't feel anything before. It is a good seedling. My name is Kobe. Suddenly encountering this situation, Kobe panicked even more. Little guy, what are you doing here? Jigoro Kawajima became interested in Kobe and walked over slowly. He looked at Kobe's fearful and cowardly look. Wasn't he carved out of the same mold as Zenitsu? Moreover, to be able to follow here without the old man noticing, this is a talent. Yeah, what am I doing here? No, I have no idea how I got here. Kobe was full of fear, not knowing what to say. Hey, do you also want to learn? At this time, Zenitsu asked curiously. Apart from wanting to learn, I really can't think of any other reason for being able to follow this deep into the mountain. Assassination? Stop it. Looking at it like this, you can tell it's impossible at a glance. Learn. Hearing what Zenitsu said, Kobe was taken aback for a moment. But then, a strong desire welled up in his heart. Yes. How wonderful it would be if I could also learn from this old man. Can I do it too? The lack of self-confidence from the inside out was evident on his face. Little guy, as long as you want to learn, of course, you can. Jigoro Kawajima came to Kobe, with a kind smile on his face, and he stretched out his hand to Kobe. Would you like to be my apprentice? I wish, I am willing. So flattered that Kobe's heart almost jumped out of his throat. Ahahaha. This is really good. Jigoro Kawajima pulled Kobe up, and he was in a great mood. Zenitsu also ran over. Let me introduce myself, my name is Zenitsu, and I am your senior brother. Well, my name is Kobe, thank you. Feeling the warmth of being valued by others, Kobe's tears flowed down immediately. Chapter 14. The next day. Luffy got up early and went to the deck, stretched his waist, and planned to enter the world of Akane Ga Kill. Here we are. We have arrived at Shell's town. Have we arrived? Let me see. Luffy stretched out his hand to build a pergola in front of his eyes and looked towards the bow of the ship. Sure enough, the silhouette of an island had appeared ahead. Great! The pirate hunter you mentioned is here, right? When chatting with Kobe yesterday, Luffy learned that in this sea, there is a powerful swordsman named Roronoa Zoro, who is a bounty hunter by profession and specializes in catching pirates in exchange for bounties. Upon learning about such a formidable character, Luffy's immediate reaction was, "This person, I want him on my crew." If he hadn't escaped, he must still be there. While on Alvida's ship, Kobe read in the newspaper that Roronoa Zoro had been captured by Shell's town marine. It should have been several days. Great! I can't wait. Rubbing his hands together, Luffy was excited. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Kobe, tilting his head. You seem to have become more confident. When a person changes, the most undisguised thing is their confidence. Luffy could tell right away. Well, Luffy, do you know? I encountered a very miraculous thing. I actually got into the manga book that Nickpin gave me yesterday. I met two people inside, and even worshipped one of the old grandfathers as my teacher. There is also a young man who is as timid and cowardly as me. He is my senior brother. I feel that I have a very similar personality with him. Thinking of the adventure he had while reading mangas yesterday, Kobe's words flowed like a torrential river. Suddenly, He realized that he seemed to have been talking for a long time and stopped immediately. I know, it must be difficult for you to believe what I said, but this is what really happened. Ahahaha. I believe what you said, because I also entered the manga world. What? Did you go in too? Of course, this is a manga drawn by Nick Pin, of course, you can enter it, Luffy explained, relying on his own imagination. Is this so? So, Nick Pin actually knows that we have entered the manga world? That's for sure. Luffy seemed to have figured everything out. He patted Kobe on the shoulder and said, Nick Pin is a powerful man, his manga has magical powers, I think he made this manga for me, it's just tailor-made for me. Exactly. As if he had found a confidant all of a sudden, Kobe nodded again and again. Yes, this manga book I took is also super suitable for me. It is just specially drawn for me. To tell you the truth, I was still thinking about whether to ask Nick Pin about it. No, use it. Luffy understood again. With his hands on his hips, he looked like he was pointing out, let me tell you, I've already done what you want to do, as a result, before I even opened my mouth, Nick Pin knew everything, so, you asking will only delay his drawing time. Ahaha yes. I'm so stupid, since Nick Pin's manga has such a magical ability, how could he not know about it? I'm really grateful to him. Kobe scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Then, he turned his head to look towards the bow of the ship, and the island was already in front of him. Here we are, do you want to call Nick Pin to get off the boat together? That's a must. Luffy took a stride, loosened his muscles, and rushed into the cabin with a whoosh. Is this the island where Shell's Town is located? Called out by Luffy, Nick Pin stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the coastline that was getting closer and closer. Speaking of which, it's a bit sad. It has been a year since his travel, and this is the first time Nick Pin has seen the land of the pirate world. The tall croaking tree and the huge marine base, which belonged to the unique landscape style of the One Piece world, suddenly rushed forward. I have to say that Nick Pin likes this style very much. Marine Base East Blue Subbase, Branch 153 is located on this island. What do you hear? Here is the Marine Base, which represents justice, so the lives of the people should be very healthy. But in fact, as the base commander of this base, Captain Morgan, is a guy who was once killed the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro. In a marine conflict between marine and pirate, Morgan became the only survivor. Kuro uses his partner hypnosis technique to Morgan, so that Kuro can escape from and become a dead man. As for Morga, killing the pirate Kuro, he got promoted to the base chief of Section 153. Then began his tyranny over this place. Not only are the civilians on the entire island living under the shadow of his rule, but even the marine soldiers are worried every day because if they don't pay attention, they may be hacked and killed by Morgan at will. According to Kobe's information, Zoro should be locked in the marine base at this time. Let's go. Find that man named Roronoa Zoro. Luffy grinned and jumped off the boat first. Come on, let's get off the boat too. Nick Pin said, and walked down the string bridge. Kobe followed suit. Chapter 15. After setting foot on the ground of Shell's Town, the three of them first went to fill their stomachs and then came to the vicinity of Branch 153. Nick Pin looked up at the tall marine base building. The body of the building is like a bunker, with green camouflage stripes and cannons on the top, which seems to be full of a strong sense of oppression. Since the pirate hunter named Zoro has been caught here, I'll climb up to have a look first. Walking to the wall, Luffy reached out his hand. Whoosh! The attributes of the rubber man allowed him to climb up the wall immediately. Hey! I seem to have found it. As soon as he got on the wall, Luffy let out a surprise, and then he stretched out his hands and pulled Nick Pin and Kobe up. 3 people sat in a row on the wall. What? Kobe wasn't ready yet, and when he caught sight of the man in the middle of the square, he uttered a horrified cry and fell off the wall. Luffy looked confused. What's the matter, Kobe? Black hood, green girdle, really Roronoa Zoro. Okay, so intimidating, then, that's Zoro. Although Kobe's strength has improved somewhat, he has not reached the level of transformation after all. The moment he saw Zoro's face clearly, the cowardice in his heart was aroused again. Is he really the pirate hunter Zoro you mentioned? But it seems that the rope is easy to break. Luffy became more and more puzzled. Isn't it said that Zoro is a devilish pirate hunter? How could he be tied up with such a thin rope and be helpless? Don't be kidding. If you let that guy escape, not only will the people in the town be in bad situation, but even you will be killed. Kobe still knows Shell's town very well, and he knows how terrifying Captain Morgan is. Hey, boy over there, come and help me, untie this rope, please. I have been tied for 9 days, and I am too tired gone. Speak, speak. Kobe, who had just climbed up again, shrank his head subconsciously when he heard Zoro's words. Look, that guy is smiling. Luffy sat with his legs up, watching curiously with his chin resting on his hands. Luffy, didn't you say you wanted to invite him to the crew? Why don't you go over there? Nickpin reminded. Luffy remained unmoved. Kobe said he was a big devil, so I haven't figured it out yet. Just as he was talking, a wooden ladder leaned against the wall next to the three of them. Then a little girl climbed up. Shoo. The little girl made a silent gesture to the three, and then slid down the fence. Hey, hey. What is she going to do? Get close to that person and she will be killed. I don't think so, Nickpin said with certainty. Why? Luffy turned his head and asked curiously. Nickpin shrugged. As you know, I am a mangaka, so my ability to associate is very strong. Judging from this scene, I guess this little girl is here to repay her kindness. Repaying kindness? Impossible. Kobe looked suspicious. That is the pirate hunter known as the devil. What kindness could he do to a little girl? Don't believe me? Then let's ask. With that said, Nickpin jumped off the fence and followed the little girl toward Zoro. Although he has no output, his speed and defense are ridiculously high. There is nothing to say about self-preservation ability. Ah. Do you want to go in? Seeing Nickpin go in, Kobe was immediately deserted. Hey, Luffy, why don't you? Seeing that Luffy followed suit, Kobe almost cried. He looked left and right, finally mustered up the courage, and followed. You are looking for death, brat. Get out of here. Zoro glanced at the little girl who came to him, and said fiercely. However, the little girl seemed indifferent to his fake ruthlessness. Her dark eyes were full of light. I made rice balls for you. Big brother has been tied up all the time, he must be very hungry. I said I'm not hungry. Hurry up and take the things away. Luffy's face became gloomy, and he rubbed his arms. I want to punch someone now. Wait. Don't you want to ask why this little girl brought Zoro food first? Nickpin grabbed Luffy's face and pulled him back. It seems reasonable. Certainly. Here's a revised version of the conversation. Luffy paused, eyeing the little girl. Why are you giving him rice balls? Don't blame him, Big Brother is actually a good guy, the girl explained eagerly. She launched into an incessant explanation. About 10 days prior, a wolf raised by Captain Morgan's bully son, Helmeppo, had nearly bitten the little girl. Zoro swooped in, dispatching the wolf and confronting Helmeppo. Initially, Zoro could have departed. But Helmeppo had threatened retaliation against the little girl's family if he left. To resolve the situation, Zoro struck a deal. He would willingly be tied to a cross for a month in exchange for absolving the issue. Nanny. Luffy's anger dissipated upon understanding the truth. He approached Zoro. Hey, kid. Why the stare? Luffy faced Zoro, boldly declaring, Hey, I'm Luffy, I'll untie you and you can join me as my crew. Ah. Luffy. He's a notorious devil. Read ahead at Triangle Dangaruda. Chapter 16. Huh. Pirates. Please. I won't stoop to becoming a pirate. What's wrong with being a pirate? It's my dream. Besides, being labeled a villain doesn't change much. I'm not like you, you can find someone else. Even if you don't help me untie the rope, I'll manage as long as I stay here for a month, Zoro stated firmly, shaking his head. In Zoro's view, pirates were despicable, a belief reinforced by his encounters with many of them. Luffy rubbed his chin in contemplation. This seems a bit tricky to handle, why can't it be more like Nickpin? Luffy pondered. Suddenly, thoughts of Nickpin crossed Luffy's mind. Luffy, just don't bother him about it, it's hard to convince idiot like him. Nickpin said. Hey. What did that jerk say about me? Yeah. Nickpin, how did you figure out he is an idiot? Didn't he just say that? He's trusting Helmeppo to honor his word after threatening innocent lives. That's just idiotic. After contemplating for a moment, Luffy nodded in agreement. Exactly, anyone who can use innocent lives as leverage can't be trusted to keep his promise. Hearing their words, Zoro's heart raced. It seemed increasingly true. Yet, having endured for 9 days, Zoro remained steadfast, refusing to admit he'd made a foolish decision. No way. I struck a deal with him. If I don't endure these 30 days, he will let me go. Hey! What a lively scene. Don't you dare move. The man commanded. Have you seen this sign? He gestured to a notice board. It clearly states that anyone aiding the prisoner will be treated as an accomplice. Pointing at the little girl, he added with a smug smile, even the little girl. Nickpin glanced back. Ah, perfect, the captain foolish son has arrived to stir things up. Hey! Helmeppo! You never intended to let Zoro go from the start, did you? Huh? How dare you speak to a young master in such a manner? Ha ha ha. But you're right. This fool believed my lies and willingly remained tied up in this square for 9 days. In truth, I plan to execute him in 3 days, just before he starves to death. I want him to understand the consequences of crossing a young master like me. And now, there's you. Talking to him, that is a capital offense. Boom. Luffy's fist collided with Helmeppo's face, causing several of his teeth to scatter through the air. Withdrawing his fist, Luffy placed his hands on his hips and gazed at Helmeppo lying on the ground. Nickpin was right, you've been deceiving Zoro from the start. Zoro's eyes widened in surprise. Ah! How dare you hit me? Kill them. Several marine soldiers raised their guns, but Luffy's swift punches knocked them to the ground. I'll tell my dad. You're all dead. Snapped. Stepping down with one foot, Nickpin stepped on all of Helmeppo's facial features together, not Luffy this time, but Nickpin himself. Approaching Helmeppo, Nickpin knelt down slowly, observing the bleeding Helmeppo in front of him. He pointed at Helmeppo and spoke flatly, why are you bringing your father in front of someone like Luffy? Wait, Nickpin, don't act rashly, his father is Captain Morgan, the most influential figure in Shell's town, Kobe intervened, restraining Nickpin from escalating the situation. That's right. My father is a captain in the Marines. He's the supreme authority in all of Shell's town. You're finished. Nickpin glanced at Helmeppo with a tinge of sympathy, shaking his head slightly. You're a frog in a well, just because your father is a mere Marine captain doesn't make you all-powerful. Nickpin retorted, uninterested in explaining anything further. He then raised his head and swiftly knocked Helmeppo unconscious with a punch. Chapter 17. You guys are pretty gutsy. You know, if you weren't pirates, I might like you a bit. Zoro's perspective on Luffy and Nickpin began to shift as he watched them take down Helmeppo one after another. But he still couldn't shake off his deep-rooted reservations about pirates. It felt like a pig butcher who had spent years slaughtering pigs suddenly being asked by a pig to be its crew. Would the butcher agree? However, this time, Zoro encountered a persistent pig. I like you too. Join me as my crew. I have my own path to follow. I'm not interested in becoming a pirate and being a villain. I've never strayed from my beliefs, and I won't in the future. I don't care. I've already decided that you'll be my crew. Hey! Stop deciding on your own. By the way, I heard you're skilled with sword, Luffy calmly asked, seemingly oblivious to Zoro's exasperation. Yes, I truly would have shown you, if I hadn't been tied up, Zoro lamented. What about your sword? Luffy inquired. That bastard took it. Zoro gestured towards the grounded Helmeppo. Recalling his sensei in Kuina, Zoro gritted his teeth. That sword is as precious to me as life itself. Oh. That's important. Alright, I'll help you retrieve the sword from that guy. Thank you, I'll remember this favor, Zoro acknowledged gratefully. Zoro nodded, thankful that Luffy was helping with his sword situation. Luffy grabbed Helmeppo from the ground and raised him up. Crackling sounds filled the air as Helmeppo slowly regained consciousness amidst a burst of crisp, melodic applause. Hey, did you take Zoro's sword? Luffy questioned. Huh? Helmeppo paused, then nodded groggily. I did take it. Great. Take me to where the sword is. Oh, and remember, if you want the sword, you have to be my crew. Luffy shouted back at Zoro before dashing off. Hey. That's so underhanded. Since you agreed, I'm off. Luffy yelled without looking back, disappearing into the distance with Helmeppo in tow. What? Who agreed? Hey, wait. Is he really going to break into the marine base? Aren't you going to stop him? That's the marine base. Breaking in means certain death. Nickpin grinned. You seem to care a lot for your crew. Crew. Zoro protested. Hey. Don't label me like that. I can't be crews with pirates. If you don't stop him, you won't have a captain. Ah, worried about your own captain, huh? Nickpin chuckled, patting Zoro on the shoulder. I get your worry, I'll go check it out. Despite Luffy's strength, Nickpin thought it best to handle the matter of breaking into the marine base alone. Having him there would at least ensure Luffy's safety. Soon, amidst Helmeppo's protests, the two vanished through the front gate. Huh? Luffy and Nickpin broke in. Zoro nodded with a sigh, yeah, those two are causing a ruckus as usual. Upon witnessing Kobe's actions, he promptly cautioned, if you undo my restraints, you'll meet the same fate. Struggling, Kobe's countenance tightened as he persisted in untying the rope. Through gritted teeth, he uttered, they've no grounds to detain you, I can't stand seeing the Marines act this way. In the future, I must embody the dream of an honorable Marine, just as Luffy aspires to find One Piece. What? One Piece? Are you serious? Zoro's expression twisted in disbelief. Boom! In that instant, a bullet swiftly pierced through Kobe. What? With a cry, Kobe collapsed to the ground. How dare you defy Captain Morgan's orders and attempt to rescue the pirate hunter? Several Marine soldiers emerged from a nearby door, brandished their weapons at the three individuals left at the execution site. Ah! I've been shot. I'm bleeding. Am I going to die? Kobe lay on the ground, hands soaked in blood, wearing a look of utter despair. You're still alive. Zoro was left speechless. This person seemed excessively timid. Suddenly realizing something, he turned away, shouting to Kobe, get up and escape with her. Escape? Captain Morgan is already aware of this situation, none of you should stay here. Even this little girl. The Marines admonished. Big brother, let me untie the rope for you. The young girl lacked a precise understanding of the danger. Her only focus was on rescuing her older brother, ignorant of the risk involved. Stop. That's a serious offense. A Marine soldier yelled, aiming the gun at the little girl. Observing the girl's attempt, Zoro shouted, no, they'll shoot. Nevertheless, the little girl showed no intention of halting. Her small hand had already gripped the knot. Caw. The distinct sound of the safety lock being released resonated. The barrel of the gun was now directed at the little girl's back, a menacing black hole waiting. Ah! Give me the sword. Zoro, gripped by urgency, shouted at Kobe. Sword. Sword. In a state of confusion, Kobe's thoughts raced. Subconsciously, he extended his hand and brushed against the scabbard of a fallen Marine soldier nearby. Sword. Sword. Ah. I can use a sword too. Damn it. How dare you defy Captain Morgan's orders? We can't even tolerate a little girl. Otherwise, Captain Morgan will have us killed. One final warning. This isn't good. I need to save her. Ignoring the pain from the gunshot, Kobe's face displayed intense anxiety. Breathe, yes, Master taught me. Breath of thunder. Stubborn, shoot. After 2 warnings, a Marine soldier clenched his teeth and commanded. But in that very moment. Whoosh! A streak of blinding white light. Like lightning breaching the barrier. Bang bang bang. Several Marine soldiers lost consciousness before they could comprehend what had occurred. Chapter 18. Bang bang bang. Zoro stood in dumbfounded shock as the Marine soldiers collapsed to the ground. His gaping mouth nearly reached the floor. After a while, he gazed at Kobe in disbelief. You're a formidable swordsman. Moments ago, he had regarded Kobe as overly timid. But in the blink of an eye, Kobe revealed his true prowess. Ha! Kobe panted heavily, sweat pouring down. Yesterday, in the world of Demon Slayer, Zenitsu, he had practiced the breath of thunder with Jigoro Kawajima. Despite not yet mastering the fundamental technique, his current grasp of Thunder's breath proved more than sufficient to handle a few marine soldiers. Me? Kobe winced as he approached, his face drained of color. While using the sword to free Zoro, he explained. Truth be told, I'm a useless fool. If I hadn't crossed paths with Nickpin and Luffy, I might have remained a slave to someone else forever. Having this kind of strength would have been even more unimaginable. Slave? Zoro was puzzled. Yes. Just yesterday, I was a handyman on Alvida's ship, trapped with no chance of escape. It was Nickpin and Luffy who rescued me. Pirates saving lives. The notion struck a chord in Zoro's heart. Over the years, he had encountered countless pirates, each more nefarious than the last, but a saving pirate? A concept he hadn't encountered before. Is this really a reality? Why not utilize your incredible swordsmanship skills to escape? Zoro couldn't fathom the lightning-fast lethal move Kobe had just executed. You're so powerful, yet you're content being subservient to others. Even if you can't defeat Alvida, wouldn't finding an opportunity to flee be straightforward? No, didn't I just mention that? I began learning swordsmanship only after being rescued by Nickpin yesterday. What? Zoro's eyes widened. You've just begun learning swordsmanship yesterday, and you've already at this level? Every move he made emitted sparks and lightning. What kind of uncanny talent was this? No, you mean, you just started learning swordsmanship yesterday? Zoro, feeling perplexed, asked again. Yes. I learned it from a manga book created by Nickpin. A manga book? Zoro was incredulous. What do you mean, manga books, regarding swordsmanship? Oh, right, I was as shocked as you are, Kobe replied. Nickpin is a manga artist who possesses the manga fruit. His drawn manga can be entered, and I acquired this swordsmanship from one of those worlds. Upon hearing Kobe's explanation, Zoro's breathing quickened. Devil fruit, although he'd never seen one, he'd certainly heard of it. If it's due to the devil fruit, then any sort of magic seems plausible. I see, Kobe glanced at Zoro and continued. If you also wish to enter the manga world to master swordsmanship, you could join their pirate crew. Nickpin is incredibly kind, he helped a destitute fellow like me. I'm sure he'd be willing to help you too. Entering the manga world to learn swordsmanship, Zoro was genuinely thrilled. Huh? What just happened here? Glancing at the extra marine soldiers on the ground and the untied Zoro, Nickpin immediately grasped the situation. Zoro gazed at Nickpin before him. This was the person who had transformed Kobe into a formidable swordsman in just one day. Then, Luffy's exuberant voice cut in between Zoro and Nickpin. Hey! Take a look, which one's yours? The 3-sword are all mine. I use a 3-sword style, Zoro asserted, moving to claim the sword. However, Luffy, not allowing Zoro to take them unchallenged, grinned and stated, it's settled, take the sword, and you're my crew. No, Zoro replied. Oh, in that case, let's set sail. Luffy nodded solemnly and tugged Nickpin away. Hey. My sword. What sword? Isn't this my plunder from the Marines? Nickpin nodded, raising his hand. That's correct, it's your spoils, I bear witness. Zoro felt disheartened. But, it did seem to be true. He had lost his sword, which he should reclaim from the Marines. The sword in Luffy's possession was indeed seized from the Marines. What justification did Zoro have to demand its return? Hey, Luffy. I heard you're aiming to become the king of the pirates. Huh? Who leaked that news? Unbelievable. Picking his nose and then touching my sword. Cough, Luffy, I meant, Kobe cautiously raised his hand, wearing an apologetic expression. With Luffy's confirmation, Zoro assumed a stance. Hey, future king of the pirates, let's have a fight. Chapter 19. Hey. Future king of the pirates, fight with me. Upon hearing these challenging words, Luffy was instantly invigorated, spinning around abruptly. Without wasting a moment, he hurled the 3-sword he held directly at Zoro, eagerly asking, I win, and you'll join me? Zoro skillfully caught the 3-sword and reattached them to his belt, treating it with reverence as if it were his beloved wife. Then, the three-sword were unsheathed. Engaging in the three-sword style using hands and mouth, Zoro raised his head, emitting a fierce fighting spirit. Let's discuss things if you can win. Then it's settled. Luffy grinned and immediately launched a straight punch. Gomu Gomu no pistol. His arm extended like rubber, aiming directly for Zoro's chest. Swift as a rabbit, Zoro leaped from the ground, narrowly evading the rubber fist the wind generated by the punch tousled Zoro's hood. Closing the gap between them, Zoro darted toward Luffy. Nitoryu, Nijirai. In an instant, Zoro wielded the two swords horizontally, dashing at an incredible speed. The glinting blades traced arcs in the air, slashing toward Luffy's waist like scenes from a rapid-paced film. Wow! That's incredible. Despite his dodge, Luffy remained assertive. Gomu Gomu no Muchi Whip. As the roll concluded, Luffy's rubbery limbs stretched out, aiming to pull Zoro closer. Zoro countered the blow and swiftly maneuvered, closing the distance with Luffy once more. Well done! Luffy exclaimed, abandoning evasion and instead bellowing loudly. Gomu Gomu no Gatling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His fists moved like the wind, raining down relentlessly. The punches were lightning fast, each creating an elongated illusion, as if an onslaught of countless fists were overwhelming Zoro in that moment. Mito Stream. Zoro's vigorous shout accompanied the three blades slicing through the air, methodically countering Luffy's barrage. Santoryu Onigiri. The two swords slashed while the third blocked the path of Luffy's escape. Zoro's movements were swift, charging towards Luffy's exposed back. Wow! Luffy extended his long arms to grasp the nearby fence, swiftly pulling himself aside. Swish! The lingering wind from Zoro's slashes tore through the air. Crash! The wooden cross behind Luffy splintered into 3 pieces. Wow! That was a close call. Awesome! You managed to evade my onigiri. I'm starting to recognize your strength. Irrespective of whether Zoro was exceptionally strong, each of his moves carried immense force. Incredible. Now that the warm-up's done, I'm getting serious. Luffy shook his arms and approached Zoro confidently. Over. You're calling what just happened a warm-up? Are you kidding me? You still have that much strength left? Yes. Luffy replied with a smirk, stepping forward. What? Nick Pin, observing the battle, widened his eyes in shock and muttered. No way. Isn't this move? Gear change. Second gear. Puff. Nick Pin coughed out an old gulp. What on earth? What's happening? As a dedicated manga fan, Nick Pin distinctly remembered that Luffy first utilized the second gear during the Enies lobby battle. But where was this happening now? Is this really the second gear? Taking a deep breath, Nick Pin tried to comprehend the situation. Could it be, the world's version of Luffy was trained earlier? Even though Nick Pin couldn't quite grasp the situation, upon reflection, wasn't this a fortunate turn of events? If Luffy's advancements began earlier, then he could progress more steadily toward the climax. With a loud yell from Luffy, steam billowed out of his body, and his skin turned a fiery red. The momentum of Luffy surged dramatically, transforming him into an entirely different persona. Just a warm-up earlier, Zoro wiped the remaining sweat from his face, eyes wide with astonishment as he observed Luffy. Facing the previous version of Luffy, Zoro hadn't sensed much. But now, he felt as though he stood before a fierce, unleashed beast, ready to explode with tremendous force at any moment. There was an unmistakable aura of strength emanating from Luffy, only seen in the mighty. My strength now is not what it was before. I'm about to get serious, you better brace yourself for this strike, Luffy announced, rubbing his fists together, assuming a stance like a released beast. As he lifted his head, the gleam in his eyes was razor-sharp. All right. The stronger you are, the more I relish it. Such battles are the most thrilling. Santoryu Toragari. Engage. Zoro unleashed his mightiest blows yet, the two sword lights slashing through the sky. If you're a monster, then I am the monster hunter. Toragari. Sword light and shadow intertwined in a chilling display. Zoro aimed for Luffy's silhouette. But reality often veers from the ideal. Whoosh! With the speed surge from the second gear, Luffy left only an afterimage for Zoro and leaped into the air. Gomu Gomu no Jet Bazooka. Boom! Before the sound echoed, Luffy's attack struck. Zoro sensed it but had no time to counter. A resounding crash. Chapter 20. On the cracked ground, Zoro lay sprawled, leaving behind a visible mark. Will you be my crew this time? Luffy approached, extending a friendly hand to Zoro. Wait, I haven't lost yet. Among the fissures on the ground, Zoro didn't accept Luffy's hand. Gritting his teeth, he staggered to his feet. His gaze remained resolute. Come on, let's fight again. Hey. Observing Zoro's bruised face, Luffy scratched his head, shaking it. No need, I'm in second gear now, and my moves are entirely overwhelming. If you couldn't block my last strike, another round won't change the outcome. The gap between Luffy and the second gear and his earlier self was substantial. Unable to halt a single blow, infuriating. How can I, Zoro, be this weak? Desire for strength fueled Zoro. Clutching his sword, he shouted, I can still fight. He lifted his foot, retrieved the third sword from the ground, and clenched it between his teeth. Don't fight, Luffy shook his head emphatically. You can't continue like this, I believe the winner is clear, why persist? No. Luffy, keep fighting him. At that moment, Nickpin's voice caught Luffy's attention. What? Luffy was intrigued, gazing at Nickpin in confusion. But he can't handle my attacks anymore. If you call it off now, isn't that risking ending someone's fight? Nickpin's tone grew serious. He looked at Luffy intently. Remember, never dismiss a heart that yearns to grow stronger. Initially, Nickpin intended to let events unfold naturally and follow the storyline. However, observing the clash between Zoro and Luffy, he sensed something amiss. In this moment, Luffy and Zoro had just met, unaware of each other's personalities. But as a time traveler, Nickpin understood each individual's nature. If Luffy declined Zoro's continued challenge today, it might lead to discord between them. If Zoro wasn't part of this crew, could it rightfully be called the Straw Hat Pirates? No, it couldn't. Luffy. Engage him in a fight. Never dismiss a strong heart, fight him, yes. Understanding the significance, Zoro gratefully nodded at Nickpin. His eyes sharpened, fixed on Luffy. Come on, let's fight again. Driven by those words, Zoro's emotions surged, his entire being ablaze with fighting spirit. Alright, understood. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, Luffy sensed the fervor Zoro sought in this moment. It wasn't just about fighting, it was about perseverance. As a sign of respect, Zoro, I won't hold back. The question of crewship momentarily faded. Luffy now saw only a rival in Zoro's eyes. As Luffy unleashed his Gomu Gomu no twin jet pistol, Zoro braced himself and miraculously managed to block the onslaught. He crossed his swords, using the flat sides to intercept Luffy's fists. Boom! An earth-shattering collision followed, exerting immense force onto the blades. In the next moment, disaster struck. The sword shattered under the overwhelming impact. The aftermath of Luffy's assault hit Zoro directly. Boom! Zoro was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a distant wall. Sliding along it, he slumped into a corner, the area descending into an eerie silence. Kobe's eyes widened in horror, while the young girl covered her mouth in shock, unable to utter a word. Nickpin's gaze narrowed, his mind racing with thoughts. Standing still, fists clenched, Luffy gazed earnestly at Zoro, breaking the silence after a while. It's over. But in that very moment, Zoro, who appeared lifeless, defiantly lifted one arm and retrieved the sword from his mouth. This simple movement seemed to drain his last ounce of strength. He pressed the tip of the sword against the ground, the arm holding it trembling with effort. Clearly, Zoro was exerting every ounce of effort to rise again. Even Luffy was stunned by this determination. Nickpin breathed deeply, emotion stirring within him. The man before him. There were so many memorable moments, especially the resolute phrase uttered at Thriller Bark, still vivid in Nickpin's memory. As for why Zoro persisted, Nickpin could only say, that's just Zoro. I haven't lost yet. This time, Zoro gripped the handle of the Wado Ikemonji sword with both hands, straining as if he was borrowing life itself to stand once more. Clearly unable to fight any longer, he even needed the support of the sword just to stand upright. I have a question. Luffy calmly looked at Zoro, prompting him to speak. Speaking at this moment was excruciatingly difficult for Zoro. His mouth moved slightly, signal Luffy to continue. What keeps you going? Had it been any other question, Zoro might have refrained from speaking. But this question. Enduring intense pain, Zoro lowered his head, gazing at the sword Wado Ikemonji in his hand, displaying a resolute smile. Because I once made a promise to someone, I promised her that I would become the world's greatest swordsman. As he spoke, Zoro seemed to drift back to a few years ago. Under the starlit sky, the girl sat beside him, clutching her knees, tearfully expressing her longing. I envy you being a boy, I also want to become the world's greatest swordsman. Now that she was gone, he held on to her sword. It carried her dream. I promised her that until I fulfill that promise, I. With a heavy sigh, Zoro's face grew paler, almost devoid of color, yet he still bellowed desperately with all his might, will never fall. Chapter 21. Zoro's charisma was what drew Nick Pin to admire Zoro through the actions depicted in the mangas. But witnessing this, his determination, his willpower. Hiss. Nick Pin clenched his fist. What kind of true man is this? Zoro, join my crew. Luffy didn't utter another word, but reached out and grabbed Zoro's hand. Zoro remained silent. The earlier shout had drained every ounce of his strength. At that moment, he could barely summon the energy to breathe. Boom. Zoro slumped unconscious onto Luffy's arms. Thud, thud, thud. The synchronized sound of boots hitting the ground echoed as a sizable group of marine soldiers stormed into the square, encircling Nick Pin and the others. Stand behind me, Kobe pulled the little girl protectively behind him, emboldened by the previous shot he fired. Don't move, hands up. Marines aimed their guns at Luffy, Nick Pin, and Kobe, shouting loudly in unison. Then, the soldiers parted, allowing a tall, robust man to step forward from the midst, a man with an axe replacing the lower part of his right forearm. Captain! Captain! The marine soldiers showed a mix of reverence and fear upon seeing Morgan. Just a few troublemakers, and you disrupt my affairs in person? Morgan's presence was imposing. Reaching the front, he noticed several soldiers lying on the ground. Infuriated, he bellowed, bring them here, execute all these men on the ground. Ah! They are, Marines. Captain. The Marine soldiers surrounding Morgan reacted with shocked exclamations. A chilling aura emanated from Morgan's demeanor, his lips curled slightly as he spoke with icy eyes. Captain Morgan has no use for subordinates who are worthless. Fire. Morgan's fierce gaze fixed on the Marines by his side. These soldiers, sensing the suffocating atmosphere, hastily raised their guns, pointing them at their fellow Marines on the ground. Get lost. But then, Luffy's thunderous roar reverberated through the square, shaking the very ground Morgan stand. Nanny. Morgan's expression contorted fiercely, he rubbed his ears incredulously, slowly turning to face Luffy, his tone arrogant. Did you just tell me, Captain Morgan, to get lost? Hiss. Marine soldiers collectively gasped, looking at Luffy as if he were a monster. To dare speak such words to Captain Morgan, it's madness. They expected Morgan to strike Luffy down in an instant. Yet, before that could happen, a sharp, thunderous slap resounded through the air. Clap. Morgan's expression of invincibility shattered instantly under the unexpected slap. An expression of wide-eyed disbelief replaced his arrogant demeanor. As Morgan glanced up, he saw a figure standing before him. You heard that loud and clear now. It wasn't Luffy confronting Morgan, but it was Nick Pin. Despite lacking direct offensive capabilities, his speed and defensive skills were formidable. Within a small region like East Blue, he possessed certain unscrupulous advantages. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted from Zoro's inspirational persistence to the absurd display by Morgan. His actions were irritating, resembling someone who intentionally portrayed ignorance. The act of pretending, when not needed, was infuriating. What? Morgan had spun, shaking off the dizziness, finally regaining clear vision without double images. When he focused on Nick Pin before him, rage boiled within him. You fool! You're asking for death. A ferocious expression emerged on Morgan's muscle face. He swung his right arm, the sharp axe glinting menacingly under the sunlight. intent on severing Nickpin's head in one swift strike, punishment fitting for anyone daring to defy Morgan. And this individual had the audacity to slap him. Die! Die, damn it! Swish! The razor-sharp axe sliced through the air, aimed directly at Nickpin's head. Nickpin! Nickpin! Almost simultaneously, Luffy and Kobe shouted out loud. In a split second, one of Luffy's arms extended rapidly, trying to seize hold of Nickpin and violently pulling him backward. Kobe rushed forward, attempting to rescue Nickpin. Confronted with Morgan's axe, Nickpin remained remarkably composed, almost finding it amusing. As he raised his head, he considered catching the axe bare-handed. After all, his defensive capabilities were formidable. Though untested, Nickpin estimated his defense to be on par with Big Mom's steel bone. Swoosh! Before Nickpin's hand could catch the axe blade, he felt a rush of wind on both sides and suddenly found himself standing beside Luffy. Wipe! Nickpin was somewhat bewildered. He intended to defense but was kindly pulled back by Luffy. Hold on to Zoro and protect him. Luffy thrust Zoro into Nickpin's arms and leap up. Nickpin preferred to lie back and watch his captain's performance quietly. Morgan swung the axe down onto the ground, creating an explosive effect with scattered gravel, yet he staggered and fell himself, looking rather pathetic. Asshole! His lips quivered with anger as he struggled to rise, but suddenly, he noticed another looming shadow overhead. What's happening? It's a sunny day, where's this shade coming from? Subconsciously, Morgan gazed up at the sky. Huh? What's this? Something huge obstructed the sunlight, yet from his angle, he couldn't discern the whole image. However, his ears could unmistakably catch Luffy's bellow from above. Hon Fusenbone Balloon. Chapter 22. With a puff, Nickpin sipped his salt soda and sprayed it all over Zoro's face. What on earth? Third gear. Luffy just arrived at Shell's town, and not only the second gear but now the third gear too. Luffy's power are way too grand. Perfect. The bigger the power, the better my spot for lounging. At this rate, could we expect to see the fifth gear before reaching Sabaody Archipelago? Imagine the spectacle when Kizaru makes his descent. Visualizing Kizaru's ostentatious entrance, Nickpin thought he deserved a good thrashing. When the time comes, our Luffy will show you what real terror is. Gomu Gomu no Gigant Pistol. Midair, Luffy bit his finger and blew a bone balloon. Then, with a fist descending from the sky, he slammed it down with a resounding crash. Boom! The ground of Shell's town seemed to quake. Many young girls walking nearby were shaken and fell to the ground, their skirts fluttering. At the marine base square, the earth roared and the ground splintered. After the dust settled, Morgan lay amidst the rubble, broken and battered, even his broad axe gone. Wow, that was incredible. Kobe's eyes widened, as if he had witnessed a monster, his eyeballs nearly popping out. Luffy landed on the ground, his oversized fist returning to its normal size, his expression unusually serious. He cast a cold glance at the marine soldiers around him and questioned, anyone else want to try? The soldiers exchanged looks, their expressions transforming from initial shock to excitement. Amazing! Captain Morgan is defeated. This guy's rule is over. Liberation. To Luffy's surprise, instead of continuing the fight, the Marines cheered excitedly. They discarded their weapons, exuding genuine relief and joy. Hey! What's happening? Why are they so happy now that the captain is down? Nickpin smiled and clarified, clearly, from the fear these soldiers showed towards Morgan earlier, it's evident they've endured Morgan reign for a long time, forced to serve as his minions. Now that Morgan is defeated, they can finally be true Marines again. Ah, I see, Luffy scratched his head, seeming to understand. Forget that, we need to find a doctor for Zoro, Nickpin reminded, helping Zoro outside. I'll take care of it. Luffy volunteered, hoisting Zoro over his shoulder with one arm like a rope. A few days later. At the port of Shell's town. Big brother, take care. With tears in her eyes, little girl held onto Zoro's hand tightly. At this point, Zoro's injuries had almost healed. Normally, with such severe wounds, recovery would have taken around 100 days. Nickpin had seen Zoro's incredible physique in manga before, but witnessing it firsthand made him realize that Zoro was indeed a powerhouse. It felt almost surreal to praise such a formidable figure. Though a few ribs were broken, they'd heal in a matter of days. Would you have believed it without seeing it yourself? Well, thanks for the rice ball. Next time I visit, could you make more for me? Zoro squatted, displaying both his rugged and compassionate sides as he patted the little girl's head. With a striking silhouette, Zoro strode to the ship's side and ascended to the deck. Luffy. Nick Pin. As the pirate ship departed from the port, Kobe rushed over and called out. Hey there, Kobe. You made it. Hi. From your attire, I guess you finally fulfilled your wish to become a Marine, right? Yes. I'm sorry I'm late. I sneaked out just to bid you farewell. Sneaked out? Are you sure? Nickpin grinned, lifting his right index finger and gesturing towards the area behind Kobe. Perplexed, Kobe didn't understand Nickpin's signal but instinctively turned around to see what was behind him. To Kobe's surprise, there stood a row of neatly arranged Marine soldiers on the port behind him. What? Kobe was taken aback. Oh no, Kobe muttered to himself, feeling disheartened. I finally joined the Marines, and now, sneaking out to bid farewell to the pirates, I've been caught. It's the end of my Marine dream. However, just when Kobe was about to lose hope, the officer of the Marines' voice boomed across the port. All, attention. Salute. All the Marines snapped to attention and saluted. Huh. Kobe was momentarily surprised but quickly grasped the situation. He turned towards Nickpin and Luffy, saluting them in return. Nickpin and Luffy acknowledged it with a nod and responded with a hand gesture to the Marines. Chapter 23. The pirate ship had departed from Shell's town. This guy's reading mangas? Zoro couldn't help but wonder aloud. Manga? Wait a minute. I think I remember something. Kobe mentioned this to me before. Zoro suddenly recalled what Kobe had told him earlier. Nickpin's manga can transport you into the manga world, Kobe had mentioned. And Kobe learned incredible swordsmanship with sparks and lightning from one of those mangas. Observing Luffy heading to read manga right after extracting his belongings, Zoro became even more suspicious. Leaning in with doubts, Zoro questioned, can you actually enter the manga? Luffy was just about to activate his spirit to enter the manga world when Zoro's sudden inquiry disrupted the process. Oh, yeah, Luffy nodded, but then asked in surprise. Hey, how did you know? I heard from Kobe. He said that Nickpin possesses a devil fruit ability related to manga, enabling entry into the manga's world. Is that true? Zoro recounted what Kobe had mentioned. That's right. It's true. By the way, I felt a bit embarrassed about our previous battle. These words triggered an explosion from Zoro. Hey, there's a limit to underestimating someone. If you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. I'm not the type to argue just for the sake of it. No. Luffy shook his head. If I had met you a few days ago, I wouldn't have easily defeated you. Remember the strength I had when we first fought at the Marine base square? I remember, we were evenly matched then, but after you activated your second gear, I couldn't keep up. Wait. Are you saying you learned that second gear move from mangas? Not exactly, Luffy replied, gesturing with a finger. But I owe the mangas for enabling me to develop the second gear quickly. Failing repeatedly in that manga world pushed me to strive harder, ultimately leading to the development of the second and third gears. So, without those mangas, it's hard to predict who would have won our battle that day, Luffy stated calmly. He's not someone who's concerned about saving face. By the way, have you visited Nickpin yet? Go and ask for a copy. As a swordsman, learning more about swordsmanship would be beneficial. Can I do that too? Hearing this, Zoro felt a rush of emotions. His breathing became faster involuntarily. For someone like him, the aspiration to grow stronger was his dream. What was this feeling? Hey. Of course. We're crewmates. Crew. Accustomed to being alone for so long, Zoro seemed to have grown accustomed to acting independently. However, when he heard Luffy affectionately call him crew, he couldn't help but feel touched. Crew. Yes. From now on, you're my captain. Once recognized, last a lifetime. Without delay, Zoro didn't hinder Luffy's entrance into the manga and instead went to Nickpin's studio as his crew. Inside the cabin. Zoro. Come in and have a seat. Except for a certain captain coming to ransack the place, everyone else was welcome in Nickpin's studio. Zoro stepped into the studio and was greeted by a bookshelf packed with manga. It left him breathless. Are all of these mangas that lead into other worlds? Nickpin's talent truly amazed him. Deciding to cut straight to the point, Zoro addressed Nickpin. Nickpin, I'd like to request a manga focusing on swordsmanship, would that be possible? Reading manga? Nickpin appeared slightly surprised. Shouldn't this guy spend all his spare time on cultivation? Why the sudden interest in manga? Could it be due to Luffy's influence? But, a manga about swordsmanship? That seemed plausible. It could expose Zoro to the majestic skills of powerful swordsmen in alternate worlds, a potentially great idea. After a moment's contemplation, Nickpin headed to the manga bookshelf and searched through it. Selecting a particular volume, he handed it to Zoro, saying, "Here, take this manga, the swordsman depicted within possesses remarkable skills, I hope you find it insightful." Even the manga's creator acknowledged the exceptional swordsmanship depicted within. "All right. I won't disappoint you." Accepting the manga eagerly, Zoro glanced at the cover. Biography of Kojiro Sasaki. Chapter 24. On the deck, Luffy sat at one end while Zoro occupied the other, engrossed in the manga he had opened. The story unfolded in a mountain garden. Beneath a banyan tree sat a striking young boy with a twig in his mouth. He sported a dark blue ponytail, a lavender headband, a dark purple sleeveless waistcoat over a purple kimono, wristbands tied in purple around his wrists, and straw sandals on his feet. The boy skillfully wielded a long sword, continuously chopping piles of wooden golems. Behind him stood a scruffy-looking old man, watching the boy with a broad smile. "This cut is off by half an inch," the old man remarked. "This one's improved, just 1 centimeter off. Oh, Sasaki, you missed your mark with that cut just now. This cut is nearly perfect again." Each time Sasaki Kojiro made a stroke, the old man provided precise feedback on the accuracy of his cuts. The wooden golem stakes had a red mark, a thin line representing the target Sasaki Kojiro aimed to strike. Despite the sweat on his young face, Sasaki Kojiro displayed unwavering determination as he focused on chopping the wooden golem piles, aiming at the marked red line. Day by day, Sasaki Kojiro diligently continued this practice, never wavering from the target. His cutting errors progressively diminished. Zoro found himself captivated by the scene of the boy chopping the wooden golem piles, compelling him to scroll down further. In the blink of an eye, the boy had transformed into a youth. He now possessed a tall, imposing figure and a handsome appearance. If not for the long sword in his arms, nobody would have guessed he was a swordsman. Raised in a tumultuous era, Sasaki Kojiro had to engage in daily battles with swords and blades to survive. Under such circumstances, ordinary individuals would easily succumb to a brutal and merciless mindset. However, Sasaki Kojiro displayed none of the signs of madness often associated with warriors. Instead, he exhibited refined habits such as admiring the moon, savoring tea, and reciting poetry. When not wielding a blade, he seemed to embody elegance itself. Initially, Zoro struggled to comprehend Sasaki Kojiro's behavior. He believed a swordsman should remain focused on combat, questioning why one should appreciate the aesthetics of life. But as he delved further into the story, Zoro realized his misconception. In the following pages, Kojiro Sasaki encountered his first formidable adversary. The battles were evenly matched, each side attacking and defending with equal fervor. The encounters resulted in severe injuries, both parties sustaining deep wounds. Amidst the fierce combat, as both sides neared exhaustion, the opponent adopted an aggressive, all-out attack strategy, seemingly aiming for a mutual killing blow. This reckless approach significantly increased the chances of victory in such a dire situation. However, a gust of mountain wind unraveled the opponent's hair bun, revealing a sense of elegance. Meanwhile, Sasaki Kojiro, wielding a 5-foot-long sword, remained composed and collected, as if calmly enjoying the moonlight and sipping tea in his own tranquil courtyard, showing no hint of panic. Effortlessly maneuvering through the courtyard, he skillfully deflected the opponent's frenzied strikes one by one. Amid the opponent's increasing bewilderment, Sasaki Kojiro's graceful sword stroke elegantly crossed the opponent's neck, ending the battle. With a resounding clang, he sheathed his sword, standing tall and straight like a towering pine tree. Amidst the moonlit mountains, a solitary figure remained in the chilling glow. Retrieving a wine jug from his waist, he uncorked it and nonchalantly tossed the cork away. Such a leisurely demeanor. At this moment, Zoro comprehended it. Sasaki Kojiro wasn't like those pretentious individuals who merely pretended to appreciate artistry. He had seamlessly integrated the path of elegance into his own style of swordsmanship. As the story in the manga progressed, Sasaki Kojiro had already mastered the art of swordsmanship, no longer needing to engage in daily battles because most of his adversaries had perished. In his routine, mornings involved practicing with his wooden sword, chopping wooden golem steaks. At noon, he savored tea while basking in the sunlight. By sunset, he enjoyed wine, appreciated the moon, and recited poetry. As Zoro neared the end of the manga, a sudden realization struck him. Wait a minute. You mentioned I could enter the manga, why have I nearly finished reading it and still haven't entered? Almost instantaneously, the familiar scent of the sea breeze vanished, replaced by the fragrance of a damp mountain forest, carried by the moist wind laden with rain and dew, a sensation that brought relaxation and contentment. Curiously, Kojiro Sasaki ceased his chopping of wooden golem piles, turning to observe the stranger who had suddenly appeared in his yard. Are you lost, young man? Sasaki Kojiro inquired. Lost? Zoro. That was preposterous. I, Zoro, never get lost. Zoro was about to erupt in anger, almost as a reflex. However, just as the surge of fury welled within him. Hey! Zoro exclaimed, widening his eyes as he took in his surroundings, realizing he had somehow entered the world depicted in the manga. Senior Sasaki Kojiro, Zoro subconsciously addressed the middle-aged man before him. Senior. Sasaki Kojiro regarded Zoro calmly, his profound gaze seemingly gauging Zoro's strength almost instantly. Shaking his head, Kojiro remarked, young man, if you're here to challenge me, it's too soon. Despite Sasaki Kojiro's past, he wasn't someone who took lives indiscriminately. No, senior, I want to learn swordsmanship from you. Zoro blurted out abruptly, a departure from his usual character. His perception of characters in mangas, influenced by Luffy and Kobe, led him to believe that the manga world was a place to learn art. Thus, he expressed his thoughts without any preamble. As he gazed at the young man who had wandered into his courtyard, he was reminded of his own teenage years when he encountered an elderly sword master by chance. This encounter set him on the path of swordsmanship. Despite the old master leaving abruptly after a month, he imparted the graceful technique of chopping wooden golem piles and the ways of a swordsman, Zoro's sole teacher in life. In this moment, facing the young man who had intruded into his courtyard, Sasaki Kojiro felt a sense of déjà vu, as if looking at another version of himself from a different time. Come, try your hand at cutting a wooden golem pile, Kojiro said casually, flicking the wooden sword toward Zoro in a perfectly executed curve. Chapter 25. Zoro gripped the wooden sword and approached the wooden golem pile. With both hands firmly on the wooden sword, he slashed down onto the pile. Swish! The wooden golem pile exploded into pieces. Zoro turned towards Sasaki Kojiro. Senior, I've been practicing swordsmanship since a very young age, I believe I've mastered the basics, Zoro remarked confidently. Sasaki Kojiro didn't respond verbally. Instead, he calmly walked over to the sword rest and selected another wooden sword. Young man, I've now adjusted my strength to match yours, Kojiro said calmly, positioning the wooden sword at a 45-degree angle to the ground, resembling a figure in a tranquil painting. All right. Let's do it. Senior, prepare yourself. Zoro initiated the stance, placing the wooden sword at his waist with a fierce glint in his eyes, he declared. One sword style lion song. In an instant, Zoro vanished from his position, executing an incredibly swift sword-drawing maneuver designed to appear behind the opponent as the sword is drawn, an efficient end to the battle. However. Snap! The wooden sword slipped from Sasaki Kojiro's hand. Zoro felt a dizzying sensation, collapsing to the ground. What a swift sword, he muttered, modeling a bump on his forehead. Once more. Sasaki Kojiro offered Zoro the fallen wooden sword. Absolutely. Zoro responded enthusiastically. Battles always excited him. Zoro grabbed the sword once more, adopting a stance, and charged forward again. Snap! Ah! Zoro tumbled to the ground, rubbing his forehead. The first bump had grown larger, but no second bump appeared. Again. Sasaki Kojiro's response remained unchanged. Picking up another wooden sword from the rack, Zoro contemplated his strategy. He then readied himself. Nightari, Nijirai. Snap. Zoro fell again, patting his forehead in pain. Ouch. This time the blow hit the same spot, causing more agony than before. Why? How? Despite comprehending the opponent's strategy after the first two encounters, Zoro was confounded by the repetitive blows targeting the same vulnerable spot. Again, echoed Sasaki Kojiro's calm voice. He remained rooted in the same position throughout the exchanges. Frustration welled within Zoro. Why couldn't he make the opponent budge, even with the level playing field? If the opponent unleashed their full strength, Zoro wouldn't mind. But this consistent one-sided dominance, despite matching their level, was intolerable to him. Zoro, feeling increasingly frustrated compared to his previous fights, couldn't accept the ongoing situation. Impossible, even with vast combat experience, using the same technique flawlessly repeatedly is implausible, Zoro reasoned. He returned to the sword rack and selected another wooden sword. Perceiving his actions, Sasaki Kojiro frowned slightly. "What's your plan?" he inquired. "In truth, I am a three-sword swordsman," Zoro declared, placing the wooden sword between his teeth. Slightly hesitant, Kojiro replied, "Come again. This time it'll be different." Zoro determinedly gripped the dual sword, showcasing an impressive burst of muscular power. With swift movement, he raised both sabers above his head, launching an unrivaled assault towards Kojiro Sasaki. Sentry, Toragari. Zoro's attack, akin to a tiger's fierce leap, struck with incredible speed. Observing the opponent's attacks thrice earlier, Zoro had deduced the vulnerability lay on the left side due to Kojiro wielding the sword in his right hand. Thus, Zoro aimed his strike towards Kojiro's left. Snap! Stunned, Zoro lay on the ground, bewildered. How was this possible? Despite identifying the loophole, Kojiro's attack landed precisely on the bulging spot on his head. Impossible. How can someone execute the same strike multiple times without losing accuracy? Despite being directionally challenged, Zoro was a prodigy in swordsmanship. Unable to discern where he erred, he realized that despite repeated moves, Kojiro's accuracy remained unwavering. This made it impossible to exploit any mistakes. Wherever Zoro faltered, Kojiro consistently dominated their encounters with unerring strikes. As a result of his repeated defeats, Zoro made a resolute decision. "I won't be fighting again," Zoro stated firmly, shaking his head. He had come to a realization, no matter how many times he challenged Sasaki Kojiro. He couldn't decipher the secrets behind Kojiro's swordsmanship. Each encounter felt like their first, leaving Zoro unable to discern Kojiro's swordplay even after numerous confrontations. Yes, from the first fight to the 1000th, facing Sasaki Kojiro felt consistently new, as if encountering the legendary swordsman for the very first time. Zoro acknowledged this unchanging reality and found no purpose in persisting. Seeing Zoro's refusal, Sasaki Kojiro calmly suggested, "Let's resume cutting wooden golem piles then," placing the wooden sword back in its holder before heading towards the house. Zoro acknowledged the decision with a simple acknowledgement. This time, he felt no hint of dissatisfaction. He understood now that seemingly ordinary chop executed by Sasaki Kojiro was far from ordinary. It encapsulated the essence of Kojiro's daily practice, something Zoro finally comprehended. Observing the wooden golem pile, Zoro focused on a faint red line in the center, the only mark that intersected the red line on the stake, despite it being split countless times. Sure, splitting the wooden golem pile in one swift stroke was an impressive display of power. Yet, that raw strength was merely superficial. Anyone could achieve it. However, the true demonstration of power lay in the wooden golem pile's condition after years of splitting. Despite numerous cleaves, only a shallow trace remained, a testament to enduring power, depth, and precision, qualities that transcended brute force. This, to Zoro, was the essence of true strength. Chapter 26. Zoro was busy hacking the wooden golem stakes in one area while Luffy remained far from idle. In the vast world of Akame ga Kill, Luffy found himself stranded on a deserted island. Having defeated Ibra and Sten of the Raksha 4 demons before, he pressed forward beyond the palace, ignoring mine and Tatsumi's attempts to dissuade him. After overcoming 5 levels and vanquishing 6 generals, Luffy finally reached the inner city gate of the palace. Yet, upon stepping inside, a dimensional formation appeared beneath him, instantly teleporting him back to the deserted Icelandic occurrence that marked his 40th return in the past few days. With a buzz, the dimensional phalanx flickered, and Luffy reappeared on a large rock on the desolate island. Frustrating. This time, I actually got a good look at that scoundrel. When I get out of here, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Just as he was teleported, Luffy confirmed that the individual initiating the dimensional phalanx was the figure seated in a nearby tree. However, before he could act, he found himself once again stranded on the deserted island. A low growl resonated along with sudden rustling from the trees to Luffy's left. Moments later, a pack of dangerous creatures resembling wild wolves emerged from the woods. "Looks like another round of tussle for me," Luffy murmured as he stood his ground, clenched his fists, and focused on the menacing pack of wild wolves advancing towards him. Arg! The alpha of the dangerous wolf pack raised its head, letting out a fierce howl. The other wolves bared their teeth and charged at Luffy with intense aggression. Boom! 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 Luffy maintained his focus and swiftly knocked down the 3 approaching wolves. Battle experience gained, 100. Fruit proficiency increased, 100. Hockey prototype experience gained, 100. Battle experience gained, 100. Fruit proficiency increased, 100. Hockey prototype experience gained, 100. Suddenly, a bloody maw emerged just above Luffy's left shoulder. Woo! The wolf yelped, and Luffy swiftly snapped its neck. This particular wild wolf remained etched in Luffy's memory. It was the one that had bitten him when he first arrived on the deserted island, followed by an onslaught from the entire wolf pack. At that moment, Luffy had believed he was facing imminent death. However, the excruciating pain had jolted Luffy out of the manga world. Although the agony persisted within the pirate world, the bloody wound had vanished. This incident imparted a crucial lesson to Luffy: injuries sustained in the Akame Kill world would not carry over to the real world. As the confrontation unfolded on the desolate island. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! Luffy swayed, evading attacks, causing each wild wolf to crash to the ground. Several of these wolves had delivered potentially fatal blows to Luffy. However, with each subsequent return, Luffy noticed a change within himself. His hearing seemed to have heightened. Initially reliant on sight to anticipate the wolves' attacks, Luffy gradually began to sense their movements. In this particular instance, his newfound listening ability had reached a pivotal stage. Luffy could now keenly perceive movements from all directions, even beyond his field of vision. With a snap, Luffy dispatched the last alpha wolf to the ground, eliciting an unwilling howl. Battle experience gained, 100. Fruit proficiency increased, 100. Hockey prototype experience gained, 100. With hockey prototype reaching the standard, observation hockey practice begins. With hockey prototype reaching the standard, armament hockey practice begins. Invisible cues materialized above Luffy's head. Flutter, flutter. Before Luffy could catch his breath, the distinct sound of wings flapping filled his ears. Damn it, it's happening again. Turning his gaze toward a nearby cave, Luffy spotted a swarm of menacing bat-like creatures. These creatures were as large as roosters, boasting razor-sharp claws and outrageously long fangs. What made them particularly fearsome was their sheer number. A horde of no less than 300 bats soared overhead. By his 12th return to the deserted island, Luffy had mastered dealing with the wild wolf population. However, facing these bat-like creatures was an entirely different ordeal. Until his last visit, Luffy had only managed to escape with numerous bruises. Unlike wolves limited to ground attacks, these big bats could strike from the air without constraint. Moreover, due to their physique, their flight produced far less audible noise compared to the wild wolves. Had it not been for Luffy's increasing hockey experience, he wouldn't have detected the faint sounds of thump, thump, thump as the large bat flew by just now. The highest count was 42, wonder if I can surpass 50 this time, Luffy muttered to himself. Jumping down from the boulder, he dashed into the woods. Engaging a large swarm of bats out in the open equated to suicide. In the cover of the forest, Luffy leveraged the terrain to confront the menacing flock of big bats. Gomu Gomu no baseball hit. Luffy's arm, wielding a tree trunk, extended abruptly, swiftly dispatching one of the bats. This method had proven effective for Luffy after numerous encounters. Attacking with a fist inevitably risked exposure to the bat's venomous fangs. Once bitten, paralysis was a certainty. By utilizing tools, Luffy circumvented this peril. Battle experience gained, 100. Fruit proficiency increased, 100. Observation Haki experience gained, 100. Unbeknownst to him, Luffy instinctively tapped into his observation Haki. Taking on groups of big bats, Luffy dealt with them one by one, only to face a swarm upon their departure. Whoosh! His other arm swiftly latched onto distant trees, allowing him to retract out of the big bat's attacking range. Two aggressive bats competed with Luffy, hurtling toward him at speed. Emerging from behind a tree, Luffy's arm struck each bat swiftly at the back of their heads. Phew! Fourth. Phew! Fifth. Continuously in motion, Luffy evaded and struck, methodically eliminating the big bats one after another. After dispatching more than 40, a crimson glint appeared in the bats' eyes, triggering a frenzied state. Their speed surged, and they no longer acted solo but amassed, launching coordinated assaults from all sides. Phew! Luffy countered those charging at him. In the past, this would lead to Luffy being overwhelmed by the bat swarm. However, today was different. After incapacitating the bats before him, Luffy keenly discerned the sounds of every bat around him left, right, above, below, and behind. With this acute auditory sense, Luffy could precisely pinpoint each bat's spatial position. Bolstered by this newfound listening power, Luffy's confidence soared. Phew! 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 Wow, haha! I've become even stronger. Chapter 27. Inside the cabin, in Nickpin's studio. I've completed another manga, and my attribute points should see a significant increase, Nickpin remarked, setting down his paintbrush and stretching. Throughout the process of creating manga, both speed and defense attribute points steadily rose. Upon completing a manga, there was always a substantial surge in these attribute points. Curious, Nickpin accessed the system interface to verify. Indeed. The speed attribute value surged by over 300 points, and the defense attribute value ascended by more than 500 points. A satisfying boost. However, Nickpin noticed a change in the integral value beneath the attribute points. Until he met Luffy, this value had remained at 0. Just a few days ago, it had progressed from 0 to 1. And now, it had advanced again, from 1 to 2. According to the annotations next to the points, upon accumulating 10, one could exchange them for treasures. What triggers this point increase? If my routine hasn't changed since joining the Straw Hat Pirates, drawing manga every day. Could it be that a particularly exceptional manga grants immediate points? Glancing at the recently finished biography of Zaraki Kenpachi, Nickpin speculated randomly. Forget it, I've decided to take it easy, so let the points increase if they wish, it doesn't bother me if they don't. After pondering for a while, Nickpin couldn't find an answer, deciding not to waste his mental energy on such matters. Anyway, the Straw Hat Pirates had his back. Nickpin would undoubtedly survive until the story's conclusion. Gulyalu. His stomach growled in protest. Glancing at the time, Nickpin realized it was already dinner time. Upon opening the door, the aroma of barbecue wafted in. Wow, that smells amazing. Out on the deck, Luffy and Zoro were grilling an unknown sea creature over the fire. Hey, Nickpin, you're just in time. We've just finished grilling this big fish. Stop. Witnessing the scene, Nickpin swiftly intervened, swiftly moving in front of Luffy, seizing his hand to prevent him from grabbing the food, expressing clear disdain. Picking your nose while cooking is not a good habit, Nickpin reprimanded firmly. That's right. I've been telling him that for ages. But he never listens. However, upon hearing Zoro's words, Nickpin's expression turned grave. What? Did you just do that? He asked, his tone filled with disbelief. Luffy affirmed innocently, his expression seemingly harmless. Swish. At that moment, Zoro swiftly used his blade to cleave the large grilled fish into two halves. Alright, this half is far from the handle part, it's safe, Nick Pin, let's share this, Zoro suggested, offering more than half of the grilled fish to Nick Pin. You two are quite the pair, Nick Pin remarked dryly. Disappointed, Luffy shrugged and seized the remaining half of the fish, absent-mindedly continuing to pick his nose while eating. Meanwhile, Nick Pin brought two pots, and Zoro deftly sliced the fish into several generous portions, dropping them into the pots. Let me warn you, keep an eye on Luffy while cooking, he might just pick his nose again, so you better use your sword on him. Nick Pin joked while enjoying the grilled fish. Admittedly, the fish in the One Piece world tasted exceptionally good. The tender and flavorful meat was a delight even without seasoning. Zoro tore off a sizable portion and indulged in its savory taste, relishing the meal. By the way, Nick Pin, your speed is incredible. Is it a physical technique? This marked the first time Zoro had witnessed Nick Pin's remarkable swiftness. He believed that even his current mentor, Sasaki Kojiro, couldn't match Nick Pin's speed. Unbeknownst to Zoro, Nick Pin's earlier rapid appearance in front of Luffy was not at his full speed but merely a spontaneous movement far from teleportation. Meanwhile, Luffy joined the conversation, recalling, yeah, when you slapped the Marine captain in Shell's town, your speed was mind-blowing. Why didn't you ask about it then? Zoro wondered. Luffy blinked innocently, replying, I forgot. Then, Luffy turned to Nick Pin and queried, is this speed also a skill from the manga fruit? Manga fruit? Nick Pin was taken aback. How did I become a manga fruit user? Upon contemplation, Nick Pin realized his exceptional manga drawing skills might be mistaken for a fruit ability. Well, I'll embrace that title then, Nick Pin chuckled to himself. If anyone asks, I'm the manga fruit user. As for why he lacked typical fruit abilities, Nick Pin explained, it's straightforward, my abilities are solely focused on crafting storylines. However, when it came to his speed, Nick Pin didn't attribute it to the fruit ability. No, this is my inherent talent, it's not just speed, my defense is also incredibly robust. Nick Pin clarified proudly. It's an immensely powerful talent. Zoro couldn't help but show his envy. With that speed, just a bit of training could make you a formidable swordsman right from the start. So, in the future fights, can I use you as a shield? Luffy's peculiar brain circuits led to an unusual request, always diverging from typical conversations. Why do you have to be so offbeat? Nick Pin jokingly chided Luffy, lightly tapping him on the head. However, amid the jest, a fleeting thought crossed Nick Pin's mind. Should I entertain this idea? But he quickly dismissed it. He couldn't allow Luffy to transform into a skill. If it became an established tactic, Luffy would end up using it regularly in battles. Yeah, you're really incorrigible. Zoro chimed in, taking the opportunity to tease Luffy. Luffy scratched his head, seemingly pondering his words. Am I in the wrong here? After a while, the trio indulged in food and drink until they were content. I'm stuffed. Luffy exclaimed as he rose, stretching his arms and gazing out at the distant sea. Hey! There's a body floating in the sea. The unexpected exclamation left them all surprised, the discovery looming in the distance, inviting further intrigue. Chapter 28. Nick Pin and Zoro stood up, both observing a small sailboat drifting on the sea. The boat's sails were lowered, and it floated along the waves without any or movement. A young girl lay motionless on the boat, clearly deceased. However, Nick Pin noticed the distinct tattoo of the Arlong pirates on the girl's arm, mark identifying her as a member of the notorious pirate crew. Luffy glanced down at the drifting boat, expressing sympathy. Such a young woman meeting her end at sea, it's truly unfortunate. Zoro nodded in agreement. Seems like she might have lost her way at sea, dying out here is really tough luck. Meanwhile, on the boat below, Nami overheard their conversation and was visibly irritated, her frustration evident. You two idiots. I'm not dead. As an accomplished navigator, Nami had mastered the art of sailing in the East Blue with ease. She often set out with a small boat and returned with bountiful treasures. But Luffy, unaware that it was Nami, leaned over the railing, resting his chin on his arms, and suggested, should we rescue her and take a look? No, no. She's already deceased, there's no reason to bring her body up. Ah, yeah. Luffy suddenly realized and nodded in agreement. That's true, otherwise, it'll start to smell tomorrow. Puff. Amidst the conversation, Nickpin struggled to contain his laughter. But at that moment, he couldn't suppress it any longer. Nami was on the verge of a meltdown. Ah! She feigned a slight movement and let out a weak moan. Hey! Zoro turned, surprised. She's still breathing. Yeah, seems like it, Luffy affirmed, calling out. Hey, are you okay? Foolish. Do they really need to ask again? Nami seethed with frustration. Why did she have to deal with such uncooperative individuals? Struggling to lift her head, she weakly pleaded, help, please, water, if you can, some bread, I'm starving. Weakly pointing to a nearby large treasure chest, she added, I'll pay you as much as you want, please, help. Without hesitation, Luffy extended his arms, grasped hers, and swiftly pulled her onto the boat. Hey! Nami was momentarily stunned before realizing she was already aboard the boat. She gazed at Luffy, a hint of horror in her expression. Your arms stretched. I've got the powers of the rubber fruit. Look! Luffy beamed, demonstrating his rubber fruit ability by stretching his arms toward the sea and sky. Oh, I see, Nami sighed, feeling a bit disappointed. Her original plan had been for the others to notice the large treasure chest on her ship and rush to grab it. Meanwhile, she'd sneak onto their vessel and sail away. However, she hadn't expected them to haul her onto their boat without leaving theirs. Her mind raced as she sought another solution. Can you secure my boat to yours? I'll leave once I've rested, Nami requested. Sure thing, Zoro gripped the railing, leaped off, and landed with a swift motion. Securing the boats required teamwork. Zoro signaled to Luffy, come help me out. Sure thing. Luffy followed suit, leaping down to join Zoro. Together, they secured the small boat to the larger one. That's 2 down, 1 more to go, Nami thought, pondering her next move. Turning to Nickpin, she appealed, please, can you help me bring that treasure chest aboard? Nami suggested, hoping to appeal to Nickpin's sympathy. If Nickpin hadn't read the original manga, he might have fallen for Nami's plea. He shrugged and smiled, no, they've secured the boats, so bring your treasure chest up yourself. Wait, can't be fooled, Nami hesitated for a moment, strategizing her next move. After pondering for a while, she proposed, the waves seem a bit rough, I don't think those two can handle it alone, how about you go and assist your companions? Nickpin responded with a smile, not necessary, you may not know them well, while they may be a bit dim-witted, they're incredibly strong and resilient, this kind of physical labor is right up their alley. Nickpin understood Nami's intentions but respected her principles and challenges. On one hand, he needed to gather funds to save an entire village, and on the other, he admired Nami's strict adherence to stealing only from corrupt individuals. Such a principled individual was rare. Sensibly steering the conversation away from the impending tension, Nickpin offered, let's set this aside for now, you've been hungry for quite some time, how about having something to eat? The enticing aroma of the food reached Nami's senses, making her realize her genuine hunger. Though her weakness was feigned, her hunger was genuine. But how could she resist when faced with such delicious food? Thank you, Nami expressed gratitude as she received a grilled fish from Nickpin, feeling a twinge of appreciation. However, her gratitude lasted for a mere 2 seconds before her instincts kicked in. Pirates are never kind, she reminded herself. He's probably after something pretending to care before launching an attack, despite his pleasant appearance, he's a pirate, he must be up to no good. Swiftly dismissing the fleeting sentiment, Nami grabbed a piece of grilled fish and swiftly took a bite, refocusing her thoughts. Chapter 29. Got it. With a firm grip, 2 rubber palms clutched the railing as Luffy gracefully landed on the deck. And me too. Zoro's voice called from below. Right, Luffy acknowledged. Swiftly, Luffy's elongated arms reached down, pulling Zoro onto the deck alongside him. This treasure chest is yours, place it here and remember to take it when you leave, Zoro instructed, putting the chest near the railing. Inspecting the chest, Luffy remarked, setting off to sea alone without food but carrying a treasure chest, seems like you're obsessed with money. Ahem, Nami nearly choked on a piece of grilled fish, taken aback by Luffy's astute observation. You scoundrel, how did you figure that out so accurately? In truth, the chest had been stolen by Nami, but it only contained some tattered clothes, leaving her disappointed. When she witnessed Zoro bringing up the chest, she felt a twinge of unease. She had promised earlier to exchange the treasure for food with the trio. If they discovered the chest held no food, what might they do? However, Nami sensed something different now. She felt the three individuals before her showed no interest in her treasure chest. Even the green-haired man kindly reminded her not to forget it when she departed. Are they truly pirates? Wait, you don't plan to take my treasure? Nami asked cautiously, her doubts deepening. Absolutely, here's a revised version. Just a little effort, no need for payment, Nickpin confidently stated. It wasn't any trouble for us, Zoro added. Besides, we have money of our own, why would we take yours? Nami Seiya's nearly transformed into Bailey's shapes upon hearing Zoro's statement. Are you rich? Nami asked, her excitement palpable. Yeah, Luffy confirmed, agreeing on their wealth. Earlier in Shell's town, Captain Morgan had been defeated. Following Nickpin's advice, they distributed all the wealth Morgan had amassed over the years, including the treasures seized from captured pirates. This totaled more than 100 million Baileys. That sounds about right, we should have more than 100 million Baileys, Zoro admitted honestly. Nickpin felt exasperated at this revelation. Great, just after inadvertently revealing that we are wealthy, we're now disclosing our family background. Zoro, why did you have to say that? He speculated that Nami might already be scheming on how to pilfer the money. Fortunately, the money was under his protection, so he wasn't concerned about potential theft. Great. Really great. What's so great? Zoro asked, puzzled by Nami's inexplicable reaction. Oh, I meant it's nice to have wealth, Nami hastily corrected herself. You guys chat, I'm going to read some mangas, Luffy declared. After the meal and some exercise, he was eager to continue his adventures in the Akame Kill world. With 3 chances left today, he aimed to use them all. Seeing Luffy's enthusiasm, Zoro, in his training under Sasaki Kojiro, was equally driven. He wished he could spend every waking moment splitting wooden golem steaks. If I wasn't hungry and needed food, I'd live inside the mangas, Zoro remarked before joining Luffy. Left alone on the deck, Nickpin and Nami remained. These two are, Nickpin mused, realizing the alluring appeal of the manga he creates. You can help yourself to these grilled fish first if it's not enough, there are ingredients in the kitchen, Nickpin assured Nami. Nickpin knew he didn't need to worry too much about Nami. She might have her eye on their money at most but wasn't the type to harm them. As for recruiting Nami, Nickpin wasn't in a rush. Luffy hadn't yet discovered Nami's sailing talent, but once he did, Nami would be roped in. Then, a few hour-long dungeon challenges would seal the deal. In any case, just go with the flow, and everything will fall into place. Hey, are you leaving too? Nami suddenly grew suspicious, realizing that none of the other pirates she tricked ever paid attention to her. However, these 3 pirates in front of her were so skilled that they didn't even spare her a glance. Could it be that I'm not good enough, Nami wondered. Especially Nickpin, who exuded a sunny and handsome demeanor. If only he would cast his colorful gaze her way. With this realization, Nami felt a surge of discontent. Wait a moment. Anything else? This marked the first time Nami took such an assertive approach to taunting. She had spoken, yet her heart raced. Damn it, why do I have to go to such lengths? Let's see if you won't surrender this time. However, Nickpin merely shrugged and casually remarked, remember to wash the dishes after eating. With that, he headed straight for the hatch. Ah. Nami was left dumbfounded, her mouth slightly agape. You, being so handsome, don't you have any sympathy? It's truly exasperating. Damn it. Ignoring such a beautiful woman before you, are you even a man? Stamping her little feet in anger, Nami fiercely shoved a large piece of grilled fish into her mouth, silver teeth biting down aggressively. She muttered fiercely to Nickpin's retreating figure, "Humph, I'll make you pay." Chapter 30. Nami devoured half of the grilled fish left by Nickpin. As she washed the dishes, she absent-mindedly drew circles on them while expressing her frustrations with curses directed at Nickpin. After completing these chores, Nami pondered her next move. Should she wait until the next island to disembark, or? Lost in thought, Nami unconsciously made her way to the foredeck. No, why am I feeling compassion? They're pirates. The 100 million belly can't be earned through farming and selling good. These three guys plundered so much money. This money, Nami, want it. The more she contemplated, the more excited she became. Nami enthusiastically waved her small fist. Just as she finished speaking, something caught her eye from the corner, causing her to freeze. Slowly turning her head to the right, she spotted Luffy sitting there, engrossed in reading mangas. What? It's over, it's over, it's over. He must have heard what I just said, right? Why hasn't he reacted? Nami stood there with a guilty conscience, not daring to move. After a while, she didn't receive any reaction from Luffy, so she cautiously looked his way again. Huh. He's still immersed in reading mangas. Could it be, he didn't hear what I said to myself? With this in mind, Nami decided to test it out. Approaching Luffy, she pretended to be curious and asked, "Hey, Straw Hat Kid, what are you looking at?" Luffy, deeply absorbed in the manga world, didn't respond to Nami. It's so fascinating to watch. Observing Luffy's obliviousness, Nami felt a wave of relief. She then scanned the foredeck and found Zoro sitting on the mast, also engrossed in mangas. Strange. Since when did pirates start reading mangas? Nami shook her head, unable to comprehend. That's it. They're so engrossed in mangas, it's the perfect time for me to steal, bring justice to the sky. Perfect. These two fools are really a great match. Sneaking off the foredeck, Nami discreetly slipped into the cabin. Apart from her, there were only 3 people on board. With both of them outside. As long as she avoided Nick Pin, the whole ship would be exposed like a girl without clothes, and there would be no way to stop Nami. As a seasoned thief, Nami moved swiftly, searching from room to room. Stepping out of a door, Nami retraced her steps. Peeking through the crack of the door, she immediately saw a figure that irked her to the core. I never expected someone like him to be a mangaka. Observing Nick Pin engrossed in drawing manga, Nami felt a strange mix of emotions. It suddenly dawned on her that Luffy and Zoro were currently reading mangas, so were they fans of Nick Pin? Unexpectedly, he's so talented. She couldn't help but appreciate the attractiveness of a man focused on his craft. Especially someone as handsome and sunny as Nick Pin. When he concentrated, he was incredibly appealing. What am I thinking? I'm a thief. It's disrespectful to think about other things while in the midst of stealing. After some stern self-criticism, Nami averted her gaze. A quick glance revealed that there was no place to hide money in the studio, and the treasure wasn't there. Leaving the corridor, Nami continued her journey deeper into the cabin. Passing through a door, she entered what appeared to be a living area. Luffy, Zoro, Nick Pin. Nami looked at the nameplates on the doors of the rooms ahead and couldn't help but smile. With only 3 people on board, did they really need nameplates on their doors in such a small space? In her heart, Nami silently cursed, finding these 3 people rather peculiar. However, if she knew the nameplates were genuinely posted because someone might get lost, she would likely be astonished. She began her search in Luffy's room, only to find nothing of interest. Zoro's room, on the other hand, revealed its secrets at a glance. Finally, she arrived at Nick Pin's room. Upon entering, her gaze instinctively swept to the corner, where 3 large treasure chests were neatly arranged. It's actually hidden here. Filled with anticipation, she swiftly approached the first treasure chest and forcefully manipulated the lock spring. As the lid opened, a cascade of items spilled out with a crash. What is this? Her eyes fixated on the falling objects, unable to look away. Belly. Stacks of bundled belly. Her heart raced. Nami. With her extensive experience in acquiring wealth, she could tell at a glance that there were at least 1,000,000 belly in these high-denomination bundles. This was just a glimpse through a gap in the lid, and nearly 1,000,000 belly had already tumbled out. What awaited within these 3 treasure chests? Nami's heart pounded wildly. The next moment, the first chest swung open completely. Hiss. Nami, who had stolen tens of millions of belly before, couldn't help but gasp at this revelation. Opening the second treasure chest. Hiss. I took another sharp breath. The third. Hiss. She still couldn't believe it. After taking 3 breaths, Nami found herself in a daze. Was this a dream? She pinched her thigh hard. What? The sharp pain confirmed that it wasn't a dream. Enough. Enough. The joy of happiness spread across her little face irresistibly. Nami threw herself directly onto the pile of belly, feeling their warmth with her heart. With this money, the promised 100 million belly for Arlong would surely be collected. Folks in Kokoyashi village, wait for me. I will rescue you from the shadow of fishmen suppression. After indulging in the belly, Nami suddenly snapped back to reality. Ah! I almost got carried away, I have to get these belly away before they find out. On her slender arms, the beautiful lines were visible under the strain. However, she had never stolen such a large sum at once, and for the first time, she realized how heavy the money was. Even with all her strength, she could only move the first treasure chest less than a foot. But Nami was not one to give up. This money carried the hope of the entire Kokoyashi village. Now that it was within reach, she wouldn't give up no matter what. Shaking her sore arms, she took a deep breath and grabbed the handle again. Just as she was about to exert force, another very handsome man's palm landed on the handle of the treasure chest. Do you need help? The voice was so pleasant that it warmed Nami's heart. She responded instinctively. Yeah. Chapter 31. Thank you so much for helping me, Nami expressed gratitude, genuinely happy for the assistance. But just as she spoke, a sudden realization hit her, prompting her to turn around. In her field of vision, a handsome, sunny face appeared, making Nami's teeth itch with hatred. What? Her guilty conscience betrayed her. Nami turned her head and met Nickpin's eyes, letting out a shocked scream as she landed on the treasure chest behind her. Damn bastard! Why did he sneak up like a demon and scare her to death? Nickpin looked into Nami's eyes, shifted his gaze down, and finally settled on her pair of long skirts. Not bad, they are long and fair, a pair of good legs, he praised without hesitation. You, what are you doing? Being scrutinized by Nickpin in this manner, Nami felt a genuine unease. Despite her time wandering the seas, she was not a frivolous person. Even in the presence of the sunny and handsome Nickpin, Nami would, at most, stir up girlish feelings but would never allow her innocence to be tarnished. Facing Nami's discomfort, Nickpin suddenly adopted a mischievous demeanor. He rubbed his chin, returned his eyes to Nami's face with keen interest, and said with a smile. According to pirate customs, shouldn't I just pounce on you right now and teach you how to be a woman? You, how dare you? Nami instinctively recoiled, her little hand reflexively covering her heart, while the other was hidden behind her back. Wow! Such a lovely and pitiful girl, if I don't pounce on her, then I won't be living up to my pirate reputation. Hey. Nickpin's sudden caught Nami off guard. It seemed as if Nickpin had effortlessly seen through her facade, and for the first time, genuine tension crept onto Nami's face. This man was too smart. Okay, no need to pretend, you're the famous little thief of East Blue. How can you freeze up in a situation like this? Is there something in that hand? I hope it's not a murder weapon. Nickpin's words elicited a surprised expression on Nami's pretty cheeks. Swiftly, she adjusted her demeanor, offering a soft grin. Caught by you. But, I'm not thinking of killing anyone, I just want you, a big villain who doesn't know sympathy, to get a good night's sleep, just sleep. As she spoke, Nami's hidden hand flicked forward, releasing a handful of red sleep powder towards Nickpin. Achoo! Nickpin coincidentally sneezed, blowing all the powder back towards Nami. What? Faced with the unexpected turn, Nami exclaimed. However, she had unwittingly inhaled all the sleep powder. You can, lifting her arm, just as Nami's fingers were about to lift up, she suddenly swayed and passed out with a soft hum. Can I? The method of elimination must not be hateful, other things are optional. With wishful thinking, Nickpin gazed at Nami's face smeared with sleep powder. Then, acting like a gentleman, he wiped off the powder. When you're in danger, you just use sleep powder, you really are a cute little thief, he remarked with a gentle smile. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was almost time to rest. Time flew, and the next morning arrived. Nami's slender body frowned slightly, and she let out a hum. Slowly opening her eyes, she rubbed her dizzy head with her hands. Turning her head, she saw that underneath her was belly. Hey! Only then did she realize that she was still in the same position as when she passed out, lying on top of the money the entire time. She looked inside the box, and more than 100 million belly were still there. And many more. Suddenly, Nami thought of something terrible. She quickly opened her collar and checked inside, then reached out and tugged at her shorts. After a careful inspection, Nami let out a long sigh of relief. But then, she turned her head, saw Nickpin sleeping soundly on the bed. Nanny. Nami seriously had to question life. I'm lying here, a flowery girl, and this annoying guy didn't lay a finger on me. She didn't want him to do anything, but the fact that he didn't do anything when she didn't resist left Nami feeling unconvinced. Why didn't he act, and the opportunity was right in front of him? Is it really that I, Nami, am unattractive? I can't be that bad. She's furious. Immediately, Nami hopped down from the treasure chest, intending to give Nickpin a piece of her mind. However, her movements seemed a bit too loud, causing Nickpin to turn over and leisurely open his eyes. Oh. Are you awake? Sitting up from the bed, Nickpin rubbed his sleepy eyes. He checked the time, realizing it was time to get up. Seeing Nickpin's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Nami's anger. Barefoot and without even putting on her shoes, she rushed up to Nickpin and questioned. You didn't take the opportunity to touch me yesterday. What do you mean? Could it be that you still want me to do something about you? Ah, no. Nami realized she had asked an outrageous question, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She quickly changed the subject. You hateful guy, you sleep on the bed by yourself, but let me, a weak girl, sleep on money, it's too hateful. First, sleeping on more than 100 million belly is something that no one else dares to dream about. I let you sleep for one night for free, are you not happy? Nickpin responded calmly. Second, this is my room, if I don't sleep on the bed, where should I sleep? While speaking, Nickpin walked to the cabinet next to him, opened the door, took out powdered milk, picked up the kettle, and made a cup of warm milk. Then he walked up to Nami with the cup of warm milk. Nami was secretly delighted. Making hot milk for others is such a heartwarming gesture. But her joy lasted only a second, because the next moment, Nickpin took a sip of hot milk and continued to criticize the girl in front of him. It's you, we rescued you from the sea with good intentions, and you want to steal our money? Tell me, is this something people do? Nami had initially intended to complain about Nickpin not treating her well, but her cheeks turned red when faced with his serious questioning. Chapter 32. Thinking about stealing their money when someone saves me, that's really not something people do. As Nickpin continued to criticize her, Nami began to feel flushed. In the early morning at sea, the temperature was very low. Even inside the cabin, it was chilly. Caught in a moral dilemma, Nami, unsure whether it was guilt or the cold air, couldn't help but shiver. Unable to face Nickpin's question directly, she deftly shifted the topic to him. In such cold weather, if you let a girl lie down like this all night and don't cover her with a blanket, aren't you afraid she'll catch a cold? Nickpin smiled lightly. What a cunning little thief, skillfully changing the subject. He could see that Nami had been lying there all night, and the cold was indeed seeping into her body. After a moment of thought, he handed the milk to her. Let's drink some hot milk first. Hey, this is what you drank just now. Nami exclaimed, eyes widening. Yesterday, you made people eat your leftover grilled fish, and today you want them to drink your leftover milk. When did I, Nami, ever deserve such a thing? Nickpin raised an eyebrow, contemplating withdrawing the milk. Oh, forget it, he sighed. No, I want it. Nami quickly took it, not letting him change his mind. If I'm not really hungry and cold, I wouldn't want to drink what you left. Aggrieved and complaining, Nami gulped down the hot milk. Perhaps due to genuine hunger and cold, she drank too quickly, causing milk to overflow from the corner of her mouth, tracing down her fair neck. Wiping the milk away, Nami handed the cup to Nickpin, saying, more. You drink so crisply, aren't you afraid that I'll poison it? Nickpin teased, a playful glint in his eyes. Why be afraid? If you wanted to harm me, you could have done it while I was asleep, why bother now? Oh. From this perspective, your evaluation of me isn't bad. Nami pouted slightly, giving him a blank look. Still curious, she asked. What kind of person are you? In that situation last night, you didn't touch anyone, you're really strange. Could it be that I, Nami, am not attractive? Impossible. While she was relieved to still have her perfect body, she wanted to find out if the other party was looking down on her. Nickpin was also speechless, shrugging. You seem to want me to do something to you. Huh? Nami blushed immediately, saying angrily. What? I just. After a moment's thought, she realized how strange her question was. I just think your behavior is too unlike a pirate. So I'm curious. This is the first time I've been in such a passive situation after being a thief for so long. I was scared to death, but now that you're like this, I really don't know whether I should be afraid. Blaming Nickpin, yet subtly showing her innocence. Well. With a faint smile on his handsome face, Nickpin was silent for a moment and then said, Don't you want to be glad that you met me this time? Yeah, if it were another pirate, I'd be finished. Pirates in the sea are vicious, one worse than the other. Even now, Nami still has lingering fears. Okay, it's almost time for me to draw mangas, I have to go to the studio. If you still want milk, you can make it yourself. By the way, don't forget to wash my cup. Nickpin glanced at the clock on the wall. Hey! Seeing that Nickpin was about to leave, Nami suddenly yelled. What? Nickpin asked while folding the blanket. Nami rushed behind Nickpin. You can't leave, I have a question and I must ask it clearly. Ask. Nickpin put the blanket and pillow away together without looking up. You saved me, but I wanted to steal your money. According to common sense, if you caught me, even if you didn't do anything to me, you would beat me, scold me, or even kill me. But why? Not only did you not do this, but you didn't even blame me at all. Why is that? This doubt had been lingering in Nami's heart, and she wouldn't feel well if she didn't ask it clearly. It was like a child who had made a mistake, ready to accept punishment from their father at any time. But her father never mentioned the punishment, leaving Nami's heart hanging in suspense. Only those who have experienced this feeling know how uncomfortable it can be. Hearing Nami's question, Nickpin stood up and turned to look at her behind him. Nami also looked at Nickpin, awaiting his answer. However, instead of answering, Nickpin just gazed into Nami's eyes. Feeling Nickpin's unscrupulous gaze, Nami felt at a loss. Nickpin smiled and said, Why don't you tell me first, why does a beautiful girl like you want to be a villain that everyone hates? A pretty girl, I'll just say it. How could I, Nami, not attract him? Looks like this guy has a good eye. What are you thinking about? Nickpin wondered as he observed Nami's strange expression. Nami woke up from her wild thoughts but met Nickpin's close gaze, feeling suddenly guilty. Me? She faltered, her mind going blank. For Nickpin's question, she could have easily made up a lie to deal with it. However, at this moment, she found that she couldn't organize any lies in her mind. More importantly, there was a voice in her heart telling herself that she didn't want to deceive Nickpin. The secret is a secret, but if there's someone to confide in, wouldn't that be a kind of happiness? After a fierce internal struggle, Nami took a deep breath, raised her head, met Nickpin's gaze, and lightly parted her red lips. If I tell you that I actually stole money to save many, many people, do you believe it? After speaking, Nami's petite heart became uneasy. This was a secret she had always kept. But when this secret is told, the logic is outrageous. She was afraid 100 out of 100 people wouldn't believe it. I believe you, Nickpin answered without hesitation. Huh? Do you believe it? She couldn't comprehend why Nickpin would choose to believe her without hesitation. Was it because of her appearance? If so, then she received that from Nickpin just last night. Do you really believe it? I'm just a little thief. I believe you, Nickpin answered firmly once again. He smiled, placing his hand on Nami's fragrant shoulder, and spoke in a gentle voice. You know what? Everyone can lie, but a person's eyes can't lie. I saw honesty in your eyes when you spoke. The slender palm covered the reddening face, and Nami's eyes turned red in an instant. Since the Arlong pirates occupied Kokoyashi village, her life had been shrouded in shadows. Nami bore the infamy alone, facing accusations and incomprehension from everyone. For years, she had only cried in secret during the dead of night to release the inner grievance and pain. No one believed her, and no one understood her. But at this moment, the handsome and sunny man in front of her, though they had just met, chose to believe her without hesitation, simply by seeing the honesty in her eyes. For Nami, who had experienced so much suffering, Nickpin's words were like a ray of sunshine in stormy weather, breaking through the clouds and mist, reaching directly to Nami's heart. It brought her a warmth she had never experienced before. All the way, Nami had felt wronged, too wronged. Now, she suddenly received a care and trust she didn't dare to expect at ordinary times. All the grievances and pain accumulated in her heart were released at once. Wow! She opened her arms, throwing herself into Nickpin's embrace, burying her face on his shoulders. Tears gushed out like a fountain. Her weak body trembled non-stop, and at this moment, Nami forgot about everything: the Arlong pirates, Kokoyashi village, Nojiko, Belmere, Belly. None of it mattered anymore. She just wanted to cry. Chapter 33. Up until this point, I've been part of the Arlong pirates for 8 years. Sitting side by side on the bed, Nami shared her story with Nickpin. As she poured out her heart, Nami felt a sense of liberation like never before. In the midst of her narrative, Nami suddenly mimicked the motion of a cat's claw with her small fist, saying in an endearing manner, "So, even though I'm a thief, I've never stolen money from ordinary people." Nickpin smiled and asked, "So, you wanted to steal our money because we're pirates?" "Exactly. Pirates are considered bad people, so stealing from them is considered a good deed." Upon hearing this, Nickpin disagreed. "I don't agree with what you said. Who said all pirates are bad guys? Of course. Where can there be good people among pirates? Especially those vicious fishmen and pirates who brought disaster to my hometown." As Nami said this, she thought of the deceased Belmere, and her eyes turned red again. "What about me?" Nickpin pointed to himself. "If pirates don't have good people, am I not a pirate?" "Not counting," Nami replied without hesitation. "Why?" Nickpin shrugged, gesturing for Nami to explain. Nami pointed to the corner of the room. "Those money, there are more than 100 million, didn't you snatch them from the civilians along the way?" "Of course not." Nickpin shook his head. "These are all the stolen funds that Captain Morgan, the captain of the marine base in Shell's Town, has seized from captured pirates over the years." "Marines?" Nami exclaimed. "Wait, you said Morgan." Hearing the name clearly, Nami looked surprised. "How could that guy, who is called the taboo of Shell's Town, give you the stolen money? It seems you know of his notoriety." "Yes, he committed numerous atrocities in Shell's Town, killing innocent people. Luffy and I went to rescue Zoro and defeated him. The Marines and civilians there were liberated. We then distributed the stolen money from the civilians back to them, while the money seized from the pirates was taken by us." Nickpin explained. "You actually defeated Morgan?" After hearing Nickpin's words, Nami opened her mouth in even greater shock. Nickpin nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, it's not a secret. The East Blues news agency should have published this matter in the newspapers soon, then you'll see that what I said is true." "Oh, no, I didn't doubt you. I was just taken aback." For a man who believes so much in himself, how could Nami doubt him? Moreover, Nami was thrilled to discover at the Baileys in Nickpin's room were just stolen money from pirates. Sure enough. I was right about him. You guys are amazing." Nami gave a thumbs up, with envy and admiration in her eyes. "If they can help me, no." As soon as the idea of asking Nickpin for help entered her mind, Nami immediately dismissed it. Although Morgan is powerful, he is far behind the Arlong pirates. If the Marines were effective, how could the Arlong pirates have been a threat to the Jumeda Islands for so many years? They defeated Captain Morgan, but the Fishmans are 10 times stronger than humans. If they ventured to the other side's Arlong, wouldn't that be suicidal? No. Nami resolutely rejected the idea of seeking help. And she had her own plan, and she could redeem the village sooner or later. Nami's heart skipped a beat as her gaze inadvertently landed on the treasure chest full of Baileys. Correct. If she could borrow money from Nickpin, then. Thinking of this, though Nami couldn't admit it, for the sake of the village, she still blushed and spoke. "Nickpin, can you lend me some money?" After saying this, Nami quickly lowered her head. She knew it was abrupt, and the other party had no obligation to lend it to her. Even when she wanted to steal money before, she wouldn't complain if Nickpin refused her. "Is it to redeem the village?" "Yes, I've saved a lot, but I'm still short of 40 million berries. I know it's a substantial amount, but trust me, I'll definitely pay you back." Discussing matters like borrowing money is always challenging. Perhaps worried that Nickpin might not agree, Nami hastily added, "Don't worry, I won't run away. If I can't pay it back, I'll work for you my entire life." Work for a living? Impossible. Impossible in a lifetime. You are a crew of our Straw Hat pirates. Nickpin shook his head. It's not impossible to borrow money. Nami's heart sank. Really? How could anyone be willing to lend such a large sum of money? But just a second after her disappointment, Nickpin's hand fell on her shoulder. But, the matter of the Arlong pirates is on us. Ah. About the Arlong pirates. No, 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 no. Not only did Nami not feel joy, but her face tensed. She refused outright. If you don't want to lend money, I have no complaints, but you really shouldn't get involved with the Arlong pirates. Are you worried that we can't handle the Arlong pirates? It was evident that Nami wasn't trying to protect the Arlong pirates but lacked awareness of the Straw Hat pirates' current strength. This girl didn't want them to send her to her death. Even though you defeated Morgan, you don't understand the power of fishmen's at all. Their physique is more than 10 times that of humans. If you encounter them, you'll surely be killed by them. Nami didn't hold back, informing Nickpin directly and warning him not to be overconfident. You don't need to worry about this, I've heard about those guys from the Arlong pirates, we can handle it completely. At this point, Nickpin wasn't concerned. Even in the original plot, as long as the Straw Hats remained the same, they could defeat the Arlong pirates. And now? Our captain has already activated the third gear. How many rotten fish and shrimps do you think can pose a threat to us? To put it bluntly, they're not even worth fitting between our teeth. I won't listen. You don't understand fishmen's at all. Anyway, I don't need your help with my affairs. I can make enough money by saving up slowly. No matter what you say, I won't agree. How could I watch you go to your death? Seeing Nami's insistence, Nickpin was genuinely moved. Despite the flawed approach, Nami was genuinely concerned about the members of their Straw Hat pirates. After a moment of contemplation, Nickpin decided not to argue further. If Nami wanted to use money to solve the problem, then so be it. In the end, they would realize that money alone couldn't resolve the issue with the Arlong pirates. They would ultimately rely on their fists. Okay. Then I will lend you the money. No, 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 Nami thought Nickpin was going to insist on confronting the Arlong pirates. However, as she was about to refuse, she sensed something was amiss. Really, really? After a moment's reflection, Nami felt that asking for money in such a situation might be a moral burden. She pursed her lips. If it's too much trouble, I don't need it. Trouble? Whether it's 100 million berry or 50 million berry, it's the same for us, they're more than enough for us to spend. As for you, didn't you say if you can't repay the money, you'll work for us? I accept that condition. Nickpin smiled wryly. Comforting the borrower, as the creditor, was his role. Upon hearing this, Nami was utterly moved. Nickpin, I. Her mouth trembled with excitement, making it difficult to speak fluently. With the money, she could achieve the goal she had been striving for. With the money, her miserable days with the Arlong pirates would be over. With the money, the village could be reborn. Thousands of words finally condensed into one sentence, thank you, woo-woo. Nami was moved to tears again. Crying again, you little thief, Nickpin smiled, turned Nami's head, and pressed it onto his shoulder. Chapter 34. A few days later. On a misty morning, the pirate ship docked in Orange Town. The members of the Straw Hats disembarked to make purchases. At noon, Nickpin returned to the pier with some daily necessities and fruits. Upon getting on the deck and placing the items down, Nickpin noticed that Luffy had returned, accompanied by 2 large sacks of meat. Haven't the other 2 returned yet? Nickpin glanced around the deck, wondering why it was taking so long. I didn't see them, they should be back soon, Luffy said, reclining with his hands behind his head. Oh. Suddenly, Nickpin slapped his forehead. How could I forget? Zoro is a directional challenged idiot. I shouldn't have let him go alone. But what about Nami? Could she be up to another theft? It didn't seem likely. She stole money for the sake of the village, and now that he had agreed to lend her money, there was no reason for her to steal. Changing his posture, Luffy turned his legs up and casually remarked, "Well, Zoro might be directionally challenged, but this small town isn't that big, the main streets intersect, leading straight to the pier, Zoro shouldn't get lost." Nickpin responded seriously, "No, he really can get lost." Given that Luffy had only spent a few days with Zoro, he had yet to fully grasp the extent of Zoro's sense of direction. Nickpin, however, knew that Zoro's lack of direction had reached extraordinary levels. People often say that where there are enough people walking, a path forms, yet, in Zoro's case, no matter how clear a path may be, he manages to lose it. Ignoring Luffy's nonchalant response, Nickpin urged, "Stop lazing around, let's find them." Nickpin pulled Luffy up, and they disembarked from the ship. The two made their way to the middle of the intersection, where several stores were situated. "Old man, did you see a green-haired swordsman and a girl with orange hair?" Nickpin inquired as they reached the door of a noodle shop. The boss shook his head. "I didn't see them, but people from the Buggy Pirates were here just now, they seem to be looking for someone called Nami. Could it be the two people you mentioned?" "What? The Buggy Pirates are looking for Nami?" He felt a surge of anger. Why else would the Buggy Pirates be searching for Nami if not because she had stolen something from them? Even after borrowing money, she still resorted to thievery. Was it true that a legendary thief never changes? "Let's go, we need to save Nami." Determined, Nickpin pulled Luffy up and rushed outside. Hey. Those are the Buggy Pirates." As for the whereabouts of the Buggy Pirates, Nickpin, being a seasoned traveler, knew where to find them. After running for a distance, they encountered Zoro sprinting towards them. Hey. I found you guys. That woman on our ship was captured by the Buggy Pirates, let's save her." "Idiot. The Buggy Pirates are here." To the east of town lay the home base of the Buggy Pirates. "That damn thief. She actually stole my nautical chart. That's crucial for me to return to the Grand Line in the future. Don't just stand there. Hit him. Beat him to death." Pointing at the captured villagers, Buggy angrily reprimanded them. These villagers had been randomly apprehended along the way, and Buggy, uncertain if they knew about Nami's whereabouts, decided to beat them first. "Stop the beating. I saw her." "Say. Where is she?" The villager, grinning through the pain, uttered with horror, "I saw her running back to you just now." "Running back here?" Buggy's sharp eyes scanned the yard and eventually locked onto a big box. The box's position seemed different from before. "Get the Buggy cannon. Blast that box." A girl's scream erupted from the box, and Nami crawled out from above. "It's actually a girl. Ahaha. She's so pretty." Tut tisk tsk, the pirates in the yard showed red eyes, captivated by Nami's appearance. Upon seeing Nami, Buggy's expression turned fierce. He coldly declared, "Dare to steal my things. Damn it." His palm swiftly launched, and his dagger struck Nami's chest. "What?" Nami never expected Buggy to act without a word, denying her any chance to escape. To avoid the incoming attack, Nami jumped towards a nearby box. However, the thrown dagger unexpectedly changed direction mid-air, chasing after her. "It's over." In mid-air, Nami couldn't alter her course, and the fast-flying sword posed a grave threat. If Buggy showed no mercy, she would surely meet her demise. Facing this moment of life and death, Nami felt an overwhelming sadness. Kokoyashi village was on the brink of salvation. And yet, she might perish before witnessing its liberation. The villagers had no chance of regaining their freedom, and she wouldn't be able to fulfill her promise to redeem the village. Her motive for stealing the nautical chart wasn't selfish. She had heard from Nickpin that they were heading to the Grand Line. And Nami understood the importance of having the charts for such a journey. In exchange for Nickpin's promise to lend her money for the village, Nami had resolved to steal the Grand Line's map. Now, facing imminent death, she thought of Nickpin. By the time he saw her lifeless body, she knew she wouldn't be able to explain to him her true intentions. He would likely believe she had reverted to her thieving ways. Nickpin. If only she could see him one last time before her demise, to prevent being misunderstood. He was the first person to believe in her just by looking at her. She desperately wished to be understood by him. Suddenly, in her desperate thoughts, she saw the illusion of Nickpin before her. "It's great I can still see you before I die, I'm satisfied, she thought, even though it was merely an illusion. Although I am very angry now, I will deal with you later. Surprisingly, the hallucination spoke. But the next moment, shock engulfed her. No. This wasn't an illusion. The sadness on her face transformed into excitement and joy. Ah! Nick Pin, you came to save me. She exclaimed. Of course. If I don't come, you will die. Chapter 35. There's actually a helper. You all going to die for me. Buggy flipped his other palm, and 3 daggers with a cold glow suddenly flew out. With a whoosh, they were thrown straight at Nami and Nick Pin. Nick Pin, be careful. Nami, quick-witted as always, immediately noticed Buggy's attack. Clang! With the light of the sword, Zoro's figure appeared in front of the 2 of them, intercepting the 3 daggers simultaneously with a single sword. Are you all here? Nami felt a wave of relief seeing more people on her side. Of course. You're such a troublemaker, woman. Wow. Finally caught up. So many helpers. Good. Very good. Get them all, kill them all. Well, let's do this. Luffy rubbed his shoulders, ready for action. But Zoro stopped him. I can take care of this, we don't need the captain to take action for the small trouble. Luffy froze for a moment. This, actually makes sense. Nick Pin couldn't help but complain in his heart. It's clear that the green-haired swordsman has a penchant for fighting alone, leaving so many opponents for himself. But can he really do it? Clang! Zoro unsheathed his sword. Originally a 3-sword style, Zoro now had only 1 sword left due to the battle between Shell's Town and Luffy, where the other 2 were damaged. Brothers, he's alone, get him. Go. The minions of the buggy pirates rushed forward. Zoro gripped his swords with both hands, his step steady. 1 slash. A pirate fell to the ground. 1 slash. Another pirate bit the dust. 1 slash. Pirates continued to fall. These pirates rushing toward Zoro appeared to him like a stack of wooden golems. All Zoro had to do was slash down and then slash again. Despite having only practiced against the wooden golem stack for a few days, in the world of the mangas, time flowed differently. Zoro's proficiency wasn't just from a few days but represented several months, or even more than a year, of practice. Hey! What are you idiots doing? That guy only uses the same moves all the time, are you idiots? Why are you lining up to be cut by him? He couldn't fathom how anyone could repeatedly perform the same slashing action from start to finish. Furthermore, the pirates on his side seemed like fools, willingly offering their heads one by one. Get out of the way. Furious at the perceived incompetence, Kabeji rushed toward Zoro on his unicycle. The chief of staff is here. Compared to his strength, everyone else is weak in front of the chief of staff. This green hair is finished. Seeing Kabeji taking action, the pirates became excited. The battle seemed destined to end soon now that the chief of staff was involved. These trespasser will easily defeated. As Kabeji approached Zoro, the unicycle under his foot moved with agility, creating a cloud of smoke. Acrobatics and steam murder case. A lot of smoke drifted toward Zoro. This is the chief of staff's forte. Okay. The green-haired swordsman has no vision. It's really powerful. Amidst the applause and cheers of all the pirates, Kabeji's figure burst out from the smoke and stabbed Zoro straight in the face. Brush. Zoro countered with a swift slash. What? Kabeji screamed and was knocked to the ground. The cheers around suddenly stopped, replaced by the confused look on the faces of these pirates. What's the situation? Didn't he say that we are idiots, and he go up and be hacked by the green hair like us? Not only the pirates were stunned, but even Nick Pin was stunned. What happened to Zoro? If I remember correctly, in the original plot, Zoro and Kabeji should have fought back and forth, and finally, Zoro won by a narrow margin. But why did Zoro in front of him defeated Kabeji with a single blow? And what's with that weird slash? It seems that in this world version, not only is Luffy training early, but Zoro too. It seems that I just need to brush my speed and defense with peace of mind, play support and so on, and it will be safe. Zoro slashed over Kabeji with a sword, and looked at the pirates in front of him. Since no one dared to move forward, Zoro took the initiative to attack. One sword. One sword. The pirates were like wooden stakes, constantly falling under Zoro's swinging sword. Bastard! Let me deal with you. Buggy flew into a rage, his feet still on the ground, but his body from the ankles up was flying. He spun rapidly, with a dagger in each hand, elbow, and knee. At such high speeds, Buggy resembled a super dart. Whoosh, whoosh. One slash. Buggy was split straight in half. Captain. The captain is dead. What? This scene left all the pirates in stunned silence. Zoro, after chopping Buggy, paid no attention to the so-called captain at all. Who would care about him for the price of one slash? However, as Zoro continued attacking other pirates, a hand emerged from Buggy's corpse and stabbed Zoro's back from a tricky angle. You bastard, proud of yourself? It's a pity that many idiots had already fallen victim to Uncle Buggy's beckoning hands. With that thought, Buggy attempted to stab Zoro's back fiercely. However, with a sudden effort, the blade couldn't move an inch. Buggy's head lying on the ground observed his flying hand and realized that Nick Pin had appeared at some point. Nick Pin held Buggy's blade in his hand, and there was no sign of bleeding. For super defense, this blade was as effective as mud. Hey! A wound on the back is the shame of the swordsman. You red nose, don't use this sneak attack to hit a swordsman's back and shame the swordsman. As he spoke, Nick Pin impartially stepped on Buggy's red nose. Buggy let out a piercing scream. Chapter 36. Only then did Zoro notice that Buggy was not dead. If Nick Pin hadn't made a timely move just now, then his back would really have been cut open by Buggy. As Nick Pin said, the wound on the back is the shame of a swordsman. So Buggy's sneak attack made Zoro very angry. You bastard! Zoro turned around, swung the sword in his hand, and chopped Buggy into pieces. But in the next moment, all the fragments of Buggy floated up, reorganizing a nearly complete body in the air. Why can't it be killed? Zoro frowned slightly, puzzled. He has the capabilities of the split fruit, and slashing is ineffective against him, Nick Pin reminded. As soon as the words came out, Buggy became angry. You actually know my power. You really planned to deal with me a long time ago. What are you talking about? We don't even know you. But, since slashing doesn't work for you, then try my fist. As he spoke, Luffy flicked his legs and jumped into the sky. Gomu Gomu no Giganto Pistol. In the air, Luffy blew on his finger, and his arms suddenly turned into a fist as big as a small hill. Nanny! Just looking at the size of the fist, Buggy's eyes almost popped out. He didn't even have time to dodge. Luffy's huge fist directly covered Buggy and then fell fiercely to the ground. What? Amidst Buggy's screams, the bone balloon came into close contact with the ground. Boom! It seemed like the whole island was shaking. Shoo! The bone balloon deflated, revealing a large crater in the ground. Pit! Buggy lay flat on all fours. How should we deal with him? Luffy molded his chin, as if in deep thought. We can't let him go. He is a famous big pirate. I asked just now, he terrorized many people in this small town. Nami, always astute, immediately made a suggestion. By the way, he was going to hit me with a Buggy cannon just now. Nami added, her anger rising at the thought of the danger she had faced. Thinking about the near-death experience, Nami became furious. If Nick Pin hadn't appeared in time, she might be a corpse now. Hey, you are the one who stole our captain map first. Richie, the deputy captain, stood up to defend Buggy, trying to shift blame. It makes sense, Nami stole your things, and you wanted to catch her. That's fine, Nick Pin nodded. Huh? Nami looked at Nick Pin, feeling a bit aggrieved. But they are bad people in the first place. Stealing from bad people is a good thing. Without entertaining Nami's sophistry, Nick Pin turned to Richie. But she is our friend, and it's okay for us to save our friend. Then, is everyone clear? Richie glanced at Buggy, asking Nick Pin cautiously. Nick Pin stated, our affairs are settled, but you need to address the matter of the Buggy pirates harming Orange Town. Hey! Kid! If you have something to say, say it. Now you know how to talk properly. Didn't you just want to bombard Nami with a cannon? Upon hearing this, Nickpin grinned, knelt down, and playfully flicked Buggy's red nose with his hands. How could I let you off so easily? Then what's your plan? Are you planning to kill me? You can't joke about something like that. Despite Buggy's ruthless nature, he only displayed it when facing the weak. With his nose bruised and his face swollen, he was naturally more compliant. Nickpin assured, "Don't worry, there's no need to kill you, but I've got a brilliant idea." His gaze fixated on the nearby Buggy cannon. Since Buggy enjoyed bombarding others with the Buggy cannon, why not let him experience it firsthand? In a matter of moments, Buggy found his head and hands stuffed into the cannon barrel, packed to the brim. Bastard! Stop! Nickpin shrugged, then turned to Zoro. Light it up. All right. Every man harbors a dream of firing a cannon. Even Zoro, a swordsman, relished the idea of personally operating the cannon. Boom! With the deafening roar of the cannon, Zoro felt a sense of exhilaration. Cannons are undeniably entertaining. One more shot left. Luffy, want to give it a try? Nickpin asked as he continued stuffing Buggy into the cannon barrel. Sure. Luffy eagerly rubbed his hands together and approached the cannon. Seems a bit unfair, Nickpin remarked with a few more shoves into the cannon barrel. Buggy's legs protested vigorously, almost hitting Nickpin. Let me do it. Luffy exclaimed, delivering a kick that landed squarely on Buggy's lower region. The two legs twitched abruptly and then slid into the barrel with a swish. Hey, fire in hole. Luffy grinned widely, revealing a big smile, and ignited the fuse. Boom! Buggy's lower body was sent flying into the distance. Oh, that's not good. Luffy suddenly wore an apologetic expression. It seems like I launched in a different direction than Zoro. It's fine, that's their problem, Nickpin shrugged, then gestured towards Richie and the others. He pointed at Richie and the rest, saying, You've got 1 hour to transfer all the treasures to our ship. After that, leave this island and find your captain. If any of you haven't left after an hour, I'll use the Buggy cannon to send you thousands of miles away. Upon hearing this, the pirates felt like they had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly began scrambling and crawling to carry out the orders. At night, Orange Town was devoid of any Buggy Pirates crew members. By the port, several Straw Hat Pirates members were getting ready to depart. At that moment, a multitude of Orange Town townspeople rushed over, carrying bacon, vegetables, eggs, and other supplies. They eagerly handed them to the Straw Hat Pirates. That's enough, really. Thank you so much. Hey, it's unnecessary. Hello? Whose kid is this? We're not into human trafficking. Amidst the grateful farewells of the townspeople, the Straw Hat Pirates left Orange Town. Chapter 37. In the evening, Nickpin completed a day's worth of manga work. Upon returning to his room, he found Nami sitting on his bed. Upon seeing Nickpin, Nami immediately stood up, wearing an expression reminiscent of a child who had made a mistake. There you are, I was wondering why I couldn't find you, Nickpin remarked, closing the door with a stern tone. Earlier in the day, when everyone left Orange Town, Nickpin had intended to question Nami. However, upon returning to the boat, Nami had executed a bath escape and avoided appearing in front of Nickpin. Unwilling to engage in a futile game of hide and seek on the boat, Nickpin proceeded with his manga work. Unexpectedly, Nami had been hiding in his room the entire time. As Nickpin approached, Nami licked her red lips and lowered her head slightly. Do you know what I'm going to say? Nickpin, towering over Nami, asked in a stern, teacher-like voice. Nami nodded, assuming a progressively more endearing posture. You. Nickpin couldn't help but feel furious at Nami for admitting guilt and accepting punishment in such a manner. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hands on his hips and sternly asked, Didn't you promise me not to steal money again? Sorry, I already know I was wrong. Nami placed her two small hands on her heart, appearing cute and pitiful. Knowing? Is it enough to just acknowledge that you were wrong? In the past, you stole to save money for your hometown, and I completely understand that. Now that I've promised to lend you money, why do you still want to steal? Nickpin's frustration was evident in his voice. If I hadn't found out in time today, you might have been in serious trouble. Nami, you really disappointed me today. Perhaps because he cared deeply, Nickpin's anger was palpable. It seemed that the idealized Nabo from everyone's pirate fantasies did not match the reality of someone who stubbornly clung to their old ways. Listening to Nickpin's stern criticism, Nami didn't protest. Instead, she felt a strange happiness. It turned out this guy cared so much about her. Especially the words. "If I didn't find out in time today, you might have died." Struck a chord with Nami. "Just admit it, you care about me." She thought, though there was a caveat. "Yet, people steal nautical charts for you, and you scold them without discrimination. The tone is still so fierce." Feeling wronged once again, Nami suddenly burst into tears. "Wow," Nami sniffled, her nose sore. "Cry, cry, cry. Do you think crying can erase your money theft? Speak. Why did you want to steal money?" Nickpin glared at Nami with frustration. Raising her head, Nami looked back at Nickpin with a pleading gaze. I didn't steal the money. No money stolen." Nickpin frowned. "Then why were the buggy pirates after you?" Nami's nose twitched as she mumbled, I stole a nautical chart." With that, Nami shaped a crumpled piece of paper and handed it to Nickpin. Opening it, Nickpin confirmed that it was indeed a nautical chart. "Why would you steal this?" he inquired. "Because you're heading to the Grand Line, and it's incredibly perilous. Without a navigation chart for the Grand Line, even the most experienced crews wouldn't dare venture into those waters. While shopping in Orange Town, I heard that the buggy pirates hail from the Grand Line. I thought they must have charts for that area." Nami explained, lowering her head. Nickpin began to understand. "Like this, it appears, it seems. Maybe I blamed Nami wrongly?" Nickpin wondered. At that moment, Nami continued, "Regardless, I did steal again and let you down, Nickpin, hit me." Nami extended her small, white hands, akin to an elementary school student awaiting punishment from her teacher. Now that things were clarified, Nickpin couldn't find it in himself to blame Nami, let alone administer any punishment. He had reprimanded her fiercely earlier, and Nami was likely feeling aggrieved. With that realization, Nickpin felt a pang of apology. "Nami." Gently, he wrapped his palm around Nami's head and, with a tender force, pressed her head into his arms. After adjusting his breathing and calming down, Nickpin sincerely confessed in Nami's pink ear, "I blamed you." He. The corners of Nami's mouth lifted slightly, and a hint of happiness sparkled in her wine-red eyes, resembling jewels. "You rascal, you can finally coax people." Chapter 38. Nickpin held Nami for a while, lightly patting her head, and whispered softly, "After you save your hometown, come to the sea with us, okay?" When it came to recruiting crew members, Nickpin initially had a laissez-faire mentality, letting things unfold naturally. However, realizing that things rarely progress as one hopes, he decided to take a more proactive approach this time, doing what a captain ought to do. In any case, when Luffy found out about Nami's sailing talents, he would undoubtedly insist on her joining the Straw Hat Pirates. Since it had to happen sooner or later, why not now? "Let's set sail together." "Okay," Nickpin said sincerely. "It's tempting. I'd love to answer like that." But she couldn't. Even if the village could be redeemed from the Arlong pirates with 100 million Baileys. Nami knew that her bargaining power lay in being the navigator of the Arlong pirates. If she proposed leaving, Arlong would undoubtedly turn hostile. Kokoyashi village would lose any chance of freedom. With these thoughts in mind, Nami tightly hugged Nickpin, biting her lip as she said with difficulty, "No, I prefer to stay in my hometown." "You prefer to stay at home?" Nickpin couldn't be fooled by that statement. He knew how much Nami yearned for the sea since childhood. "You say you don't want to go to sea?" Despite her reluctance, Nami clung to the facade, trapped by circumstances beyond her control. The possibility was there. Nickpin fully understood why Nami categorically denied the invitation. It was evidently because of the Arlong pirates. However, Nami deliberately avoided mentioning anything about the Arlong pirates. Why? Because she didn't want to involve Nickpin and the others. Rather than enduring the pain herself and going against her own heart, Nami chose not to bring trouble to the people who had helped her. For this act alone, Nickpin deeply admired and approved of Nami. Indeed, the eyes of a seafaring enthusiast couldn't be wrong. It wasn't without reason that Nami had become a favorite among the Straw Hats. "No. You're lying to me." You're lying to yourself too. Under Nickpin's gaze, Nami's heart trembled. Ah, how could she forget? This man had said that a person's eyes couldn't lie. He must have seen through her. Who would study navigation so much if it wasn't for going to sea and exploring the world? Nami, tell me, do you want to go to sea? Nami's voice trembled. She couldn't admit it, but she didn't want to deceive Nickpin any longer, so she averted her eyes. Nickpin, however, held Nami's cheeks with a little force, preventing her from avoiding his gaze. He spoke seriously again. As long as you tell me that you want to go to sea, I will take you out to sea. Grievances flooded Nami's moving, pitiful face like a tide. Nevertheless, she shook her head firmly. No, don't say any more, please, I really can't go to sea with you. As she spoke, tears rolled down her face. She couldn't bring herself to look into Nickpin's eyes. Is it because of the Arlong pirates? Nickpin asked in a deep voice. No. No. Nami raised her head abruptly, denying in shock. Before Nami could say more, Nickpin covered her lips with 2 fingers. Don't tell me, let me tell you, he said. Are you worried that if I find out about the Arlong pirates, our Straw Hat pirates will go to war with them? You're more concerned that, once the war starts, we'll be at the mercy of the Arlong pirates' fishmen. Nami, just because you can think like this, I can't sit idly by. Listen, Nami. We, the Straw Hat pirates, we'll take care of the Arlong pirates. What? No. Nickpin, I beg you, please don't provoke the Arlong pirates. It was the first time Nami cared so much about a man since growing up. It wasn't just because Nickpin promised to lend her money. Along the way, Nami had gradually come to know Nickpin, and the Marine Morgan who ruled with evil had been wiped out, Buggy. The notorious pirate was easily defeated, and Nickpin never took advantage of her vulnerability. All of these things made Nami deeply appreciate Nickpin. More importantly, he was willing to believe in her. Nami cherished such a person. Even though she knew that Nickpin, Luffy, and Zoro were strong. Having defeated even the formidable pirate Buggy with ease, Nami still didn't want them to take the risk of dealing with the Arlong pirates. If they were to face the Arlong pirates and lose, falling into the hands of the mermaids would spell certain death. Nami wasn't sure about the exact nature of her feelings for Nickpin, but she was certain that she didn't want anything to happen to the man in front of her. With determination, Nami grabbed Nickpin's hands. Nickpin, listen to me, just take me to Kokoyashi village and then leave quickly. It's not up to you to decide, Nami, Nickpin smiled, shaking his head. He then held Nami's face and spoke seriously. What I've decided will not change. The navigator of our Straw Hat pirates can only be you, Nami. Nami's heart sank. She understood that Nickpin had made up his mind, and no matter what she said, it couldn't be changed. Yet, the strength of the Arlong pirates. Thinking of this, Nami burst into Nickpin's arms and cried. Woo, but the Arlong pirates are really powerful. It's hard for humans to defeat them, Nickpin, I don't want anything to happen to you. Would you rather suffer in silence than let others bear it? You're such a silly girl. It's just a mere Arlong pirate group, we can easily wipe them out. Not convinced, Nami interjected, but. No buts. All you need to do is trust me, the Straw Hat pirates. Just as I trust you, will you trust me? With Nickpin's heartfelt words, Nami couldn't continue her protests. Yes, Nickpin believes in me, so why can't I trust Nickpin? Thinking of this, Nami raised her head. She mimicked Nickpin, covering his face with her small hands, and said, let me see your eyes. Nickpin, understanding what Nami was attempting, smiled and replied, do you see anything? After a moment of contemplation, Nami pouted, although I can't see into people's hearts through their eyes like you, I would like to believe you. Hearing this, Nickpin smiled genuinely. Alright, let's go. Nickpin took Nami's hand and led her out. He kicked open the door of Zoro's room and, with the same vigor, kicked open Luffy's door, shouting, come out, come and witness the important moment when the Straw Hat pirate gain a new member. Navigator. Luffy perked up at the word and rushed out immediately. What's the matter? Can't it wait until tomorrow? Hey. Nickpin said there's a navigator who wants to join. The drowsy Zoro, awakened by Luffy's enthusiasm, got up with a confused, what? Chapter 39. That night marked the third banquet in the history of the Straw Hat Pirates, held on the deck. The first time was when Nick Pin joined the team. The second time was when Zoro joined the group. The third time was when Nami joined the group. As the sun streamed through the windows into the cabin the next morning, Nami turned over, her rosy face bathed in warm sunshine. With a soft snort, Nami opened her eyes. The previous night's banquet had been a lively affair, with Nick Pin graciously giving up his bed for Nami, while he took refuge in the studio. Molding the pillow with her little white hand, Nami inhaled a fresh breath. Even the pillow doesn't have any peculiar smell, Nick Pin must take a shower every day. Thoughts of Nick Pin brought a happy smile to Nami's face. What girl wouldn't appreciate a clean man? Nami herself was meticulous about cleanliness, even at sea. Insisting on a daily bath when conditions allowed. Now, the man she admired shared her cleanliness habits, making her incredibly happy. After rising, she folded the quilt and made a cup of warm milk, savoring the leisure and comfort she hadn't dreamed of for many years. In the studio, Nick Pin was already immersed in his manga. Despite the late night, his well-established biological clock ensured he woke up on time. After a while, the studio door opened. Hee. Nami's little head poked through the open door. Are you still used to my bed? She asked, looking up at Nick Pin with a smile. Well, it's so comfortable that I want to sleep in your bed every day, Nick Pin replied with a grin. Nami stepped in with her hands behind her back. When she reached the table, she took out a glass of milk and handed it to Nick Pin. Here you are. Oh. To please me? Well, sort of, Nami squatted down, laying her arms on the table, with her little head resting on them and a sweet smile on her face. Since it's for flattery, then there must be some idea. Nick Pin teased after finishing the glass of milk. I don't know, Nami shook her head. Then let me guess, Nick Pin put on a thoughtful look and said. Do you want to read mangas? The mention of mangas caught Nami off guard. She recalled that the pirates in this group, including Luffy and Zoro, had a fondness for reading mangas. Nami's opportunity to steal money from Nick Pin's room had arisen because Luffy and Zoro were preoccupied with mangas. As this realization hit her, Nami couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear in her heart. If she had succeeded in stealing the money, it would have been the biggest mistake of her life. Thankfully, Nick Pin intervened in time. At that moment, she appreciated how he prevented her from making a choice she would have regretted. Coming to Nick Pin's studio now, she had no particular purpose. Bringing him a glass of milk, she simply wanted to spend time with him. That's all. After Nick Pin's suggestion, Nami became intrigued by the world of mangas. What an attractive storyline is in the manga that can fascinate those two guys? She pondered. Upon being asked by Nick Pin if she wanted to read mangas, Nami nodded and said, well, you guessed it. I knew it, Nick Pin smiled, tapping Nami's cute nose lightly. You can read all the mangas on the shelf, choose one you like. Great, Nami enjoyed the playful interaction with Nick Pin, feeling a kind of first love excitement. As she perused the bookshelf, Nami saw a wide variety of mangas. However, as a girl, she found herself drawn to stories where girls were the protagonists. After flipping through for a while, a manga caught her attention, Cardcaptor Sakura. Such a cute and lovely heroine. Picking up the manga, Nami leaned against the bookshelf to start reading. Nick Pin glanced at Nami but continued working on his manga without saying anything. He appreciated the quiet atmosphere when he worked. While he would have thrown out Luffy and Zoro without hesitation if they were reading mangas here, he had no issue with Nami enjoying her time. Who could possibly dislike a girl as beautiful as Nami? Taking breaks from his work to admire her was not a bad idea. Not only gave his eyes a rest but also added a touch of beauty to the studio. What a cute girl. Huh. The cards in this book actually have such magical abilities. I'm so envious of little Sakura. If I could have these cards, the villains of the Arlong pirates wouldn't be able to persecute the civilians of the Konami Islands. It's a pity that this is just the world in the mangas. While lost in these thoughts, Nami suddenly felt the surroundings change. Ah! She subconsciously looked around. Nanny! This! Isn't this Sakura Kinomoto's father's study? What happened? Am I dreaming? Nami reached out to touch the bookshelf beside her. What? This touch. It's real, Wait. If this is Sakura Kinomoto's father's study, wouldn't it be? I promised Nick Pin not to steal anymore, but stealing things from the manga world. Thinking of this, Nami quickly walked around the two bookshelves, carefully checking the one next to the wall. Finally, when her fingers touched a certain book in the middle. Golden light shone on this book. Chapter 40. It's the Cloud card. Having seen the written appearance of the Cloud card in the mangas before, Nami's eyes shone when she saw this hard-shell book emitting a golden light. Shouldn't this be something that Sakura Kinomoto got? Why am I getting it now? And can I really go to the manga world at will? What is going on? Hey. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Nami's beautiful face frowned. Luffy and Zoro are so obsessed with reading mangas every day, could they also enter the manga world? Yes. Those two guys, one being a fighting madman and the other is an idiot, how could they sit there quietly for a whole day? If they couldn't enter the world of mangas, how could they be meditating? After grasping the truth, Nami suddenly realized it. I just don't know if entering the manga world will benefit you. Looking at the Cloud book in her hand, Nami pondered the plot of the manga she had just read. If you can conquer the Cloud card in the manga world, then. Thinking of this, Nami's heart began to beat faster. When little Sakura opened the Cloud book before, she accidentally activated the Wind card, causing all other Cloud cards to be blown away. I can't make this mistake. As a clever little burglar, Nami was adept at learning from the mistakes of others. She slowly opened the cover of the hardcover book, determined not to repeat the same mistake as little Sakura. However, when she opened the cover completely, the anticipation on Nami's face suddenly dimmed. Hey. Looking at the empty hollow of the Cloud book, Nami's little face froze for a moment, and then a wry smile appeared. What am I expecting? Before I came, this Cloud book had already been turned over by little Sakura, how could there be a Cloud card in it? Shrugging her tender shoulders unhappily, Nami prepared to put the Cloud book back. But at this moment. The Cloud book once again burst into golden light. What? The sudden bloom made Nami startled, and she subconsciously let go of her hand. The Cloud book fell to the floor, landing on the inside of the last page. A bright red magic circle emerged on this page. The surface of the magic circle, like a calm lake, suddenly fluctuated. In the horror of Nami's slightly opened mouth, a small elf girl with a pair of transparent wings flew out of the magic circle. The elf's limbs drooped naturally, without flapping its wings, it just floated upwards slowly. She closed her eyes, and when she was at the same level as Nami's line of sight, the elf girl suddenly raised her head. Hello. The moment she opened her eyes, the elf girl seemed to be activated suddenly, and her sweet voice was full of excitement. Wow! Whoosh kawaii! Seeing such a small elf girl, Nami's girlish heart suddenly overflowed. She stretched out her palm, and the elf girl fell into her hand very cooperatively. Thank you for waking me up, I am the sealing elf of this book, Kurili. The elf girl tapped Nami's palm lightly with her toes, and her body spun around in the air. Sealing elf. There was a look of surprise on the pure face. Nami frowned slightly and then asked in doubt, but, if I remember correctly, shouldn't the sealed beast of the Cloud card be called Kero? After a pause, Nami added, that little lion that looks silly. The elf Kurili chanted in a clear and sweet voice. A golden key-shaped symbol appeared in front of Nami, and it slowly floated towards her. Contract. Nami's surroundings seemed to shimmer with a faint golden light, and the key symbol merged into her chest. Congratulations, Nami. From now on, you have become an order magician with the power of the Cloud book. You can use this power to control the Cloud cards and the magic in this world. Kurili announced cheerfully, clapping her hands. Really? That's amazing. Nami was genuinely surprised, looking at the elf Kurili with admiration. It's nothing, as long as you can understand the magic of this world, you can easily control it. Now, try to call out, release, and see what happens. Following Kurili's guidance, Nami took a deep breath and shouted, release. To her amazement, a magical circle appeared in front of her, and a Cloud card emerged from it. Whoa! This is so cool. Nami couldn't help but be excited as she held the Cloud card in her hand. You will gradually learn to control more cards, remember, each card has its unique ability, experiment and have fun with them. Kurili encouraged Nami with a playful expression. Nami felt a surge of curiosity and excitement. Little did she know that her adventure in the manga world was just beginning. Nami, still holding the newly acquired magic wand, felt a surge of energy within her. The feeling of power was exhilarating, and the prospect of capturing Clow cards ignited her adventurous spirit. Set off, huh? Let's do it. The elf Kurili led the way, fluttering through the air and guiding Nami towards the window. As they reached the window, Nami hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath. Release. With that command, a magical circle appeared, and a Clow card materialized in front of Nami. It hovered in the air, displaying its mystical presence. What's this card's ability? Nami asked, eager to learn about the powers she now possessed. This is the windy card, Kurili explained. It has the ability to control the wind, try saying its name and see what happens. Nami focused on the windy card and shouted, Windy. The magical circle glowed brighter, and a gentle breeze began to swirl around the card. Leaves lifted off the ground and danced in the air. Hee, well done. You're a natural at this. Nami grinned, excited by the possibilities that lay ahead. With her newfound magical abilities, she was ready to embark on an adventure within the manga world, capturing Clow cards and experiencing the fantastical realm created by the manga she had admired. Let's capture more cards and have some fun. Nami declared, looking forward to the magical journey that awaited her. Chapter 41. Kurili, who is an order elf, is obviously stronger than the sealed beast puppy. She swayed her magic power and flew out of little Sakura's house with Nami. Being in the sky, Kurili said, Nami, now feel it with your heart and see if you can sense the breath of the Clow card. This is great. Although she was driven to the shelves, Nami is still very positive about what to do. Holding the magic wand in her hand, she closed her eyes, and the unique magic power belonging to the magician radiated out to the surroundings. Soon, Nami exuded the light of magic power deeply, and the magic power sprinkled to the earth like mercury pouring down the ground. You are a natural magician. Feeling the majestic magic power emanating from Nami, even Kurili, the elf of order, couldn't help sighing. There. Without keeping Kurili waiting for too long, Nami's eyes suddenly opened, and there was a hint of sharpness in those pupils. So fast. Kurili was a little surprised. With such a search speed, even those graceful magicians in the past 1,000 years probably couldn't reach this level, right? Wow. I'm so lucky. Kurili's magic power moved, let's go there. The two shuttled through the clouds and soon came to the top of a zoo. It's here. Nami stopped, looked down and said. Okay, let's go down. But Kurili waved her magic power, and the two quickly landed. Boom. Boom. Snapped. In the zoo at night, there was a rumbling sound, which was obviously not normal. Be careful. Suddenly, Nami grabbed Kurili and jumped to the right. Boom. A small rockery landed where Nami was standing just now, and the ground exploded. This violent temper should be the power card. But Kurili's little head came out of Nami's arms and analyzed. Hey. Couldn't the staff in the zoo hear such a big commotion? The first thing Nami considers is not the card, but the people in this zoo are too strange, right? Even at night, you can't be a truly ignore this, can you? No. Because ordinary people cannot see the magic power of the Clow card, their movements will be automatically blocked under the magic power of the card. If someone happens to pass by here now, he can only see what happened just now. The rockery is flying out of thin air. You will definitely think it is haunted. Kurili explained to Nami. So it's like this, I thought that these people are deaf. Shrugging, Nami showed a dumbfounding expression. Boom. Something was thrown up and fell heavily to the ground. Nami asked, how can I subdue her? As long as you point your magic circle at her forehead and say, return to your original appearance, she will become a power card for you to use in the future, Kurili explained. But I can't even see where she is. In fact, even if you saw it, it would definitely not be able to obediently stay there and let you seal it. But Kurili said while flying, I have a way to make her appear, but as for how to subdue her, it can only be done by yourself. Well, I'm on my own. Nami is speechless. Kurili didn't notice Nami's expression, but Kurili continued, Nami thinks she herself is very powerful. If someone wants to compete with her strength, they should show up. Nami showed an incredible expression. This is your plan. She is called Power Card, and I have to compete with her. Is there no other way? Nami asked bitterly. But Kurili stuck out her tongue playfully, this is the way. Seeing Nami's embarrassment, Kurili thought about it and asked, why don't we go to other places to find other Clow cards? After all, Nami is now tantamount to starting from zero, without the help of any Clow card power. It is indeed difficult to generate a lively Clow card. If you can find a good opportunity and get a Clow card first, it will be of great help to collect the Clow cards in the future. No need. Even if I go to find other Clow cards, the situation I have to face is still the same. Instead of wasting time searching aimlessly, focus on what's in front of you. Nami herself is a very strong girl. Therefore, she plans to subdue the Power Card. Hey! You the Power Card. Do you dare to come out and compete with me to see who is more powerful? After Nami made up her mind, she shouted into the dark night ahead. Boom! 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 The ground exploded one after another. It seemed that there was one that kept trampling the ground and was rushing towards Nami. Not waiting for the appearance of the Power Card, but waiting for such a terrible scene, Nami has the urge to cry. She is not stupid, she turned around and ran away. While running, he yelled at Kurili, I'm already provoking her, why hasn't she shown up yet? But Kurili flew beside Nami, thought for a while, and said, what should you try to tell her the specifics? Hey! You like throwing things very much, dare to compare with me who throws farther. Sure enough. As soon as Nami said this, the movement behind her disappeared immediately. The next moment, a little pink loli appeared in midair in front of Nami, and then landed slowly. There is only less than half a meter behind her, but she has perfect body proportions, and a pair of elf-like pointed ears, all of which make people feel cute. Nah, nanny. The Power Card is such a cute little loli. Even though Nami had already guessed that the Power Card was a woman, she never expected it to be such a cute little loli. But Kurili reminded, don't underestimate her, or you will suffer a lot. Well, I know that. Nami nodded, but still couldn't help but look at the Power Cards a few more times. It's too cute. Are you going to throw farther than me, and what are you throwing? Blinking her kind pink eyes, the cute little loli asked with a harmless face. Even, as soon as she opened her mouth, that cute voice made people go up and take a bite. Stones, trash cans, benches, or rockery. I let you choose. Although the voice of little loli is very cute, but the words she speaks are very arrogant and conceited. Okay. Then let's throw this. Without any hesitation, Nami immediately took out a piece of paper from her pocket. Chapter 42. Hey hey. Seeing that Nami took out a piece of paper suddenly, Kurili, the elf of order, was startled. Hey hey. This is the Power Card. Its strength is super strong, even if there is a mountain in front of her, this little loli can easily throw it away. Let alone a piece of paper. Aha. Toss this? Then I will win easily. Seeing that Nami just took out a piece of paper, she put her hands on her hips and laughed. That's not necessarily the case, we each throw once, and whoever throws the farthest wins. Nami walked over to the Power Card and handed her the paper in his hand. Watching the little girl take the paper, Nami did not forget to continue provocatively, I'll see how far you can throw it. Ahaha. Watch it. Comparing strength, I have never lost. Little loli took the paper, stretched her small arms backwards, and then threw it forward. Brush. The paper comes out of the hand of the Power Card. However, even with its strongest power the paper only flew a little and landed in front of the Power Card. Little Lolita's eyes widened in disbelief, she looked at the piece of paper under her feet and her whole body collapsed. How is it possible? My strength is infinite. Hey, this is your attempt. Then it's my turn. Picking up the paper, Nami stood next to little Lolita. Even I can't throw it out, you certainly can't. Before Nami's results came out, little Lolita obviously didn't want to admit defeat. Then, Nami take the paper and roll it into a paper ball. Kurili, the order elf at the side, saw Nami's operation and immediately understood. Not only has the owner has the best magician talent in the past 1,000 years, but also has wisdom. Wow! What a perfect magician! Whoosh! With a flick of Nami's fingers, the ball of paper drew a parabola and landed far away easily. Yay! I won! And the power card's little Lolita suddenly looked like a deflated ball, and the smile on her little face disappeared all of a sudden. Instead, it is extremely sad. She slumped to the ground, her big pink eyes were filled with tears. If you have to say it, it's like the feeling of a first-grade elementary school student when she got his report card and found out that she failed. Nami, hurry up, now is the best time to officially seal her, Kurili, the elf of order, hurriedly shouted. This kind of good opportunity not to miss, I don't know when it will reappear next time. Okay. Nami picked up the magic wand and looked at the cute and pitiful little girl in front of her. Suddenly there is a sense of guilt for committing a crime. Although Nami doesn't like bullying children, it is the best state for such a violent child to return to the Clow card. Gritting his teeth, Nami shook his heart and passed the magic wand in his hand to the little Lolita's forehead. Restore your original appearance. Clow card. As such chanting came out of Nami's mouth, a magic circle was initially selected on the ground below the power card little Loli. Shining light, colorful. Under the magic power of the Clow card, the little Lolita of the power card quickly transformed into a pink magic card, and then, like the smoke of Aladdin's lamp, was collected into the magic circle below. Buzz. When all the pink magic power fluctuations disappeared, the magic circle below also turned into a Clow card. Isn't the pattern drawn on the card exactly the violent little Loli just now? Ha! What a cute and short-tempered little girl. Follow me from now on. Nami crouched down and picked up the Clow card. She looked at Kurili, the elf of order. So, is it subdued? Yeah. Nami, you're amazing. It's an eye-opener that you've conquered the power cards without the help of any Clow magic power. But Kurili praised Nami without hesitation. Okay. Then I will accept your praise. The corners of Nami's mouth raised slightly, and she smiled happily. If Nickpin knew, he would definitely think that I am amazing. Just as he was thinking wildly, Kurili's voice came from next to his ear. Okay, let's end it first today, let's go back and rest, and look for other Clow cards tomorrow. Next moment. The breath of night was gone, replaced by the silence in the house. There is also a faint smell of milk wafting to Nami's nose. Hey. She came back. Nami subconsciously molded his own face. Just now. Is it real or an illusion? Although the experience is very real, but right now it is in the cabin after all, and Nami is not sure which is reality and which is illusion. At this time, there was a feeling of contact in the palm, and Nami looked down. What? This. This is, the power card. She take the power card, and a wave of magic power flowed out from the power card, which was transmitted to Nami. Nami can clearly feel that the feeling of power is always in touch with her. As long as she wants, she can mobilize the power from the power card. I actually got the Clow card. This good news, I want to share with Nickpin. But looking up, Nami saw that Nickpin was seriously drawing manga, and couldn't bear to disturb him now. Let's wait, I'll tell him when he finishes drawing the manga. He will definitely praise me for what I can do. I'll try the effect of the power card first. From an ordinary girl to a girl with supernatural power, how could Nami resist the desire to test her new power? Without disturbing Nickpin, Nami walked out lightly, closed the door, and went straight to the deck. Chapter 43. On deck. The morning wind is blowing, and the early birds are already looking for the early fish between the sea and the sky. Ho! Ah! Zoro was holding a self-made super heavy mallet and swung it forward vigorously. When he was in Shimatsuki village, strength training was an essential daily training for Zoro. After becoming a bounty hunter, Zoro will not skip in strength training as long as he has tools at hand. Now that he has joined the Straw Hat Pirates, his daily life has become more regular, and Zoro picked up this habit again. The big mallet in his hand was as tall as the two of him. The head of the mallet took up about half of its length, and it was made entirely of solid iron. It must weigh at least 100 kg. Even though it was so heavy, Zoro could barely swing the big mallet forward like a sword. For such strength training, Zoro practiced 1-0-0 swing every morning. After the strength training, Zoro will take a short rest before entering the manga to learn swordsmanship from Kojiro Sasaki. And I failed to kill this super dangerous beast, damn it, why is his defense so strong? On the side, Luffy's first trip to HAREM kill ended today, and he yelled depressingly. He stood up and walked around, ready to stretch his muscles before going in. The sound of Zoro slashing the big stick made Luffy look over involuntarily. Luffy picked his nostrils and walked toward Zoro. Your mallet looks heavy. After slashing 1-0-0 times, Zoro gently placed the big mallet on the deck to prevent the deck from being smashed. Ha! He took a few deep breaths, adjusted his breath, and said, this weigh 500 kilograms. So heavy. Luffy was a little surprised. Can this thing be that heavy? Let me give it a try. Recently, in the HAREM kill world, Luffy almost wiped out all the dangerous beasts on the deserted island, but the big boss of dangerous beasts still can't be defeated. The main reason is that the defense of the dangerous beast is too thick, and Luffy's strength is simply not enough to break it. But in the battle after battle, Luffy found that when he wanted to gather stronger power, a black aura would emerge from his fists and even his arms. Luffy believed that as long as this black aura was trained to a more powerful level, he would definitely be able to beat the super dangerous beast. However, Luffy himself has no idea how strong his current strength is. Seeing Zoro slashing with this big mallet now, he suddenly became interested and wanted to try his hand. He was about to do it when he heard the cabin door open. Nami stepped out of the cabin. Huh? Nami, you came just in time, take a look at the weather, is it possible that there will be a storm later? Zoro pointed to the distant sky, where there was a black cloud, and there seemed to be lightning. Storm. Nami actually came to the deck intending to try the effect of the power cards, but at this time, hearing Zoro's words, Nami also became vigilant. On the sea, if there is a storm, the consequences are quite dire. It can be said that on the sea, the storm is the absolute king. Nami walked over, ready to go to the bow to have a look. But Zoro's homemade mallet was placed right on the bow deck, preventing Nami from getting there. She subconsciously reached out to grab the handle of the big mallet. Hey! Zoro wanted to stop immediately. After all, this thing weighs more than 500 kilograms, it would be bad if Nami accidentally hurt herself. However, before he could say the next words, he was dumbfounded. Because Nami raised her hand casually, and picked up the big mallet. Hey! Luffy's eyes widened in bewilderment, and then he looked at Zoro. Didn't you say that this big mallet is super heavy? That's it? Zoro also opened his mouth wide. No. This must be an illusion. For a moment he didn't know how to explain to Luffy that he wasn't lying. What is this? It looks so ugly. Holding a big mallet in front of his eyes, Nami took a look, then took 2 steps forward, approaching the edge of the bow. She held the handle of the big mallet with one hand, and then, as if she was holding a small wooden stick, she pointed the big mallet at the dark clouds in the distant sky and asked, is that the black cloud you are talking about? What? Seeing Nami swinging the big mallet lightly, Zoro's Adam's apple slid up and down, and he stammered, yes. Okay. It's a cyclone caused by a small cold front passing through the border. It will only cause precipitation in a small area of local sea areas, and it is not on the same line as our course, so we are fine. Shrugging, Nami explained. Afterwards, she looked around, trying to find a heavy object to test the effect of the power card, but found that there seemed to be nothing on the deck. Shaking her head dejectedly, she lightly leaned the big mallet in her hand against the bow of the ship, and went back to the cabin. When Nami's figure disappeared at the hatch, Luffy crossed his hands in front of him, and looked at Zoro with the gaze of Sherlock Luffy. Humph, you actually used a hollow one to fool me. Unfortunately, I see it through. I really thought that you practiced heavy swing every day. Although Zoro's trick was exposed, Luffy did not mean to ridicule, but only teased. No, this really weighs 500 kilograms. Zoro opened his hands, his face was anxious and serious. Oh. Then tell me, why is something that weighs 500 kilograms lift like a small wooden stick in Nami's hands? How do I know this? Zoro is also very heartbroken now. He frowned and said, maybe, Nami is born with supernatural strength? As soon as the words came out, Luffy laughed out loud. Then Luffy turned around and planned to continue to practice in the world of Akame Kill. Hey, stop. Zoro said. Seeing that Luffy is going to take him for a liar, Zoro can't take it. Don't believe it? Then you try it. Saying that, Zoro grabbed the big mallet with both hands and threw it towards Luffy. It's useless for you to throw the fake over here, ah. As soon as Luffy got the fake product, he let out a scream and was suppressed. Chapter 44. On the deck, it took Luffy a while to recover. He pushed the big mallet on his body hard, moved it to the side, and said in a daze, "It's so heavy. Believe me now." Zoro raised his chin, showing a bit of complacency. I believe it, Luffy thought. But the problem is. Luffy tilted his head to look in the direction of the cabin door. He couldn't help but scratched his head. Why does Nami hold it like a wooden stick? Two big men are not as strong as a little girl. Don't you think it's embarrassing? At the mention of this, Zoro immediately turned into a discouraged ball, and said with shame on his face, maybe, just as I guessed just now, she is born with supernatural strength. Luffy pondered for a moment, then nodded heavily, you're right. No way. Zoro, the two of us have to work hard. We must not lose strength to our navigator. That's right. Let's work hard together. Try to surpass Nami as soon as possible. The two took out the manga and entered it. A few days later, the pirate ship docked. Oops. There are hidden reefs in this harbor. Zoro lay prone on the edge of the fence, looking down the hull. Whoosh. Luffy stretched his legs and jumped off the deck. He approached the hull and took a closer look. There seems to be a small problem. Picking his nose, Luffy said with a slightly doubtful tone. Zoro followed and disembarked. Idiot, you call this a small problem? Hurry up and inform Nickpin and Nami, let them get off the ship. Ah. By the way, Nickpin still has so many mangas, hurry up, let's get the mangas for him. Without waiting for Luffy's reaction, Zoro rushed onto the deck with his gun, and then rushed into the cabin. Hey. The problem seems to be a bit serious. Looking at the whole hole that was pouring water violently, Luffy realized it later. With hands stretched out, grabbing the edge of the deck, Luffy also climbed onto the deck. But before he could go to the cabin, he saw Nickpin and the three of them had already come out of the cabin. The vibration sound of the collision of the hull just now was not small, and it was impossible for the people in the cabin to not notice it. Nami went to Nickpin's studio immediately, intending to help Nickpin transfer the mangas. But when she got there, Nami was surprised to find that all the mangas had disappeared, and then she was dragged by Nickpin and ran out together. On the way, they met Zoro, who was lost in the cabin. What about books? You don't care about the mangas anymore. Although Luffy is slow-witted, he also knows how important the mangas are. That is the treasure house of true power. The manga is fine, I store it with the fruit ability. In fact, Nickpin put the manga into the system space. When several people got off the ship, the hull of the pirate ship had sunk by nearly a measure. And it keeps sinking. Nickpin took a look at the damage on the hull, it was really exaggerated. He broke the wooden board at the hole with his hands. Broken. Apparently, the ship was weather-beaten and was about to retire. The boards have rotted like this, it's a blessing to be able to reach this island. Nami checked it out and made an accurate judgment. Nickpin was silent for a while. When he crossed over, he landed on this ship. Although this ship has nothing to do with him, he has lived on this ship for more than a year after all. After all, there is still some emotion. Now that the ship is suddenly lost, Nickpin will inevitably feel a touch of reluctance in his heart. When he read the manga before, when he saw that the Mary was declared dead, Usopp went crazy and went to be an enemy to the other crew. At that time, Nickpin felt that Usopp was really childish. The Mary is obviously unable to continue sailing, so why hang on? But now, when this kind of thing happened to him, he realized that Usopp's reaction was not exaggerated at all. What's more, for the Straw Hats and Usopp, the Mary is of great significance. The rotten ship in front of me is completely incomparable. Nickpin, your ship seems to be dying. Luffy said bluntly. Zoro turned his head and glanced at him, it seems inappropriate to say this at this time. Nami took Nickpin's arm and comforted, it can no longer support the next voyage, its mission has been completed. Nickpin shrugged, patted Nami's head with a smile, and said, "Don't worry, I'm okay." With that said, Nickpin lit a torch. Meeting is a fate, and parting may just be the starting point of reunion in the next life. Thank you for being with me this year. If there is an afterlife, I hope I can meet you in your best years. Feeling emotional in his heart, Nickpin lit the small broken ship on fire. This is Syrup Village, Nickpin remembered. Going Merry was born here. The small broken ship dragged them here with its rotten remains, and then left sadly. Exit at place where Going Merry is about to be born. Isn't this just a mission handover? Chapter 45. On the beach. The 4 members of the Straw Hat Pirates sit together. If we want to continue sailing, it seems that we need to buy a ship in this village, Luffy suggested. Zoro agreed, yes, I just don't know if there are any shipwright in this village who are good at building ships. I feel that our ships should be bigger. In the world of pirates, because of the special geographical setting, every island is separate by sea. Therefore, there is no place that does not have the ability to build ships. No. Our money is gone. Suddenly, Luffy suddenly remembered something, immediately shouted, and was about to get up and rush into the sea. Don't be nervous, the money is still safe. Nickpin had quick eyes and quick hands, and held Luffy down. Where's the money? I didn't see it. I asked this question when I came out just now. When Nickpin put away the mangas, he also put away the money. As the person who loves money the most in the whole group, Nami should have cared about whether the money was gone, since she acted normally it already shows that the money is safe. So it is. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief, and sighed. Nickpin's fruit ability is really reliable. I also agree with Zoro's proposal just now, we must build a big ship this time. It must be able to accompany us all to the next journey. I don't want to go through another farewell scene with a ship. Nickpin, Nami leaned closer to Nickpin. Zoro felt his teeth sore, and subconsciously scratched his arm. At this time, Zoro really envied Luffy, an emotional idiot, more and more. He really didn't notice Nami's affection for Nickpin at all. Great! Nickpin, you are right. We must have a big ship that can carry all our partners around the world. Zoro said, the deck needs to be big, so it's easy to practice. Then I want to have a big room. Next to Nickpin's room, there should be a door to go through it. Okay. The next thing to do is to go to the island to find a good shipbuilder. For Nickpin, he certainly knows who the best shipbuilder in Syrup Village is. But when he first arrived on this island, if he tell everyone that he know everything about this island, it would be strange. Looking for a shipbuilder? Then let's find someone to ask. After speaking, Luffy turned his head to look at the hillside not far away, and shouted, "Hey, who is the most powerful shipbuilder on your island?" Seeing Luffy's sudden approach, the other 3 looked over at the same time. Hey! Who are you talking to? Is there anyone there? Luffy, don't be suspicious, there is just bushes. Zoro didn't notice any movement either. There are really people. I heard them all, there are 4 people in total, and 3 of them should be little kids. Luffy pointed to the bushes and said seriously. Afterwards, he gave everyone a dumbfounded look. Didn't you all hear that? Are you kidding me? If there is someone there, we should have seen them. Nami also said, that's right, even if you want to play tricks on us, you have to make up a decent reason, otherwise, how could we be fooled? He did hear it. At this time, Nickpin spoke. Hearing what Luffy said just now, Nickpin was also taken aback. But then, he realized that the problem seemed not so simple. In the world of pirates, there is indeed a power of listening. Its name, observation haki. If it is the original plot, it is definitely impossible for Luffy to come into contact with observation haki at this time. Even Oda hasn't thought of such a thing as haki yet. But right now, Luffy is already trained to his 3rd gear. In this case, the practice of awakening haki should also begins. It makes sense, right? What's more, judging from the situation described by Luffy just now, the power of listening does meet the standard of observation haki. Did you really hear that? Zoro gave a surprised look. Are ears better than eyes? What does it mean? Nami rested her chin and looked at Nickpin curiously. Since Nickpin said that Luffy heard it, Nami naturally believed it. Luffy himself scratched his head. I did hear it, but I don't know what's going on. Nickpin, it looks like you know. Nick Pin nodded and explained, we all know that there is something called devil fruit in this world, which can give ordinary people great power. Everyone nodded. Nick Pin continued. And the place we want to go is called the Grand Line. There are many powerful pirates who don't have devil fruit, but they can still dominate. What they rely on is a practice called hockey. Hockey. It was the first time for the other three people to hear this word, and it put question marks on their foreheads. Hockey is divided into three types. One of the powers can sharpen the five senses, including the power of hearing. By practicing this power, you can detect the breath of surrounding creatures, and even emotional changes. During battle, you can use this power to predict and avoid danger. If I'm not mistaken, what Luffy used just now is this power called observation hockey. Nick Pin set up a popular science lecture for everyone. Anyway, he will be exposed to hockey in the future, so it is better to let them familiarize themselves with this knowledge earlier. There is also a kind of hockey called armament hockey. It can improve the defense of the human body, like invisible armor. Wrapped around the body can also enhance the strength of the person. It can even capture the elementalization of the Logia fruit ability user. Not only can it affect user body, and it can also affect on objects. Nick Pin continued to explain. That is called armament hockey. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Eyes are shining. It seems that Luffy is looking forward to this kind of power. That's right, the strong will be like this. Nick Pin immediately encouraged and said, yes, Luffy, with your talent, if you go through a few more battles, you should be able to touch the threshold of armament hockey. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw a black air flow emerging from Luffy's arm. Look, Nick Pin, is this one? Chapter 46. Look, Nick Pin, is this one? Luffy show his black arm forward. Isn't that wrapped around Luffy arm armament hockey? FK. This really made Nick Pin look confused. I know you're so early. I didn't know you were this super early. Just left the village for half a month, use new power up to the third gear, and hockey. Just how did Luffy do it, Nick Pin thought. But, isn't it better like this, the more powerful Luffy is the more easy the journey will be for Nick Pin. Thinking of this, Nick Pin quickly added the third type of hockey, Conqueror's hockey. When it was confirmed that Luffy hadn't awakened Conqueror's hockey, Nick Pin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. It would be atrocious if Conqueror's hockey had one too. They're leaving. Luffy stood up suddenly, and his right hand stretched out suddenly with the force of rubber, over the grass and shrubs on the hillside. Ah! Monster! Usopp's scream came from behind the grass bushes. As Luffy's arm retracted, Usopp was also lifted. Just now your arm stretched. Hey, you see. As soon as he was carried to the beach, Usopp pointed at Luffy and shouted in panic. Don't be nervous, Luffy is a rubber man, he ate the rubber fruit so his body can be stretched like rubber. Nick Pin patted Usopp on the shoulder, signaling him to be calm. Although this one looks a bit cowardly and unmanly, it's only temporary. As the absolute secret weapon of the Straw Hats in the future, the Straw Hats can promise not to underestimate God Usopp easily. See? This is the ability of rubber fruit. Ah! Longer than my nose. Usopp subconsciously molded his own nose. This was the first time he had met an opponent in terms of nose length. Yes, but your nose is fixed, his nose can be longer or shorter than yours. As soon as Nick Pin let go, Luffy's nose bounced back. Amazing! Seeing such ability, Usopp is really envious. However, he suddenly realized something, and immediately asked vigilantly, who are you? We are the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy replied without hesitation. Pirates. Upon hearing this, Usopp's inner, brave warrior, soul stirred up. No, I have to protect the village. Aha! Then you have come to the wrong place. There are no shipbuilders here, and this is the village of pirates. And, there is me. I am Usopp, the leader of the big pirate group in this village. People call me, Captain Usopp. For the sake of meeting you once, I advise you to give up attacking this village. Otherwise, my 80 million subordinates will not stand idly by. When speaking, Usopp crossed his hands in front of him, and his tone was arrogant. Looks like a big pirate. Lie. Nami saw through Usopp at a glance. Ah! Was I discovered? Nami giggled, ahaha, look, you admit it. Nanny. It turns out that you, a nasty woman, lied to me. Ahahaha. You are so interesting. Luffy laughed out loud at Usopp's hilarious look. Hey! How dare you make fun of me? I am a man with pride. That's why everyone calls me Usopp the man with pride. Seeing this, Nickpin explained with a smile. Don't worry, Usopp, we didn't come to attack the village, we came here for two things, one is to buy a big ship, and the other is to find a suitable partner to go to sea with us. Nanny? Isn't it attacking the village? Why didn't you say it earlier? After a while, a certain restaurant in the village. Usopp sat down to eat with the Straw Hat pirates. If we talk about ships, then only that family will have big ships. After the Straw Hat pirates' meal, Usopp began to talk freely. Then blah blah, blah blah, Usopp took the opportunity to sum up, so, aren't you looking for a companion? Luffy looked over, do you have a suitable candidate? I can be your captain. The four members of the Straw Hat pirates look at Usopp and stare blankly. And keep eating. You really don't want me to be your captain? If you miss this chance, you won't have another chance. I'm the best sniper on the seas. Hey, hey. Can you hear me? Give me some response. After drinking and eating, Nickpin thought about how to get close to Kaya and gain her trust. Otherwise, a group of pirates ran over and said they wanted to buy a ship from him, wouldn't they frighten the little girl? After thinking about it, Nickpin suddenly had an idea. With a thought, he drew a bounty from the system space. Taking out this bounty, Nickpin put it in front of Usopp. Have you seen this man? Nickpin pointed to the portrait on the bounty and asked Usopp. Hey! Isn't this Mrs. Kaya's butler, Klahadore? He's a nasty guy, do you know him? Usopp immediately recognized the guy who kept Kaya from meeting him. Butler? Nickpin showed an unbelievable expression. What's wrong? Although Usopp was cowardly, he was actually very careful, and immediately realized that something was wrong. Nickpin pointed to the portrait with his finger, this person, he is the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro, who kills people like hemp, he suddenly disappeared mysteriously 3 years ago to think we found him to be here. Hey, could it be a mistake? Shouldn't it be? Although he hates Klahadore, Usopp doesn't want to wrong people casually. You can't make a mistake, you can read below. Nickpin opened the bottom of the folded paper. Usopp immediately looked down at the text below. Kuro, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates. The number of civilians killed exceeds 700, the number of marines killed exceeds 100, and a reward of 16 million belly is offered. What? Panic and fear suddenly burst out from the originally calm eyes. Usopp faltered in horror, this is. This is the bounty I found in the reference room in Shell's town, Marine's bounty cannot be fake, right? Nickpin said nonsense with a serious face. No. Kaya. I have to tell her the truth. After a short period of fear, Usopp immediately thought of Kaya's safety, he grabbed the bounty and ran away. Chapter 47. Usopp ran ahead, followed by the 4 Straw Hat pirates. I didn't expect a big pirate who offered a reward of 16 million belly to hide here as a butler, what is he planning? Nami followed Nickpin, feeling very puzzled. He is a murderous pirate, he will definitely not do good things, Zoro said calmly. Nickpin nodded, yes, this kind of person, he will never be a butler for no reason. In Shell's town, when Luffy and I went to find a sword for Zoro, I accidentally saw the information room of the bounty, I thought it might be useful, so I brought some out. I didn't expect it to come in handy. Hey. That doesn't seem to be the main entrance, does it? Zoro's mouth twitched. Usopp, didn't you say you know the rich lady? Nami also patted his forehead, and joked playfully, you really are a big liar. Let's go to the wall too, Nickpin curled his lips, without saying a word, he walked to the corner quickly, and slid up to the top of the wall. Nickpin grab me, Nami said. Nickpin grabbed Nami's little hand and pulled her up. Later, Luffy and Zoro also came up. Over the wall, Usopp led the way with ease, and soon arrived under the window sill of Kaya's boudoir. At the window, Kaya is watching the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. At first glance, it looks like a canary in a cage. Usopp, you're here. The last story is coming to an end, isn't it? Seeing Usopp, Kaya's pale cheeks suddenly glowed. Kaya. Let's not talk about the story, I have something important to tell you. Usopp rushed over. But before he had time to say it, he heard a harsh voice appearing from the corner next to him. It turns out that you are a liar, and this time you brought so many unidentified people with you, it's really going too far. While speaking, Kuro, currently known as Klahadore the butler, appeared. What? This person in front of me looks nice. But actually, a pirate. Killing without blinking an eye. Who is not afraid? Not to mention the timid Usopp. Wait. These people have sword, are they pirates? He wasn't afraid. After all, Kuro doesn't care about this East Blue pirate at all. Instead, this incident can be used to make Kaya completely loathe Usopp, so that he can implement his plan. Luffy shout, well, we are the Straw Hat Pirates. As soon as the words came out, Kuro shouted angrily, it really is a pirate. You dirty pirates, please get out of here immediately. Don't disturb our lady's rest. While speaking, he also took the opportunity to divert the trouble to Usopp. Usopp, you are really not a good person. I was afraid that you would spoil our lady before, but now you are colluding with pirates. You really have the same virtue as your pirate father. At first glance, Kuro's angry reprimand is reasonable. Of course, if he himself is not a pirate, his personality charm will stand up. Unfortunately. What? Usopp is angry. Because he heard that Kuro actually made fun of his dad. You know, although Usopp is not a good husband or a good father, in Usopp's heart, his father is his hero. Usopp clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath, and looked at Kuro fiercely with his eyes. You can't say that about my dad. My dad, he's a brave warrior. Usopp, get to the point. Nickpin poked Usopp's arm with his hand focus. Oh. Right. You said that pirates are not good. What about you? Are you not a pirate? And you are a murderous pirate. Hearing this, Kuro's heart skipped a beat. Did they know? But the next moment. No, it should be nonsense. What's more, he is Usopp. Who would believe his words? What are you talking about? Is it so embarrassing that you want to spread lies on me? Usopp, why do you slander Klahadore? If you do this again, I will be angry. No, I didn't slander him. Kaya, look, this is Marine's bounty, and the picture on it is Klahadore, his real name is Kuro, and he is the captain of the Black Cat Pirates. With that said, Usopp took out the bounty. What? Seeing the bounty, Kaya was a little horrified. The painting on the bounty is indeed Klahadore. But is this true? Ha ha ha, Kuro suddenly laughed. He pointed to the reward and said. Usopp, in order to slander me, did you draw a bounty on purpose? Klahadore is not a bad guy, you must have made a mistake. Why did you draw this? Kaya also thinks so. Usopp was in a hurry, I didn't lie. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with a liar like you. Kuro shook his head calmly, then shouted towards the yard, come on, please get these pirates out. Ah! You bastard! But he was caught by Nickpin. Okay, Kuro, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Nickpin's voice caught Kuro's attention. Nickpin pointed to Zoro and said, he is a bounty hunter, he took the Marine's bounty, so he came to arrest you, just go through the procedure and let Miss Kaya know your true face, then surrender, so we can get through this. Hearing what Nickpin said, Kuro's expression finally changed. As for Zoro, once he heard that there was a battle to fight, he immediately felt relieved. Nickpin reminded, by the way, there is no need to keep him alive, the dead bounty is the same, and it is convenient to transport. Understood. Clang. Wado Ikemonji swords come out of the sheath. Wait. Kuro shouted. He stared at the few people in front of him seriously, and his originally gentle face gradually became cloudy. That gloomy aura made Kaya behind him feel scared, and subconsciously murmured, Klahadore. After a while, Kuro lowered his head and shook his head slightly. He put his hands on his face, his body twitched because of the violent laughter. Hee-hee-ha, hee-hee-ha-ha-ha. What a bunch of ignorant idiots. Isn't it good to be your little pirate with peace of mind? Why did you come here to die? 3 days. Kuro raised 3 fingers, only 3 more days. What 3 days? Looking at the butler who had become unfamiliar, Kaya spoke nervously. Kuro still said to himself, 3 days later, my original subordinates will attack this village, and Kaya will die in a pirate attack at that time, and I will inherit all the property here and live a comfortable life. Ah. Klahadore, what are you talking about? An unbelievable expression appeared on her pale face. Kaya didn't know her butler at all. But. You idiots. Let my plan be completely ruined. Although killing you, I can take away all the property, but it will lead me to be chased by the stupid marine again. You. Let my 3 years of hard work go to waste. Kuro hates it. Just because of these few guys, his 3 years of low eyebrows and pleasing to the eye have become a joke. If he knew earlier that he is going to be exposed, why bother to endure it for 3 years? 3 years of forbearance of loneliness. In order to thank you for your stupid behavior, I decided to let you die slowly. Having said that, Kuro pushed his glasses with both hands, and then clenched his fist. Rub. Kuro cat's claw, unsheathed coldly. Chapter 48. When Kuro's cat claws stretched out, Kuro finally couldn't hide the murderous aura on his body. Looking at his gentle face at this time, there is no sense of gentleness, just like a pervert killer. Bounty hunter, is it? Kuro looked at Zoro, and said sharply. In East Blue, there should be more than 100 bounty hunters who died in my hands. I haven't heard of names like yours. It should be within 3 years of my retirement. A newcomer who has just risen. A rookie, always self-righteous. You won't realize how stupid you are until you die. Kuro is angry. He got this amazing plan, but the few people in front of him turned his 3-year plan into a joke. He can't let it go. Ah, have you finished? Can I handle this? Nami covered her mouth and laughed. Nickpin is speechless. It is said that villains die from talking too much. But the one in front of her should belong to the category of, I live a few more seconds because I talk a lot. Want to die early? Then come. They are going to fight. You can come here. Nickpin will protect you. Nami came to the window and helped Kaya out with Usopp. Kaya is now in a state of desperation, unable to face this cruel fact. Since Kuro is a big pirate who has killed countless people, then the death of her parents. Although Kaya knew that her parents died of illness, but now she has no reason not to suspect that this is a conspiracy by Kuro. Thinking of this, grief came from her heart, fear lay on Nami's body, and he began to cry. Come to fight. Zoro rushed to Kuro. In the middle of the road, the sword Wado Ikemonji in his hand suddenly slipped into the scabbard. Hey! Is Zoro going to punch him instead? Nickpin also couldn't understand Zoro's operation, so he guessed, maybe he wants to use a new technique. Luffy suddenly has a question mark on his face. Although Zoro has a lot of move that is a well-known sword move, but since the sword is already in its sheath. Do you have to draw it back first and then use this new move? Brush. When Zoro rushed in front of Kuro, Kuro's figure moved sideways instantly and disappeared from Zoro's eyes. Silent step. This is the trick that Kuro is famous for. Like a cunning cat, Kuro moved quickly. But didn't make a sound. Zoro stood where he was. He still didn't draw his sword, he just waited quietly. Brush. The cold light of Cat's Claw came from one side. Zoro moved. However, he didn't completely avoid the blow, causing a small cut in his left arm. Brush. Cat's Claw strikes again. Although Zoro was not careless, he still couldn't dodge completely. Another wound. Ah. What is this idiot doing? Your partner, is he unable to lift a sword? Usopp originally hoped that Nickpin and his gang would get rid of the big pirate Kuro, but now he was a little scared. What if this group of people is not Kuro's opponent? He better run away. But, Kaya is still here. If he escape, wouldn't Kaya die? What's more, this is the village where he grew up. If he escape, what will happen to them? Thinking of this, Usopp immediately picked up the slingshot and aimed at Kuro. But Kuro's silent steps were too fast for Usopp to miss. Forget it, let's cover fire. Facing the possible trajectory of Kuro, Usopp fired a pepper star. Clang! Wado Ikemonji sword's words suddenly came out of the sheath. Snapped. The Firebird star was shot flying and exploded outside the wall. Nah, Nanny. Usopp was stunned. What kind of operation is this? Hey, Hey. You, I'm helping you. Don't get in the way of my fight, Zoro just said casually, and put his sword back into the scabbard. Brush. Brush. Kuro's figure continued to jump around Zoro, causing Zoro to have a few more wounds. Stupid guy, helpless in front of me, can you only yell at your helper for his incompetence? Kuro's figure temporarily stopped in front of Zoro, mocking mercilessly. Ah! How frustrating. I can't hear it. Upon hearing this, Kuro sneered, nonsense. This is my ultimate move, Silent Step, which can move fast like a cat without making a sound. How could it be possible for you to hear the sound? Sure enough, he is a stupid newcomer who doesn't even understand this simple truth. I am really unwilling to be ruined by such a fool. Zoro shook his head, I'm not talking about that, I mean I can't hear your breath. Although Kuro's Silent Step has no sound, Zoro can still easily keep up with his speed. As long as Zoro's eyes followed Kuro's trajectory, he can guess where Kuro is from his field of vision. But just now, Zoro stood there and didn't move at all. It is that he voluntarily gave up locking Kuro with his vision, so as to listen to Kuro's breath. Breath? What the hell? Kuro looked at Zoro with some disgust, are you confused? Zoro ignored him, but turned to look at Nick Pin, the listening power you mentioned is really difficult. Nick Pin rolled his eyes. Good guy. No wonder there has been no sword move. After a long time, you're using Kuro to practice observation haki. Chapter 49. Although Zoro is stronger, facing this kind of person who is not his opponent at all, he doesn't have the desire to defeat him. But if you can take this opportunity to study observation haki, it would be great. Pushing his feet, Zoro jumped back. Kuro did not prevent the opponent from making a temporary substitution. In his opinion, no matter how he changes, the final result is that he will destroy the opponent's group. Wow, is it time for me to appear? Luffy took a step forward, spread his legs, and raised his hand. What kind of move is this? Kuro had never seen such a weird move before, and he immediately raised his vigilance. But the next moment. Nanny. Kuro has a feeling of being tricked. Because Luffy is doing stretching. He really looking for death. In his eyes, Luffy's behavior is simply provocative. Brush. With a movement of the soles of his feet, Kuro disappeared. Brush. Espada's cat's claws flashed coldly and appeared on Luffy's side, cutting directly to Luffy's main artery. Kuro paused, his brow furrowed. Because the paw scratched it just now, Kuro didn't feel any force. Missed? Impossible. Luck. The guy must have been lucky and just avoided it. Kuro move again. Brush. Espada's cat claws clawed at Luffy's neck. This time, Kuro saw it carefully. But just when Espada's cat claws were about to cut Luffy's neck, Luffy's stretching motion just twisted his neck to the right. Brush. Espada's cat's claw just brushed Luffy's neck skin less than an inch away. Nanny. Kuro frowned again. I obviously launched the attack from the blind spot of his vision, but he actually dodged twice in a row. Could he predict my attack trajectory? Impossible. How could such a thing happen? It must have been a coincidence. Brush. 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 After a dozen consecutive attacks, Kuro finally realized that the problem was not that simple. Once, twice, it can still be called luck. But after more than a dozen attacks, none of them hit. He has some doubts about this. On the other side, Zoro has been watching seriously. The more he watch, the more he become obsessed with this power of listening. Feeling the ease and comfort of Luffy in the battle, Zoro gritted his teeth. Observation haki, I must master it. Kuro breathed deeply, and he lowered his figure, like a walking cat, carefully looking at the form of the battlefield. Damn it, what is the power of listening that you just said? Is it relying on that power to avoid all my attacks? This dilemma is really uncomfortable. Oh, Nick Pin told me, it's called observation haki. Luffy finished stretching and said while picking his nose. Observation haki? What is that? Why haven't I heard of it? Kuro was confused by the word. Nick Pin smiled, isn't it normal for a rookie like you who only has a reward of 16 million to have never heard of such a grand thing? A mere 16 million reward. Rookie. Kuro laughed. He was so angry that he laughed back. After 3 years of disappearance, has he been reduced to the point of being ridiculed by newcomers? If only you were all better than me. But just now, the green-haired guy was clearly beaten all over by me. And this guy who laughed at me for only having 16 million Pele, do you really know what 16 million represents? That is, looking at the entire East Blue, it is also an existence at the top of the pyramid. Good. I won't be able to kill this idiot with observation hockey for a while, but what about you? Haha. All must die. You self-righteous newcomers, do you think that with a strong partner, you can do whatever you want? As a pirate, I, your senior, will teach you how terrifying it is to fight of a pirate who hovers between life and death. With that said, Kuro bowed his body and lowered his head. The hands hang down naturally, and the espada hangs down with it. He, suddenly became so scary. Even though it was far away, Nami couldn't help but feel a shiver, and subconsciously leaned against Nickpin. If I'm not mistaken, he should use that move to kill indiscriminately, come behind me, and it should spread here later. Nickpin said. Hearing that Nickpin wanted to protect her, Nami was very happy, and immediately pulled Kaya to hide behind Nickpin. Hey, I need protection too. Although Usopp is weak, he is still very accurate in predicting the danger, so he quickly hides behind Zoro. Zoro looked behind Nickpin, then looked behind himself. Die. With a low shout from Kuro, his figure disappeared instantly. It is several times faster than the previous silent step. Brush. Swipe. Luffy looked serious, constantly changing his posture, avoiding every deadly attack without haste. The sword in Zoro's hand sometimes lifted up, sometimes cut horizontally, and sometimes slashed forward. Every time he takes a shot, he hits the espada cat's claw accurately. Although he hasn't mastered observation hockey yet, his vision alone is enough to deal with Kuro's attack. Nickpin's side is even more exaggerated. With one hand being held tightly behind Nami's back, only the other arm was used to casually block Kuro's deadly move. Speed, defense. The two attributes seem extremely useful at this time. Good, so amazing, feeling Nickpin's calmness, Kaya opened her mouth. Well. Anytime, as long as you are by Nickpin's side, you are absolutely safe. This is not because Nami deliberately wanted to flatter Nickpin, but the last time in Orange Town, Nickpin appeared in time to save Nami who was doomed to die. This absolutely safe personality has been deeply embedded in Nami's soul. Now, Nickpin easily protects the two of them, and Nami is sure in her heart. In danger, find Nickpin. Around Nickpin is the security field. There was a burst of gaudy felling, and the flowers, plants and trees in the yard were cut to pieces. Kuro paused, gasping for breath, with self-doubt on his face. No, it's impossible, he made a big move, but in the end all of them endured all it. He do not believe. Okay Luffy, you can come back first, let Zoro take care of this. What should be shown also shows that as far as Zoro can learn, it is up to his own creation. Of course, it doesn't matter if you can't learn it, it's already started, are you afraid that Haki won't come? Although Luffy can easily deal with Kuro, but he is afraid that his head will heat up and knock Kuro into the air. For an out-and-out garbage like Kuro, it's better to let Zoro finish it. In comparison, Zoro has a sword, which is a better finisher. Kuro's brain buzzed, and he was so angry. You actually use me as a training. Bastard, die for me. Seeing Zoro coming in front of him, Kuro exploded in anger. Brush. Silent step again. Itoriu Ia, Shurshur Sun One Sword Style, Lion Song. Clang. Wado Ikemanji swords come out of the sheath. Clang. The Wado Ikemanji sword are sheathed. Zoro walked towards Nickpin and the others with a blank face. No, impossible. Behind Zoro, Kuro's figure freezes in the air. Puff. Like a fountain of blood burst out violently from his mouth. Boom. Kuro's body fell to the ground, his eyes were full of unwillingness. Chapter 50. Changing from Klahadore to Kuro, although the process was a bit fast, it was also a bit sudden. But Kaya, who had been kept in the dark, is not a fool. From the time Kuro's espada cat claws were unsheathed, Kaya knew everything. The next day, with the help of another butler, Mary, Kuro's body was sent to the nearest marine base for bounty. In the living room of the mansion, Kaya is entertaining the Straw Hats. If a few people from the Straw Hat Pirates had not come to this island, her life would have come to an end in 2 days. Kaya couldn't feel better when she thought that the butler who took care of her for 3 years was actually a murderous pirate. After being lost for a long time, Kaya regained her composure, with a smile on her face. You want a ship, right? That's quite a coincidence. What is a coincidence, Sister Kaya? Nami sits next to Kaya, and has been helping her soothe her mood throughout the day. Mary is building a ship recently. It was originally intended to be used for shipping goods for the family business. Since you need it, I can give this ship to you as a gift. Kaya is a kind lady, and she is very grateful to the Straw Hats who helped her. A gift? That would be great. Luffy, who was gnawing on a pig's trotter, immediately raised his hands and cheered happily when he heard this. Nami, hearing that, changed with berry in her eyes. They saved a lot of money. However, Nickpin said, if you give it as a gift, it is too expensive. Ms. Kaya, we have money, so let's buy it. If it's just going merry like the original plot, then give it away. But Nickpin planned to have an enlarged version of the Mary, and the cost must be at least several times that of the original Mary, maybe even 10 times. Although Kaya is a local tyrant, he is only a local tyrant in the village. Nickpin didn't want to do something like taking advantage of Kaya. Kaya smiled and said, it's okay, a ship, it's not too expensive. No, I still have some ideas. After thinking for a while, Nickpin expressed his thoughts on shipbuilding. After listening to the shipbuilding blueprint drawn by Nickpin, Kaya understood that the cost of this ship is indeed very expensive. In order to express his gratitude to Nickpin and others, Kaya insisted on taking out 20 million belly as shipbuilding funds. Don't underestimate 20 million belly. The cost of the Mary in the original plot is only about 10 million berry. Mary took everyone to the shipbuilding workshop. At this time, the Mary has already started laying the foundation of the ship. Mary introduced the ship to Nickpin. Mr. Nickpin, since you want a bigger ship, I'll have the keel laid again, however, it may take a little time. Time is not a problem, as the saying goes, sharpening a sword is not the same as chopping firewood. With a good ship, our voyage on the sea will be smoother. As far as materials are concerned, use good materials. With that said, Nickpin patted his pocket, I'm not short of money. Ahahaha. Mary was also amused by Nickpin's humor. At this time, Usopp leaned over and whispered in Nickpin's ear, are you really not going to let me be your captain? Nickpin rolled his eyes, then pointed to a tree in the distance. Did you see that tree? Usopp nodded. What, as long as I run under that tree within 10 seconds, you will invite me to be your captain, right? Nickpin shrugged. No, I mean, it's cool under the tree, you go and stay there. Usopp. The construction of Mary is not a small project, but with Kaya help, and almost all the labor force of the entire Syrup village came to help. The originally expected 1-month construction period was forcibly compressed within a 1-week plan. 2 days later, the members of the Black Cat Pirates landed in Syrup Village in a mighty manner, confirming Kuro's plan. Subsequently, these guys fell under Zoro's sword one by one. In Kaya's mansion, in a spacious room facing the sun, Nickpin is drawing a manga. This habit of drawing mangas every day has been integrated into his life. Even if he is not on the ship, Nickpin is still very self-disciplined. If you don't draw a manga every day, you will feel uncomfortable. As for Luffy, Zoro and Nami, they all went to help in the shipbuilding workshop. However, Nickpin didn't quite agree with what the 3 of them did. After all, there are specializations in the art industry. If you are a layman to help, not only may you not be able to help, but there is a high probability that it will be a disservice. Knock knock knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. The door was open, and the person who came knocked first was obviously very cultivated. It's Miss Kaya. Nickpin looked up and saw Kaya holding a cup of coffee at the door. I heard from Nami that Mr. Nickpin spends a lot of time drawing manga every day, so I just wanted to make a cup of coffee to refresh Mr. Nickpin. May I come in? Kaya stood at the door, her voice was very gentle. Of course, you are the master here. Nickpin got up immediately and motioned for Kaya to come in and sit down. Putting down the coffee, Kaya sat at the drawing table, looked at the mangas that Nickpin was creating, and showed interest. She looked at it for a while, and couldn't help praising, "These manga are so exquisite, Mr. Nickpin is really amazing." "Well, that's my specialty." Nickpin smiled and was not humble. Afterwards, Nickpin asked, "Why are you here? Is there something wrong?" "Ah, can you tell?" Hearing this, Kaya opened her mouth in surprise, and then smiled again. "That's right, you are such a powerful person, how can you not see it? Let's be honest, as long as I can help, I will help. Getting along with people is a kind of mutual benefit in itself." Inheriting his love for shipbuilding, it is reasonable for him to ask for something at this moment. Kaya pursed her slightly white lips, and then said cautiously, Are you really unwilling to take Usopp out to sea?" "It was actually for this matter. I know, you may think that Usopp is a person who likes to talk big and lie, but I promise, he is definitely a reliable partner. If you can take him to the sea together." Nickpin was a little curious and said, "As far as I know, when you are sick, Usopp often told some stories to make you happy, which is very helpful to your illness. According to common sense, you should hope that he stays, right?" Kaya smiled. "Well, I am really grateful to him. In fact, in my heart, he is like a reliable childhood friend. Although he likes to lie, he is definitely not the trash in everyone's mouth. His childhood dream was to be a free sea fighter like his father. Actually, I hate pirates very much, and so do the people in the village, but he let me know that there are good people among pirates. If Usopp is going to be a pirate, I really hope he can be a crewmate of people like you." "Oh, yes, sorry, I seem to ask a bit too much." Suddenly realizing that he had been talking, Kaya's little face turned red. It made the pale face that had been ill for a long time appear to have some vitality. It's fine." Nickpin said with a smile, "Actually, we have discussed it internally and decided to let Usopp join us a long time ago." "Really?" Kaya's eyes sparkled. Nickpin nodded, "Yes, it's just that this guy wants to be the captain every day, and we deliberately ignored him. Ahaha, he is just so out of tune." Knowing that the Straw Hat Pirates have accepted Usopp, Kaya feels relieved. "Mr. Nickpin, you are busy, I will ask the servant to prepare lunch for you." Saying that, Kaya stood up and walked out. However, I don't know if it was too hasty to stand up, Kaya suddenly felt a blackness in front of her eyes, and fell directly to the ground. "Miss Kaya." Nickpin had sharp eyes and quick hands, rushed over with one step and supported Kaya. Cough cough cough. The body that was originally weak and untouchable, looked even more withered under a burst of severe coughing. Although Kaya deliberately concealed it, the blood stains in the handkerchief couldn't escape Nickpin's eyes. Is this how unlucky a beauty has been since ancient times? With Kaya's physical condition, it is estimated that she will not live long. "Sorry for making you worry." Kaya's dizziness improved slightly, she left Nickpin's arms, and then walked out in a depressed mood. "Wait a moment." Nickpin shouted. Kaya turned around. "I heard that there is a magnetic drum island on the Grand Line. The island is famous for being rich in famous doctors, and there are even old miracle doctors who have lived for more than 100 years. Your illness is nothing to those people." Although Nickpin doesn't want to break the original plot, but facing Kaya's situation, he can't just sit idly by. "If you want, come to sea with us." "Go out to sea?" Kaya was stunned. Does she want to go to sea? Think. Although those stories were compiled by Usopp, they inspired Kaya's longing for the overseas world. But because of the weakness in her body, it is almost impossible for Kaya to go to sea. However, at this moment, Nickpin's invitation. Kaya is moved. What's more, that island rich in famous doctors. If her illness can be cured, she will no longer have to be afraid of going to sea. Don't worry about answering me, we still have to stay in Syrup Village for a few days. Before you leave, just give me an answer. Nickpin said. Well. Thank you, Mr. Nickpin. I'm going to ask the servant to prepare lunch for you. After shaking the handkerchief in hand, Kaya's heart beat faster. Chapter 51. Time flies, a few days have passed. Syrup Village, Port. The sun is as bright as spring, and the breeze is delicate. On the calm sea, sparkling. Flocks of seagulls circled around the port, sometimes landing and sometimes singing joyfully. As if they also want to witness Going Mary's maiden voyage. With the joint efforts of almost all the labor force in Syrup Village, the brand new version of the Golden Mary is 68 meters long and has a net height of 32 meters. It is no longer the little ship in the original plot with a length of 10 meters and a height of 10 meters. The whole ship is still powered by sails and adopts a three-masted sailing ship structure, which enables it to achieve superior speed when fully sailed. The hull has a total of 10 cannons. 1 door at the bow, 1 door at the stern, and 8 gates on both sides. Full of firepower. Because the design is from Mary, the bow is still the classic sheep head shape. This is also Luffy's future special seat. It's unbelievable. I will be the captain of such a big ship. Usopp is standing on the side of the ship, looking from the front deck to the direction of the back deck. He can't see the end at a glance. This guy can be cheeky. Even if everyone ignores him as the captain, he still regards himself as the captain. A lot of money, a lot of money. Nami stood next to Nick Pin, talking non-stop. Where is it? Why didn't I see it? The next moment, I heard Nami's wow, and cried, a lot of money has gone. The others fainted immediately. The cost of this ship is high. Excluding the 20 million berry funded by Kaya, the Straw Hat pirates took more than 70 million berry out of their own pockets. A pirate ship with a value close to 100 million is definitely a coveted ship even in the Grand Line. Fortunately, the bounty contributed by the Black Cat pirates brought some blood back to the Straw Hat pirates. Now there are more than 80 million berry left in the crew, which is relatively rich. Sail. Luffy stood under the mast, stretched his hands, grabbed the sail that was furled high, and pulled it down. Captain. Do it yourself. Then, with a flick of his legs, he jumped onto the sheep's head at the bow of the ship and sat on it. Pointing forward, he said boldly, Mary, go forward. Nick Pin stood by the fence and looked at the crowds below the port, but he couldn't find the figure in the end. It seems that Ms. Kaya still wants to stay in her hometown. With that said, Nick Pin prepared to go back to the cabin. Come. Come. Kaya, she is coming. In the past few days, Nick Pin talked with Nami about inviting Kaya to board the ship. Because he is not sure whether Kaya will come, so Nick Pin only mentioned it in the chat with Nami, but he didn't mention it in the conversation with other people. Kaya. Usopp exclaimed, leaning over the edge of the railing and yelling, are you here to see me off? Zoro crossed his hands and reminded, Luffy, wait a minute, our benefactor seems to want to say a few farewell words. Farewell. Luffy froze. The sails are all lowered, can this be stopped if you want to stop? The wind blows, the ship moves. Kaya on the ramp is running. In the past few days, she has thought about it for a long time, and also chatted with Mary for a long time. At first, Mary dissuaded her, considering her possible illness, but then he became supportive of Kaya's boarding. After all, Kaya grew up in Syrup Village since she was a child, and she suddenly said that she wanted to leave after all, it was still difficult to decide. In fact, she has been hesitating for several days. When she came to the port at this time, she was still not sure whether she wanted to go to sea. But when she saw the moment when Going Mary set sail, she suddenly stopped hesitating. She feels that if she misses this opportunity, she will miss the most important choice of her life. Going to sea is her best choice. Watching Going Mary leave the port, Kaya is in a hurry. Scared. Missed. Going to miss it. She is running desperately. Her weak body made her pale and sweaty, but she still gritted her teeth and persisted. It's Miss Kaya. Is she saying goodbye to the Straw Hat pirates? Everyone make way. The villagers spontaneously stepped aside. Kaya ran to the edge of the port, panting. But Going Mary is already more than 10 meters away from the port. She put her hands on her knees, panting heavily. After a slight pause of 2 seconds, Kaya yelled at Going Mary. Mr. Nick Pin. I've made up my mind, I want to go to sea with you guys. I'm going to the magnetic drum country you mentioned to look for famous doctors. I want to cure my illness and live strong. Take me. The surrounding villagers were stunned. No one thought that such a weak young lady like Kaya would go to sea. On Going Mary. She wants to come up. She wants to come up. Usopp opened his mouth wide in horror, is Kaya going to be a pirate too? I don't want her to be a pirate, Nick Pin shook her head. Her illness can only worsen in a few years if she stays here, only by bravely taking the step to go to sea can she gain a new life. I talked to her about this before, but I didn't expect her to really make up her mind. With that said, Nickpin turned to look at Luffy and asked, Luffy, you are the captain, what do you think? Zoro, Usopp and Nami looked at Luffy at the same time. Luffy jumped down from the sheep's head, stood by the fence, as if convulsed, suddenly raised his hands, and shouted, of course she's a welcome with both hands. As he spoke, he extended his hands and crossed the sea and sky more than 10 meters away. Whoosh! Kaya directly experienced a trapeze. Ah! When falling from the sky, Kaya screamed in panic. Seeing Nickpin below, Kaya quickly opened her arms involuntarily. Nickpin is also speechless. Luffy. It can be placed on the deck smoothly, but you threw it directly at me. You did it on purpose. Nickpin stretched out his hand, caught Kaya, and gave her a gentle smile. Welcome, Miss Kaya. Miss Kaya, luggage. At the port, Mary, who was carrying a huge suitcase, just ran to the port. He unloaded the suitcase and shouted loudly. Whoosh! Luffy arms extended. The luggage flew over in the next second and was thrown to Usopp. Hey! Usopp froze for a moment, and opened his hands to take it. Boom! Was suppressed. Okay. Luffy is so simple, it must not be because Usopp wants to compete with him for the captain position. Well, definitely not. Haha. Chapter 52. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the Mary set off with dream chasers on board. In the cabin. Wow! This room really looks like my dream. Nami flung herself on her own bed, the spring of the bedding gently threw her up and down again. This level of comfort is simply too comfortable. Kaya said with a quiet smile, it is indeed a ship that cost more than 90 million berry to build, this living environment is not bad compared with my home. Kaya's room is next door to Nami's. Originally that room was vacant, but Kaya got on the ship and it happened to be next door to Nami. Of course, judging by the situation, there is a high probability that the two girls will live together. Huh? Why is there another door here? The small door on the other side of the room suddenly opened, and Nickpin walked over from inside. Obviously, the other side of Nami's room is Nickpin's room. Mary asked for everyone's suggestions when designing. Nami said at the time that she wanted a door connected to Mr. Nickpin's room. Mr. Nickpin, don't you remember? Seeing Nickpin's surprised look, Kaya smiled calmly, dimples appearing on her cheeks. Is that so? Nickpin thought for a while, but he didn't seem to remember. That's right. You were there, Nickpin. Another important point is, the door doesn't have a lock yet. Nami got off the bed, jumped to Nickpin's side in 3 steps and 2 steps, and took his arm. By the way, your studio is next to your bedroom and it's also my design, how about it? Am I very capable? Praise me. Praise me now. The hospitality was hard to come by. Nickpin reached out and pat Nami's head. He have to admit that the studio and the bedroom are next door, and this design really makes Nickpin very satisfied. This going merry is massive. There are more than 20 luxurious rooms like this. In addition, there are some small rooms as temporary spares. In addition, under the suggestion of Zoro and Luffy, a reading room was specially built for reading mangas. Zoro and Luffy are reading mangas in the reading room now. Biography of Kojiro Sasaki World. Zoro chopping wooden golem steaks. In fact, his wooden golem steaks have long since graduated. But in the manga world, every morning, Zoro will continue to chop wooden golem piles, which is already a daily practice. After finishing today's morning routine, Zoro put down the wooden sword. Afterwards, he picked up another wooden sword, walked up to Kojiro Sasaki, and saluted respectfully, "Teacher, please enlighten me." Sasaki Kojiro hummed, holding the sword in both hands. Every time he compete with Zoro, no matter whether he suppressed the level of strength or not, the attitude of fighting is to go all out. It is precisely because of this that Zoro's fighting attitude is also subtly affected. Zoro moved, and the sword in his hand slashed cleanly. Brush. 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 Attack from several angles. Sasaki Kojiro stood still, only the long wooden sword in his hand kept blocking Zoro's attack at precise angles. In these blocks, there will be some defensive counterattacks from time to time, which makes Zoro frightened from time to time. But although the battle continued, Sasaki Kojiro did not look relaxed. While fighting, he seriously commented, "That's right, it's been such a long time this time, and your slashing accuracy still hasn't dropped in the slightest." "Thank you, teacher, for your compliment." Zoro nodded, struck with his sword, and pulled away in an instant. He suddenly changed from holding a sword in one hand to holding a sword in two hands. With both hands back on the left cheek, the aura of the whole person suddenly changed. "Are you going to show me the results of this period of training?" Seeing this scene, Kojiro Sasaki realized something in his heart, and even looked forward to it. After all, which strongman doesn't want his unique skills to be passed on? He glanced at the length of the wooden sword in Zoro's hand, then put down the wooden sword in his hand, and replaced it with a wooden sword a little longer than Zoro. "Teacher, please enlighten me." As the voice fell, Zoro's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened. "Move your foot and take a step forward." At the same time, the sword he held in both hands slashed forward. Crosscut. Cut vertically. Crosscut. Zoro made a total of 3 cuts. But the 3 sabers seemed to have no sequence, and they slashed from 3 directions at the same time. Approaching Sasaki Kojiro from 3 directions. Genius! When he saw Zoro's move clearly, Kojiro Sasaki's eyes lit up. He knew very well that even if he used this trick himself, it would not be much more perfect than Zoro. Sasaki Kojiro felt the 3-way slash, and for a short moment, a gratified smile appeared on his face. The next moment, he moved back a step. "The long wooden sword in your hand is barreled forward." Boom! Zoro's offensive came to an abrupt end. Huh? Didn't work. Looking at the wooden sword against his hand, Zoro was a little stunned. "No. You have successfully mastered the secret skill Tsubeim Geishi Swallow Reversal, but you have to remember that the distance of this technique is about 3 meters. No matter who is within 3 meters, as long as the weapon is shorter than your sword, he will definitely lose." Sasaki Kojiro explained. Zoro looked at the length of the wooden sword in Sasaki Kojiro's hand, and immediately understood why Sasaki Kojiro changed to a long sword just now. "It seems." "Thank you, teacher." Feeling the experience of using Tsubeim Geishi Swallow Reversal, just now, Zoro realized the true meaning of Tsubeim Geishi Swallow Reversal, belatedly. In the world, there is no move that can be unconditionally invincible. But if you can achieve invincibility under limited conditions, then this move is worthy of invincible. Chapter 53. Time flies, a few days have passed. In Kaya's room. Kaya was lying on the bed, pale, with a hot towel on her forehead. When she first went to sea, Kaya was still very happy. But after sailing at sea for a few days, Kaya's weak constitution began to cause trouble. Originally, if she was only weak, she could still persevere. But the captain didn't have a decent cook, so the food was not so coordinated and the nutrition was not balanced. It was not even clear whether there was a lack of essential vitamins for the human body. As a result, Kaya was naturally bedridden. Fortunately, with Nami by her side, Kaya was not so sad, but rather happy that she could persevere. She firmly believes that she will be able to persist until the island that Nick Pin mentioned, that rich and famous doctors. The future must be bright. Is Kaya feeling better today? The door opened, and Nick Pin and Usopp came in. Nick Pin held a bowl of porridge and handed it to Nami. Nami took it and stirred it gently while blowing away the heat. "Smell good." Kaya was already hungry, so when she smelled the scent, her stomach started to growl. "Of course, this is Nick Pin's porridge, even I haven't get the chance to eat it." Nami expressed jealousy half-jokingly. "There should be enough for a bowl and a pot, you can eat it later." Nick Pin shrugged. It was not impossible for him to cook porridge. No one in this ship can cook porridge. Fortunately, he is a transmigrator, and in his previous life he was also an otaku who could eat and cook, so he can still do some simple healthcare meal. But if they want a chef, then he is definitely not qualified. Usopp actually wants to do something for Kaya, but he grew up alone, he eats casually, how can he cook such delicate porridge? He looked at Kaya and clenched his fists to cheer her up. "Kaya, don't worry, there are many excellent chefs in the place," Nick Pin said, "as long as one of them is willing to board our ship, you don't have to worry about lack of nutrition in the future. Kaya smiled hard. Well, everyone treats me so well, I can persevere. It used to be a life of one person, but now there are so many partners together, this kind of life is very new for Kaya. Even with such difficulties, she can persevere. Nickpin took out a nautical chart, looked at it, and handed it to Nami. Are we almost there? Nami took the chart and looked out the window for a while. She nodded. Yes, it is estimated that in a while, we will arrive at the sea restaurant Baratai. Well, Nami, you stay here and take care of Kaya, Usopp and I will go to the deck to have a look. Since crossing over, Nickpin has been obsessed with visiting the attractions in the world of One Piece. There are many scenes, watching them in mangas and watching them live, that is not the same concept. Nickpin really wants to see this magical sea restaurant. If he remember correctly, when the plot reaches this point, there will also be a showdown between the world's #1 swordsman and the future's #1 swordsman. How could such a thing be missed? Nickpin and Usopp came to the deck, and Zoro was looking forward at the bow. And Luffy was in his special seat. Look, there is a big fish out there. Luffy stood up suddenly and pointed into the distance. Big fish? Zoro frowned, and then said with a look of disgust, Idiot, that's a fish-shaped ship. Yes, that is the destination of our trip, the sea restaurant Baratai. Nickpin walked to Zoro and said. Wow. Really? Hearing this, Luffy was so excited that he raised his hands high. I can finally taste the delicacy here. Hey, hey. Don't forget, we are here to find the chef, so don't forget about business. 10 minutes later, Going Merry continued to approach Baratai. Around Baratai, there are many other ships, which come to eat. However, when they approached, the fog dissipated a little, and one ship seemed out of place. It was a dilapidated ship, but a big one. Although smaller than Going Merry, it has 4 masts. It needs so much power, it looks like a ship made for war. This is. Seeing this ship, Nickpin recalled it in his mind, and immediately understood. This is the warship of Krieg, the overlord of the East Blue. According to the original plot, this ship arrived after the arrival of the Straw Hat pirates. Now, the Straw Hats have been delayed for a few days in Syrup Village, but the new Going Merry is much faster than the original. This makes the time on the road slowly saved. But seeing Krieg's warship, Nickpin determined that the current timeline is still slower than the original plot. Usopp's eyes widened. This ship, why does it look like a piece of shit? Zoro nodded, looks like it survived a severe storm. It's not as beautiful as our ship anyway. Luffy chuckled. While talking, suddenly. Brush. Above the surface of the sea, a beam of sword energy soared into the sky. Boom. The moment the sword energy passed over the Krieg warship, the warship burst like a watermelon that had been hit. Chapter 54. Oh. The sudden appearance directly caused Luffy and Usopp, 2 guys who had never seen the world, to open their mouths wide in shock, and their eyeballs were about to pop out. Zoro is slightly better, but his face is also stiff and sweating. So strong. Although he didn't see who was making the attack, just relying on this sword energy, a fool could guess that the other party was a powerful swordsman. Yes, that person is coming. Nickpin recalled the plot. There is no doubt that the man with Rinnegan is coming. What? Help. On the tattered and exploded pirate ship, horrified shouts continued. And on the deck of the sea restaurant Baratai, a large number of people rushed out at this time. There are diners. There is chefs. There is Marine. And Pirate Krieg. As soon as Krieg rushed out, he saw that his only remaining main ship was blown into Smith Aaron, his 5 senses were released all of a sudden, and he yelled angrily, "What's going on? Captain Krieg, our main ship has been cut off." On the fragmented hull, there were pirates responding to Krieg. Are you kidding, can such a huge ship be cut off? What the hell happened? I don't know, I feel that the ammunition depot on the ship may have exploded. Even if the ammunition depot explodes, it won't have such a thorough effect, right? The chefs and the guests were all shocked and speculated wildly. Quick! Move our ship, otherwise we will be in the crossfire too. Others don't know this terrifying sword slash, but Zeph is a man who has been in the Grand Line. He could tell at a glance, this is the #1 swordman in the world. At this time. In the gaps between the fragmented hulls, the view is unobstructed. On the sea in the distance, a miniature sailboat that looks like a coffin appeared in front of everyone. In the shallow cabin, a man with eagle-like eyes was sitting there. Black top hat, burgundy patterned shirt, black windbreaker, black boots, a gentleman's aura. On his chest, hung a pendant with a small cross, and behind him, was carrying the strongest black sword in the world Yoru. Ah! On the broken shipboard, someone from overseas screamed in terror. It's him. It's him. He's coming. Captain Krieg, it's that man. The man who single-handedly defeated our entire fleet is here. He has been chasing here, he must have come to kill us. The surviving pirates of the Krieg fleet had just escaped from the brink of starvation, but in a blink of an eye, they encountered this god of death. Collapsed. They are totally broken. Bastard. Krieg's face no longer has the arrogance he treated the chefs just now, replaced by sweat oozing, frightened and sluggish. As the captain of 50 pirate ships, Krieg was eager to enter the Grand Line just a few days ago. But as soon as he entered, he met this man in front of him. Swipe swipe. Krieg saw the shadows of swords and swords all over the sky, and the sword energy split the waves. In the blink of an eye, the big fleet he was so proud of turned into rubble on the sea. If it wasn't for a storm that happened to come at that time, his life would have been lost at that time. But now, the man chased him to this place. Krieg didn't even have the slightest thought of trying to resist, his hands and feet were cold. Not far behind him, a blonde-haired chef in a tuxedo with a cigarette in the corner of his mouth subconsciously said, "This is the man who wiped out 50 warships by himself. He seems to be ordinary. Besides, he doesn't look like he has any special weapons." No. That his weapon on his back. What? Could it be that he chopped off 50 warships with that sword? Yes, Zeph nodded seriously, then clasped his hands in front of him, and said in an unquestionable tone. Mihawk is synonymous with Sword Master, he is the #1 in swordman in the world. Ah! What kind of hatred do we have with you? Why are you chasing us all over the world? At this time, a pirate seemed to have collapsed, and he yelled at Mihawk like crazy in despair. Mihawk didn't look sideways, but tilted his head slightly, and said calmly, to pass the time. What? Damn it! It's saying that it's killing time. The collapsed pirate seemed to have forgotten his fear, pulled out the double guns that had accompanied him for many years, and shot wildly at Mihawk. All the bullets in the 2 guns were fired in one go. The sharp eyes are slightly condensed. Mihawk casually grabbed the hilt of Yoru's sword behind him, and waved his hand casually. Brush. Under the guidance of Yoru, all the bullets scattered towards the sea. Ah! No, missed. The remaining pirates all stared in shock. This was the first time they saw Mihawk make a move. When they met on the Grand Line before, they didn't see Mihawk's attack at all, and then their battleships exploded one after another. Now that they saw Mihawk make a move with their own eyes, they realized how terrifying this man was. There are also some pirates who seem to be infected by the pirate just now, and want to fight in the desperate situation. They picked up their guns, intending to go all out. But at this moment, an uninvited guest appeared among them. It's useless, no matter how many times you shot at it, it's impossible to hit him, he used the blade to change the trajectory of the shot. Zoro stood on a floating fragment of the hull and said in a deep voice. Hey, who are you? The pirate who was the first to shoot faced the uninvited guest and roared fiercely. But Zoro ignored him, and continued to talk to himself, I've never seen such strong swordmen. He had to cut off the ship with that sword. Sweeping his eyes over the fragments of the hull on the sea, Zoro sighed under pressure, it really is the strongest. Hey, hey, hey. The green-haired swordsman, isn't he the famous pirate hunter in East Blue? It's him. Pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. No way, of course it's him. How did he appear here? When one of the pirates recognized Zoro's identity, the other pirates also recognized Zoro one by one. The curly-browed chef on the deck moved his face slightly, is that guy the pirate hunter that people often mention? The Sea Restaurant has customers all over East Blue, so there are often people chatting about the legend of Zoro while eating. The chefs here have all heard the name Zoro. Ignoring the yelling from the people around him, Zoro faced Mihawk and said, when I first went out to sea, my wish was to meet you. Oh. Meet me? Hearing this, Mihawk still didn't look him in the eye, but asked calmly, then, what is your purpose? To be the best swordsman. Aren't you free? Come and fight with me. Zoro didn't waste any extra nonsense, and directly stated his intentions. But when these words came out, the whole world suddenly became quiet. What? The people around, whether they are pirates, chefs, or marines. One by one, all of them were unbelievably wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Come fight me. Hiss. Everyone gasped in unison. The few pirates who dared to attack in the Krieg fleet were driven to a dead end anyway, and they fought hard before dying. But what about this man? He even offered to fight Mihawk. Crazy. This guy is truly insane. On the deck of Going Merry. What? Usopp's eyes widened in horror, and his limbs flailed wildly. Why is that green-haired bastard there? And him, what did he just say? Crazy. We will be implicated by him. Usopp was already incoherent, shouted the original lie. But he yelled for a while, only to find that neither Luffy nor Nickpin was indifferent. Hey. Are you too stupid? Why don't you stop him? Nickpin patted Usopp on the shoulder and said with a smile, you know, what is the scariest thing? Die. Without any hesitation, Usopp replied. Yeah, death is scary. Nickpin nodded, agreeing with this point of view. But then, he looked in Zoro's direction and said with emotion, but for anyone else, there are always some things that are above death. Being able to fight Mihawk is more important than his life for Zoro. No, impossible. Is there anything more important than being alive? Don't be so quick to say no, believe me, once something like that happens to you, so will you have this mindset. Some words don't need to be so clear, because things are often recognized after they happen. Just like Usopp, who is as timid as a mouse. When he starts to realize that he is one of the precious partners of this crew, then when the partner encounters real danger of life, he will turn into the darling of God and turn the tide. But this, for the current Usopp, he obviously wouldn't believe it. Hey. Luffy, you are the captain, your words must be useful, call him back quickly. He will die. Think Luffy is the captain now. However, Luffy also looked in Zoro's direction with a calm expression, and said. Zoro, his dream is to become the world's #1 swordsman. Now the world's #1 swordsman is right in front of him, is there any reason to stop him from chasing his dream? Luffy, who usually seems out of tune, always sees things more thoroughly than anyone else when it matters. It is probably because of this reason that he is born with a leadership temperament that attracts his partners. Are you both crazy? Usopp sat on the ground with his buttocks, his heart felt cold. Listening to Zoro's invitation to fight, Mihawk finally stopped staring at him as before. That's not to say that Zoro had his attention. But because of his personal character. Although he has been sitting firmly on the throne of the world's #1 swordsman all year round, he will never refuse the challenge of any swordsman. Even a rookie, as long as he is a swordsman, he will fight. Slowly getting up, staring at Zoro with sharp eagle eyes, weak. The coffin ship under his feet moved automatically without wind, as if it was finding its own way. It actually docked beside the large piece of hull where Zoro was. Mihawk jumped lightly and landed lightly. He stood there with his hands in his arms, like a mountain peak, giving people the feeling of the peak. If you are also considered a swordsman, then you don't need to fight, the disparity in strength between you and me must be obvious at a glance. Mihawk stood proudly, staring at Zoro with a gaze that defied the world. Does the courage to dare to challenge me come from your ambition, or from ignorance? This is my dream, and it is also an agreement with a close friend. Zoro didn't talk nonsense, put his right hand on the hilt of Wado Ikemonji's sword, and slowly pulled it out. He looked at Mihawk and said honestly, to be honest, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Are you still determined to fight? It's no good. Mihawk looked at Zoro, and seemed to have a good eye for this young man. After waiting for about 3 seconds, seeing that Zoro's fighting spirit had not weakened in any way, Mihawk understood Zoro's determination to challenge. He took off the cross pendant from his neck, flicked it lightly, and a miniature sword appeared in his hand. Hey, what are you doing? Zoro's complexion became unwell, and he asked in a cold voice. Mihawk replied calmly, You are just a well-known swordsman. I am not the kind of stupid beast who will do everything in his power to catch a rabbit. As he said that, Mihawk raised the sword in his hand. I'm sorry, this is already the smallest sword I can find. Hateful. There must be a limit to underestimating people. These words greatly stimulated Zoro's nerves, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he was about to get angry. But suddenly, the figure of Sasaki Kojiro appeared in his mind every time he fought with him. Although Sasaki Kojiro never said it, but every time his attitude towards the battle is to go all out. The lion fights the rabbit with all its strength. This is the true portrayal of Sasaki Kojiro's battle. Zoro has also been deeply influenced by this fighting attitude during his long-term practice. The next moment, Zoro calmed down. Oh. You actually adjusted your mentality so quickly? Sensing Zoro's emotional changes, Mihawk's eyes showed a touch of surprise, and even a hint of appreciation. Zoro stared at Mihawk earnestly. I learned one thing in the process of practicing with my teacher. What's the matter? Mihawk asked lightly. That's the attitude towards fighting. As he spoke, Wado Ikemonji's sword pointed forward. Here I come. Chapter 55. Brush. Zoro slashed out with one sword. There is no extra bells and whistles, but this sword is full of thickness. Mihawk casually handed the sword forward, and exchanged blows. Brush. Zoro strikes again. Mihawk still blocked it casually. Swipe swipe. Zoro kept slashing, and the accuracy of the sword has never changed at all. Dang dang. The cross sword is like a fetish in Mihawk's hands, accurately blocking every slash of Sauron. However, unlike the initial ignorance, Mihawk's attitude towards Zoro has changed a little bit. Of course, it's just a little bit. Your sword accuracy has not changed at all. It seems that you have a good master. While fighting, Mihawk commented. Yes, my masters are very good. Both Koshiro and Sasaki Kojiro have far-reaching significance to Zoro's swordmanship. Masters? Interesting. Hearing this, the corners of Mihawk's mouth slightly raised, and then he said fiercely, but, is this all your ability? Controlling the cross sword in one hand, Mihawk raised the other hand leisurely, and pinched Zoro's index finger and thumb together. Hateful. Although Zoro tried his best to control his mind. But I have to say, facing a guy like Mihawk who wants to kill but can't do anything is really exciting. One sword-style wooden golem pile. Zoro was furious, and the Wado Ikemonji sword in his hand suddenly changed its direction, turned to raising his hands, and slashed at Mihawk from top to bottom. This is a move that Zoro imitated during the training of splitting wooden golem piles. Steady. Accurate. Ruthless. Hit all the strength on the point of the blade, chopping to the point on the head of the opponent wooden golem pile. Oh. Nice moves. Mihawk knows how to do it, and he can see that this trick is not an ordinary coquettish thing. But that's all. Youngster, let me teach you how wide this world is. Mihawk stood where he was, and only moved forward with the cross sword in his hand. When? The sword of the cross sword is precisely on Zoro's blade. Nah, nanny. Feeling the indescribable blocking force, Zoro's pupils opened wide. Hey hey hey. Impossible. With such a small sword, all the attacks of the pirate hunters were wiped out. Is this the strength of the world's #1 swordsman? Too strong. He didn't even use that big sword. The people present were all shocked by Mihawk's strength. Originally everyone only knew that Mihawk was very strong. But when I saw it with my own eyes, I realized that Mihawk was no longer very strong, but ridiculously strong. This sword seems to be just a simple strike with a weapon. But only Zoro himself understands how terrifying Mihawk's sword is. His one-sword-style wooden golem pile hits all the power on one point of the blade, and smashes all the enemies in front of him with a single-handedly powerful spirit. The location where Mihawk's cross sword hit was exactly the point on the edge of the blade that Zoro hit. Zoro's sword was so fast that ordinary people couldn't react at all. But Mihawk not only quickly found Zoro's power-gathering point in such a short time, but also hit it with ease. And, judging from his appearance, he simply hit at will. For the first time since the start of the war, Zoro has self-doubt in his heart. Gap. Is it really that big? He cannot accept. Power surged from his arms, and Zoro let out an explosive roar. He pushed hard, pushing himself and Mihawk 2 steps away. This distance is exactly 3 meters. What? Looks like you still have an ace on your sleeve. Mihawk glanced at Zoro lightly, looking forward to it. After all, this is so boring. He was so bored that he was woken up by the Krieg Grand Fleet, so he cut up all the pirate ships in the Krieg Fleet for fun. Now seeing that Zoro still has the stamina, of course it will be very interesting. Yes, the next move is a secret technique passed down from my master. If you still use that sword, you may die. Zoro looked at Mihawk seriously. While speaking, he held the hilt of Wado Ikemonji's sword with one hand, and the tip of the sword pointed downward obliquely. Then, hold the hilt of the sword with both hands and pull it to the side of the right face. Secret technique. I like it. What could be more interesting to a true great swordsman than the collision of swordsmanship? The secret technique inherited from the master, that is the true portrayal of the other master's swordsmanship. It is good. Very good. Mihawk picked up the cross sword and posed. From ignoring just now to putting on a stance now, Mihawk has paid more attention to it than before. Let's take it seriously. Seeing that Mihawk was still fighting with the small sword, Zoro stopped reminding him. When he moved his feet, Wado Ikemonji's sword in his hand was split forward. Brush. Slash. Brush. Right side chop. Brush. Slash left. A cut based on the real world. In addition, it is fast enough to ignore the concepts of time and space, and overlap the left and right cuts at the same time. From the 3 sides approaching the blade almost at the same time, it has completely surpassed various elements such as speed, precision, and false moves, and is almost comparable to the existence of magic. This is Sasaki Kojiro's ultimate must-kill Tsubaime Geishi Swallow reversal. When faced with Zoro's trick, Mihawk's face suddenly changed. FTE. He is the world's greatest swordsman. Whether it is the practice of armament hockey or observation hockey, they are all at the top of the pyramid in this world. He was able to easily deal with Zoro's full attack with a cross sword, and it was also because of the super powerful observation hockey. However, when he faced this move, his expression became very ugly. Observation hockey used to the max at this moment. Somehow, he seemed to have a premonition that his head was about to be chopped off. Under this crazy warning, Mihawk immediately switched from offense to defense without hesitation. But in this way, a bigger shock came. Mihawk's unbelievable discovery. His observation hockey has fully locked all the opponent's attack tracks. But, so what? Because no matter what, he couldn't defend these 3 swords' energy at the same time. At least one sword will surely land on his neck. How is this possible? Shouting in shock, Mihawk didn't have time to think about it, and casually gave up the cross sword in his hand, and pulled out the black sword Yoru in an instant. With unparalleled speed and strength, forcibly suppressed the past. Boom! The terrifying sword intent suddenly exploded at this moment, like 100,000 shells exploding at the same time. In just the moment of the exchange of blows, Mihawk had already appeared more than 10 meters away, and Zoro was also instantly blown away by this terrifying wave of sword intent. Boom! Zoro fell to the ground, as if his internal organs were displaced by the sword energy. But in his hand, he still firmly grasped the Wado Ikemonji sword. It's a sword, but it's not just a sword. It is the dream that Kuina pinned on him here. He grabbed the sword, and even though his body was bruised, he still used the sword to force himself to stand up. As expected, he is indeed the strongest. Looking at Mihawk on the opposite side, Zoro realized the terrible gap in hard power. Hearing Zoro's praise, Mihawk's face twitched slightly. This is the first time since he rose to fame, he was embarrassed when he heard other people's praise. He touched his left neck with his right hand. A tiny scratch hurt slightly. This was caused by Zoro's blow just now. If it wasn't for the fact that the opponent hadn't mastered armament hockey and observation hockey, then the consequences of this blow would not only have left this shallow scratch on his neck. Although Mihawk changed to Yoru in time, it was an on-the-spot change after all, and he still couldn't completely crack Zoro's Tsubaime Geishi Swallow reversal secret skill. Of course, this is not to say that only a long sword can crack Tsubaime Geishi Swallow reversal. Quite the opposite. If there is no absolute strength, even if the sword is long. Mihawk knew very well that he was able to forcibly turn things around just now because the powerful haki was released suddenly, which affected Zoro's moves and gave him a chance to retreat. Although he won this duel, in Mihawk's eyes, he actually lost. He slowly inserted the black sword back into the scabbard behind him, and then picked up the cross sword that he had thrown on the ground just now. Looking at Zoro, "Swordsman, what is your name?" "Roronoa, Zoro." Seeing Mihawk put away the sword, Zoro also inserted his sword into the scabbard. Although he was seriously injured at this time, he still stood forcibly. "Roronoa, Zoro, good." Thinking carefully about the name, Mihawk remembered the name deeply in his mind, and he said again. "During the battle just now, you said that you learned an attitude towards fighting while practicing with your teacher. What kind of attitude is that?" Zoro heard the words, and the voice of Sasaki Kojiro appeared unconsciously in his mind. He said sincerely, "The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength." The lion fights the rabbit with all its strength. Mihawk's sharp eyes reveal a complicated look. Once upon a time, when he was a hot-blooded young swordsman, why wasn't he a lion fights a rabbit with all his strength person? But now, he had been sitting on the throne of the world's #1 swordsman for a long time, and he is bored. When meeting a rookie, he can't help but underestimate the enemy. However, Zoro's sentence, "A lion fights a rabbit with all its strength," can be said to be slap in the face. Wanted to teach a rookie swordsman from East Blue a lesson with a cross sword. Result. Mihawk hurriedly discarded the cross sword, then pulling out the black sword Yoru, still he was left with a trace of scars. In terms of strength comparison, if Zoro is a rabbit, then his Mihawk is a lion. No, to be precise, it is a more ferocious and powerful beast than a lion. But even so, he still lost the trick just now. What a slap in the face. Bring it on. At this moment, Zoro suddenly opened his arms and pointed his chest to Mihawk. Mihawk wondered, what? The challenge to the world's #1 swordsman, since I lost, the price should be my life. In the face of life and death, Zoro is very calm. The only thing I feel guilty about is that I failed to fulfill the promise to Kuina. Losing? Who said you lost? Hearing this, Mihawk shook his head slightly. Didn't Zoro lose? It must be. He is almost unable to stand up, so is there any need to ask? I haven't been hit by Mihawk just now, I'm afraid it's because of Mihawk's mercy. But why did Mihawk say that? I don't know, I'm confused too. Hearing Mihawk's rhetorical question, all the melon eaters around showed black question mark faces. This is not lost, what is it? Do you still want to say that you lost? What do you mean? Zoro stared slightly. Mihawk said, a duel between swordsmen, if you only look at the result, it will be meaningless. What did you call that move just now? Subame Geishi Swallow Reversal. Zoro said. It is good. Mihawk nodded, he was still thinking about Subame Geishi Swallow Reversal's move in his mind. After a while, he solemnly said to Zoro, I lost this battle. What? Hey. Am I hallucinating? No way. Mihawk said he lost. My god. This is the world's #1 swordsman. Everyone was stunned by Mihawk's words. In the restaurant on the sea, there was a person who happened to be a reporter from the news agency. He was holding a video phone snail, and was frantically filming. Big news. Big news. What are you saying? Zoro is furious. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Can such things as victory or defeat be given away casually? Mihawk was still calm, and he pointed to the scratches on his neck with his fingers. Here, everything has been proven. Hiss. Mihawk's injured. It's the neck. This is the key point. No wonder Mihawk said he lost. It seems that he suffered internal injuries. Maybe it's true. Then let's put it this way, isn't the name of the world's #1 swordsman just? A new world's #1 swordsman has been born. When seeing Mihawk injured, people couldn't calm down anymore. Although everyone thinks that Zoro lost, Mihawk himself said that he lost. How the hell does this count? Will the title of the world's #1 swordsman change hands? The reporter who was the most excited was about to lose. He held up the video phone in his hand and quickly took pictures one after another. However, there are some things that others don't know, but Zoro knows. Bastard! That wound was left on purpose by yourself. Zoro was furious, and he glared at Mihawk. You are such a powerful guy, the power of releasing haki can't be only a little bit like just now. If your haki is a little bigger. At this point, my moves will be further affected, and it is impossible to leave a wound on your neck. Something like haki. Although Zoro doesn't have it, Luffy does. Zoro sparred with Luffy when he was free. Although the haki I felt from Mihawk just now is stronger than Luffy's haki, but not unreasonably strong. And this is the biggest unreasonable. Hearing this, Mihawk said in a deep voice, a little bigger, and you will die. Ha ha. Zoro smiled wryly. Do I still need an opponent to consider my life or death? Is the difference really that big? And at this moment, I continued. Roronoa Zoro, the you are right now, you still can't bear the consequences of being the world's #1 swordsman. Live well and continue to grow savagely. I will be waiting for you on the throne of the world's #1 swordsman. Chapter 56. The coffin sail ship departs. Mihawk left with satisfaction. This trip to East Blue, to meet a swordsman like Zoro, is a worthwhile trip for Mihawk. In the world of pirates, there are many powerful swordsmen. Some join the Yonko, and some form their own groups. But only Mihawk's a very special one. He is indifferent to fame and wealth, and his only hobby is to pursue the way of swordsmanship. As a result, he gradually felt the invincible loneliness on his way of swordsmanship. Originally, Shank could compete with him in swordsmanship, but since Shank lost his left arm, Mihawk no longer wanted to compete with Shank in swordsmanship. Now that such a seed is suddenly found in East Blue, how can Mihawk not be excited? Although there is a teacher behind Zoro, Mihawk didn't think about it. After all, a strong man who can teach a swordsman like Zoro and has the secret skill of Tsubaime Geishi swallow reversal should have been famous for a long time. But in this sea, Mihawk has never heard of such a person. That means there are only two possibilities. 1. This person is indifferent to fame and fortune, and is a hermit. The other is that this person has reached the end of his life when he can no longer compete for the title best swordman, and even the secret skill of Tsubaime Geishi swallow reversal may only be created in his old age. No matter what the situation is, Mihawk doesn't want to disturb others. On going merry. Nick Pin was slightly taken aback. When Zoro was talking to Mihawk just now, he seemed to vaguely heard the move that Zoro used before was called Tsubaime Geishi swallow reversal. Isn't that move Sasaki Kojiro's move? Or did he hear it wrong? Suddenly, Nick Pin remembered. Before Zoro came to him and said he wanted to read manga, it seems that he was given biography of Sasaki Kojiro. No way. Although the use of Tsubaime Geishi swallow reversal is indeed explained in the manga, can you learn such a magical skill just by reading manga? Isn't it too ridiculous? No, Havito asked Zoro. What are you still doing in a daze? Kill him. At this time, Krieg on the deck of the sea restaurant Baratai shouted orders to the group of pirates. Ah. Yes. This guy is a pirate hunter, kill him. He beat Mihawk, we just need to kill him, and we survive. Come on, brothers. Krieg's men rushed towards the seriously injured Zoro, howling. It's not a glorious thing to sneak attack when others are injured. A figure landed behind Zoro. It was Nick Pin impressively. Damn, meddlesome brat, I'll kill you. Attack. The guns in the hands of the pirates immediately greeted Nick Pin. Bang bang. The bullets sprayed like crazy like a rainstorm. Nick Pin rushed like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, all the flying bullets were caught by Nick Pin. Nanny. He catches the bullet with his bare hands. Damn it. The pirates who were shooting just a moment ago suddenly widened their eyes in horror. Mad. Never seen the world. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the side sea and sky of the pirates. I told you, pay attention to the side too. The pirates subconsciously turned their heads to look, and immediately saw an leg stretching across the sea and sky. That's Luffy's leg. Goma goma no whip. Crack. 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 Accompanied by a burst of intensive and continuous whipping sounds, these pirates all screamed and were kicked into the sea unconsciously. Nice job, Luffy. Nick Pin turned around and supported Zoro, ignoring those pirates. As for the back, it is safe to leave it to Luffy. Can you hold on? Nick Pin is not worried about Zoro's life. After all, in the original plot, Zoro has encountered more serious injuries than this several times, and he can come back alive and kicking every time. Of course, I can hold on. Zoro is very strong, he coughed twice, and looked at Nick Pin. Is my performance just passable? After all, it was Nick Pin who gave him the manga, which gave him the strength to fight Mihawk. In Zoro's heart, he was still very grateful to Nick Pin. Based on the fact that you haven't mastered Haki yet, you can force Mihawk to pull out the black sword Yoru to deal with your attack, which is enough to make all swordsmen feel ashamed. For this point, Nick Pin, who has read the original plot, has the most say. A swordsman without Haki versus a swordsman with Haki, what is the real battle like? This can refer to the Mihawk battle Zoro in the original plot. That's a completely one-sided attack. Suddenly thinking of Tsubaime Geishi Swallow Reversal, Nick Pin asked, did you use Sasaki Kojiro's Tsubaime Geishi Swallow Reversal, just now? Sure enough. The abilities learned from Nick Pin's mangas cannot escape Nick Pin's eyes. It seems that Luffy is right, Nick Pin knows everything about us in the manga. Thinking of this, Zoro nodded, yes. Thank you for arranging such a good teacher as Sasaki Kojiro for me. Fortunately, I lived up to your wishes and learned Tsubaime Geishi Swallow Reversal. Why are you thanking me? Nick Pin thought. Nick Pin just give manga for Zoro to read. But who knew that Zoro could comprehend the secret skill of Tsubaime Geishi Swallow Reversal just by reading the manga? Please, this is your own talent, okay? Now that you've said that, wouldn't it be hypocritical for me not to acknowledge your gratitude? Nick Pin nodded without blushing, well, it's good that you know. Since you have already learned Tsubaime Geishi Swallow Reversal, then that biography of Sasaki Kojiro is of no more use to you. I will find you a suitable swordmanship manga later, and you should study it carefully. Since you are so awesome, you can learn swordsmanship by reading mangas, then I will pick another one for you if you can still learn swordsmanship by reading mangas. When Zoro heard it, his eyes lit up immediately. After the battle with Mihawk, Zoro desperately wants to become stronger. In the words of Mihawk, he need growth. A copy of biography of Sasaki Kojiro raised his strength to the point where Mihawk thought he had lost. If there is another manga. Hiss. Just thinking about it makes Zoro feel excited. Can't wait to read the manga now. Okay. I will definitely read it. On the deck of the sea restaurant Baratai. Hey, hey. Those young people are too strong. That pirate hunter single-handedly pushed back the world's #1 swordsman. The guy next to the pirate hunter just caught the bullet with his bare hands. This boy with a noodle body is not weak too, he was managed to defeat the hundreds of pirates in Krieg Pirates by himself. Just before the Straw Hat Pirates arrived, Krieg had issued an ultimatum to everyone in Baratai. Tell them that the sea restaurant is taken by him, Krieg. Originally, the chefs were all ready to take the guys and fight the pirates desperately, but who knew, in the blink of an eye, most of the Krieg pirate already been defeated. Oh, no, there is Krieg, the one that saw all of this happen. Ha! Now the crisis in the restaurant is over. A chef excitedly raised his spatula and shouted. That's right. Krieg pirates' rule is over. We're safe. The chefs cheered one by one. On the other side, Krieg, who was also standing on Baraty's deck, looked so angry that his face was turning purple. A bunch of idiots. It's too early to rejoice. As long as he the captain is still here, your ship is mine. Humph. But I has changed my mind now. This ship is more suitable to be my main ship. As he said that, Krieg stepped on the edge of the deck, and his figure jumped up suddenly. Boom. He landed on a piece of driftwood, stretched out his arm, and his exclusive weapon, the great gun, in his hand. This is a long gun, but there is a shield with various hidden weapons hidden a little bit below the tip of the gun. At this time, it is suitable to be used as a paddle. He paddled the driftwood, and going merry paddled across. Hey! Luffy, Nick Pin. That bastard is coming towards our ship. On the deck, Usopp cried out nervously when he saw this scene. He took out his slingshot and shot at Krieg. Krieg waved the big gun in his hand casually, and Usopp's attack was blocked. Fool! When I, Krieg, set my sights on your ship is already mine. Krieg sneered, and the speed of paddling increased. Looking at this scene, Nickpin couldn't help feeling extremely funny. Hey! You rower, you want to snatch our ship, have you asked our captain? Who is your captain? Tell him to get surrender to me and leave on his own initiative, or I will kill you. Hearing this, Nickpin took Luffy who had just come over with his arm, and said, Luffy, he asked you to surrender. Ah! It really pissed me off. As soon as Luffy pressed his legs, the air flow rushed towards his whole body along his feet. The next moment, with a swish, he bounced into the air. Attack from above? Krieg looked up at Luffy, with a mocking look on his face. Stupid, although the sky has an excellent attack angle, people can't dodge in the air. Caw caw. Krieg arched his body backwards, a large number of guns shot out of his body instantly, and shot crazily at Luffy in the air. Puff. Luffy bit his thumb and blew hard. His whole arm turned into a giant bone balloon. Ah! What's that? Mom, have you seen a monster? I know, he must have eaten the legendary devil fruit. It's terrible. Amid the exclamation of the crowd, Luffy urged armament hockey again. However, with his current level of armament hockey, he still can't cover the entire bone balloon, but only covers the frontmost pad of his hand with armament hockey. The fist as big as a mountain, under Luffy's forceful downward swing, rushed towards Krieg with a destructive momentum. Bang bang. Those bullets struggled powerlessly in front of this terrifying fist like it was nothing and scattered indiscriminately. Nanny? Bullet is useless. Krieg had never seen such an exaggerated existence before, and his face suddenly changed. Seeing the giant's fist fall, he raised his big gun in a desperate fight. Boom! The fists fell, the crusher Krieg knocked to the sea in an instant. Luffy, your hand! Nickpin shouted. Whoosh! Luffy's other hand stretched instantly, and it came to Nickpin. Nickpin grabbed Luffy's wrist, causing Luffy to exert more force, and then retracted with a swipe. Looking at the surface of the sea, where there is the slightest shadow of Krieg. Captain! Jin yelled and jumped into the sea without hesitation. Poor foolish and loyal guy, there is no way to save him. Nickpin glanced at Jin who was diving and complained lightly. Krieg's whole body is covered with metal armor and weapons. Once dropped into the water, it will be heavier than ever. What's more, he was punched down by Luffy, and he has a huge initial speed. Even if Jin is the swimming champion of Pirate World, it is absolutely impossible to catch up with Krieg's sinking speed. With the sinking of Krieg, the sea has finally calmed down. They just wanted to have a meal, and recruit a chef on the way. They didn't expect that there would be so many pre-dinner activities. Not only did the world's #1 swordsman perform on stage in person, but also the overlord of East Blue bravely died. What did you say for this meal? Worth the fare. Let's go, let's try the food of Baratai. Good. I'm starving to death. Chapter 57. Sea Restaurant Baratai. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp are eagerly waiting for the food to be served. Kaya is still sick to travel, and Nami stays there in the ship to take care of Kaya. As for Nickpin, he's on the back deck of Baraties. Crunch. The quarterdeck door opened and Zeph stepped out. Chef, hello. Nickpin leaned on the ship, holding a chicken leg that was just taken from the kitchen in his hand, and was eating deliciously. Boy, do you need me? Although he knew that the young man in front of him was very powerful, but at Zeph's age, he had already seen through life and death. There will be no such situation as nodding and bowing to the strong. Nickpin smiled and said, yes, I will ask directly. I am looking for a crewmate who can be a cook on behalf of our captain. If the original plot is followed, Nickpin obviously won't do anything unnecessary. But now the plot is not right, leading to the disappearance of the interaction between Luffy and Sanji. Then it's hard to say whether Sanji can get on the ship or not. There is no other way. Nickpin has no choice but to be a worrying mother to straighten out Sanji's plot. So, you are here to ask someone to be in your crew? Zeph modeled his twisted beard, but he didn't really object. After all, if it weren't for the young man in front of him and his partners, Baratai might have fallen into Krieg's hands now. As for those chefs, they may have become corpses. Now people just want a chef as a partner, that's perfectly fine. Zeph does have a good candidate in mind. But he couldn't just throw this guy out irresponsibly. He tentatively asked Nickpin, anyone you interested in? Yes. That chef with curly eyebrows is very good. Oh. Hearing that the other party wanted Sanji, Zeph was very happy. It just so happened that the candidate he had in mind was also Sanji. In fact, from his perspective, he can see that the Straw Hats and the others are a good team and have a good sense of right and wrong. It is indeed a good fit for Sanji to join. After thinking about it, Zeph asked, I treat that guy as my own son, if you want him, you have to give me a reason that can convince me. Nickpin gnawed 2 bites of the chicken leg, swallowed it, leaned close to Zeph's ear, and whispered, get on our ship, and he can find all blue in the future. Hearing this, Zeph's legs trembled and he almost fell to the ground. How many years have not heard this word in other people's mouth? This word seems to bring Zeph back to 10 years ago in an instant. All blue. That is the legend in the hearts of all chefs. It is said that there are fish and various ingredients from the 4 major oceans gathered there, it is a chef's paradise. But few people believe such a thing. However, Sanji and Zeph happen to be 2 of the very few people who believe in all blue. Since Zeph and Sanji escaped from death, Zeph has opened the sea restaurant Baratai here. But in fact, more than anyone else, he wanted Sanji to leave the little place of East Blue. He himself will definitely not be able to find the all blue in his life. But Sanji is still young, youth is hope. If Sanji can embark on the journey to find the all blue, then not only for his own dream, but also for his old dream. Boy, how do you know that Sanji yearns for the all blue? There was a tremor in Zeph's voice. Nickpin shrugged, if I say I guessed it, would you believe it? Guess. Like hell Zeph would believe. Well, when I passed by your kitchen just now, I saw Sanji cooking. Let's put it this way, the chefs in your entire kitchen regard cooking as a job although they take it seriously, they lack soul, and Sanji, he enjoys life for cooking. I dare say that if he doesn't have a yearning for the all blue, it is impossible to treat cooking ace alive. Nickpin explained carefully bullshitting. What? It's damn persuasive. Zeph was shocked, he took a deep look at Nickpin, boy, you really know how recruit. Afterwards, he waved his big hand boldly, Sanji, take him away. Is that a promise? Nickpin was also taken aback, and asked suspiciously, you didn't intend to ask me why I said our ship could find the blue sea? Ha ha ha. Not only did I want to ask, but I also wanted to refute. Zeph laughed out loud. He snatched the chicken leg from Nickpin, took a bite, and said with a big laugh, but when you said what you said just now, I know whether you can really find out all blue already, it doesn't matter anymore. Okay. Now that we have reached an agreement, there is no need to say more, however, I can see that Sanji has a deep affection for you, and I am afraid that he did not agree to leave easily. Zeph ponders his father-son relationship with Sanji. Hearing Nickpin's words, Zeph was deeply moved. Yes. Although he has never been called that in name, but whether it is him or Sanji, why don't they treat each other as their own family? If Sanji was asked to leave suddenly, that guy would fight him to death and would not leave. After thinking about it, Zeph pondered for a while, I'll figure out a solution for this matter, you go back to your crew first, and later just play by ear and cooperate with me. Since Zeph wants to bully his son, then it is likely to happen. Back at the restaurant, Nickpin saw that the 3 had already eaten. There are 3 dishes on the table, 1 meat and 2 vegetables. Where have you been, Nickpin? The food will be eaten by Usopp. Luffy slurred while stuffing meat into his mouth. Usopp's eyes widened, you obviously eat the most, right? Oh, that's my mistake, the food will be eaten by Zoro. Luffy poured dirty water on Zoro again. Nickpin was also speechless. With Zoro's serious injury now, he might not be able to eat for a while. Anyway, Zoro can't resist now, so Luffy just cheats. Emerald Jade Roast. With a clear announcement of the name of the dish, Sanji made his debut. In front of a lady near Luffy, he first bowed obsequiously, then came to the 4 of the Straw Hats and threw down the plate. Everyone, are you satisfied with the food? Sanji himself is also a very high-spirited person, and generally disdains to talk to men. But today he saw Zoro's spirit, Luffy's strength, and Nickpin's prowess of handing the pirate. He is really envious. Delicious. So delicious. Luffy picked up the plate that just arrived, and stuffed the jade roast into his mouth, regardless of the temperature just out of the pot. Hey hey hey. Leave me one. Usopp was in a hurry, so he stood up and went to grab it. But at this moment, a big hand suddenly grabbed the plate and snatched it away. Wow! The plate was thrown on the ground together with the emerald jade inside. Old man, what are you doing? While Luffy and Usopp were still in a daze, Sanji went berserk. He growled at Zeph. Silly brat. What's going on with you recently? Is the food that people can eat? If you use such food to fool customers, this store will be closed down by you sooner or later. Zeph also has a very bad temper, and he lashed out at Sanji angrily. Are you kidding? Sanji looked at Zeph in disbelief. Said that my cooking is poor. Nonsense. You don't believe it? Ask someone else. Seeing Sanji's retort, Zeph said angrily. Don't ask, I've discovered this problem a few days ago. It's just because of the boss's face, I didn't say it. Now that the boss has said it, I'll pretend it too. Indeed, Sanji cooked for everyone the day before yesterday, and I had diarrhea after eating it. What a jerk. A bastard like this is not worthy of being a cook. I never want to eat poison made by Sanji again. Dogs don't even eat Sanji's food. The chefs yelled out of righteous indignation. The expressions on their faces seemed to be the only way to relieve their hatred by giving Sanji to Shantung. Luffy and Usopp are dumbfounded. Nickpin was also shocked. Impossible. You are lying to me. Facing the accusations and denials of so many people at once, Sanji suddenly doubted his life. Lying to you? Look, is this for people to eat? It's like pig food. That's right, this plate is also pig food, only pigs can eat it. Chef Karn also picked up another plate of leftovers and threw it on the ground. Pig. Luffy and Usopp look at each other with blank faces. Why does it sound wrong? Nickpin's stomach hurts from laughing. Fortunately, I came late, I didn't catch up to eat a bite. I didn't eat either. Zoro, who was lying on the table as if he had passed out, lifted up his speech weakly. Seeing that everyone didn't seem to be joking, Sanji was completely dumbfounded. He squatted down, looked at the rice and food scattered on the ground, and said in a choked voice, "Old man, the rules in the store are not to waste food. This is what you set. What a precious thing that is. You're right. Food must not be wasted in my store. But, it doesn't include pig food. Pig food. The fruit of my hard work is called pig food. What a blow to a chef. What's more, the person who takes the lead is the most important person in his life." Tick tick. Tears dripped on the ground, mixed with the scattered food. Sanji knelt down on the ground, took a handful with his hands, put it in his mouth and started chewing. Look, the rice I cook is not pig food, it's delicious, they're really delicious. While eating, Sanji picked up a piece of meat and handed it to Zeph. Stinky old man, try it, it's really delicious. Don't give me pig food. The wooden stick under the broken leg kicked the flesh out of Sanji's hand. How hard Zeph kicked, how much his heart hurt. Seeing Sanji crying so sad, he was more painful than Sanji. No, they are not pig food, they are delicious. If you don't believe me, try it. Sanji picked up another piece of material and handed it to the surrounding diners, hoping they could prove it for himself. But the diners looked at Sanji at this time, as if they were looking at a fool. How could they dare to eat what he was holding? What's more, there is still dust on the ground. Look, no one wants to eat your pig food. Sanji, from today, you are fired from my baratai. Zeph announced loudly. At this moment, a big mouth suddenly poked over, and directly ate the material in Sanji's hand. Wow! It's so delicious. Wow! It's delicious. It's so delicious. Usopp also came over. He knelt down, carefully picked up a piece, and ate it. That's right, it's still the same taste as before. Delicious. What's the matter with these people? How can they say they are pig food? Hey, hello. Are you two pigs? Why do you like to eat pig food? Patty looked at Luffy and Usopp in disbelief. Luffy was instantly furious. Bastard. If you say that Sanji's food is pig food, I'll fight you. Roll up your sleeves, Luffy is going to fight. Patty shrank his neck and quickly hid behind Zeph. What are you kidding? This guy is the one who can kill Krieg with one punch. He just acting, he don't want to be punched to death by him. Zeph looked at Nickpin. Although he didn't wink, Nickpin understood immediately. Forget it, Luffy. Forget it, maybe everyone has different tastes, it's not worth fighting. But he said we are pigs. Usopp protested. Nickpin pouted, then you go up and do it with them. Ah, I must have misheard just now, Usopp immediately faltered. Hey! Do you want to keep this man? Nonsense. Is there even a need to ask? Keep him and let us eat pig food. Patty agreed, but seeing Luffy's gaze, he shrunk his neck again. Okay. If you don't want him here, then we will take him. It happens that Luffy and Usopp like to eat pig food, so we will take him away. Luffy, what do you think? We are just looking for a chef, what do you think of Sanji? Luffy didn't answer directly, but walked up to Sanji and said seriously, you can join our crew. Chapter 58. Join our crew. Luffy said seriously to Sanji. Hearing what Luffy said, the big stone in Zeph's heart was completely let go. Silly brat, go and find the all blue of your dreams. However, just when Zeph and Nickpin thought it was done, Sanji stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Immediately, Zeph was furious, bastard, where are you going? I'm going to the kitchen and cook for the guests. The voice was very calm, not at all like someone who had just cried. Boom! Zeph's wooden stick kicked him. Sanji didn't dodge and was kicked hard back onto the restaurant floor. Listen to me. You are fired from here. There is no need for a pig chef like you anymore. Zeph stood in the way to the kitchen, his eyes blazing. Sanji sat up from the ground and wiped the blood from his nose. He couldn't help laughing, stinky old man, your strength is far worse than before. Saying that, Sanji got up and walked towards the kitchen again. Boom! Zeph kicks again. Sanji's mouth is swollen. But he still got up without knowing it, and continued to walk towards the kitchen. Don't do it, Sanji. Even a reckless man like Patty couldn't help gritting his back molars at this moment. Idiot. Give up the idea of continuing to be a cook on this ship. Enough, Sanji. No matter how many times you get up, the boss will never want you again. Don't be foolishly beaten again. Get out. The chefs yelled. Hey hey hey. We can't sit idly by. He's going to die. With a terrified expression on Usopp's face, he turned his head to look at Luffy and Nickpin, hoping that the two of them would make a move. Nickpin will definitely not make a move, because he knows the inside story. However, facing such a scene, Nickpin was also very moved. This pair of father and son is really more stubborn than the other. Luffy stood behind Sanji, he looked at the back of Sanji staggering up. But just looking at Luffy is simple, but he is not stupid. Especially on some things, he has his own unique and charming insights. He didn't try to persuade anything, just looked at Sanji silently. He knows best what is called respect. Respect other people's choices, that's Luffy. Sanji got up again and was kicked back again and again. When Sanji came again, Patty couldn't bear it anymore, he grabbed Zeph and said, old boss, enough is enough. Yeah, Sanji is dying. Karn also took a deep breath and reminded. Stubborn brat. Zeph clenched his fists tightly, his chest rose and fell because of his constant anger. Seeing Sanji coming again, Zeph went straight to the back kitchen. Sanji stopped, he didn't understand what Zeph was doing. A moment later, Zeph returned from the back kitchen, still holding a torch. Without further ado, he directly lit the curtain on one side. Ah! Boss, what are you doing? Boss, don't. This store is all your heart and soul. The chefs are in a shortage, and everyone is shouting. But Zeph has the absolute right to speak in this store, and no one dares to stop him from doing what he wants to do. With such a pig food chef in our store, sooner or later we will close down, why don't we let this store disappear completely now? The decisive words came out of Zeph's mouth, and he went on to light the second curtain. Then. The cooks are all desperate. Stop. Seeing that Zeph's life's hard work is about to be ruined, Sanji can't continue to be stubborn. He rushed over, grabbed Zeph's arm, and cried, I'm going. I'm going. Okay, boss, Sanji promised to leave, let's go. Hurry up and put out the fire. It's too late. The chefs looked at Zeph anxiously, waiting for his order. Zeph didn't give an order, but looked at Sanji, who was hugging his thigh, and asked sharply, "Silly brat, are you really going to get out of here?" "Seriously. I must go, put out the fire." "Stinky old man, this store is all your hard work. Things have come to this point, Sanji has to compromise." Zeph swung Sanji away, and ordered, "Fire." An hour later. On Barity's deck. Nickpin, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp are standing here. "Is he out yet?" Luffy picked his nostrils and sat on the ground a little bored. "Come on, don't people have to pack their things?" While talking, Usopp looked towards the entrance of Baratai restaurant, and suddenly, his eyes lit up, "Here he come." The other three looked over immediately. They saw a young man in a black suit stepping out from the front of the restaurant. Alone, the cigarette at the corner of his mouth seemed to be his only luggage. He walked out silently, completely ignoring the chefs standing on both sides of the deck. Of course, the chefs hugged their hands one by one, raised their heads proudly, and didn't mean to talk to Sanji. "Aren't you going to say goodbye to Zeph?" Nickpin reminded. "Let's say goodbye before we go," Luffy also said. Sanji didn't look back, just spread his hands and said calmly, "It's okay, let's go." Saying that, Sanji stepped towards the string bridge leading to Going Merry. "Goodbye, Sanji." But at this moment, a rough voice came from behind, "Don't catch a cold." The pupils that were originally full of indifference and aloofness suddenly widened. Sanji trembled involuntarily as if he had been electrocuted. "Zeph. He called me Sanji. For so many years, the stinky old man has always called me a stinky brat." Only Sanji understands that the sound of Sanji expresses that Zeph recognizes that he has grown up. This, "don't catch a cold," is full of father's love. Tears instantly broke down the embankment. "Boss Zeph." Sanji turned around abruptly, kneeling on the ground with a swipe. "For so long, I have caused you trouble. Your great kindness. I will never forget it." Saying that, Sanji's head hit the floor heavily. "Ot. Damn it, we will be very sad if you are like this. It's too much. Why don't you just leave?" "I didn't shed tears, the sun must be blown by the sea breeze." When Sanji knelt down, the chefs couldn't pretend at once. One by one cried out loudly. Seeing the reactions of the chefs, Sanji was very touched. He knew it. He knew it. "Boss Zeph, do you think he can't see it? Is it because of the all-blue dream in his heart? But isn't your dream also the all-blue? Just tell me, let me take your dream to find the all-blue, and I will definitely promise you to go to sea. But why you have to use such a bad method?" Sanji looked up and gave Zeph a deep look. He knew that this stubborn old man would not admit it. Needless to say, Sanji stood up and stepped onto the string bridge. Hee. Aren't you the same?" As if by telepathy, Zeph looked at Sanji's back with a faint smile on his mouth. "You obviously want to look for the all-blue sea, right?" He insisted on staying because he wanted to repay Zeph. If Zeph don't use this method, Sanji would still be burning fire in the back kitchen. "But have you finally stopped calling me a stinky old man?" The kid has grown up. Looking at the Going Merry sailing, the corners of Zeph's eyes are moist with relief. The sea. Going Merry rides, the wind and waves. With the current scale of the Merry, as long as there is no storm, East Blue is like walking on flat ground. In the cabin. This is a soup that has just been made to regulate the spleen and stomach. It is specially made for Ms. Kaya. It can help nourish the weak body. Sanji stood at the head of Kaya's bed with a flattering face, and served the hot soup in a gentlemanly manner. "Thank you." Nami took the hot soup, scooped it up with a small spoon, blew it gently, and then fed it to Kaya. "Wow! Nami-chan is so caring. Kaya-chan is also very gentle and cute." Not long after he got on the ship, Sanji already decided that getting on the ship was the best decision he ever made in his life. Creaking, at this moment, the small door of the room opened. "Is Kaya better?" With Sanji's well-crafted food, it should help. Nickpin came in through the small door. "Well, the food made by Mr. Sanji is really delicious." Kaya drank the soup that Nami handed to her mouth, and praised gratefully. Aha, as long as Kaya-chan likes it, I will make it for you every day. Sanji smiled sheepishly. Then, he looked at the small door where Nickpin came in just now, and asked curiously, what's the place over there? Oh, it's my room, Nickpin said. He was in the studio just now, from the studio to his bedroom, and from his bedroom to Nami's bedroom. Now Kaya is in Nami's bedroom. Nanny. Hearing this, Sanji's face was full of shock. He quickly ran to the small door, and then looked inside. That's right, a man's bedroom. What's wrong, Sanji? Seeing Sanji's, I can't accept it, look, Nickpin instantly understood his pain, but still asked teasingly. Ah. Why is your bedroom connected to Nami-chan's bedroom? Haha. Simply, Nickpin added fuel to the fire and said, oh, that door is not locked yet. As soon as these words came out, Sanji looked at the handle of the small door. Hiss. Actually, unexpectedly. There is really no lock. Ah. Who the hell designed this broken ship? I'm applying for a redesign. The previous designer was too brainless. Sanji screamed hysterically. Well, it was designed by me. Nami blew on the spoon in his hand, fed Kaya, and answered. Ah. This time, Sanji was stunned. In the next moment, he turned into the face of love, so it was designed by the beautiful Nami-chan, no wonder it is so ingenious. Puff. Nickpin almost sprayed Sanji's face. Sanji felt heartache and couldn't breathe. After a while, he regained his strength. It doesn't matter even if Nickpin rooms are connected together, Sanji want to conquer the adventures of a ship full of beauties with delicious food. Sanji confidently took out another small pot from the tray. He walked up to Nami, and the gentleman bowed, beautiful Miss Nami, this is the sea orchid tea you requested. It has been prepared for you. It is good for beauty, refreshment, and brain. Wow, that's great. Seeing this tea, Nami was very happy. Nami-chan likes it, it's so good. Sanji is so happy. Hey, you won the first step. However, at this time, Nami got up and brought the pot of tea, then walked up to Nickpin, and handed it to Nickpin. You draw so many mangas every day, you need to protect your eyes, this pot of tea is good for you, by the way, Mr. Sanji did this, thank him very much. Puff. Who put a sword in the heart of my heart? With this sword down, Sanji can hardly stand. Just now the heartache can be relieved, but now he can't bear it. Sanji, where are you going? Nickpin asked. I'm going on the deck to blow some air. If he stays here any longer, he really won't be able to bear it anymore. Oh, yes, thanks for the tea. Puff. Sanji spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Thank you, you bastard. On the deck, Sanji stood by the railing, blowing the sea breeze. It was just a small episode just now. Since boarding the ship yesterday, Sanji still recognizes this group of guys very much. Especially when he introduced himself and said that his ideal is to find the all blue, no one laughed at him. This was completely unimaginable in the past. Although Nickpin makes him jealous, Sanji has to admit that Nickpin is his most recognized partner. Because when he talked about the all blue, Nickpin seemed to be very sure about all blue existence and had a unique opinion. He even used a paintbrush to outline a concept map of the blue ocean for Sanji. Just that one picture, Sanji was conquered by Nickpin. Certainly. He can't forgive the small door in the bedroom. Huh? Luffy? After blowing for a while and adjusting his mood, Sanji was about to go back, but suddenly he saw Luffy sitting on the sheep at the bow. Finding that Luffy didn't seem to hear him, he walked along the sheep's neck. Coming behind Luffy, Sanji was surprised to find that this guy is actually reading manga. Pirates read mangas? This is not normal. Chapter 59. Luffy was originally in the reading room reading mangas. But because Zoro was seriously injured in bed now, he felt that it would be boring to stay alone in the reading room, so he simply ran to his special seat. Just after he came out of Akame-ga Kill World, he suddenly noticed movement behind him. Luffy turned her head, and immediately saw a curious curly brow face. Hey! Sanji! Seeing Sanji, Luffy remembered the codfish porridge that he ate this morning, it was really delicious. Luffy, are you reading mangas? Even after confirming that Luffy is holding a manga, Sanji still can't believe it. Luffy tilted his head, and 3 question marks popped out of nowhere. He thought about it, and then it exploded. Sanji had only been on the ship for a day. So he explained, "Oh, this is not an ordinary manga, this is a manga drawn by Nick Pin." What? Not an ordinary manga? Hearing this, Sanji was taken aback for a moment, but then he suddenly realized something, and suddenly there was a look in his eyes that men could understand. He approached Luffy and winked at him, "You look like a decent guy, but you're a perv in secret." Perv? This time, Luffy was totally stunned. Why is he a perv? What are you talking about? Sanji. Hey. Still pretending. You've read the manga, so pretend. But speaking of it, that Nick Pin guy actually draws adult manga? Ah. Damn it, I have to get along with him. Sanji has never asked anyone for a favor. But if these favor are in exchange for 5 adult manga books, then he don't mind. Adult manga? Luffy frowned in surprise. His knowledge in this area is 0, almost nothing. The enemies to be faced in this manga are all adults, so it should be a manga for adults. After thinking about it, he nodded, yes, the adult mangas drawn by Nick Pin are not only amazing, but you can also enter the world in the mangas. Nanny. What are you talking about? Entering the manga world? How is this possible? Luffy explained, it's true. Nick Pin is a manga fruit man. Each of his manga has an independent world. As long as it suits you, you can enter the manga world. Manga fruit ability. Ah, this. If that's the case, it's reasonable. Although Sanji had never eaten devil fruit, he came from Vinsmoke's family and was later raised by Zeph. He still knows something about devil fruit. Thinking of this, Sanji couldn't help but look forward to it. It's actually an adult manga that can enter it, this is really too strong. Luffy nodded, not only can you enter, but you can also fight in it. Hiss. Can you still fight? The color on Sanji's face was immediately red, and he elbowed Luffy, is it exciting? Luffy said, of course, I feel that the time I enter the manga world every day is my happiest time, it's so cool inside. This. Is it that amazing already? Sanji couldn't wait any longer, jumped back to the deck, and ran to the cabin without looking back. Nick Pin, my dear friend, here I come. Not long after, Sanji came to Nick Pin's studio. Huh. It's Sanji, your tea is really good. Nick Pin picked up the teacup in his hand and gestured to Sanji. It's easy to talk about, from now on, I will make your tea. You like my tea, and I also like your mangas. What's going on? Why do you want to serve me tea in a blink of an eye? Nick Pin thought, if Sanji are like this, he dare not drink. Sanji looked at the bookshelves around the studio, and his eyes were filled with gold. Oh my god. So much. Is it all adult mangas? He just so happy. You want mangas, don't you? Looking at Sanji's appearance, anyone would have guessed it. But. It's just a manga. Those who didn't know thought that you saw a group of beauties without clothes. Quick. Pick me a wonderful one. Wonderful? Which of my mangas is not wonderful? After thinking about it, Nick Pin walked to the bookshelf, took a random book and handed it to Sanji. Might Guy biography? After reading the title of the manga, Sanji frowned, why is this a man? What's wrong with the man? This manga is wonderful. The man who almost kicked the finale with one kick is guaranteed to be exciting. Hiss. I see. Hearing what Nick Pin said, Sanji seemed to have realized. Yes. If the main character is a man, that's great. However, he felt that one book was not enough, so he rubbed his hands together, one more book. Still not satisfied? How about a Kakashi biography? So, Nick Pin went to look through the bookshelves. Suddenly, he found a book Shokyuchi no Soma. What? Sanji is a chef, isn't this manga perfect for him? Although Nick Pin didn't know which one is better, the cooking skills in Shokyuchi no Soma or Sanji's cooking skills, but the collision of cooking skills can achieve the effect of 1 + 1, greater than 2. Even more than 10, it is very possible. If Sanji can learn from the cooking skills in this manga, he can take his already powerful cooking skills to the next level. Wouldn't our Straw Hat pirates get the benefits? Here. This book is even more exciting. Hiss. Just looking at so many beautiful women on the cover makes Sanji feel elated. Ha. Nick Pin, you really understand me. Excitedly picked up Shokyuchi no Soma and Might Gut biography. Sanji couldn't wait to run away. It seems that I got the right book. Shokyuchi no Soma. Feeling Sanji's heartfelt excitement and joy, Nick Pin couldn't help but secretly thought. Sure enough, he is a man who integrates cooking skills into his life. It's so rare to be so happy after reading a manga about cooking. After getting the manga, Sanji ran straight back to his room. To see this kind of thing, of course you have to hide to watch. Who would be like that idiot Luffy, sitting on the bow of the ship and looking at it openly? Then he threw Might Guy biography on the cabinet, and Sanji opened Shokyuchi no Soma. Campus scene. Is there also a cooking test? I like this kind of plot. Sanji started watching. There will be beauties appearing soon. Sanji is excited. Not a moment. The surrounding scene changed, and he was already in a bustling city. Oh. Really came in. Looking at the surrounding scene, Sanji became more and more excited. Since it's the world of adult mangas, then he don't have to think so much. As he spoke, Sanji looked at a beautiful woman walking towards him, and directly pressed his hand on the wall of the street to stop the beautiful woman. Beauty, do you want a date? Handsomely took out the cigarette from his mouth, Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke ring. He is indeed quite charming. Ah! Pervert! Snapped. With a clear slap, the beautiful woman ran away in a hurry. Only Sanji with a confused face was left, imitating his hot face. Is the plot that difficult? In Nick Pin's manga studio. Not long after Sanji left, Usopp came. How's Zoro's injury? Seeing Usopp coming, Nick Pin opened his mouth. Usopp is mainly responsible for taking care of Zoro these 2 days, which is quite hard work. The monster. It's only been a day, and the injury has healed a lot. Thinking of Zoro's recovery, Usopp couldn't help complaining. Nick Pin agrees. Isn't it? That's Zoro. It is said that Luffy has unlocked the blood lock, but why not Zoro? Protagonist often immune to death. Are you here to read mangas? Looking at Usopp, Nick Pin asked. After all, he is a manga studio here. What else can people do besides want a manga to pass the boring time on the ship? Oh, it was Zoro who sent me to you. He said you were going to give him another swordsmanship manga, Usopp said. This Zoro is still thinking about mangas even when he is recovering from his injuries. Did he really think that if he could realize swordsmanship in Sasaki Kojiro's manga, he could also realize it in other manga? But if it's Zoro, it might be. Nick Pin walked to the bookshelf, found the Zaraki Kenpachi biography that he planned to give to Zoro before, and handed it to Usopp. Here, this is the book. Okay, I'll pass it to Zoro. Usopp took the manga and was about to leave. Wait a moment. Nick Pin stopped him, and then picked out a manga at random. You also take a manga to read. I don't read manga. Usopp shook his head directly. Read mangas? Okay. Sure enough, it is God Usopp, but he is different from others. You take it first. What if you want to read it later? You still have to come to me, don't you? Nick Pin didn't talk nonsense, and directly threw the mangas to Usopp. Okay. Usopp reached out to catch it without arguing. Soon, he returned to Zoro's room and put Zaraki Kenpachi biography on Zoro's bedside. This is the manga you want. Zoro was in a state of taking a nap, but when he heard that Usopp had brought the manga, he swiped it and sat up. Ah, hey. Be careful of your wound. Usopp was taken aback. If you hurt yourself, don't you have to lie in bed for a few more days? Zoro picked up the manga and glanced at the cover. The biography of Zaraki Kenpachi. His eyes moved from the title of the book to the man wearing a blindfold on the cover, and then he saw the sword in the man's hand. Another kind of swordsmanship, good. Although Sasaki Kojiro's swordsmanship is also powerful, he is more inclined to lay the foundation. As for the current manga, although Zoro hasn't started to read it yet, just from the man's wild aura on the cover, he can realize that this man's swordsmanship must be that kind of domineering. Incomparable swordsmanship. Zoro couldn't wait to open the manga. Hey, hey, hey. What are you doing? Your injury is not healed yet, can you not read this manga now? Zoro froze for a moment, then explained with a smile. It's okay, the physical condition of the real world will not be brought into the manga world. During the period of my recovery, I can just practice swordsmanship in the manga world. What? It's strange. You don't have a fever, why are you talking nonsense? What nonsense? Didn't Nick Pin give you a manga? Don't you know that you can enter the manga world? Nanny. To the world of manga? Usopp was shocked. No way. There is such a thing. And many more. He suddenly thought of something. Since he got on the ship, no matter Luffy, Zoro, or Nami, they are often immersed in the state of reading manga. At that time, Usopp thought these guys were really weird, they all like to read mangas. Hearing Zoro say that now, he suddenly realized. It turns out that you can enter the world of mangas, no wonder. No way, looking at your expression, it seems that you really don't know. At this time, Zoro discovered Usopp's anomaly. Ahaha, how is it possible? I am a big pirate with 80 million people under my command, how could I not know about this kind of thing? Usopp scratched his head in embarrassment. Oh, that's right. Zoro nodded with dignity, and then asked, what ability did you get from the mangas? Can you still get abilities? Usopp's eyes widened, his breathing involuntarily increased. Yeah. The mangas given by Nick Pin are not random, he gives corresponding mangas according to each person's characteristics, so that each of us can improve our strength in it. Said Zoro. Hiss. There is such a thing. How much did I miss? Then what? I suddenly thought of writing a letter to my 80 million subordinates to report their safety, so I left first, you read the mangas. Usopp grabbed the manga in his hand and hurried out. He hadn't asked Nick Pin for mangas after being on the ship for so many days. Chapter 60. After the Straw Hat pirates left Baratai, rumors spread about the duel between Hawkeye and Zoro. Dracula Mihawk fought the rookie green-haired swordsman in East Blue, and the green-haired swordsman won. Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, was defeated by non-famous swordsman in a certain place in East Blue, even thought he lose, he show his demeanor as a sword king. Shocked. The world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk, was defeated by the East Blue bounty hunter, and fled back to New World in shame. Who is it? Can make the world's #1 swordsman travel thousands of miles to go to East Blue to fight with him? On the history of the mysterious new swordsman's sword learning. Please pay attention to the follow-up report of Harlow News Agency. The young swordsman nearly cut off his head and letting Mihawk draw blood with his sword. All kinds of news spread like wildfire, and all kinds of rumors became more and more outrageous. After all, it is the battle of the world's #1 swordsman. News agencies don't need morals in order to adjust the flow, anyway, how come the headline is so awesome? New World, a certain island. A huge pirate ship docked. On the mainmast, the pirate flag is waving in the wind. It is marked as a skull with 2 swords stuck in it. On the left eye of the skull, there are 3 bloodstains. As long as there are pirates in New World, there is no one who does not know this pirate flag. That is the red hair pirates representing one of the 4 emperor. It's been rumored that you were defeated by a green-haired rookie and almost had your head chopped off, is this true? Redhead Shanks talks to the Den Mushi in his hand as he walks down the bridge. This phone snail has sharp eyes like an eagle. Apparently, on the other end of the phone is Mihawk. The other member of the red-haired pirate followed suit one after another, as if everyone was listening with ears pricked up. Yes. From the other end of the phone, came Mihawk's calm and crisp answer. What? The rumor turned out to be true. I heard it's a young swordsman. When did such a young genius appear in this sea? To be able to defeat the existence of the world's #1 swordsman, age is not important anymore. This is really nonsense. Hearing the confirmation from Mihawk, all the cadres of red-hair pirates opened their mouths wide open, their eyes full of horror. It was Shanks who showed a playful smile, and he laughed and teased, "Haha, that's really interesting, I just lost my arm, but you almost lost your head, I see if you still have the face to laugh at me in the future." Over the years, Redhead sometimes went to fight with Mihawk, and wanted to experience swordsmanship with him, but Mihawk always refused. The reason is, he doesn't want to clash swords with disabled people. Shut up. You trash who lost an arm. If I told you that although I lost this battle, I gained a lot. Wouldn't you be unable to laugh? Mihawk's disdainful voice came from the Den Mushi. Waste of waste. The members of the red-haired regiment were dumbfounded. All right. They are afraid this is the only one who dares to talk to Shanks like this. And Shanks won't be mad. What? Let's hear it. I have come into contact with a whole new way of swordsmanship. Oh. As soon as the words came out, Shanks became interested too. Although he is a lazy person, he is also a very obsessed guy when it comes to swordsmanship. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a powerful swordsmanship. Forget it, it's meaningless to tell you this now. Suddenly, Mihawk lost interest in chatting. Anyway, I'm going to train for a while. The move that the young swordsman beat me has left me with endless inspiration. After I train, I am afraid there will be a big gap between your sword skills and mine. Although these words are arrogant, it also depends on who they are speaking from. Saying such words from the mouth of the world's #1 swordsman, then, is not considered arrogance, but can only be regarded as explaining the facts that are about to happen. Huh. You bastard. If one day I meet the young swordsman you mentioned and I beat him, wouldn't you be embarrassed? Beat him? He's just a kid who just went out to sea. Do you, old man, have a lot of faith in beating him? Listen, what I'm talking about is his swordsmanship and his ultimate move. How about it, when I get out of the test this time, I will reward you with a fight. Use his ultimate move with my strength, and let you see what is called surprise. After speaking, Mihawk hung up the phone. Shanks put away the phone and said to himself, this bastard is still so arrogant. Yes. Although he is the #1 swordsman in the world, you have the strongest conqueror's haki, boss, your strength itself is at the same level, how can you say that you are rewarded for a fight? Yasopp folded his hands in front of his body, shrugged and said. No. I didn't mean that when I said he was arrogant, but that he wanted to comprehend that young swordsman's swordsmanship through a period of retreat and even learned his killing moves. He is the world's #1 swordsman, and his talent for swordsmanship is unbelievable. If you want to learn other people's moves, isn't it difficult? Shanks curled his lips, a sword move that can almost cut off that guy's head, don't you think it's not difficult? Oh. Yup. After being explained by Shanks, all the members around were suddenly enlightened. Yes. Even for this great swordsman who has been famous for a long time, it is almost impossible to break through Mihawk's defense. Then, on the basis of breaking through Mihawk's defense, the rookie almost cut off Mihawk's head. This kind of difficulty, even if you think about it with, you know it is harder than climbing to the sky. Then how difficult it is to learn this kind of sword move. Hiss. The cadres of red-hair pirates didn't dare to think about it anymore when they thought of this. Dare to be so arrogant and say that you have to learn this trick. I am afraid that in the whole world, only Mihawk, an idiot, is qualified to say that. As he spoke, the redhead took a sip of wine. His character would never be provoked by Mihawk. But he don't know why, when he saw that Mihawk was about to improve again, he suddenly felt a sense of loneliness of being abandoned. No way. He wants to reward me for a fight. How can I fall behind? Train, right? I'm going to train too. Shanks liked to see what's so special about that young swordsman's ultimate move, that it can make a guy like Mihawk choose to train. For a while. The long-lost young blood is burning in Shanks' chest. Give me the sword. After pouring the last sip of wine, Shanks stretched out his hand and yelled. Are you going to practice your sword skill? Ben Beckman took Redhead's sword from the other hand and handed it to Redhead. Shanks nodded and said with emotion, yes, I have no right to relax in this battle. Lucky Roo echoed, yes, after all, he is Mihawk, and no one has the qualifications to relax. Hee to be precise, my opponent in this battle is not Hawkeye, but that young swordsman. Shanks smiled, that's why he felt valued. The young swordsman ultimate move, based on Mihawk's strength, can reflect the true power of that move. In this case, he, Shanks, really wants to win. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Fleet Admiral's Office. I have verified the news from Mihawk, and it is indeed true. Tsuru came in with a document. It turned out to be true. Sengoku looked at this document, his brows were furrowed. This sea really cannot find peace for a moment. Recently, there have been frequent movements in 4 emperors, which has already kept Sengoku busy. Unexpectedly, East Blue, which was originally the most peaceful place, suddenly rose up a strong man. It would be nice if he could be pulled into Marine. If he is a pirate, just thinking about it, Sengoku feels like his head is going to explode. Sengoku flipped back and didn't see the detailed introduction, so he asked immediately, did Mihawk not provide the detailed information of this person? Tsuru replied, don't talk about the information, I just wanted to ask the person's name, but Mihawk just hung up the phone. This guy who does his own way. Sengoku snorted coldly. If it is another Shichibukai, maybe you can threaten it and let it cooperate. But Mihawk. If Marine wants to ask him to make a move, it depends on his mood. Is there no other way to know the identity of this young swordsman? Yes. According to the investigation by East Blue's branch, this young swordsman's name is Roronoa Zoro, and he was a bounty hunter in East Blue before. Bounty hunter. Sengoku's eyes lit up. Since he can be a bounty hunter, he must be a young man who advocates justice. Very good, this person must be recruited into Marine. Tsuru then said with an ugly expression, but not long ago, he joined a pirate group. What? Sengoku just felt his blood pressure soared suddenly. Oops, no. Sengoku patted his forehead, and his eyes felt a little dark. Fleet Admiral, don't get excited. Tsuru Vice Admiral came over and calmed Sengoku, then looked Stucky, what kind of pirates? Stucky replied, I don't know about this, I only know that it is a small pirate group, and it should have just been established. What a bunch of idiots. Hearing this, Sengoku blew his beard and stared angrily. Tsuru Vice Admiral kneaded Sengoku's shoulder, calm down, let's issue a bounty first. When such a person starts to emerge, his information will naturally be investigated slowly. Right. Bounty. Thinking of this, Sengoku immediately ordered, Tsuru, immediately issue a bounty for Roronoa Zoro, a reward. But at this point, Sengoku immediately stopped. How much should the reward be? But for a person who appeared out of nowhere, he couldn't offer a sky-high reward right away, right? Isn't that bullshit? Fleet Admiral, for a rookie like this, the first reward should be the lowest, but, since he can defeat Mihawk, then offering a reward of over 100 million is the most basic respect, at least it's respect for Mihawk. Tsuru Vice Admiral can always solve Sengoku's problems at critical moments, she said, I suggest that the initial reward is 100 million belly. It is good. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku glanced at Tsuru, just do it. Chapter 61. Time flies, a few days have passed. Going Merry is approaching the Konami Islands. In the cabin, Nami was lying on the bed in her underwear, looking at the map. If the weather is normal, we should arrive at Kokoyashi village tomorrow. The feeling of returning to the village this time is completely different from before. In the past, when she went back to the village, she would secretly hide the stolen money first, and then put on a mask to transform myself into a running dog of the Arlong crew. This time, Nami is going back with hope. That's right, she is the hope of the whole village. Arlong, the pain you left on everyone, I will give it back to you this time. Shaking the white jade hands vigorously, Nami muttered angrily to herself. Before she got the manga card captor Sakura, no matter how Nick Pin persuaded her, she would not want everyone to fight Arlong for her. But now, she already has 2 Cloud cards. Regarding the cognition of strength, the current Nami and the previous Nami are no longer in the same dimension. Not only her own strength, but also the strength of her partners. After the Battle of Baratai in the sea restaurant, Nami finally realized that the strength of her partners is far stronger than she imagined. In addition, she herself has strength now, so her self-confidence will naturally rise. Before that, she thought about repaying the money to peacefully resolve the issue of the settlement on Kokoyashi village. But now, revenge. If she don't beat the Arlong to death, how can she be worthy of those dead villagers? How can she live up to Belmere? She let go of her clenched fist, and a burst of brilliance emerged. In Nami's palm, 2 cards with little drawing on them appeared. The Power and the Fight Cloud card. The Fighting card is the second Cloud card that Nami encountered, and the process of conquering it is very simple. Nami borrowed from the way of conquering Sakura in the manga. First exhaust the physical strength of the Fighting card, and then use the Force card to subdue it. But the reigning of the third Cloud card was not smooth. The third card is the Thunder card. The Power card and the Fight card can't help in subduing the Thunder card at all, and they can only rely on Nami himself. It has been many days, and Nami is still stuck to conquer the Thunder card. No. Tomorrow they will fight Arlong, and the card must be subdued today. Gritting her teeth, Nami opened the manga. Soon, she came to the manga world. Boom. 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 Once inside, Nami appears in a house. Outside the house, thunder and lightning flashed, and thunder continued to fall on the ground, damaging the ground in public facilities. It's the Thunder card, we have to find a way to subdue it. Kurili, the spirit of order, flew to Nami's shoulder and reported the situation. Nami pat Kurili's head. This was the dozens of times she heard Kurili say this. Because this is the scene every time I come in, so every time Kurili's opening remarks are also this. Well, let's get a set of rubber clothes first to prevent the thunder. This is how Nami borrowed from little Sakura. Of course, that's not all she can learn from. She doesn't have a shadow card. Actually I have Nick Pin, but this should be the test that Nick Pin gave me. If I don't pass with my own efforts, how can I gain great strength? She filled her mind with Nick Pin's thoughts, and Nami thought it was very sweet. She felt that Nick Pin could take out the abilities in the manga at will. He didn't give it to her directly, but he was training her. Wow! Nami is so smart. Afterwards, the two came to a cosplay clothing store. Nami took a rubber cosplay suit with ease and put it on. Nami is amazing. It's so easy to find a store with rubber clothes. But the admiration for Nami in Kurili's eyes became stronger and stronger. That's not. I've been here dozens of times, isn't it amazing? With the things in hand, Nami is ready to continue to try to capture the Thunder card. But just a few steps away, Nami stopped and stepped back. She stared at a cosplay rubber prop for a long time, and suddenly came up with a bold idea. Not long. Nami appeared in the empty square. Tears shone in the sky, and thunder and lightning kept hitting the ground. Hey! You the Thunder card. Immediately surrender to me. In the customary opening remarks, Nami's purpose is to at least provoke the Thunder card and let her come over. According to the plot of Sakura subduing the Thunder card, Nami knows that if she wants to subdue the Thunder card, she must first return the Thunder card to its original shape, and then trap it, so that it can be conquered. The lightning came running toward Nami. Nami didn't hesitate without any hesitation, and just ran away. Hack! Hack! Lightning is like a fighter jet plowing the ground, chasing Nami persistently. Nami used this strategy dozens of times before. She had no other way, she just wanted to see if she could consume the lightning card's strength. But it turns out that Thunder Beast's strength seems to be endless. Wow, the Thunder card is so irritable. Nami has to figure out a way. Listen, later, you do as I told you, this time you must get rid of the Thunder card. You will be like this later. Nami told Kurili what she thought while running. After running for another 10 minutes, Nami came to a square fitness area. Here, a rubber pipe more than 10 meters long is being placed here. This is the rubber prop that Nami brought over just now. At this time, relying on the fitness facilities to fix him into the shape of a slide. Lightning followed closely behind, and Nami jumped directly into one end of the rubber pipe. Hack! Thunder and lightning crashed down from the sky. What? Nami exclaimed and closed the end of the rubber pipe. Zizizi. The electric current hit the rubber surface and immediately scattered into the sky and the earth. Ha. Feeling the situation after the lightning struck, Nami was overjoyed. She opened the rubber pipe and stuck out her tongue at the lightning in the sky. Idiot Thunder Beast, you can't hit me. Another bolt of lightning struck down, thicker than the previous one. Nami is still the old way. Once the rubber pipe is closed, the lightning falls from the surface of the rubber pipe to the ground. Then she poked her head out again and made faces at the thunder and lightning in the sky. Hack! 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 After a dozen or so operations in a row, Nami remained intact. The lightning strike in the sky seemed to have other ideas, and stopped the attack. But Nami's taunt remained the same. How stupid! Is your lightning power only this little? Small Thunder Beast, is this all you can do? Boom! There is a sudden thunder in the sky. The whole sky is shining with lightning. The next moment, a group of bright lights broke through the clouds and came straight to Nami below. Such a large group of spherical lightning should come from the local area, right? Although the card didn't change back to its original form, as long as the card is locally in this ball of lightning, Nami has a way to deal with it. Nami, be careful. I can feel a strong claw card aura from that ball of thunder and lightning light, and the main body of the thunder card must be inside. Kurili reminded loudly. Great! Nami's heart skipped a beat, and the attack became more intense. When the ball lightning approached, Nami didn't close the rubber pipe anymore, but turned around and ran away. Run towards the other end of the rubber pipe. Zzzz. The ball lightning rushed into the rubber pipe, and with its speed, it could catch up with Nami's speed no matter what. But Thunder Beast overlooked one thing. Rubber pipes are insulated. After the spherical lightning rushed into the pipe, it immediately looked like a rubber ball, bouncing up and down in the rubber pipe. Kurili. Nami ran desperately. Over there, Kurili received the order, flew to the rubber pipe, kicked out her little feet separately, and closed the rubber pipe on the side where the spherical lightning had just entered. Zzz. Ball lightning noticed the problem, paused for a moment, then accelerated sharply, and chased after Nami. No way. Seeing lightning acceleration, Nami didn't care so much, just ran away. Whether it succeeds depends on fate. At the end of the rubber tunnel, Kurili has already arrived here, and she kept calling, "Come out, Nami, come out." Brush. When the familiar figure rushed out of the pipe, Kurili closed the pipe with all her strength. Zzz. Just a second later, the hiss of lightning hit the duct door. But Kurili stepped back a little distance, watched worriedly for a while, and then cheered, "It's a success." No, there are still 2 steps left. With a thought of Nami, power cards and fighting cards appeared in her hands. 2 beams of light sank into Nami's body at the same time. Stupid Thunder Beast, I'm going to beat you back to your original form now, don't cry out for pain. As soon as the voice fell, Nami seemed to have turned into a different dimension Mike Tyson, punching the rubber pipe. Lightning is originally in the form of the element of thunder, and Nami is definitely not able to hit it with just fists. But now being locked in a rubber pipe, Nami's fists are really powerful. Soon, there was a roar of thunder and lightning from the rubber pipe, which was obviously painful from being beaten. I can feel the breath of the Thunder Beast. It has shown its original shape. Come on, Nami, now is the time. Nami spun the magic wand in his hand, and knocked it forward in style. Restore your original appearance. As the singing fell, the brilliance in the rubber pipe suddenly brightened. Less, to the dim. Is it done? Heart beating wildly, Nami waited for a few seconds before carefully opening the rubber tube. Inside, there was a card with Thunder Beast lying there quietly. Yeah. When Nami came out of the manga world, he already had 3 cloud cards in his hand. I'm so tired. Finally able to sleep well. With a thought, he took back the cloud card, Nami laid it on the bed, and placed a sky character. Crunch. The small door connecting the rooms opened. Nami, I have good news for you, sigh. Nickpin's voice had just reached, but it suddenly turned into a gasping shock. Chapter 62. It looks like we should be able to reach Kokoyashi village tomorrow. In the bedroom, Nickpin looked at the nautical chart in his hand, and then looked at the time. At this time, Nami probably hasn't slept yet. Let's go find her to confirm, and tell her the good news on the way. After thinking for a while, Nickpin walked towards the small indoor door. Nami, I have good news for you. As soon as the door was pushed open, Nickpin saw a scene that made his blood erupt. What the hell? Is this a test? Who can stand this girl? Nickpin. Seeing that Nickpin actually came to find her, Nami was so happy. She rushed over immediately and grabbed Nickpin's arm. What is the good news? As if afraid that Nickpin would run away, Nami asked while dragging Nickpin into the room. This. Being hugged by Nami like this, Nickpin felt lust all over. He lowered his head subconsciously. Hiss. Forcibly swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Nickpin said with some difficulty, "Phew, let me say, why are you dressed like this?" Nami looked at himself curiously, and then there was confusion on his little face. I'm in my room, so what's the problem? This statement seems to make sense. However, this is too much of a test. Seeing Nickpin's bewildered look, Nami was very happy. Hee. Just say you can't bear seeing her like this. In fact, although this is an accidental event, Nami has been looking forward to such an accidental event for a long time. Ever since Nickpin broke her guard on the small broken ship that day. After getting along with each other these days, Nami liked Nickpin even more. Of course, she is also emotional. Conditions must be created so that boys can take the initiative. So, what good news is, tell me quickly. Holding Nickpin's arm, Nami hopped her little feet continuously and asked urgently. When Nami jumped like this, Nickpin felt like his heart was about to jump out. Something are jumping up and down. No, let's talk about it quickly. Otherwise, I might not survive the test. Forcibly suppressing the backfire in his heart, Nickpin raised his head and said, I just looked at the map, and it seems to be close to the Konami Islands, so, I came to check with you. We are going to your hometown tomorrow, right? Are you avoiding your eyes on purpose? There is a sly look in Nami's eyes. But she also understands that some things cannot be rushed. Can you bear it for a day? Can you bear it for a month? Immediately, Nami began to answer questions normally. Well, yes, tomorrow we will be going to Kokoyashi village. But when talking about Kokoyashi village, Nami thought of the tragic fate of the villagers being suppressed by fishmen. She thought of Belmere. She just thought of how many years she had been running around in order to save the village, and even almost died a few times. A pang of sorrow welled up in her heart. Nami's nose was sour, and tears welled up. Hey! Why are you crying all of a sudden? Feeling the heat flowing from his arms, Nickpin immediately understood what was going on. Poor Nami, she should be caught in the memories of the past again. What's wrong with your nose? Nickpin patted Nami's back lightly, but his hand almost slipped and fell to the ground. What? What a tough test after another. It's okay if Nickpin didn't say it, but Nami cried even more when he said it. Woo, Nickpin. She let go of Nickpin's arm, and threw herself directly into Nickpin's arms, tears streaming down her face. If she hadn't met this man in front of her, her future would still be in a haze. The hope of Kokoyashi village is still unknown. Nickpin didn't dare to move at all. He was afraid that if he couldn't bear it and really did something to create the next generation, he would be mad. Of course, Nickpin clearly wants to take someone as lovely as Nami. That is obvious. However, Nickpin is not a brainless stallion after all, and he doesn't want to hurt Nami because of his sudden lust. Some things, when it reaches that point, will naturally come to fruition. But if you don't reach that point, you will not be able to pass the test in your heart. The two have only known each other for a few days now. It's Nami's fault if something happens so soon. The palm that was intended to land on Nami's fair back instead landed on the back of Nami's head. Gently patted Nami, Nickpin comforted, okay, don't cry, tomorrow you take the money and go to redeem the village from Arlong. If he dares not agree, our Straw Hat pirates will never forgive him. The little head shook Nickpin's chest, and Nami cried and said. Nickpin, I've already figured it out. Even if I gave Arlong the money, with the character of the evil Arlong, I can't guarantee that they will accept it. They are fishmen and pirates, the group will not abide by the agreement. Also, the evil committed by the fishmen pirates is absolutely unforgivable. Clenching her small fists vigorously, Nami suddenly raised her head and looked up at Nickpin. If you continue to ignore them, then more villager will be persecuted by them in the future. This time, I must destroy them. Little idiot, it's not you, it's us. Our Straw Hat pirates will definitely destroy the Arlong pirates. The angle was just right. Nickpin reached out and scratched Nami's cute nose twice. Not to mention, Nickpin really likes this kind of feeling. It's us. The two tender arms subconsciously grasped Nickpin's back even tighter. The next day, it was close to noon. Kokoyashi village. A man in police uniform with a windmill in his hat was on patrol. His name is Genzo, he is the sheriff of the village, and he is also the backbone of the village today. Now the village is living a dark life under the suppression of the Arlong pirates. He don't know when this day is the end. Genzo sighed and walked to the port without knowing it. Due to the confinement of the Arlong pirates, all the ships in the Konami Islands were destroyed by the fishmen. In this way, it is impossible for anyone to escape the clutches of the fishmen. What is that? Suddenly, Genzo stopped, raised his head, and looked at the huge monster in front of the port. It looks like a ship. What? It seems that is a ship. His eyes moved slowly, and then fell on the flag on the mast. Pirate. Over there, the evil Arlong pirate group is still raging the entire village of the Konami Islands, and here is another pirate group coming. Have we people in the Konami Islands dug up the graves of pirates in our previous lives? Uncle Genzo. A voice came from the direction of the bridge. Genzo looked over, and a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Nah. Wrong. He can't show any kind of friendliness. Damn. So, it's you, the damned pirate who betrayed the village. Genzo put on a fierce face, glanced at the huge pirate ship behind Nami, and taunted, as a member of the Arlong pirates, you have also recruited other pirates, you are really a natural pirate. Hey hey hey. What are you talking about? Usopp yelled loudly. How dare you be so rude to the beautiful Miss Nami, it is unforgivable. Sanji also rushed forward, acting like a flower protector from the beginning. Sanji, Usopp. As soon as Nick Pin arrived on the deck, he saw the scene of being drawn and shouted. Then, he jumped down and explained, there is a misunderstanding here. Now that Nick Pin said so, both Usopp and Sanji subconsciously stopped thinking about doing it. Luffy is the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. But everyone knows that when the Straw Hat Pirates were founded, Luffy met Nick Pin, and the two hit it off and formed the Straw Hat Pirates. It can be said that Nick Pin can also be regarded as a vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates at the beginning of its establishment. What's more, because of the mangas, anyone who has read the mangas is deeply grateful to Nick Pin. Therefore, although Nick Pin has never talked about status, Nick Pin's status in everyone's hearts is recognized by the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates from the bottom of their hearts. Huh. Why is there a windmill growing on his head? Okay. With such an innocent raid captain on the booth, it's no wonder that everyone regards Nick Pin as the backbone from time to time. Although this question is very stupid, Nami smiled happily. She said, when I was young, every time Uncle Genzo approached me, I would cry. Later, Uncle Genzo stuck a windmill in his hat, and every time Uncle Genzo approached me, I would laugh. Huh. So, it's Nami's uncle. Luffy laughed and tried to reach out to model the windmill, but Genzo avoided it. Hey hey hey. Don't talk like we are very close. Nami, none of us will ever forgive you. Uncle Genzo, I know that you may not believe me if I explain it to you, but I still want to tell you, I, is still the same Nami, always has been. Nami smiled and didn't want to explain further. I have been a villain for so many years, and I don't care about being such a villain. Anyway. As long as the evil Arlong pirates are eliminated, everything will be revealed. At that time, everyone will understand her difficulties. Let's go, it should be in this direction. Zoro took the map and headed somewhere. Stupid green moss head, there are only two paths, you point to the wrong one. Sanji take the map and pointed in another direction, this way. Ah ha ha. Usopp laughed heartlessly. Let's go. I want to beat Arlong. Luffy raised his arms high and rushed out in the first place. Beat Arlong. Hearing these words suddenly, Genzo's face turned livid with fright. Me, am I hallucinating? The kid in the straw hat just said he wanted to beat Arlong. They are a group of rookie pirate, and they are going to deal with the evil Arlong. Nami. What are you doing? Although he pretended to be ruthless, how could Genzo remain calm when he heard this kind of thing? Stupid Nami, don't do stupid things. That's what you heard. Nami looked back at Genzo, and showed a playful smile to this lovely elder uncle. What? This smile. Uncle Genzo is not stupid. Ever since Nami joined the Arlong pirates, the villagers haven't seen a smile on her face. Not to mention such a heartfelt smile. But now. The smiling Nami is back. Destroy the Arlong pirates. She come for real. Realizing that the matter was serious, Genzo immediately tried to dissuade him. Damn. You find a few helpers and you want to fight desperately with the Arlong pirates, why is she acting so bravely? Genzo didn't dare to delay any longer, he ran back to the village in one breath. Come out. Quick. Get your weapons. Whether you are male, female, young or old, I get up. Genzo ran and shouted. Soon, a large number of villagers took up weapons and came to the middle of the village. What's going on? Uncle Genzo? Is there a fight? If the fishmen see it, it will be troublesome. Everyone asked in a hurry. Genzo took a deep breath. Nami is back. She came back. Why do we need weapons? Yeah. Didn't you agree? Everyone pretends not to know, so we don't put pressure on her. Is she being chased by the pirate who she stole money from? Damn. After chasing here, let's scare these damned pirates away. Genzo took the water glass handed over by others, took a quick sip, and quickly explained, no, Nami, she took a few people to fight the Arlong pirate. What? Hey, hello. Did you say something wrong, or did I not hear you clearly? Isn't she saving money silently? Why is she so impulsive all of a sudden? If you only bring a few people with you, you're going to fight the fishmen. Why is she so stupid? The faces of the villagers changed drastically. Everyone knows how scary fishmen are. With just a few humans, it is estimated that even the fishmen would not have enough teeth. No, hasn't she already saved so much money? Why is she rushing so far? A villager asked with an unwilling face. Genzo shook his head. I don't know, but with Nami's character, if she hadn't really desperate and had to turn her face, she would definitely focus on being safe. In that case, it seems that the Arlong pirates must have done something to make Nami completely lose confidence. The village doctor Diarneko rubbed his chin and analyzed seriously. No matter what, Nami has silently contributed to all of us for so many years. Now, since she has decided to fight, we must not hold her back. Genzo took out the sword he had treasured for many years, pulled it out forcefully, and yelled at everyone. Yes. We have to help Nami. Fight with fishmen. There is no way out. Anyway, I'm going to die anyway, fight. Suddenly, the villagers of Coco Village, led by Genzo, headed for the territory of the Arlong pirates. Chapter 63. Arlong Park. Located on the seashore to the southwest of Kokoyashi village, this place was originally a deserted island. But since the Arlong pirates came, they established a base here and became a paradise for fishmen. At the same time, because of the arrival of the Arlong pirates, all the humans in the Konami Islands have become their slaves. Boss. That girl Nami has been out for a long time, right? She shouldn't take the opportunity to sneak away. He is Kurobi, the crew of the Arlong pirates. On the recliner in front of him, the leader of the Arlong pirates, was lying and basking in the sun. Don't worry, for Nami it's impossible to ignore the villagers of Kokoyashi village. As long as the villagers are still there, she will foolishly save money to redeem the village. For Kurobi's slander, Arlong doesn't care at all. He picked up a fruit and put it in his mouth. Click. Crunchy. Kurobi touched his chin, showing a thoughtful look, but I always feel that Nami is too smart. She seems to be planning something. Okay, you do nothing every day, and you always doubt what she is doing. She has been trapped by me for all her life. While Arlong is a refined racist, Nami's map is all he needs. So without absolute evidence, it is impossible for him to deal with the only human being in the entire Arlong pirates. Maybe. Boom. Just when Kurobi was about to say something, suddenly a loud roar sounded. Immediately afterwards, gravel splashed, rumbling and falling in the Arlong Park. Those pirates who were basking comfortably in the sun all woke up suddenly at this moment, and looked over in unison. FK. Arlong saw that the gate of the Arlong Park was gone at this time, and even the walls on both sides of the gate were bursting. Wahaha. Who is Arlong? Come out for me. A human. When they saw the intruder clearly, all the fishmen showed dumb faces. How dare a human come to the fishmen's territory to provoke them? Is this guy out of his mind? Hey. Boy, are you looking for me? Arlong lay still, holding his hands under his head as a pillow, and looked at Luffy with a playful expression. In his eyes, let alone a human being. Even if a village of humans comes, he doesn't care at all. Yeah. So you are Arlong. Looking at the guy in front of him, Arlong became more and more intrigued. Very arrogant, boy. You are so arrogant now you will be in pain later, and you will be very regretful. Very good. Your target is here. It's not me looking for you, but Nami looking for you. Nami? Surprised expressions appeared on the faces of the fishmen. Good guy. Wouldn't it really be what Kurobe said? At this time, the whole group of Straw Hat pirates also arrived. I said wait Captain. Can you follow the plan? As soon as Sanji got here, he immediately started complaining. What a worrying captain. Zoro also complained. When Usopp heard it, his mouth was twisted in anger. Hey. Why are you commenting? If it weren't for your random directions on the road, we wouldn't be so much slower than Luffy. Arlong twisted his face and touched his head. He stood up slowly, looked at Nami in the crowd, and said with a smile, why are you not coming to my side yet? These should be the humans you tricked to come, right? What? We were lied to. Sanji looked at him with contempt. How stupid are you? Arlong. At this time, Nami came out and came facing Arlong. She looked at Arlong with a firm face. From today onwards, I officially quit the Arlong pirates. Oh. Arlong was rather curious. He crossed his arms. So you have collected 100 million berry? Even if she collects 100 million berry, you won't let her go free. Beside Nami, Nick Pin said lightly. Where did this man come from? Arlong looked at Nick Pin in disgust. Nick Pin continued, let me take a guess at a trash like you. Once Nami really went and save up to 100 million belly, you will probably steal it and let Nami do it again. FK. Arlong is startled. He guessed it right. He suddenly became interested again, squeezed his chin, and said with a chuckle, you can guess so well, why don't you guess what method I might use to steal the money? It's actually not that difficult. The marine that's colluding with you here is nothing more than the gang of lowlife. You just need to give some information and let Captain Nezumi lead someone to take away Nami's money in the name of catching thieves. Nick Pin said lightly. True ha. Arlong grinned and laughed. So true ha. His laugh made Nami very uncomfortable. So, Nick Pin's guess is correct, isn't it? Realizing that her 8 years of hard work were in vain, Nami was completely stunned. She clenched her fists tightly, staring at Arlong with red eyes, and asked a roaring question. It's true ha. Nami, just give up, just be my navigator with peace of mind, won't it be fine? Why have you find a way make trouble for me? Since the matter has come to this point, let's tear your skin apart. Listen. From today onwards, you will no longer be a member of my Arlong pirates, but a slave. You don't have to think about running away. As long as you dare to leave for a day, I will kill 10 villagers in Kokoyashi village. If you leave for 2 days, I'll kill a 20. If you run away forever, and everyone in Kokoyashi village will be buried with you. Fierce eyes stared fiercely from the eyes of the evil Arlong. Sure enough, Nick Pin guessed it. 8 years. What Nami have worked hard for these 8 years turned out to be a lie. Nami covered her red lips, tears of grievance burst out of her eyes. She is so stupid. How foolish to believe in such rubbish. Been a thief for 8 years for a lie. If it wasn't for meeting Nick Pin and others, Nami wouldn't dare to think about it. Nami, looking at the crying Nami, Nick Pin gently rested Nami's head on his shoulder, and then looked at the Arlong. Hey! Arlong! Do you know what you did wrong? Oh. I made a mistake. But as soon as he finished speaking, Luffy couldn't help it. Boom! The rubber fist blasted out suddenly without warning and landed directly on Arlong's face. The powerful force caused Arlong's head to be thrown back suddenly, and even brought his whole body to hit the wall hard. Bastard! Don't make our navigator cry. The sudden scene made Arlong Park suddenly become extremely quiet. Then he heard Nick Pin ask faintly, do you know what mistake you made this time? What? Arlong sat up from the ruins, and he molded his mouth. His steel tooth is completely shattered. But the next moment, a new set of teeth grew out of his mouth. Fishmen power. Bastard! What are you doing here? One by one, they rushed over fiercely. Brush! 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 There was a flash of swords, and the several fishmen who rushed over were all lying in a pool of blood. Let me deal with the nuisance. Zoro swung Wado Ikemonji sword obliquely, and the blood of the fishmen dripped down the blade. Boom! 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 Sanji also knocked down a few fishmen, held a cigarette, and exhaled the smoke ring. Wait! Just when the two sides were about to start a full-scale battle, Nami's little head moved away from Nickpin's shoulder and shouted. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates stopped further actions in a tacit understanding. As for the fishmen, they all looked at Nami. Very good. You found a group of good helpers, so you think you can deal with me, right? Human beings are really ignorant and inferior races. The physique of our fishmen is born to be more than 10 times that of yours. Prepare for die. As he said that, Arlong in his big hand grabbed his weapon, the big saw blade. Here, the Straw Hat Pirates also immediately put on a stance. Guys, leave these fishmen to me. I want to destroy these beasts with my own hands. What? Usopp asked with a question mark on his face. Hey. Beautiful Nami-chan. Why do you need to do this kind of thing yourself? If you need a beautiful woman to do it, what's the use of me, Sanji? Ah, it seems that it's not impossible. Zoro froze for a moment, and immediately thought of that time on the deck, Nami was holding his big mallet. Luffy also remembered this, but still asked suspiciously, Nami, can you? Nami? Nickpin looked at Nami with a puzzled expression. You are so weak you still want to deal with the fishmen alone. Are you sure you're not joking? But his expression fell into Nami's eyes, and Nami thought it was encouraging her. Encouraged by Nickpin, Nami became more confident. With a movement of her mind, a wave of magic power floated between her palms. Wow! The moment the light shone, a delicate little magic wand appeared in her hand. Huh? What is this? Zoro was slightly surprised, and thought, Nami really learned a lot of abilities from Nickpin's mangas. Luffy tilted his head, with a question mark on his face, what is this? However, they were just surprised, but Nickpin was astonished. A magic wand that appeared out of thin air. Pink wand. Hey. Why does this wand look so familiar? Nickpin thought of the manga Nami took from him. Cardcaptor Sakura. FK. Isn't this wand Sakura's wand? And at this time, Nami turned his hand over again, and a card with the colorful brilliance appeared in her hand. Puff. This. Clow. What the hell is this? Why does the Clow card appear here? Zoro learned Tsubame Geishi Swallow Reversal from Kojiro Sasaki's manga before, although it is a bit outrageous, but at least it can be justified. And now, Nami is here to bring things directly from the manga world. No way. Nickpin suddenly thought of a possibility. I'll have to ask Nami later. Nickpin thought to himself. But now is not the time to ask about it. He looked at the Clo card in Nami's hand, and on the card was a lightning beast that was going downhill. The Thunder card. When seeing this card, Nickpin immediately understood where Nami's confidence comes from. With the Thunder card in hand, she is indeed qualified to say, let me deal with them all. Huh? Card. Luffy leaned over curiously to look at it. Since it's this card, everyone should rest. Let Nami clean up the trash. Wado Ikemonji sword is sheathed. As someone who has made huge benefit in the mangas, Zoro think that Nickpin knows everything about everyone in the mangas. Since Nickpin said everyone should rest, there must be no need to worry about Nami's strength. The same goes for Luffy, he and Zoro share the most manga experience. In the first place, he told Zoro that Nickpin knew everything in the mangas. Now that Nickpin said so, let Nami come to relieve his anger. Alright. Usopp still expressed doubts about Nami's strength, but everyone stopped rushing, and he didn't dare to rush. Hey. Are you all crazy? Let the lady fight. Sit down for me. Curly eyebrows. Pretending to be strong. Nami, you are going to die for me. A group of fishmen gather, and now Nami threatened to deal with them alone. Mermaids can bear it, but fishmen can't bear it. With that said, he rushed towards Nami. Thunderbolt. Nami lightly raised the small wand in her hand, no extra nonsense. Boom. In the clear sky, suddenly thunder broke out. A terrifying roar descends from the sky. What happened? Chew, where did the thunder come from? Thunder even on a sunny day? It's impossible. Hiss. Look at the sky. Is that a lie? This is impossible. When the fishmen looked up to the sky, they were immediately shocked by this terrible scene. They saw countless lightning intertwined and intricately intertwined in the sky with a clear sky, weaving into a huge web of lightning. Without any delay, these lightning bolts gathered a very thick current and rushed to the ground. What? A fishman screamed, and instantly turned into a dried fish under the current thicker than others. Another fishman wanted to run, but was directly hit by 3 consecutive currents crossing, and blue smoke came out. Hack! 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 Lightning bolts fell, striking the fishmen of the Arlong pirates with incomparable precision. Are fishmen physically strong? I'm sorry, but in front of Thunder Beast, they are all weak. Run away! A fishman who hadn't been hit for a while shouted, then rushed to the water pool in the Arlong Park, and plunged into it. Seeing this, the other fishmen rushed into the pool without any choice. Don't! Arlong was in a hurry, and hurriedly shouted, Come out, the sea can be electrocuted. That's too late. Originally, it was necessary to search for 1v1, but now it is fine. Countless extremely thick currents fell directly into the pool. Zzzz. The moment the thunder and lightning fell, the seawater in the pool was blown up to a height of more than 10 meters by the powerful force of the thunderstorm. Along with it, there was also a grilled fish with electric charcoal. Seeing that all his subordinates were dead in a short time, the head of Arlong buzzed, and the blood rushed to the brain. Don't worry, it's your turn now. Nami looked at the Arlong coldly, and moved the little magic wand in his hand. Seeing this scene, a bad premonition arose in Arlong's heart. He looked up. FK. Chapter 64. Outside the Arlong Park. The villagers of Kokoyashi village are rushing aggressively with all kinds of gaudy weapons and sticks. They all had a death-defying look on their faces. There is no way, the physique difference between humans and fishmen is too huge. But even so, they are determined to fight the fishmen. Even Nami has given up the fantasy, what reason do they have to persist? Ahead is Arlong Park. Folks and elders. Follow me if you are not afraid of death. Come on. The villagers also went all out. But at this moment, thunder suddenly filled the sky. Countless thunder and lightning interweave, forming a very thick current that rushes down from the sky. All fell into the Arlong Park. What is that? Without being reminded, all the villagers stopped on reflex. Who would dare to go through such a horrible scene? My God! This is worse than a storm at sea. Even if it is a fishman, it is absolutely impossible to survive being struck by such a terrifying lightning. Could it be that the fishmen have committed many evils and were condemned by the heavens? Suddenly. Ah! What is that? All the thunder and lightning suddenly gathered in one place at this moment. It was as if the sea water in the sea was rubbed into a ball by an invisible big hand. The next moment, the ball grew limbs, a body, and a tail. It was an energy beast like a wolf or a tiger, and its whole body was composed of azure blue lightning. Thunder Beast looked up to the sky and howled, then looked fiercely down somewhere, and rushed towards the Arlong Park. This. The people inside are going to die. Not good. Nami and her friend seem to have gone in too. It's over, what should we do? Genzo steeled his hearth, and immediately ran forward. Go, let's go too. Soon, other villagers followed suit. In the Arlong Park. Arlong looked at the thunder beast falling from the sky, and the whole person was frightened stupid. He is from Grand Line, he has seen the vast of world. Naturally understand that this situation must be caused by devil fruit power. Among the devil fruit powers he encountered, there was a marine admiral who ate the glint fruit. Arlong will never forget the fear he felt when he was dominated by the admiral. And the thunder and lightning in front of him. There is no doubt that it is a devil fruit ability. Nami, she became a devil fruit user. Thinking of this, Arlong's heart suddenly shuddered. He don't even have the slightest thought of attacking. Because in the face of absolute power, resistance is futile. Boom! The thunder beast swallowed Arlong in one bite. The terrifying thunder light erupted at this moment. When Nami took back the thunder card, Arlong was lying on the ground, with burnt smoke rising from the beginning to the end. This. Usopp opened his mouth so wide that even a squash could fit in it. He originally thought that Nami was the weakest fighter in the regiment. But now it seems that the real weakest member can only be him, Usopp. It's amazing, Zoro shook his back molars. He originally never thought that Nami was going to use that kind of powerful ability, but he didn't expect that there was such an exaggerated ability. Convenient and powerful. Our navigator, so strong. At this time, Luffy thought of what he said before. Don't make our navigator cry, and felt more and more right. Yes. If you dare to make our navigator cry, our navigator will not let you even have a chance to cry. Nami walked up to the Arlong, looked down at the dying Arlong, remember to apologize to Belmere. Saying that, Nami held up the small magic wand in his hands, and smashed it fiercely at the Arlong's head like a watermelon. Boom! Fishmen have hard heads. I'm sorry but. Nami has the power cards. One stick down, Arlong dies. Nickpin walked over, glanced at the miserable Arlong, and clicked his tongue. Didn't he say that fishmen body are very hard? How come Nami hits the effect of Garp's punch with one stick? Is it because the bones are crisped by electricity, so they become brittle? Forget it, there's no need to worry about it. He looked at the tall buildings in the Arlong Park. On the top floor is the studio where Nami draws the nautical charts for the Arlong Pirates. When Nami first joined the Arlong Pirates, she had no personal freedom. She was locked up in the roof on the top floor by Arlong, and she drew nautical charts every day. It seems to be the cause of Nami's nightmare. Now, this nightmare is in sight. Nickpin said in a deep voice, Nami, use your card to smash this past with your own power. Gritting her white teeth and sliding down, the scene of that memory made Nami miserable. Encouraged by Nickpin, she walked step by step to the tall building in Arlong Park. Then squatted down. I mean, can you hit this building with a thunderbolt or something, wouldn't it be over? Nickpin thought. Why are you squatting? But the next moment, Nickpin sprayed it out in one gulp. FK. He saw Nami squatting down and standing up again. Along with her getting up, there was also the tall building of the Arlong Park. Yes. Nami directly lifted up the tall building with both hands. With a roar of resentment, Nami forcefully threw the tall building into the distant sea. Mom! Usopp fell straight to the ground. Sanji flashed his waist. Zoro and Luffy immediately looked at each other. Case solved. No wonder Nami used to hold a 500 kilograms big mallet like a feather duster. It turns out that Nami is super strong. At the gate of the Arlong Park, the villagers had just arrived here when they saw Nami throwing the tall building of the Arlong Park into the sea. Everyone was frightened into dementia. Boom! The tall building fell on the sea, smashed into pieces, and then turned into rubble and sank into the sea. Nickpin reacted. It is estimated to be the power card. He walked behind Nami, patted her shoulder lightly, and whispered, "It's over." Nami's eyes were red, she turned around, and hugged Nickpin gently, "Thank you." Ah! That nasty bastard actually hugged Nami-chan. I want to fight him. Sanji is envious and jealous to the point of deformation. Glancing at the deformed Sanji, Zoro added another word, idiot curly eyebrows, you can see clearly, Nami is interested in Nickpin, okay. Bastard green moss head, I fight with you. Sanji jumps on Zoro's back and wrestles together. Ahahaha. Luffy laughed heartlessly. You guys are done, squeak, just when everyone thought everything was settled, a feminine man's voice sounded behind the villagers. Afterwards, a group of marine soldiers pushed the crowd away and came to the Arlong Park. The leader, with the appearance of a sharp-mouthed cheek and the same beard as the mouse, is the base captain of the 1st 6th branch of the Marine East Blue Branch, Captain Nezumi. Zitsitizi, I never thought that the Arlong pirates would be wiped out by you little pirates, ha 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 ha, today is really my lucky day. Looking at the fishmen corpses all over the place, Captain Nezumi couldn't help laughing. Now that the Arlong pirates have been wiped out, then he will have the absolute right to speak in this discourse in the future. Not only that, if he takes such great credit for eliminating the evil Arlong pirates, as long as he takes it upon himself, it will be easy to get promoted and make a fortune. Thank you so much. The money that should have been handed over to Arlong, and the treasures of the Arlong Park, all belong to me. Now, I order you all to be captured without a fight. I, Captain Nezumi, will take all the credit for destroying the Arlong pirates. As he said that, Captain Nezumi crossed his hands, and his standing posture seemed to have taken control of the overall situation. But as soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared next to him, grabbed the back of his neck, pressed him to the ground and shouted, "When others are happy, don't spoil the fun." Boom! Captain Nezumi's face hit the hard floor directly, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. "What are you doing? Let go of the captain. Are you looking for death?" The surrounding marine soldiers didn't have time to protect Captain Nezumi, but belatedly pointed their guns at Zoro. At this time, Captain Nezumi pulled his swollen face off the ground and turned to look at Zoro. He wants to see who dares to disrespect him. He swears to remember what this guy looks like, report to Marine headquarters, and issue a bounty for him. "You bastard, you say you." As soon as he turned his head, Captain Nezumi would yell at him without hesitation. But as soon as he said half of the words, he swallowed the rest. FK. His heart skipped a beat. Taking a closer look at the appearance of Zoro in front of him. "Ah. Yes, 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 it is you. Yes, yes, sorry, I have blind eyes." The knee seemed to have a deep affection for the earth suddenly, and Captain Nezumi knelt down in front of Zoro with a plop. "What's the situation?" Zoro is stunned. The rest of the Straw Hat pirates were even more confused. Weren't this man still very arrogant just now? "Hey! Moss Head, do you know him?" Zoro rolled his eyes. "I don't know him." "No, no, no. How could you know such a small person like me?" "Then you know me?" Zoro frowned. Although he was a part-time bounty hunter at East Blue. But it's not enough for a marine captain to treat him like this, right? Hearing Zoro's question, Captain Nezumi hurriedly lowered his posture to the lowest level, flattering, "Roranoa Zoro, a pirate with a bounty of 100 million. Puff. Everyone sprayed a mouthful of salt soda. FK. How much, how much? Look, this is a bounty personally issued by Marine headquarters for you, it's not long since I got it, and I haven't realized yet." Captain Nezumi took out a brand new bounty from his pocket, and handed it to Zoro with a flattering smile. Chapter 65. When all the dust settles. Going Merry drove away in the farewell of the villagers. The treasure of Arlong Park was returned to the villagers, but the black money found from Captain Nezumi was all confiscated by the Straw Hat pirates. The money Nami had saved over the years was also brought on board by Nami. Today's Nami can be described as a rich woman. In addition, there is an extra orange orchard on the deck of Going Merry. Damn green hair, he is actually the first guy in our pirate group to have a bounty. Sanji seems to be born with a special rivalry with Zoro, if he doesn't argue with him, he will feel uncomfortable. 100 million berry, wow. If we sell Zoro, will we get rich? Let's get rich. Sanji raised his hands in agreement. Okay, I agree too. Nickpin laughed. Amidst a burst of laughter, there was another banquet on the deck of Going Merry. Time flies, it's night. Nickpin finished work early and returned to the room. During the day, Nami used the Clow card, which shocked Nickpin. But during the day, when there are so many people, he is too embarrassed to ask. After all, as the owner of the manga, I don't know that the manga has special magic. Wouldn't that be a joke? Boom boom. This time Nickpin knocked on the door first to remind Nami. Crunch. The door opened, and Nami's little hand stretched out directly, and handed Nickpin over. She complained, "You still have to knock on the door, do you treat me as an outsider?" The pretty little thieving cat really has a lot of charm. But this time because he came early, Nami hadn't showered yet, and Nickpin naturally didn't have a chance to feast his eyes. Hee hee. Seeing Nickpin's deflated look, Nami put on a smiling face, grabbed Nickpin's arm, and looked up at her. "What are you looking for?" "What's up?" "Of course it is a matter of stabilizing the Clow card. But can't ask directly." After thinking about it, Nickpin tentatively said, "How many Clow cards have you taken in now?" Nami didn't say a word, but very playfully stretched out 3 fingers. "Oh. Not bad. Cardcaptor Sakura, this manga has been given to you for less than 10 days, and you have already taken 3 Clow cards, you are amazing." Hearing Nickpin's exaggeration, Nami was very happy. Hee hee, I told you everything, I am amazing. Saying that, Nami dragged Nickpin to her bed, and then sat in a row beside the bed. By the way, Nickpin, did you see the process of me subduing Thundercard? I'm so smart. I thought of that method, were you shocked when you saw it? Nickpin was able to take the initiative to chat with her. Nami was very excited, and began to actively find topics. This saved Nickpin from making sidelines. From Nami's words, Nickpin understood. Nami has indeed entered the world of manga, otherwise how could there be a process of subduing the Thundercard? But how did I know the process of Nami subduing Thundercard? You must have seen it, right? Luffy and Zoro told me before that you are a manga fruit user, as long as what happens in the manga world, you all know. These two forced. Really give me a high praise. Right? Isn't my method very clever? Nami shook Nickpin's arm and asked in a half-compassionate tone. Nami is already like this, wouldn't it be embarrassing if I said I didn't know? Well, Nami is the smartest, with a cheeky face, Nickpin nodded. Being praised by Nickpin again, Nami was very happy, and asked again, what do you think should be my fourth claw card? Nickpin thought about the situation in the original plot, so he said, you can try to subdue the shadow card, the light of the thunder card can restrain the shadow card. Well, I want to try it now. Nickpin, I'm going to try to subdue shadow card now, can you stay with me here? It is good. Nickpin fully agreed. He just wanted to observe what happened when Nami entered the manga world. Promised so quickly. It means that he wants to be with me in his heart. Excited, Nami took out Cardcaptor Sakura from the bedside table, and opened it next to Nickpin. Turning to the chapter about the shadow card first, Nami confirmed the location of the shadow card. Then the spirit connects with the manga and enters the book. After a while, Nickpin saw that Nami was still beside him, so he asked, Nami, haven't you gone in yet? Nami didn't answer him. Nickpin looked at Nami suspiciously. Nami? Nickpin shouted again. Nami remained unmoved. Could it be that entering a manga is actually entering the manga world with spirit? Nickpin stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Nami's eyes, but she didn't respond. Just to make sure, what if Nami is playing tricks on me? After thinking about it, Nickpin pretended to kiss Nami's mouth. When the distance was less than 1 centimeter, Nickpin stopped. During this process, his eyes kept staring at Nami's eyes, but Nami's pupils did not show any stress response. It looks like it really is. Now, Nickpin can make a positive judgment. Nickpin simply turned on the system to have a look. The column of points is now 9. He didn't know why the points increased before, but now Nickpin has a guess. It should be related to the performance of the crew in the manga world. There is still 1 point left, and then he can exchange for treasures. Nickpin is really looking forward to it. This broken system, the interface design is so cumbersome, but there are not many useful ones. It's really superficial. Nickpin looked around on the main interface, and then checked the titles of the interface in the category list. Look at my log. Open the personal log interface, and the attributes in the column increase, plus a record of the completion of a manga. Other than that, nothing fancy. By the way, Nami asked me before if I saw her performance in the manga. I don't know if the system has relevant records. After thinking for a while, Nickpin continued flipping down. He pulled hundreds of them and they all went empty. Next article, category title system mail. Huh. Why is there still a system mail here? Nickpin remembered that there was a system email on the main interface, but he didn't expect that there was a system email hidden in the drop-down box on the log interface. TU. Drip drip. Drip drip. Drip drip. A reminder sound came immediately. What the hell? There's still mail here. Nickpin was shocked. Immediately, he curiously clicked on the first email. Your manga fan Monkey D. Luffy has improved his world strength in the manga Akame ga Kill, and the development of his fruit has reached to the next level. You will get the ability he develops, you get 1 point. As the system was turned on, Nickpin suddenly felt a strange power pouring into his body. Looking at the content of the email again, Nickpin was shocked. FK. Could it be that? He immediately exited the system interface and opened his palm. Whoosh! The fingers stretched out. Damn it! This is Luffy Fruit's ability. I actually became a rubber man. He looked down at his brother for a while, trying to use the ability of rubber fruit. FK. Nick Pin was stunned. This ability is strong. Oh my god, putting such a strong fruit ability on Luffy is really wasteful. But now it's alright, let me inherit this heaven-defying ability. By the way, there are still several emails. Nick Pin quickly opened the system interface again. Your manga fan Monkey D. Luffy has improved his world strength in the manga-based kill, observation haki has been promoted to the primary level. You get its observation haki ability simultaneously. You get points 1. Your manga fan Monkey D. Luffy's world strength has been improved in the manga-based kill, and armament haki has been promoted to the primary level. You simultaneously gain its armament haki ability. You get points 1. Your fan Kobe has improved his world strength in the manga Demon Slayer, Zenitsu, and learned the Breath of Thunder first form. You get its Thunder Breath ability simultaneously. You get points 1. Your fan Waranoa Zoro completed the wooden golem pile training in the world of the manga Sasaki Kojiro biography, and achieved a great foundation in swordsmanship. You simultaneously gain its basic sword skills. You get points 1. Your manga fan Waranoa Zoro learned the secret technique of Sasaki Kojiro in the world of the manga Sasaki Kojiro biography. You simultaneously acquire the secret ability of Tsubaime Geishiswallow Reversal. You get points 1. Your manga fan Nami has subdued the Thunder card in the world of manga Cardcaptor Sakura. You get the Thunder card ability simultaneously. You get points 1. A total of 9 system emails, 3 for Luffy, 1 for Kobe, 2 for Zoro, and 3 for Nami. Add 1 point for each email, exactly 9 points. Damn. So this is where I get the points. So it's because of this. This damn system. If I didn't have speak with Nami today, I guess I wouldn't scroll down here until I found the mail. Looks like Nami is really my lucky star. But, what's the situation with Sanji and Usopp? Why didn't these two guys contribute 1 point? But if one of them works a little harder, I can exchange it for treasures now. After sorting out the emails, Nick Pin checked it again and found that there was a playback mark behind each email. He clicked on the article about Nami subduing the Thunder card, and actually replayed the whole process of Nami subduing the Thunder card. Turns out I could really know what happened to them in the manga world. With a movement of his palm, power cards, fighting cards, and thunder cards quietly appeared. He moved again, and a black armament haki wrapped around his arm. Sure enough, I have obtained all abilities for my own use. So, in the future, I must urge the crew to train more in the manga world. Not only can you get abilities by just drawing manga, but you can also exchange points for treasures. Cool. Chapter 66. This is amazing. In Sanji's room, came the voice of Sanji getting carried away. His spirit withdrew from the world of Shokuchiki no Soma, and his whole body was still floating. A few days ago, as soon as he entered the world of Shokuchiki no Soma, he wanted to pick up girls, but he had nothing to gain except being treated as a pervert. Until yesterday, Sanji finally found the correct way to experience Shokuchiki no Soma. He discovered that in this world, food has a magical effect on people. The delicious taste of food can make people orgasm. This state of the reaction really made Sanji have endless aftertaste. Because, when the people tasted the delicious food made by Sanji and they couldn't help themselves of feeling good, Sanji even saw the effect of clothes explosion in an instant. It was fleeting, but Sanji fell in love with the effect. Yesterday I managed to get 2 people explode their clothes, today let 5 people explode their clothes. What a progress. Relying on his own cooking skills, Sanji has successfully laid a foundation in the world of Shokuchiki no Soma, and opened a pirate-style gourmet restaurant with a loan. He set a small goal for himself: when he can make 100 people orgasm in one day, his cooking skills will be considered a pass. Nick Pin really understands me so well. Sanji is really grateful to Nick Pin now. With the manga of Shokuchiki no Soma in his hand, his face is full of lust. It's a pity that the time to enter is limited every day, otherwise, I can't wait to live in it. Sanji couldn't let go of the time limit, but there was nothing he could do about it. Reluctantly imitating Shokuchiki no Soma, Sanji came to the cabinet. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Open the cabinet door and put the manga inside. Just as he was about to close the cabinet door, Sanji suddenly noticed another manga in the cabinet, Might Guy biography. Since this manga came into Sanji's hands, it has been sitting there for days. Oh, there is also an adult manga. Why did I forget? After putting down Shokugeki no Soma, Sanji picked up Might Guy biography. Although the protagonist is a man, maybe there are more supporting roles. Sanji took the manga to the chair and sat down. Nick Pin understands me so well, there must be surprises. As soon as he thought that he might have missed so many days of experience, Sanji suddenly felt a kind of regret, like losing tens of millions of berry. Open the manga. The man with the thick eyebrows in the green leather tights came into view. This outfit is interesting. Sanji continued to turn a few pages, but did not see a woman. Don't worry, there should be a woman in the next chapter. With the experience of the Shokugeki no Soma, Sanji is not in a hurry now. He thought to himself, the woman who should come will always come. If he hadn't persevered in the world of Shokugeki no Soma in the past few days, how could he possibly appreciate the sweet harvest now? 1 page. 2 page. 3 page. Sanji patiently read one sentence after another. Wouldn't there be no women? After reading dozens of episodes in one breath, Sanji became suspicious. No, this must be Nick Pin deliberately testing me. If I give up, I will definitely not be able to see women. I will continue to read. Having tested his confidence, Sanji continued to flip back. But speaking of it, the various techniques in this world are quite interesting. Although he didn't see a woman, but because he watched enough and got deep enough, Sanji was gradually attracted by the plot in Might Guy biography. In this world where great fireball and water bullets are frequently used, this Might Guy can actually become Konoha's Chunin with pure taijutsu. It's really inspiring. The routine of counterattack by waste materials is always very exciting. Even Sanji, who only has food and women in his mind, cannot avoid being infected. Unknowingly, time passed slowly. Sanji was stunned to see Might Guy defeating Kisame with pure taijutsu. Able to achieve such a level with physical skills, no wonder he is the protagonist of this book. However, if he is called the Mighty, he still did not show it yet. Sanji is no stranger to the title of Mighty. At least, there is a Mighty in the pirate world he lives in. For mighty pirates called the Yonko. No matter which one it is a frightening existence in the entire sea. And this Might Guy in the mangas obviously can't bear the title of Mighty. Continuing to look back, Sanji simply forgot the time. No way, the plot is so attractive. Soon, the plot entered the Fourth Ninja World War. Might Guy's peak moment is here. Now is the time to open the 8 inner gates. The moment when you fight to the death to protect your most important thing. Konoha's blue beast has disappeared from now on, and it's time to transform into a red beast. When such lines appeared, Sanji only felt his blood boil. What food? What woman? It doesn't matter anymore. Man. This man in front of him. Sanji knelt down excitedly and read the manga. When that kick came out, Sanji went all over the top. Man. This is man. Before he knew it, he finished reading this manga. Huffed. Sanji suddenly realized that even though he was just reading manga, it seemed like he was in a real battle. That feeling of oppression, that feeling of trying to do my best. Thoroughly coursed to his heart. The moment when I fight to the death to protect my most important thing. In the future, will I have such a moment? If there is such a time, can I protect it? Suddenly thinking of this question, Sanji got scared. Might Guy can play the most burning moment to protect what is most important to him, but what about him, Sanji? Not to mention the 4 emperors, even if it is a stronger pirate, he might not be able to beat it, right? Fear. Inexplicable fear. This fear is not Sanji's fear of death. It's a fear that when the responsibility comes, he will disappoint everyone. This fear is far more terrible than the fear of death. Might Guy biography. Sanji reopened the first chapter. Buzz. The sun shines on Sanji's face. The breath of the shady woods blew over with the wind, making the training ground a rare coolness. Youth is not for being lazy, Guy, come on. Might Guy's voice came. Looking at the situation, on the training ground, a man with thick eyebrows is urging the boy with thick eyebrows to run. On the back of the young Might Guy is a long banner, which reads, 500 laps around the playground of youth. It looks like the kid Might Guy isn't very happy, though. Youth, I hate youth. When will youth end? Although he has been running, Might Guy seems to be a child who is forced to study, and he does not want to live such a tedious life at all. He is very envious of those guys who can spit fireballs or spit water cannon. Guy. Youth never shrinks, so it never ends. Seeing his son sweating, Might Guy felt relieved. Damn it, do I need to die to escape this? Might Guy shouted angrily. Died? No. Quite the opposite. Only then will the highest and most burning moment of youth. It was not Might Guy who answered Might Guy, but another voice. All of a sudden, both Might Guy and Might Guy turned their heads to look in the other direction of the training ground. It was a blond young man with curly eyebrows, walking towards this side with a cigarette in his mouth. Hey. Who are you? Sanji came over. Hello, my name is Sanji. Before Might Guy could speak, Might Guy laughed happily. My boy, what you said is so good. Youth will not end, only the climax and burning moment. Saying so, Might Guy pointed to Sanji and said, look at him, how much he understands youth. Sanji no youth. But it is from your son that he understand the meaning of youth. He has something he needs to protect. Sanji also have things he need to protect. His partner, his stinky old man. When they need me, he must stand up. Sanji, what are you doing here? Looking at the young man in front of him, Might Guy subconsciously regarded Sanji as a villager of Konoha village. After all, with Konoha village protected by Umbu, it is very difficult for outsiders to come in quietly. If I could, I hope, I could train with Might Guy. Without too much foreshadowing, Sanji directly explained his thoughts. Nanny. Such a boring thing, there are still fools who want to join. Might Guy is stunned. If it weren't for his father forcing him to train every day, he wouldn't want to stay on this training ground for one more minute. I didn't expect that there would be someone who wanted to train. Ahahaha. Hearing Sanji's request, Might Guy let out a hearty laugh. Okay. Of course, no problem. In this era when escapism is the mainstream, such boring things as physical arts are rarely touched by people. This has created a vicious circle, fewer people learn, and fewer people agree with it. Then no one wants to learn. A large part of the reason why Might Guy is so repulsive is because it is too boring. If a playground is all for sports, the enthusiasm will definitely be different. Now someone offered to come to learn, how could Might Guy refuse? Hey. Are you a fool? Sanji snuffed out the cigarette at the corner of his mouth, threw it on the ground, and smiled slightly. If training youth is a fool, then I hope I am the biggest fool. Come on, let's see who is more of a fool. Saying that, Sanji grabbed the long banner that Might Guy was carrying, and clasped it on his body. Youth training begins. Chapter 67. Nami's room. Nickpin got acquainted with Luffy Fruit's ability and was ready to get up. But he found that Nami was still leaning on him. This little thief cat really tests him in various ways. Looking at the motionless Nami, Nickpin thought, since she can't perceive the real world in the manga world, shouldn't I go and deal with some things first and come back later? After all, Nami entered the world of Cardcaptor Sakura to subdue Shadow Card. This is not something that can be done in a few minutes or tens of minutes. Nickpin just watched Nami's process of subduing Thunder Cards just now, and the replay progress bar lasted for several hours. And the difficulty of subduing the Shadow Card is not lower than that of subduing the Thunder Card, so it will take several hours, right? After thinking for a while, Nickpin hugged Nami's back with his left hand, and lifted his right hand from the bent legs of Nami's legs, ready to put him on the bed. Nickpin, you hug me secretly, the slightly shy voice buzzed in Nickpin's ear like a sheep. This unexpected voice scared Nickpin. What's going on? It's only a few minutes from entering the manga and Nami is coming out. No, I've been sitting for too long, I plan to exercise. Nickpin found an excuse for the situation he was in, and then he used Nami as a barbell with his hands up and down. In fact, Nami is such a smart person, even if he didn't understand it when she first came out of the manga world, now she understands that Nickpin is going to carry her and lay her on the bed, and then run away. Now seeing Nickpin find such a lame excuse again, she almost laughed out loud. But since she have such a good opportunity, she have to make good use of it. After all, Nami really likes the feeling of being Princess Carrie by Nickpin. So it's exercise. Nami's eyes sparkled, she stared at Nickpin, showing a cute attitude. Since it's about exercising, you have to train every day, Nickpin, and I will cooperate with you. Nickpin suddenly felt that he had thrown himself into the pit, and smiled awkwardly. Nami pouted slightly. By the way, how many do you do every day? I heard that Zoro has to do 100 times a day with a 50 kilograms big mallet. Hee hee. Okay. You little burglar. You're teasing me on purpose. Nickpin though anyway, I have gained a lot abilities today, and I am in a good mood. So, he said, it seems quite a coincidence, I also do 100 times of barbell lifting every day. Well then, I will be your barbell from now on. Nami looked at the face of Nickpin who was close at hand, hugged Nickpin's neck with his right hand, raised an index finger with his left hand, and said in a playful tone. 100 times, don't be lazy. Okay with you, a little thief cat, watching over me, I won't be lazy. After making a contempt face at Nami, Nickpin began to lift her up and down. While doing bar lifting, he asked curiously, by the way, how long have you been in the mangas just now? As for whether he had subdued the shadow card, Nickpin didn't ask. Because he checked the system mail of the log classification, and there was no mail about Nami's taking over the shadow card. How long? Nami frowned slightly, thought for a while, and said, it should be 5 or 6 hours. 5 or 6 hours. Hearing this, Nickpin realized something. From this point of view, the time flow in the manga world is not the same as the current time, but many times slower. No wonder Nami came out of the manga world so quickly. By the way, Luffy's ability to open the third gear so quickly and cultivate the 2 type of haki must not be a matter of just 10 or 20 days, I guess he has been in the manga world for a long time. Zoro and the others should be in the same situation, Nickpin thought to himself. But instead of going to sleep, he went to the cargo hold at the bottom of the ship. Not long after, Nickpin came to the deck with a guy wearing a marine officer's uniform. Squeak, what are you doing bringing me up on deck so late? Captain Nezumi was so hungry and cold that his face became thinner. Nickpin remembered that in the original plot, Luffy and his party just taught Captain Nezumi a lesson, and then let him go. But Nickpin would not do such a merciful thing. As the head of the marine base around the Konami Islands, Captain Nezumi should have been a protector for the sake of the people. Even if he can't deal with the Arlong gang, he can still report to Marine headquarters. But he not only turned a blind eye to the tragic fate of the common people, but also colluded with Arlongs to treat countless villagers as slaves. Can such a person be forgiven? To be reasonable, pirates do evil, that is their job. Shouldn't your job as a marine be to fight violence and bring peace to the people? Nickpin carried Captain Nezumi's face all the way to the edge of the deck, and then threw it on the ground. He said coldly, you are not a fool, you should be very clear about what I brought you here for. You want to kill me? Of course, Captain Nezumi is not a fool, just looking at the surrounding scenes, he also understands that this is not a good thing. On the night with a dark moon and a high wind, there are only a few stars falling on the sea, creating a chilling atmosphere. Well, it's good that you know, jump down by yourself and don't let my hands and feet get dirty. Yes, Nickpin would have dirty hands if he wanted to kill such a person with his own hands. What? After confirming Nickpin's thoughts, Captain Nezumi sat down on the ground, his face paled in shock. I am captain in the marine. If you kill me, do you know the consequences? Are you threatening me? Ha ha ha. I'm a pirate. Afraid of killing you, captain of the marine? Go. Captain Nezumi wanted to use his identity as Captain Marine to put pressure on Nickpin, but seeing that Nickpin was not afraid at all, he immediately gave up. No. Master Pirate, even if you give me 10 guts, I won't dare to threaten you. Listen to me, I still have a private treasure, as long as you let me go, the money will be yours. Captain Nezumi doesn't believe that there are no pirates who don't love money. Nickpin kicked Captain Nezumi. Captain Nezumi let out a scream, and was picked up by Nickpin like a chicken. Ah! No. Don't throw me. I don't want to die. Please, have pity on me, I'm only in my 30s, and I still have a great life to live, I don't want to die. I will agree to any conditions, you say, as long as you propose, I will agree. From now on, I will give you money every month, 5, oh no, 10 beautiful girls every month, as long as you let me go." Seeing that Nickpin was about to go to the sea himself, Captain Izumi panicked completely. All words of begging for mercy are poured out. But when he said that, Nickpin was furious. Snapped. He slapped Captain Izumi sharply across the face. "You're only in your 30s. Still haven't lived a good life. You. Because of your collusion with Arlong, how many people in Konami Islands were killed by fishmen before they were 30 years old? How many people's good life ended tragically?" Snapped. "You don't want to die. I asks you, do those people who were killed by you and Arlong want to die?" Snapped. Another slap. The more he talked, the more angry Nickpin suddenly thought of Nami. "You know what? There is a person who took out the last 100,000 berry and paid the poll tax of her 2 daughters. But she had no money to pay her poll tax, so the fishmen killed her cruelly. Should she die?" Captain Izumi's face was covered with blood, and he shook his head in horror. "No, no, no, she shouldn't die. Although her 2 daughters are adopted daughters, they also lived a happy childhood. But because of the fishman's action, one of the little girls was only 8 years old and was forced to embark on the fate of wandering in the sea and being a thief everywhere. You tell me. If she had a choice, would she be willing to live such a life?" "No, no, no, I don't want to," Captain Izumi stammered, crying out in fear. I know I was wrong, please give me a chance, I will correct, I will be a good person." "Give you a chance? Hee hee." Nickpin sneered at Nizumi. He looked at the night in the distance, and said lightly, "I forgot to tell you, that little girl is my crew now." "What?" Hearing this, Captain Nizumi collapsed instantly. He wailed hysterically, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." The next moment, he felt a strong lifting force coming from his neck. Then he leaped half a meter. Nickpin took a step back and whipped his leg. Whoosh! Captain Nizumi flew out like a cannonball. "The cloud card is really convenient," Nickpin murmured, and with a movement of his palm, the thunder card appeared in his palm again. He reached out and pointed at Captain Nizumi, who was flying into the distance. The sky was thundering, and countless lightning bolts suddenly appeared. Converged into a supercurrent whirlpool. As if a great terror from another world, a very thick torrent of lightning rushed out of the void. Boom! Captain Nizumi was instantly engulfed. Watching the torrent of thunder and lightning rushing into the sea, Nickpin were relieved. He shrugged, thinking it was really funny too. Apparently it was only because Captain Nizumi deserved to die in the first place that he decided to kill him. But he don't know why, and while talking, he got emotionally. In the end, it seemed like he was here to vent his anger. With this in mind, Nickpin went back. But what he didn't realize was that under a hatch on the side, Nami was leaning against the wall next to the window, covering her red lips with her hand, crying uncontrollably. Before Nickpin lifted her and went back. Nami wanted to say goodnight to Nickpin before going to bed, but found that Nickpin was not in the room, so she came out curiously to look for it. She didn't expect to see this scene on the deck. When she heard the soul torture that Nickpin asked Captain Nizumi, especially when she was mentioned alone, Nami instantly broke her guard. "You did all this, to vent your anger for me. Carrying behind my back, you don't want me to feel sad." Nami cried like pear blossoms and rain, but her heart was extremely warm. Chapter 68. A few days later, Going Merry approached the Logue town. In the studio. At the end of the day's manga work, Nickpin opened the system interface as usual and swiped it. What? 10 points. Whose contribution? Nickpin opened the log interface and find the system mail under the log. Your manga fan Nami has conquered sword cards in the world of manga cardcaptor Sakura. You get the sword card ability simultaneously. You get points 1. It has to be my girl Nami. This further solidified Sanji in Usopp's positions, who had contributed 0 points so far, as the 6th and 7th in Nickpin's heart. But how come it's not a shadow card? Nickpin was a little puzzled. But after thinking about it for a while, he can probably guess it. If you want to subdue the shadow card, it is still difficult to rely on the thunder card alone. Nami is smart. If she has been unable to subdue shadow card, she will definitely not be wasted here. As for the sword cards, they are relatively easy to subdue. Nickpin returned to the main interface of the system. He noticed that the icon on the exchange interface is now on, and it was always dark before. The reason should be because of the 1 to 0 point Nickpin finally gather. Click on the exchange interface, and Nickpin see a row of treasure box icons. But only the first treasure box icon is bright, and all the rest are dim. In the lower right corner of the first treasure box, there is a line of small characters. Unlock condition, accumulated points reach 10. Alright. This is an achievement unlock reward. Obviously, the treasure chests in the back will only be unlocked one after another when the points reach a certain value. Nickpin opened the first treasure chest. The lid of the treasure chest was opened, and golden light jumped out from inside. Then, a prop in the shape of a gold coin jumped out of it. Resurrection gold coin, a treasure that can increase one life. Remarks, passive use. When the host dies, the resurrection effect will be triggered. And the host will be resurrected with full blood and full state. When the host is triggered, there will be 3 seconds for the host to choose whether to resurrect in place or randomly teleport to other places for resurrection. The treasure is indeed a good treasure. That's right. How much is this system afraid of my death? It's okay to increase the 2 attributes of speed and defense crazy, and now give me a resurrection gold coin. Does this mean that I am weak? Anyway, I now have a collection of all the combat power of the entire Straw Hat Pirates. Can you look at me say I'm weak? Thinking of this, Nickpin couldn't help curling his lips. However, it is very happy to give such a good treasure after unlocking the points achievement for the first time. After all, according to the usual practice, the rewards of this kind of achievement unlocking system are all progressive, and the later the rewards, the better. If you give it well the first time, then it will definitely be better if you give it later. Nickpin glanced at the row of dark treasure chests behind, and murmured with emotion, it seems that have to urge our partners to work hard. At noon the next day, Going Merry arrived in the town of Logan. In the meeting room, the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates are all gathered here. Because supplies are needed for each stop, you have to collect money from Nickpin before disembarking. If it is in another pirate group, there will definitely be a fierce battle over who will manage the money. But in the Straw Hat Pirates, everyone's mind is on the mangas, on improving their strength, and they don't bother to deal with money. When Luffy and Nickpin founded the Straw Hat Pirates, it was Nickpin who kept the money. So everyone agreed to this matter. As for Nami in the original plot is of course the Straw Hat secretary holding the money and power of the Straw Hat Pirates. But now, if anyone dares to compete with Nickpin for money rights, Nami is probably the first one to object. I have to buy 50 tons of meat, give me enough money. Luffy has no specific concept of money, and he doesn't bother to count it, he knows Nickpin will count it for him. Let's go first, yay. After getting the money, Luffy showed a big smile, and ran away immediately. Hey. Wait for me. But before he had time to say a word, Luffy had already disappeared into town. Haha. Nickpin smiled and said to Usopp, you should be glad that you are not with Luffy now, otherwise you may find yourself in trouble later. You seems to be right. Usopp scratched his head, realizing that Nickpin was right. Then he said, I need to buy some materials for making projectiles, because of that I need hundreds of thousands of belly. This is 200,000 belly, and you can buy some daily necessities for the excess. Although daily necessities are purchased by Nami, everyone must have their own special living habits. There is no way to guarantee everyone's individuality when buying something collectively. I need to buy 2 swords. Zoro's needs were simple. In the previous fight with Luffy in Shell's town, both of his swords shattered. As a result, this 3-sword style swordman have always been using only one, and he almost forgot how to use the 3-sword style because of it. Well, since you're buying a sword, you have to bring enough money, otherwise, if people see you using cheap sword, people might think that our Straw Hat Pirates can't afford a good sword. Nickpin waved his hand directly, and 2 million berry were thrown on the table. Leaving Kokoyashi village, the Straw Hat Pirates seized a lot of stolen money from the Mouse Captain, and now their crew fortune is over 100 million. And this does not include Nami's tens of millions of small coffers. Although Zoro can get 2 good sword even without money, but isn't it embarrassing for a man to have no money in his pocket? Nickpin doesn't want his partner to mock. It's just right, Zoro, you and Usopp are together, otherwise we will have to send all our crew to find you later. Good. With Zoro, Usopp is certainly happy. Now it's safe. Nickpin took out another 1 million berry to push in Sanji's direction. This is the money to buy ingredients. What? Sanji then asked, didn't you give Luffy money to buy 50 tons of meat just now? Sorry, that's just Luffy's ration, it might not even be enough. Don't worry, the matter of the ingredients is on me, I will definitely pick the best ingredients from the entire Logue town. Sanji took the money, stood up, took a step back, and bowed like a gentleman in the direction of Nami and Kaya. Would you be honored to invite 2 beautiful ladies to come with me? Nickpin shrugged helplessly. Sanji's character, he can't help it. Nami also smiled blushingly, and then directly took Nickpin's arm. I'm going shopping with Nickpin. Sanji was hit hard immediately. But the next moment he was revived with full blood and looked at Kaya. But before he could speak, Kaya grabbed Nami's arm and whispered softly, I'm with Sister Nami. And this devastated Sanji. Everyone disembarked and went shopping separately. Nickpin doesn't need to buy anything, he just got off the ship to see and experience the town. You know, people who have been floating on the sea all day suddenly come across land, wants to get down for a walk. Kaya's body is still weak, but it's rare to land, and she also wants to come down together. Walking on the streets of Logue town, there are all kinds of shops on both sides, and the flow of people is very large. What Nickpin had seen in manga before, that was just the tip of the iceberg in Logue town. Only when you really walk on the streets here do you know how prosperous the town of Logue town is. Moreover, Nickpin can conclude that this must be a very livable city. Just from the smiles on the faces of the passers-by on the road, you can get a glimpse of it. But after thinking about it for a while, Nickpin figured it out. After all, the town of Logue town is the only way for East Blue Pirate to go to the Grand Line, and Marine Headquarters also attaches great importance to it. Smoker, who has Logia Devil Fruit power, is specially sent here to serve as the base captain. For Smoker, Nickpin's evaluation of him is pretty good. Although this guy wants to catch Luffy with all his heart, he is one of the few people in Marine who dare to say no to the unfairness of his superiors. This guy hates pirates, but he also has his own view of justice. People in Logue town can live in such a stable environment, thanks to Smoker. It smells so good. Kaya looked at the stall on the street, which was a kind of sugar-cooked food with a very cute shape. With a glance at Nami, Kaya is also a little rich woman, and she came on board with a small treasury. After all, she came out to seek medical treatment, so it is reasonable to prepare a 30 million berry. In the past, in Syrup Village, even if you had money, you couldn't buy all kinds of delicious snacks. Seeing these novel delicacies at this time, Kaya naturally couldn't walk away. Boss, free. Nami took out his small wallet, took the money and handed it to the boss. It is said that the happiness of life will change people, this is true. Now that Nami has no pressure to save money, and still has a huge sum of money, how can she still has the temperament of a cheapskate like before? A proper little rich woman. The owner of the shop was a kind old man who wrapped a copy in a clean glutinous rice paper and handed it over. Nami gave Kaya one, and then put the other directly to Nickpin's mouth. Open your mouth. Nickpin was a little embarrassed. Young man, your girlfriend really loves you. The kind shop owner said with a smile. The eyes of the passerby are full of envy. It's nice to be young. Open your mouth. Seeing that Nickpin was still in a daze, Nami went straight to the big move, and started handing over in a coquettish voice. At this scene, Kaya, who was watching, smiled shyly. Nickpin took a bite. Well. Immediately nodded in amazement. In One Piece world, due to geographical features, there is more or less species isolation between islands. The ingredients in each place have a certain degree of independence, so each place has a unique food culture. Just like this little dessert, Nickpin actually tasted a combination of loose, fragrant, soft, waxy, and firm, and it was fed into the mouth by the girlfriend. This feeling is good. Hey! Old man, it's time to pay this month's protection fee. At this moment, an arrogant and fierce voice came. Everyone turned their heads and saw a group of unscrupulous youths who looked like gangsters came over. The guy walking in the front has grass-green hair that is particularly conspicuous. He has tattoos on his chest, wears armbands, and has a fierce face like a ghost, and he is short of writing, "I am a bad guy," on his face. Look at that. Isn't this our captain's future fanboy? Chapter 69. The law and order in Logue Town is very good, but the existence of gangsters cannot be avoided anywhere. The hometown of Nick Pin in his previous life was so unbelievably safe that he could even come out at 12 o'clock in the evening to have skewers. But even if the law and order is good enough to live in that level of living environment, it is still impossible to eradicate the underworld. No matter how awesome Smoker is, he can only guarantee that the East Blue Pirates will not dare to do evil here. But he cannot manage the underworld every day. If he did, the man might suffer from insomnia every day, and he will have a cerebral hemorrhage in less than half a year. And these guys in front of them are the largest underworld gang in Logue Town. Bartolomeo. Anyone who has watched Pirates knows that this guy is definitely the person who admires Luffy the most in the whole Pirates, not one of them. Of course, if you want to say that he is a good person, that is absolutely nonsense. This guy is a bastard who can shoot innocent civilians on a whim. If you have to judge him, he's a very loyal bastard. Doing the bad things that gangsters should do, but also has the loyalty of worshipping the young master. What? Kaya, who was born as a young lady, had never seen such a vicious existence. She was so frightened that she dropped the sweets and hurriedly hid at Nami. He has say, just looking at his looks, Bartolomeo looks really scary. Old man, where are your ears? Didn't you hear our boss talking to you? Please allow me little more time, Boss Barto. You raised the protection fee last month, and we have to live. The shop owner, who was originally kind, now had a sad face and begged bitterly. Damn it. Before Bartolomeo could speak, the purple-haired boy tried to slap the old man across the face. Boom. There was a loud bang, and the purple-haired gangster was embedded in the wall. The originally bustling street suddenly fell into an eerie silence, and everyone looked over subconsciously. It's Barto's gang. It's them again. What a bastard. If you don't pay the protection fee, you will be beaten by them, and then you have to pay again. The movement was so loud just now, the attack was too heavy, right? Hey. Wait. Why does the one in the wall look like Steve, Barto's #1 enforcer? Hiss. Isn't it him? Someone dares to do something to him, he's so brave. It's probably because outsiders are ignorant. Bartolomeo is a devil fruit user, even Smoker can't do anything about him. Here, almost no one does not know Bartolomeo. He is not only the local mafia boss in Logue Town, but also the mafia boss of more than 150 surrounding towns. In the underworld, he has a high status. Now someone beats his #1 enforcer in broad daylight. This is a real blow to the king. In front of the food stall, Bartolomeo's mouth is now bigger than a carrot. What shocked him was that such a powerful and terrifying punch just now was punched by this thin-looking woman in front of him. This punch must have several tons of damage, right? Bastard. It's fine if you are a fishman, but you are all human. Why do you bully each other? It was originally a date with Nick Pin, but Nami never expected to encounter such a thing. For her, this kind of thing is so empathetic. The villagers of the entire Konami Islands have been oppressed by fishmen for so many years, sucking blood non-stop, and living a miserable life. Nami knows how miserable this life is. And the scene in front of him is nothing more than replacing the fishmen with human bastards. What about the protection fee? Isn't it just like the fishmen sucking the blood of ordinary civilians? If it wasn't for not wanting to kill, Nami's punch just now could have directly killed the purple-haired gangster. In fact, if Nami didn't make a move, Nick Pin would too. But Nick Pin's observation hockey sensed Nami's shot, so he might as well let Nami vent. He understood that Nami had some outright hatred for this kind of thing. What? The store owner came to his senses at this moment, and quickly winked at Nick Pin. Young man, hurry up and take your girlfriend away to the marine base. Even for the kindness of the shop owner, Nick Pin can't just sit idly by. Bartolomeo. Nick Pin shouted. What? Know me? He was not at all anxious about what happened to his younger brother just now. If this matter is not handled well today, no one can leave. Nick Pin smiled, seeing that you are not young, why are you still playing this kind of children's play? Live, play. These words really choked Bartolomeo. You say I'm playing. What are you doing? Since you asked, let me introduce you, I am the mangaka of the Straw Hat Pirates. As he spoke, Nick Pin pointed to Nami again. This is Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. Pirates? Are you pirates? Hearing this, Bartolomeo is interested. Nickpin nodded. Well, it's a child's play to be a gangster bullying ordinary people. A mature man should be a pirate and fight against the strong in the sea. That's what a man should be like. Fight with the strong on the sea. It has to be said that these words really aroused Bartolomeo's heart. He is the leader of the underworld in 150 surrounding towns. With his ability of his barrier fruits, he has experienced the loneliness of being invincible for a long time. When a guy like him who has prestige for a long time is officially young and energetic, he naturally likes challenges. But Nickpin's next sentence made Bartolomeo very upset. Barto only heard Nickpin say, if you stay in one place for a long time, you will become a frog at the bottom of the well, just like you are now, thinking that you are very powerful. The corner of Bartolomeo's mouth twitched. Call me a frog in a well? Didn't you go out to sea? What are you pulling? I have too many abilities, but you, I can see that you have nothing at all. For people like Bartolomeo, the aggressive method is still very useful. Sure enough, when Nickpin said that he has no skills, Bartolomeo went crazy. Boy! I think you are strong, but you talk a lot. You say I have no skills. It's not that I'm bragging to you, I let you punch me, and I will stand here today and let you beat me, you can't even defeat me. Oh. So confident. Why don't we make a bet? Okay. Do you dare to bet on your life? In terms of fighting, he was invincible all around. And if you bet just now, he will be even more invincible. Barrier fruit ability, create a barrier and protect yourself. Even if you the king of pirate, come, you can only be amazed with my defense. Gambling your life, it really is a child's game. Why? Don't you dare. That's not true, since you want to bet on your life. If I lose, you can take my life, but if I win, I don't want your life, Nickpin said. Hey haha. Don't worry, you can't win. Don't rush to a conclusion. I said, if I win, you will take the gangsters from more than 150 surrounding towns to go out to sea to be pirates. To deal with gangsters from all over the world, and then collect them to fight for peace the sea. Would you bet? Nickpin said. The corners of Bartolomeo's eyes twitched. What kind of bet is this shit? Don't want my life, but want me to be a pirate? Why, is being a pirate a punishment? This doesn't count. But since the other party said so, Bartolomeo has no reason not to answer. He sneered, hey haha. I'll bet you this. As he spoke, Bartolomeo's index finger and middle finger overlapped each other, and he poked forward. Protective barrier. Come on. Give me a try. This thing seems to be used for protection, but it can also be used for attack. He planned for the barrier toe tack when Nickpin punched the barrier, giving Nickpin a blow. That's it. Nickpin smiled, stretched out his right hand, and the Luffy fruit ability was activated. The arm went into a parabola motion directly. The hesitation is instantaneous, and before Bartolomeo could react, Nickpin gave him a punch in the back of his head. Oh my god. How did that man's arm stretch? Very scary. He must be a devil fruit user too. Obviously, how can ordinary people extend their hands? The people of Logue Town have seen the world after all, and although they are shocked, they are not frightened. But Nami and Kaya were quite surprised. Isn't this Luffy's ability? Nami said in surprise. Did you forget? I'm a mangaka. Ah. Yes. Even we can get abilities from Nickpin's manga, let alone Nickpin himself. As a manga artist, is it difficult to draw a manga about rubber fruit's abilities? So. Who lost? Ah, you bastard. You didn't say in advance that you are a devil fruit use, and you don't talk about winning. Is that so? It seems that you are still unconvinced. Well, the one just now doesn't count, I'll give you another chance. Shrugging his shoulders, Nickpin said he didn't care. Good. That's what you said. Hearing this, Bartolomeo regained his spirit. His index and middle fingers overlapped again. Barrier ball. A shimmering transparent barrier formed a ball around Bartolomeo. Complete his 360-degree protection without dead ends. Hey haha. Let's see what you do this time. There is no excuse for losing again this time. Nickpin didn't continue to do it, but joked. If I make excuses again, I'm a loser. Bartolomeo also wanted to save face, and immediately said angrily. Come on. My barrier ball is invincible. If you have the ability to break through it. Break through the barrier ball. Isn't it just enough to break it with my hands? As he said that, Nickpin had a thought, and a Clow card quietly appeared in his hand. Chapter 70. A Clow card emerged from Nickpin's hand. The sword card. The moment it appeared, the sword card was integrated into Nickpin's body. The ability of the sword card is to cut. This cut is not a physical cut, but a conceptual cut. In the world of card captor Sakura, when little Sakura uses sword cards, she can not only cut through ordinary stones and iron, but also cut shadows, lightning and other non-substantial substances. The shield, known as the strongest defense in the world, was cut open in front of the sword with just a single stroke of the sword. Not by sharpness, but by the concept of cutting. It depends on the user's heart. The stronger the power of the heart, the greater the power it exerts. According to the setting of the sword card, if you really have great perseverance, you can even cut through the long river of time with one sword. It's the cut of the sword card. Just with your hand. Hearing Nickpin's big words, Bartolomeo's mouth is almost crooked. He said angrily, you can try to show how you will break my barrier with just your hand. Nickpin's fingers stretched out, transforming into the shape of a sword. Then he swiped his finger at the barrier ball in front of him. Brush. The barrier ball was immediately cut into two. This level of cleanliness is much easier than cutting a piece of meat. The scene suddenly became a little strangely quiet. The gangsters all opened their eyes wide, staring at the cut barrier in dumbfounded. They are Bartolomeo's personal entourage. They usually follow Bartolomeo around the streets and alleys. They have seen Bartolomeo use the barrier fruit ability countless times. Their evaluation of the barrier fruit is one word, invincible. However, it is such an ability that seems to be invincible in the world in their hearts, but it was easily cut open by the stretched fingers of the person in front of them. Hell. Nickpin tapped Bartolomeo's forehead with his fingers turned into swords. Look, with just my hand. Ah, this, the mouth was almost open to the back of the head, and Bartolomeo was stunned, even stuttering when speaking. The barrier is broken. How can that be? If the barrier can be opened at will, it means that Bartolomeo's defense is like paper in front of others. His proud invincibility barrier was broken, he couldn't accept it. No, impossible. Shaking his head suddenly, Bartolomeo put away the barrier ability with a thought, and then he practiced the barrier fruit ability again, and created a barrier ball to protect himself. His eyes were full of unwillingness, and he roared, there must be something wrong, you can cut it for me to see. Since you ask so. Brush. Nickpin cut from top to bottom again, and the barrier ball was cut open. Bartolomeo is completely stupid. He grabbed his hair with both hands, and his eyes were full of unbelievable horror. Shocked. Crash. Hey, there is something that shocks and breaks you even more. Barto, she can also break your so-called invincible barrier. Seeing Bartolomeo's almost crying appearance, Nickpin was full of mischief, then patted Nami on the shoulder and said. Nami, cut it for him to see. Nami is not very familiar with the ability of the sword card, but seeing Nickpin use it like this, she thinks it is Nickpin showing her the ability of the sword card. Hee. Nami mentally communicated the sword card. The energy of the sword card melted into her body. As the small wand in her hand turned into a sword, Nami slashed at the barrier in front of Bartolomeo. Brush. When the sword fell, the expression on Bartolomeo's face had become loveless. He can't accept it. Nickpin withdrew the effect of the sword card and looked at Bartolomeo with playful eyes. Now that he made the bet, Nickpin is not worried that he will miss the appointment. Hey. Bartolomeo suddenly sighed and sat down on the ground like a deflated ball. He shook his head and murmured, I never expected that my ability is so weak. Hey. Barto. Just now you promised Nickpin, if you lose, you will take all your gangsters out to sea, become pirates, and go to various islands to recruit those gangsters, and take them to the sea to fight for peace. Thinking of these gangsters oppress civilians, Nami's anger and unpleasant memories came to the fore. If these gangsters can leave the local area and recruit gangsters from other places, this is equivalent to indirectly saving civilians in other places. For this idea of Nick Pin, Nami feels great admiration. Okay. Don't worry, Bartolomeo, will do what I say. Since I lost, I will take people to see in a few days. Accepting the reality, Bartolomeo got up from the ground, and he looked at Nick Pin. I remember you, the mangaka of the Straw Hat Pirates. I will show you, me Bartolomeo will definitely make a name for myself in the sea, I will be on par with my idol, Zoro-senpai. Zoro. Hearing this, Nick Pin and Nami showed astonished expressions at the same time. Nami stunned is literally stunned. Wipe. Isn't this guy Luffy's superfan? When did he secretly change his idol to Zoro? Is your idol Zoro? Roronoa Zoro? Of course. It seems that you have heard of his name too. He was able to defeat the world's #1 swordsman just out of the sea, and for the first time. He got himself 100 million belly bounty. This is something that even the Pirate King has never done before. What heights have he reached? When speaking, Bartolomeo's face was full of heroic light. If he is not 24 years old, but 4 years old, you say that he is proud of his father, and there is no sense of disobedience at all. Nami and Nick Pin look at each other. The expression on the face is full of dumbfounding. Hey. What kind of expression do you guys have? Let me tell you, Senior Zoro is the pride of our East Blue. If you dare to have any opinions on him, I can't control myself, I will fight with you. It is Bartolomeo who is talking about at this time. Nami is holding on to her body and laugh. She looked at Nick Pin. If Zoro knows that he has such a loyal fan, what kind of expression will Zoro make? What else? That guy. Zoro. Where is Usopp? Nick Pin. Probably feeling Nick Pin's gaze, Zoro looked this way, was overwhelmed with surprise, and walked over quickly. Why are you here? Didn't you go to buy a sword? Where did Usopp go? That guy can't be count on. He saw the material he liked in a store and went to pick it out. I told him to wait for me in the store, and I went to look around, when I went back, he had already gone. I searched for a long time but couldn't find him, and then I came here without knowing it. Thinking of Usopp's unreliability, Zoro couldn't help complaining. Nick Pin rolled his eyes. I am afraid that Usopp cannot be blamed for this matter. It's probably because when Zoro walked around by himself, he didn't find the store he and Usopp separated from at all. Huh? What's the situation with this person? He looks bad. Is he sick? Suddenly, Zoro saw the guy next to him with similar hair color bending over and shaking non-stop. Zoro-senpai. Bartolomeo was so excited that his lips became bold and wavy. Senpai. Hey. You look much older than me, okay? Pfft. Ha ha ha. It's like in the previous life, when a campus goddess was called old by a mom, everyone would be angry. Ah. What Zoro-senpai said is true. But when it comes to being a pirate, Zoro-senpai debuted earlier than me, so it's my senpai. Zoro's face twitched even more exaggeratedly. He turned to look at Nick Pin. What's the situation with this man? Ha. He's your big fan, it was when your bounty became famous in East Blue, and he should have been obsessed with you since then. Obsessed with me? Zoro felt goosebumps all over the place. Bastard Nick Pin, you said that on purpose. Wait. You actually know Senior Zoro? Nonsense. We are crewmate, all of the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami gave Bartolomeo a fierce look. For a guy who bullies civilians like this, Nami will not give him a good face. Oh. You are so lucky to be on the same ship as Zoro-senpai. Bartolomeo's mouth became O-shaped in surprise. Hey. You got it wrong. I should be lucky enough to be on the same ship as Nick Pin. Without Nick Pin, I, Zoro, would not have the strength I have now. It is also absolutely impossible to win 1.5 moves in the battle with the world's #1 swordsman, maybe even in that battle, I might die. Where is there any chance to carry Kuina's dream together? What? This guy actually holds such a high status in your heart. Be careful what you say. This fellow is our mate. Although the Straw Hat Pirates never mentioned anything about the vice captain, everyone agreed that Nick Pin was the vice captain. Hiss. The deputy captain. Okay. Without waiting for Bartolomeo to continue, Nick Pin quickly interrupted his nonsense, then pointed to Zoro, and said. Your idol is here, hurry up and hug his thigh. Ah. Is this okay? Bartolomeo is full of excitement. The thigh hug I said is the thigh hug, you understand? Nick Pin felt his blood pressure go up. But. A black belly suddenly appeared. Nick Pin nodded. Well, I, the deputy captain, agreed. Zoro, senpai. Bartolomeo threw himself on Zoro's lap and hugged him tightly. On that ghostly face, blissful. Alas. Chapter 71. Zoro senpai, please. Bartolomeo led the way obsequiously, while turning his head to look at Zoro from time to time, for fear that he might get lost. Nickpin senpai told him that Zoro senpai has a poor sense of direction. Looking at the fan in front of him, Zoro is also very helpless. He originally wanted Nick Pin to take him to buy a sword, but Nami was the first to refuse, and then took Nick Pin and Kaya to go shopping. Bartolomeo, on the other hand, volunteered to provide guidance services for Zoro, using Nickpin senpai's advice as a token. Ah, hey. That's not a store. It seems that Nickpin senpai is right, Zoro senpai really has poor sense of direction. Boss, how much is this earring? Zoro picked out an earring and asked the boss for the price. Nanny? Bartolomeo was stunned. Why did Senior Zoro pick out the earrings? But when he saw the earring on Zoro's left ear, he understood. Aren't you selling? Zoro frowned slightly. He only needs a single one, and buying a pair is useless. Ah choo. Bartolomeo sneezed loudly, which aroused the idea of the shopkeeper. The store owner looked over subconsciously. FK. The heart suddenly reached the throat. Yes, no sale, only gift. The boss had a strong desire to survive, so he immediately held the earring in both hands and sent it to Zoro. I'd better pay, I have money. Zoro didn't pick it up, but went to pay. The store owner glanced at Bartolomeo in fear, and immediately saw Bartolomeo's eyes that wanted to eat him. Dear guest, you must be from a foreign country. Logue Town treats guests from other places very friendly, this is a greeting gift. Zoro pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No way, our vice captain said that we, members of the Straw Hat Pirates, must never take advantage of civilian. After all, today's Straw Hat Pirates have Nick Pin, among other things along the way, it is impossible for those defeated pirates to be thrown around like in the original plot. The bounties of these pirates alone have a lot of money. There are already rich pirate to plunder, so why do they need to do those little things? According to Nickpin's idea, the temperament must be improved at this moment. Even if it is a pirate, it has to be a noble thief in the sea. This, seeing Zoro's resolute refusal to take it for nothing, the shop owner is really desperate. He hurriedly looked at Bartolomeo, his eyes full of pleading for help. Bartolomeo thought for a while, his eyes lit up, and he said. Ah. Zoro senpai and Nickpin senpai have said that they don't take advantage of ordinary people, you see, this is not a charity case, this earring is a welcome gift, so you can take it. No. These is not charity, is just my hospitality gift, just accept the hospitality of our Logue Town. Hey. Is this seems right? Zoro nodded, feeling that what they said was indeed reasonable, so he accepted it. He took off the original earrings and put on new ones. The owner of the store is also a fine person, and immediately brought a delicate packing box to pack Zoro's old earrings. Ding ding. The new earrings emit a clear string of copper bells. Zoro senpai, it's not that I'm talking too much, this earring has a sound, which is not good for you in battle. After leaving the earring shop, Bartolomeo reminded seriously. He has heard that in places like the Grand Line, there are strong people with strong listening abilities, and they can judge the enemy's attack trajectory just by listening. A person like Zoro who not only keeps hiding his voice, but also amplifies it, isn't that stupid? Of course, Bartolomeo didn't dare to say this out of his mouth, he only dared to complain psychologically. It's right to have a sound. If you don't make your battles more difficult, how can you hone your strength? How did Zaraki Kenpachi go all the way from Soul Society's Rukongai to the leader of Godai 13? Rely on non-stop fighting. And in the battle, in order to increase the difficulty of the battle, he deliberately woven a bell with sound in his hair, so that his enemies could better judge his position. As Zoro, who is also obsessed with fighting to improve his strength, he very much approves of Zaraki Kenpachi's fighting concept. Hey! Listening to what Zoro said, Bartolomeo was stunned for a while. As expected of Zoro-senpai. As expected of the pride of our East Blue. This level is high. While Zoro was heading to the sword shop, Luffy's side came to the central square of Logan town. In front of this square, there is a tall execution platform. This is the place where the pirate King Roger was executed, which is quite legendary. Today, it has become an iconic landscape in the town of Logan. I found it, is that where Pirate King was executed. Looking at the execution platform in front of the municipal building, Luffy's face was very calm. He muttered in his mouth, it is also the place where the era of great pirates began. In a trance, everything around seems to have become peaceful. The noisy crowd is gone. The street is gone. The pavilions are gone too. It seems that there is only this execution platform and Luffy in the world. Somewhere, there is a strange force that connects the two together. When Luffy got to the top of the scaffold, he didn't even know how he got there. The right hand place in front of the forehead, Luffy looked into the distance. Ah, is this what Pirate King saw before the dead? Looking at the bustling scene in front of him, Luffy sighed with emotion. Hey! Boy, come down from there quickly. Why? Luffy wasn't just being arguing, he just thought that such a place, isn't it for people to visit? Hey! This is a special execution platform under the jurisdiction of the world government. You people. Boom! Before Mr. Marine could finish his words, a huge mace hit his head, knocking him to the ground. Really, why are you so uptight? Mr. Marine appearing in front of everyone is a tall super beauty, the mace that attacked Mr. Marine is being held by her with one hand and carried on her shoulder. Oh! What a beautiful woman! I have never seen such a beautiful person. It's so beautiful that I'm blown away. This super beauty has appeared, and the people around all of them suddenly have red hearts, showing the standard appearance of simping. But this super beauty turned a blind eye to these simps, and instead looked at Luffy with starry eyes. Long time no see, Luffy. Hey. Luffy tilted his head, with a confused face, I don't seem to know you. Oh. Touching his forehead as if very sad, Alvida said, you can't even remember my appearance, but I will never forget you, you are the first man to hit my beautiful cheek. At that time, you punched me hard and made my heart move. Speaking of this, Alvida suddenly asked loudly to the surroundings. Everyone, who is the most beautiful woman in this sea? It's you. Almost all the men simp with red eyes. That's right, it's me. In this world, there is no man who does not bow down under my figure. But I like strong men, so, you are my man, Luffy. Alvida opened her hands and spoke boldly. Boom. At this moment, a shell roared, and the square was in a mess. The blown fountain nearly hit Alvida, only to slide past her body. Amidst the panic among the civilians, a man came to Alvida's side. I'm sorry, beautiful Ms. Alvida. Alvida? Alvida? Where is she? You are not Alvida. Alvida couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately laughed in a complaining tone, you are so slow, Luffy, I am Alvida. Hey. Hearing this, Luffy broke out in a cold sweat. Is that so, your appearance has changed? At this time, the man beside Alvida, revealing himself. There is no substitute for that inimitable red nose. So it's you, Red Nose. When Luffy saw Buggy's appearance, his tone was full of indifference. Shut up. Buggy is furious. This guy let his guard off. Kabeji, do it. Brush. A figure suddenly jumped down from the top of the municipal building, holding a jagged shackle in his hand, and rushed towards Luffy. If it was in the original plot, Luffy would be firmly nailed to the execution platform by Kabeji here. But now Luffy. The moment Kabeji jumped off the building, his observation haki immediately sensed the opponent's attack trajectory. The sawtooth shackles slammed into the execution platform. Kabeji sat on it in a chic posture, and said very forcefully, long time no see, rubber. Yeah, you guys are still alive, you are really lucky. Luffy stood beside the sawtooth shackle, digging his booger while looking at Kabeji. Back then in Orange Town, the guy in front of him was knocked to the ground by Zoro. Listening to the voice coming from the side ear, Kabaji's face suddenly became stiff. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Luffy on the right. What? Frightened, Kabeji quickly looked at the sawtooth shackles sitting under his buttocks, but found that there was nothing there. You escaped. Originally, this raid took advantage of the right time, place and people, and it was a raid that Kabeji believed to be 100 successful. But now, embarrassment is one thing. He is like sending himself to the opponent's big boss alone. No way. Fight him. Kabeji draws his sword and chops. Swipe swipe. A flash of swords. Luffy didn't make a move at all, just dodged randomly. After a burst of hacking, Kabeji rested his hands on his knees, panting, "No, impossible, the gap can't be so big. Okay, I don't have time to play with you, I have to buy meat." With that said, Luffy jumped off the execution platform directly. In a roof not far from the execution platform, a man wearing a dark green overcoat with a mark on his face that looks like the sole of a shoe is watching every move on the execution platform just now. Just now Luffy's ability to avoid the opponent's slash seems to be observation hockey, the man thought. The man in the dark green coat called the leader is none other than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. That is Luffy's seed donator aka father. He had come to Logue Town to recruit soldiers, but he didn't expect to see his son here. Considering that there are guys like Smoker in Logue Town, Dragon intends to secretly help Luffy. So, he's been keeping an eye on Luffy. But now it seems. Looks like I'm just worrying about nothing. Shaking his head slightly, he smiled self-deprecatingly. Chapter 72. Luffy jumped off the execution platform and went to buy meat. Nanny. Seeing Luffy's nonchalant look, Buggy's mouth was crooked. What is the most important thing to be a big pirate? Prestige. But at this moment, with so many people watching, Luffy just ignored him. Where does this put his Buggy god-tier prestige? Stop. Straw Hat Boy. But Luffy ignored him and continued walking towards the market. What are you bastard doing? Don't you see I'm going to fight you to the death? Buggy bared his teeth and claws, and the dagger in his hand fluttered in the air. Not interested. Luffy shook his head and kept walking. Nanny. Buggy is stunned. Luffy turned his head and glanced at him. We didn't have any enmity at all, you have been punished for the Orange Town matter, the matter between us has been written off. Write it off, ass. Buggy was hysterical, and when he thought of his experience of being shot by buggy cannons and flying to 2 places, he was furious. Asshole. Do you know what I've been up to for more than a month? Do you know how much my body suffers trying to find each other? Especially the lower half of my body, because I have no vision, I have been bullied by so many beasts. Although I also experienced a small adventure that gained friendship, but this more than a month is a past that I can never let go of. Luffy, I'm going to fight you. As soon as Buggy finished speaking, Luffy's fist landed on his face. The powerful force directly sent Buggy flying. Okay, the fight is over, hee hee. Showing a mouthful of smile, Luffy continued to run towards the market. But Luffy, you beat Buggy and prove that you are stronger. You are the man I like, don't run away. Alvida's voice followed closely behind. This. Luffy felt a pain in the ass. This kind of thing is what he is least good at. But thinking of Alvida's original appearance, Luffy couldn't help but want to give Alvida a punch. Duh. At this moment, a burst of dense footsteps came. A large number of marine soldiers rushed over. White smoke bomb. Accompanied by a loud roar, billowing thick smoke instantly dispersed the entire square. Wow! What is this? It's bad. Why can these smoke bind us? Damn it! It's the one with the smoke fruit ability. The pirates yelled in horror. But in the face of smoke fruit's ability, ordinary people like them have no choice but to be tied up obediently. In the roof on one side. That is Smoker, he has come out, Luffy is in trouble now, do I need to take action? Asked the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Dragon pondered for a while, then shook his head, I think I should watch first. Below. The engine roared, and Smoker came out on his bike. Whoosh! A large net was launched from the front of the car, instantly covering several pirates including Buggy and Alvida. Buggy and Alvida, who were still alive and kicking, suddenly felt weak. This net is not an ordinary fishing net, but a special net with sea stone, specially used for the opponents with devil fruit power. As for the other little pirates in the net, that's by the way. Buggy. Alvida. You two guys are on the most wanted pirate in East Blue, dare to come to Logue Town to cause trouble, you really cast yourself into a trap. A cool drift by bike, Smoker put the bike in front of Buggy and Alvida. How come there is still a fish that slipped through the net? Smoker turned his head to look behind him, only to see a boy in a straw hat break free from the smoke. Straw Hat Boy. Free me. If you save me this time, our grievances will be wiped out. As if grasping at straws, Buggy didn't seem to know that he kept saying he was going to duel just now. But he couldn't care less. He still has a treasure dream, but he doesn't want to be sent to the impel-down prison like this. Alvida also shouted, Luffy, my man, save me. Luffy's face is black. Seeing that the two big pirates, Buggy and Alvida, both knew this Straw Hat Kid, Smoker wondered, are you a pirate too? In the original plot, it was because Captain Nezumi reported to Marine Headquarters so that Marine Headquarters noticed the Straw Hat Pirates and offered a bounty to the Straw Hat Pirates. But now, Captain Nezumi has been thrown into the sea by Nick Pin to feed the fish, so naturally he has no way to report to the headquarters. So there is no bounty for the Straw Hat Pirates at all. They're only Zoro with a bounty. Marine doesn't even know which pirate group he joined. Without a bounty, Smoker naturally doesn't know about the Straw Hat Luffy. Yes. I am the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, and my name is Monkey D. Luffy. He raised his hands high and shouted, I am the man who is going to be the king of pirate. With this shout, all the people in the Logue Town Square took a deep breath. Shouting such nickpins at the place where Pirate King was executed, how daring is this person? Especially when Captain Smoker from Marine Headquarters is still here. Boy, you are really not afraid of death. Pirate King. The corners of Smoker's mouth curled up slightly, and then he sneered. This boy is really stupid. He glanced at Luffy, and didn't give Luffy a high evaluation of his combat power, but said lightly, the boy with the straw hat, just surrender with your hands up, lest I do it. After all, Luffy doesn't look very old, and Smoker is still a bit respecting the old and loving the young. Huh. Luffy tilted his head. Sorry, since you're Marine, then I'm going to run away. With that said, Luffy turned around and ran away. Wow. A puff of smoke rushed in, blocking Luffy's front. Immediately afterwards, the smoke condensed into Smoker himself. Give it up, kid in the straw hat, you have no idea how powerful the Logia devil fruit power is. Smoker came out of the smoke like a god of war. Luffy frowned, feeling a headache. Look at it like this, it's impossible to slip away. I won't give up without a fight. Smoke man, you can't stop me. Luffy's age is so deceiving. When meeting him for the first time, everyone would think that he is just a rookie. Smoker shook his head, and looked at Luffy with the eyes of an illiterate. You don't understand how powerful Logia is. As he said that, he stood there with his hands on his hips, and said confidently, just try to punch me and you'll know, then obediently put your hands together and catch me, it's convenient for everyone. Punch you? Why? If it was someone else, it would either go up or punch him. But Luffy's brain circuits are different from normal people. He will not do things without reason. I tell you to hit me, Smoker spoke slowly, with a slight displeasure in his tone. This little rookie, so much nonsense. Luffy raised his eyelids and pursed his lips, Uncle Smokey, I don't want to hit you, you tell me to leave, I'll go buy some meat and leave here when I'm done. Leave, Smoker rubbed his chin, and there was even sympathy in his eyes. Poor baby, he is still thinking about buying meat. If you want to blame yourself for insisting on being a pirate. You don't have to think about leaving, in the prison, you may not have meat, but you should have enough food. Seeing that Luffy was still leaving, Smoker couldn't bear it, so he walked towards Luffy. Well. If you insist on arresting me, then I can only beat you to the ground. I just want buy meat, but you want to arrest me and put me in jail, and you won't give me meat? Is this what people do? Thinking of this, Luffy suddenly lost his temper. Oh. Want a shot? That would be great. He has to teach this ignorant kid in front of him a lesson today. Let him know how invincible a Logia-capable user is. So, Smoker didn't move forward, stood on the spot, until Luffy pouted, "Come on." Luffy didn't hold back anymore, he put his hands on his knees. A large amount of air was quickly sucked in from his feet, thus speeding up blood circulation. Second gear. A puff of green smoke spread over the surface of Luffy's body, his skin turned slightly reddish. Oh. Looks like a devil fruit power too. Smoker pressed his eye socket slightly, but he didn't pay much attention. After all, what if the opponent has devil fruit power? In the face of elementalization, they are all worthless. Third gear Honfusen bone balloon. Luffy put his right thumb into his mouth, took a bite, and then blew it up. Puff. I didn't see how much gas he blows in, but his right fist expanded tens of times or even nearly 100 times in an instant. Oh my god. What a big fist. He's also a devil fruit user. As expected, it is a necessary place leading to the Grand Line. How many devil fruit powers user appear here every year? The people around all exclaimed. Smoker raised his eyebrows, it's really exaggerated, but... Smoker still feels disdainful. Uncle Smoke Man, my fist is very powerful, are you sure you want to hit? As an optimist, Luffy would definitely not want to fight if he could avoid it. Shelf. Stop talking nonsense. Come on. Smoker blew a smoke ring. What's the use? If it was so useful, then the giant race would have dominated the world long ago. Okay. This is what you said. Seeing that Smoker still persisted, Luffy didn't think anymore, he jumped up one step at a time. Luffy was in the air, his huge fist was thrown to the sky, and then he fell down. Under the force of the arm, the huge giant fist in the sky was pulled down fiercely, and then produced an extremely terrifying downward smashing kinetic energy. Gomu Gomu no Gigant Pistol. Hey, 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 hey. This is too scary, who can withstand this punch? Devil fruit user, all of them are monster-like existences. Don't worry, in front of Captain Smoker, there is only one fate for these pirates, and that is to go to the impel-down prison. Although the marine soldiers were shocked by Luffy's huge fist, no one doubted Smoker's strength. The fist wind brought by the fist violently blew the ground. Smoker looked up at the giant fist against the sky. The fist wind blows on his face, blowing the two cigars in his mouth until sparks shine. Stupid and ignorant. Muttering in his mouth, Smoker watched Luffy's attack confidently. Huh. Wait, this fist. Suddenly, Smoker frowned slightly, he found that there seemed to be something on the surface of Luffy's fist. He was startled, his pupils constricted immediately, and he looked over carefully. The front of this kid's fist was covered with a thin layer of black air. Black air. And many more. Isn't that? Suddenly thinking of this possibility, Smoker's eyes widened suddenly. Not good. Without thinking too much, Smoker is about to get out of the way. But Luffy's fist is too big. Boom. The fist hit the ground with a bang. Boom. It's as if the whole town of Logue Town is shaking. This power is too terrifying. It feels absolutely no worse than the power of a giant. Yeah. It's a good thing it's Captain Smoker, otherwise whoever is there will die. Ah, hello. Isn't Captain Smoker afraid of such a terrifying power? Ha. What nonsense are you talking about? Captain Smoker has Logia Devil Fruit. Ordinary people's attacks have no effect on him. That's right, if you don't believe me, look over there. Amidst the compliments from the marine soldiers, all eyes were on the location where Luffy's fist was bombarded. The smoke and dust receded slowly, and the ground cracked by the punch slowly appeared in front of everyone. When they saw the situation there clearly, the people around them all opened their mouths wide and their eyes widened in an instant. Among the rubble, a guy wearing a marine coat was lying sprawled among the rubble. Take a closer look. Hiss. Isn't it the Smoker who is like a myth in the eyes of marine soldiers? Chapter 73. In the Roof. Ah. That's armament hockey. The leader of the Revolutionary Army are shocked. He was still thinking about whether to help Luffy later. But look what happened. He is really worried about nothing. Looking at the cracked ground in the square, the leader of the Revolutionary Army couldn't help being shocked and said, "He's only 17 years old, and he has already trained two types of hockey. Luffy's talent is too terrifying." Just judging from Luffy's age, this talent is indeed terrifying. But, if combined with the time Luffy spends at sea, this talent is not scary. It's super scary. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he knows that hockey's training can only be honed through continuous fighting. Especially after experiencing the kind of battle where the edge of life and death hovers, hockey is more likely to awaken. However, in just over a month since Luffy went to sea, he has already awakened the two type of hockey. What is this concept? You must know that many people will not be able to stand on the threshold of a kind of hockey throughout their lives. At Luffy's age, as long as he can touch the threshold of a kind of hockey, he is already considered a genius. But Luffy not only awakened the training of two hockey at the same time, but it seems that neither of them is just getting started, at least they have reached the primary stage. Dragon took a deep breath. My son is definitely not a rookie. Dragon looked over. On the square, Luffy stood in front of Smoker and spread his hands. I told you, my fist is very powerful, believe it now. Lie here for a while, I'm going to buy meat. Smoker's mouth was full of blood, his whole head was buzzing, and it took him a long time to recover. Propping himself on the ground with his hands, Smoker sat up from the rubble. Damn! I was careless. If he dodged just now, the result may not be like this. Mainly because Luffy's age is too deceptive, and Smoker never connects Luffy and hockey. If he knew that Luffy would armament hockey, Smoker would not stand still and let Luffy punch him. Hey! Boy, I haven't let you go yet. Smoker stood up, straightened his messy sleeves, and said in a deep voice, I never expected that such a powerful pirate as you would appear in a place like East Blue, no wonder even Buggy and Alvida know you. Smoker was so angry. In a place like East Blue, being able to use hockey is already cheating. As a guy who can use hockey, don't you know how strong you are in East Blue? Hee hee. But, it's a pity that you met me from Marine headquarters. So what about hockey? As long as you're devil fruit power, nothing to worry about. While talking, Smoker's figure is like smoke. White snake. He turned into a puff of smoke and quickly attacked Luffy. Hey. Still coming. You with a smoking head, you are really annoying. Smoking head? Smoker was furious, and he immediately showed his move in the air. Holding a special weapon in his hand, Nanoshaku Jit aiming to attack Luffy. This attack is nothing. Under the action of observation hockey, Luffy can accurately judge every attack trajectory of Smoker. He just stretched out his hand casually, and grabbed Smoker's weapon. However, the moment he grabbed Smoker's weapon, his strength suddenly slumped. Luffy called out weakly and was immediately smashed down by Smoker's Jit. Boom! Luffy fell to the ground. Smoker took advantage of the opportunity to press on Luffy's back, and put his Jit across the back of Luffy's neck to control Luffy. Hey! What's the matter with me, why can't I use any strength? Luffy's face was pressed against the ground, and he said with a puzzled face. That's called ignorance. Smoker pressed Luffy condescendingly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and threw it out. He tightly held the grip of Seastone's Jit. In the sea, there is a substance called Seastone that can suppress the power of devil fruit, and the weapon in my hand is made by with using Seastone. Is that so? What should I do now? What else to do? Damn, can't you see that you have become my prisoner? This guy's attitude is really annoying. Smoker was furious. Of course, since I caught you, you will be sent to Eni's lobby for trial. In the roof. Seeing Luffy's situation, the leader of the Revolutionary Army were eager to help. However, just as the leader of the Revolutionary Army were about to go out, he was suddenly held back by something. On the square. Because of the battle between Marines and pirates, ordinary civilians have long been hiding away. Apart from the captured pirates, there are still a large number of Marine soldiers left in the square. Beyond that, there's Smoker and Luffy where all eyes meet. But just when everyone thought that the game of marine catching pirates was about to end, 3 people appeared in a corner of the square. Hey! White Hunter. Our captain let you go just now, but you made a sneak attack. Doing this, isn't it too dishonorable? Just now he bought some snacks with Nami and Kaya, and was going to go shopping on another street. When passing by the square, he saw the fight here. Originally, Luffy had the upper hand, and Nick Pin didn't bother to show up. But now that Luffy is about to be arrested, Nick Pin has no choice but to come out. Smoker turned his head slightly and turned to look at Nick Pin. Who? He looked at Luffy again, and said thoughtfully. No wonder he has such strength at such an age, so he is the captain of the pirate group. Then, he supported Luffy's neck with sea stone 10 hands in one hand, and lifted Luffy up from the ground with the strength of the other. Boy, don't say anything kind or unkind, I am Marine, and my duty is to catch pirates. As long as I can catch pirates, everything is just. Smoker looked at Nick Pin and taught him with his great principles. Of course, he said this mainly to maintain a positive image of Marine. His sneak attack just now was indeed unreasonable, and it was also seen by the surrounding civilians. Saying this now gives him an advantage in his position. Is that so? Hearing this, Nick Pin frowned slightly. Then, he stretched out his arm, stretched it quickly, and grabbed 2 beautiful civilians. Stop! What are you doing? Don't hurt civilians. The surrounding Marine soldiers also raised their guns in unison, aiming at Nick Pin. Look, according to your concept, I'm a pirate, is it reasonable for me to take hostages in exchange for my own captain? Nick Pin hugged the 2 girls with his left arm, and said calmly. Take it easy ladies, we'll get you out. Yeah, don't do anything radical, these nasty pirates will kill people every now and then. Keep calm, we will rescue you. Marine soldiers encouraged the 2 hostages one after another. However, the 2 little girls have a strange delusion. That is, the 2 of them were obviously hijacked by this handsome big brother, but they were not afraid at all. This big brother seems to be very nice even with his arms around them. So gentle. As the 2 of them felt, Nick Pin really didn't mean to hurt them. At this time, Nick Pin sent the 2 little girls back to their original positions with a whoosh. What do you mean? Smoker frowned, he couldn't understand the young man in front of him. Originally hijacked a hostage, he would indeed throw a rat. But why did he give up such a great advantage all of a sudden? White Hunter, I just wanted to tell you, there are things that can be done, but not everyone will do them. What you want to do, you don't need to find any bullshit justice reasons, justice is not spoken with your mouth, but in people's hearts, everyone has their own concept of justice in their hearts. Nick Pin spread his hands, waved to the 2 little girls, and said with a smile, what do you think? The big brother is so right. Big brother is justice. In just a few seconds, these 2 little girls became Nick Pin's super fans. Even the surrounding civilians showed expressions of thinking one by one at this time. Yes. The job of Marine is to catch pirates, but is it really necessary to use this as an excuse to do everything? Pirates are defined as evil. According to Marine's theory, pirates can do anything without worrying about the consequences. But in fact, not every pirate is heinous. The well-known great pirate Whitebeard, although he did a lot of bad things, but at the same time he protected many islands from other pirates. He's a big pirate but for him. For the civilians who he protected, in their hearts, Whitebeard is good. It is justice. Not even Marine can compare to Whitebeard. And the pirate in front of him can easily exchange for the captain he added by using ordinary people as hostages, but he didn't do that. Isn't this also a good conception of justice? Moreover, the captain of the family clearly defeated Smoker just now, and did not kill Smoker. Instead, Smoker avenged his kindness and attacked them. Still in the name of justice. This justice seems too cheap. This person is not simple. In the roof, Dragon listened to what Nick Pin said in the square, nodded deeply, thought for a moment, and then said, Luffy can have such a partner. What Nick Pin said made Smoker feel ashamed. Damn guy, don't you know the truth about hitting someone in the face? You are so good, you really don't give me any sympathy. Okay. Boy, you should be arrested without a fight, for the sake of letting go of the hostages on your own initiative, I will tell the soldiers not to torture you. Think too much. Now, it's time to use my own method to save our captain. As he spoke, Nick Pin rubbed his wrists, stretched his arm aiming to attack Smoker. What? Why is it the same as Straw Hat Boy's fruit ability? When he saw Nick Pin taking the hostage just now, Smoker didn't pay much attention, but now seeing Nick Pin use the rubber fruit ability again, Smoker was completely shocked. He exclaimed, how can there be 2 identical devil fruit? Nickpin shrugged slightly, this is called ignorance. Just now, he had just mocked Luffy's ignorance. Not long after, he was ridiculed by Nickpin with the same words. Although he knew that the other party was doing it on purpose, Smoker found that, he couldn't refute it. Because he really doesn't know anything about this kind of thing. At this time, Nickpin's fist swished over, heading straight for Smoker's head. Smoker didn't think much of it, and left to get his head into elementalization. As for the fact that elementalization cannot defend against armament hockey, Smoker is not so worried. Come on, this is East Blue. Isn't it enough to have a young man who knows armament hockey? You said there were two young men who knew armament hockey at the same time. Boom. Nickpin's fist hit Smoker's head, making a terrible sound. Smoker only felt his head buzzing, and then his head slammed to the store. This huge force directly flew out with his body upside down. Boom. Smoker smashed a big hole in the ground. Smoker lay in the ruins, his eyes full of unbelievable horror. How is it possible? Even if all the young people in East Blue are pulled together, you can't find two guys who know armament hockey. Why does he meet two at the same time and place at once? What the hell did he do in his previous life? Puff. A mouthful of old blood spurted out, Smoker didn't know whether he was beaten or angry, and passed out immediately. Chapter 74. Damn it. In the roof, the leader of the Revolutionary Army couldn't help but swear, he said in disbelief. Is armament hockey already so popular? Even in the ranks of the Revolutionary Army, there are not many who know armament hockey. The square is. Marine soldiers are stunned. Everyone stared at Nickpin dumbfounded, and didn't know whether to fire the gun in their hand. Let's shoot, Smoker is not here, they take the head against such a powerful pirate. At this time, Nickpin's eyes swept over the faces of the Marines. I advise you not to do stupid things, you know, I am a pirate, the kind who kills people without batting an eye. Gulp. Some Marine swallowed in fright, and subconsciously raised the gun in his hand. The muzzle is not pointing, expressing hostility. Soon, clatter. All Marines cocked their guns. There is no way, they have more people, the advantage is still on their side. Even the surrounding civilians obviously don't think there is any problem with the pirates' approach. Smoker passed out, and his devil fruit ability was naturally removed. Ha! Saved. Great. Thanks to the Straw Hat pirates, otherwise we would have been sent to the Impel Down prison. The pirates in the world are one family, everyone helps each other. Without the control of Smokers, those pirates were all free at once. Several pirates went up and lifted the nets covering Buggy and Alvida, cheering and rescued their captain. The world's pirates are a family. Nickpin frowned. If he didn't say that, he really didn't want to care about it. But as soon as these words came out, it seemed that the Straw Hat pirates, the Buggy pirates, and the Alvida pirates were in the same group. Ha ha ha. Straw Hat pirates. You'll rescue me this time, the great Buggy will write it down. The previous account has been written off. Buggy grinned, as if he had everything under control again. Boom. Nickpin's fist landed on Buggy's face in an instant, knocking him over. Buggy didn't even react, and passed out. Stop being sentimental. Who cares whether you remember your grudge or not? Nickpin curled his lips, he was displeased. Ah. Captain Buggy. Damn it. We want to avenge the captain. Don't be stupid. We are not opponents at all. Save the captain first. The pirates of the Buggy pirates felt exhausted. During their trip to Logue Town today, they seemed to be either saving the captain, or on their way to rescue the captain. This punch knocked down Buggy. Nickpin showed great vigor. In Alvida's eyes, this flamboyant move immediately attracted the most beautiful woman in the sea. Stronger than Luffy, what a powerful man. I've decided, I don't like Luffy anymore. Now you are the man I like. As she spoke, she put her hands on her cheeks, put on a beautiful posture, and winked at Nickpin, handsome and strong, be my man. Like Luffy, Nickpin has also seen the original Alvida. Hearing this, his mind is full of the original version of Alvida. Nickpin only felt that the back molars were sore, and goosebumps fell all over the floor. Stay back. No nonsense, Nickpin slammed out a rubber fist and went straight to Alvida's face. Boom. But when Nickpin's fist landed on Alvida's face, it just slid over. Hey! Nickpin froze for a moment. Slippery fruit. Actually is willing to attack me, what an obsessive powerhouse. After being attacked by Nickpin, Alvida not only didn't get angry, but showed a more charming posture. Nickpin couldn't bear it a little bit, as if he was being bitten by 10 million bugs all over his body. An uncomfortable one. At this moment, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and crashed onto Alvida's body, knocking her to the ground. Zizizi. Alvida fell to the ground, a strong electric current jumped back and forth on her smooth skin. Convulsed violently for a few times, Alvida passed out after foaming at the mouth. Ah! Where did the lightning come from? Captain! There are obviously no dark clouds, what's going on? Thunderbolt in the sky. Don't you think it's scary? Others don't know what's going on, but Nickpin does. He subconsciously looked at Nami, who was not far behind him, and saw that the little thieving cat's face was full of anger at this moment. Obviously, Alvida violated Nami's reverse scale. Nickpin is thinking narcissistically. Haha. What to do? The captain fainted. So is our captain. Quick. Get out of this damn place first. Everyone, please help and carry the two captains away. The pirates got busy with their hands and feet. However, they didn't realize at all that they had been implicated by their captain. Originally, Nami was in a good mood, went shopping with Nickpin, and then went back to buy something, very happy. But she didn't expect not only to be spoiled by these pirates, but also to openly snatch her man. How can this be tolerated? Accept the terrible wrath of a jealous woman. No one is allowed to go. Nami gave a coquettish cry, and pointed the small wand in his hand towards the sky. Rumble. The originally cloudless sky was suddenly filled with azure blue lightning. Countless thunder and lightning are intertwined, just like the waves of the sea. What? What the hell? What's going on? This is the devil fruit ability. It's that woman, oh my god. She looks beautiful and harmless to humans and animals, yet she has such terrifying abilities. Run. The pirates realize that there is a big problem. No matter what Buggy and Alvida, run away. Only. Chop. 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 Strands of extremely thick lightning beams poured down from the sky like a pouring basin. Landed with a bang. It's over. Help. Not only the pirates, but also the Marines and civilians have the same thoughts at this moment. It's over. It's over. They knew they should go home now. It's too late to run now. Almost everyone has the same reaction, holding their heads and dying. Boom. 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 After a burst of terrifying thunder, the square regained its tranquility. Hey. I didn't die. A civilian let go of his hands holding his head, and looked around cautiously. I didn't die. God. I can survive such a terrifying thunder and lightning. I'm not dead. Huh. It seems only those pirates were struck by lightning. Obviously. They don't want to hurt us civilians at all. Great. When the lightning disappeared, the civilians and Marines found that they were all unharmed. But also realize one thing. If people want to kill them, it's just a matter of thought. This feeling of weakness is really helpless. In the roof. This. The leader of Revolutionary was shocked. At first Luffy's strength shocked him. Later, a strong and thoughtful partner like Nickpin appeared, which made Dragon even more shocked. Now there is another partner with such a powerful devil fruit. Dragon is not well. Why didn't he have such good luck when he first went to sea? To think he got jealous to his son. On the square. Marine soldiers dare not move. Can we go? A bolder Marine soldier asked nervously. Humph. I didn't restrict your personal freedom. Nami came over, and Kaya followed closely behind her. Seeing such a big scene for the first time, Kaya was still very nervous. Which one of you is the leader? Nami came in front of Marine, with one hand on his hip, like a big sister. Then, there. The Marines all pointed to Smoker lying in the rubble. Now. Who's beside him? Nami doesn't bother with Smoker, she just knows who has the right to speak. It should be me. A Marine with the petty chief officer's badge on his shoulder stepped out. He bowed his waist slightly, lowered his head, and his attitude in front of Nami was extremely respectful. This damn desire to survive. Nami nodded, okay. I'll give you 2 hours to count the bounties of these pirates for me immediately, and then give me all of them. What? Hearing this, Petty Chief Officer Marine was stunned. What? Didn't you hear me? Having just experienced the unpleasant experience of being obbed a man face to face, Nami is now mad. No, even if it's for bounties, but these pirates were captured by Captain Smoker. The Marine had a bitter face. Didn't they run away again just now? Nami asked back. Hearing this, the Marine nodded, it seems to be the case. Then what's the nonsense? Go get the money. I'm a bounty hunter. Rumble. In the sky, the thunder shook violently, and a group of lightning ripples intertwined in the sky. Please, don't be angry, I'll let someone take the money. Feeling the pressure on the top of the head, how dare Petty Chief Officer Marine dare to beep? So, if you want others to reason with you, first of all you have to be the one with the big fist. It's useless to talk nicely to you, once the thunder and lightning strike, you will immediately understand the truth. Nami said, very well, quickly, you will gather here, and I'll come to get the money, you won't break your promise to me, will you? No. Don't worry, ma'am. You are such a little money grabber. Looking at Nami who came to his side, Nickpin smiled. He. Isn't it right for people to get some money for capturing them? The little hand took Nickpin's arm without any haste, and Nami smirked slightly annoyed. He. We've got so much money for the crew, it's not too much to spend some money to buy clothes. Not too much, Nickpin was non-committal. Not a big problem. Then let's go. With a happy smile on his face, Nami left with Nickpin on his arm. Chapter 75. At sunset, Going Merry left the port of Logue Town. Standing on the deck of Going Merry, Nami looked at the sudden strong wind, and said a little strangely, strange, how could winds suddenly blow in this weather? Wahaha. Anyway, it's a tailwind, amazing. Nickpin smiled and said, I guess this is the father gift to his son. What dad? Usopp leaned over. It's nothing, just talking nonsense. Nickpin made a joke, he don't bother to explain much. He can't tell you that it was Luffy's dad who did it. They won't believe it either. It was already very late after the banquet. Nickpin took a shower and was about to go to bed. Creak. The small interior door opened. There is no doubt that this is Nami coming. My clothes are disheveled. Nickpin just got out of the shower, and his clothes are all short sleeping styles. It was a bit embarrassing to be barged in by Nami suddenly. That's right, here you go, put it on. Nami gave Nickpin the set of clothes she was holding in her hand. I'll come and see later. With that said, Nami went back. Nickpin opened the suit to reveal a sporty hoodie and pants. Plus a plain white shirt. Thanks, Nickpin said, remembering when he was in the clothing store today, this little thief cat shopped there for so long, so she bought clothes for him. Looking at the style of this hoodie, Nickpin did not reject it. After all, the styles of sports-style clothes will not vary too much. Nickpin changed into this suit and went to the mirror to have a look. Really? He is handsome, and he is naturally handsome in clothes. If he was in the campus of the previous life, he afraid that the girls would glare at him with passion. So. Did I pick well? Nami's little head suddenly popped up beside Nickpin. Yes, this is amazing. Before he finished speaking, the corner of Nickpin's eyes flashed. He looked at Nami who was standing with him in the mirror. Nickpin's hoodie is in blue, and Nami's hoodie is in pink, he was trick. To think Nami give him a couple hoodie matching with her. Nickpin could only shake his head. Naturally, Nami took Nickpin's arm, leaned her cheek on Nickpin's shoulder, made a V with the other hand, and muttered, it's a good match. Then she looked at Nickpin in the mirror and blinked, let's wear like this next time we go shopping, is it okay? Okay. He really lost to Nami. What else can Nickpin say? Okay, whatever you say, okay. Shrugging, Nickpin said yes. But having said that, it feels like someone is thinking about everything, which is very, very good. Okay. Then it's settled. No backseat. After speaking, Nami happily ran away. On the other hand, Zoro didn't go to rest after the banquet. His time limit for entering mangas today hasn't run out yet. Open Zaraki Kenpachi biography, spiritually going with the manga, and Zoro entered it. Rukongai, Zaraki District. Zoro appeared here. To be precise, Zoro appears as a soul in the Shinigami world. As a fresh soul who just appeared here, the other souls smelled Zoro immediately. Another rookie. There are several souls around who are sharing the only water left in a container, and they suddenly notice that Zoro is coming, so they naturally think that he is here to grab the water. The whole Rukongai, divided in 320 district. Divided into 4 directions, east, west, north, south, each direction has 80 districts. The larger the serial number, the more shortage of spiritual particles in the atmosphere and drinking water. A more pastoral area is District 80, an almost deserted area. Here, all kinds of crazy fights happen every day, just for the very limited water. The so-called drinking water can be understood as the water resources needed by souls. Snatch water. Hearing this, Zoro looked towards the soul. Seeing the container they were pulling, Zoro felt a nausea at the moment. Even if you give me this stuff, I won't drink it. He thought so in his heart, but Zoro said coldly, "That's right, I'm here to grab your water." Then you are really looking for death. Brothers, kill him first. Zoro unhurriedly drew 3 swords. He didn't make sure to kill the 2 souls who rushed over first, but let them form an encirclement circle. These souls look like guys who often hunt and kill other soul, and they are very smart in cooperation. After surrounding Zoro, they did not rush to attack, but circled around Zoro. Ding ding. When Zoro turned his body passively, the earrings on his ears made a tinkling sound. Ha! What an idiot. To wear such loud earrings, it seems that he was also a rich man in his lifetime. When I first came here, I wanted to grab food and water from the other, but I got beat up instead. Don't be careless, there used to be a ruthless guy in our area, that guy braided bells in his hair, and his style is a bit similar to that kid. I just learned from him. The surrounding soul swarmed up and cooperated skillfully. Swish. 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 Zoro withstood the attacks of several soul with 3 swords. These soul are not weak either, although the weapons in their hands are various, they are accurate and ruthless. Although the strength is not bad, but here. Everything is a new beginning. Battle experience 100. Hockey prototype experience value 100. Zanpaket prototype experience value 100. Battle experience 100. Hockey prototype experience value 100. Zanpaket prototype experience value 100. As Zoro continued to fight, above his head, an invisible hint popped up for a mile. Puff. Zoro pierced the stomach of one of the soul with a sword, and the moment he pulled it out, the soul rolled out. But another soul seized the opportunity and cut off Zoro's head with a single sword. Well. Waking up suddenly, Zoro looked at the manga in his hand and touched his neck subconsciously. That cool feeling, even after withdrawing from the manga world, is still so clear and terrifying. Death is really not something to be happy. Taking a few deep breaths, Zoro entered the manga again. This time, the result was the same as before, only killing 1 soul before being killed. The difference is that this time someone poked his heart from behind. The sound of the earrings really greatly increases the difficulty of the battle. The 2 deaths just now, this bell earring can be said to be indispensable. That man can do it, and so can I, Zoro. Without further ado, Zoro entered the world of manga again. While Zoro was fighting in Rukongai, another person also entered the Shinigami world. Usopp. But unlike Zoro, Usopp entered not Rukongai, but Siriidii. Even though, the 2 people entered the Shinigami world, it is not at the same world. The Soul Society that Usopp entered was 2,000 years earlier than the Soul Society that Zoro entered. At this moment, in a certain forge in Siriidii. A trendy man with curly black punk hair holds a prototype blade in one hand and a small hammer in the other. There is no doubt that this person is the protagonist of the manga that Usopp has taken. Holding the prototype of the blade with the pliers in the left hand, and gently tapped the blade with a small hammer in the right hand. Ding ding ding. The sound was very crisp, but the small hammer did not land on the prototype of the blade, but on the forging platform. Next moment, a sledgehammer hit the prototype of the blade heavily. The moment the sledgehammer head left, the two small hammers fell down again in an instant. Ding ding ding. The sound is still crisp. When brutal sledgehammer strikes again. Ding ding ding. The hammer is as light as running water. The sledgehammer and the small hammer have different divisions of labor, but they are both essential. This is a way that only hammer artists can understand. I don't know how long it took to strike, but both the sledgehammer and the small hammer stopped. It should work this time. Usopp put down the sledgehammer in his hand, wiped his sweat, with a look of expectation on his face. That's right. The one who has been wielding the sledgehammer just now is none other than Usopp, who has entered the manga world. After he finished reading the whole manga, he had the idea of becoming Otsunemeya's friend. He had been here more than 100 times, and finally yesterday, relying on the accumulated failure experience of more than 100 times, Usopp finally connected with Otsunemeya and successfully deepened the relationship with him. But today, Usopp went to the next level and finally got the approval of Otsunemeya and became his forging partner. Yeah. Those guys' weapons are very unique, but in my opinion, those weapons have no soul. Otsunemeya clamped the forged prototype of the blade and put it into the rich spiritual power pool. Zizizi. Accompanied by the rising of strong spiritual exhaust gas, the prototype of this blade began to be tempered. I'm really looking forward to it. You've put so much effort into it, this experimental product will definitely not disappoint you. Usopp rubbed his hands together, staring intently at the refining pool. As a master of the same craft, Usopp's talent is no worse than Nemea's. You know, in the world of pirates, Usopp can make magical objects like weather sticks with his own pair of skillful hands. If he is given a wider stage, even the god of craftsmen will have to worry about losing his status. It's not my painstaking effort alone, but also yours. Picking up his black punk curly hair with a small wooden stick, Otsunemeya patted Usopp on the shoulder and said with a smile. He is a man of great character. Usually, people with personality are very serious. What's yours is yours. You also contributed, then I can't take your share of the effort. Ever since he recognized Usopp's talent in craftsmanship, Otsunemeya has completely regarded Usopp as a partner. If you say that, then I'm not going to reject it. To tell you the truth, I use Tinker a lot. Usopp smiled, and was about to start bragging, when suddenly he looked at the tempering pool and exclaimed, "What? Something happening." Sometimes, when you work together a lot, you can produce telepathy between each other. Otsunemeya was in this state right now, he couldn't wait to take out the tempered blade. The blade is as smooth as a mirror, as if it has been leveled. But, it feels like this is no ordinary sword. Putting the blade close to the ear, Otsunemeya listened. After a while, his eyes lit up, and he put the blade close to Usopp's ear. Did you hear that? I hear it. Usopp's eyes were also shining, and he said in surprise, that's the resonance from the soul. Ha! Yes. It really is true. I heard it, and you heard it too, this time it really succeeded. Otsunemeya hugged Usopp excitedly, his whole body couldn't hide his excitement. Yeah, this is a groundbreaking event for the entire Soul Society. I have a hunch that it won't be long before the entire Siriidi's Shinigami will use you to forge sword. Hearing this, Otsunemeya took a deep breath, his heart was surging. All Shinigami use my forged sword. That amazing, just thinking about it makes me dream. He grabbed Usopp's hand, took another deep breath, and said with emotion, Usopp. I also have a premonition. After 1,000 years, your name and mine will surely resound throughout the soul. Hey. I'm also included. Okay. Let us become the legend of the Soul Society. By the way, what are you going to name this weapon? Otsunemeya held the blade in his hand, pondered for a moment, and said, this is a weapon with a soul, and it uses a sword as its original form, then, its name is it's called Zanpakuto. Good name. Usopp said as he praised the name. Afterwards, he also pretended to think for a while, and said, this kind of Zanpakuto that hasn't found its owner yet, let's call it a sealed state, what do you think? Sealed state. Okay. It's the sealed state. This is the first Zanpakuto, as a souvenir, I want to collect it. Next, the second Zanpakuto that we forge, will be forged for you. Otsunomiya is a real person, and he will not forget Usopp's contribution. The first one is collected by himself, then the second one must be collected by Usopp. That's what a partner is. Usopp agreed, good. However, I hope that the forged weapon is not based on a sword, but a slingshot. Slingshot, Otsunomiya showed a surprised look, but then smiled. Okay. As you wish. Chapter 76. Time flies. Going Merry was approaching Reverse Mountain. During the voyage these days, Nippon system mail has increased by 5 more. Your manga fan Monkey D. Luffy's strength in the world of the manga Akame ga Kill has been improved, and armament hockey has been promoted to the middle level. You gain its armament hockey ability simultaneously. You get points too. Your manga fan Nami has conquered the little card in the manga card captor Sakura world. You simultaneously gain the Clo card ability. You get points 1. Your fan Sanji trained the first gate of 8 inner gates in the world of the manga Might Guy biography successfully opened the first gate. You will gain the ability to open the first gate. You earn points 1. Your manga fan Usopp has created his own Zanpakuto weapon in the world of the manga Bleach, Otsunomiya Sealed State Slingshot. You simultaneously gain the Sealed State Slingshot. Get points 3. Your manga fan Roronoa Zoro has improved his world strength in the manga Zaraki Kenpachi biography, and armament hockey has been promoted to the primary level. You gain its armament hockey ability simultaneously. You get points 1. To Nippon's satisfaction. Sanji and Usopp finally opened their manga. Especially Usopp, which contributed 3 points right after its opening, is really a bit of a come from behind. In addition, there is an email reminder. You have synced armament hockey from Monkey D. Luffy and Roronoa Zoro at the same time, so your armament hockey ability is the sum of their armament hockey abilities. This is very good news for Nippon. He stretched out his palm, and a relatively thick black air flow circled back and forth on his arm, attaching to it. Nippon punched forward. The feeling of power arises spontaneously. Not bad. Sanji will also cultivate the armament hockey in the future, the 3 of them work together, and my armament hockey should soon reach the advanced armament hockey. This kind of system where similar abilities can be superimposed is very comfortable. Everyone come here. It seems to be here. At this time, Usopp's voice came from the microphone. The so-called microphone is a simple and effective sound transmission method on the ship, which is transmitted to every area on the ship through metal pipes. Although it is not as clean as phone snail, it is more convenient and faster. Soon, a group of Straw Hat pirates came to the deck. Look ahead. Usopp was on deck early today. He can be said to be the most fearful guy in the whole team, so when he learned that he could reach Reverse Mountain today, he didn't even think about entering the manga world, and just stayed on the deck. Clack clack. Huge raindrops were like machine gun bullets, slamming on the deck's surface, making a dense sound. The strong wind swept the waves, shaking the direction of Going Merry from time to time. Sure enough, just as the legend says, continue to sail forward, we will see a mountain, there, is the entrance of the Grand Line. Wrapped in a baggy raincoat, Nami looked forward. Although the heavy rain greatly hinders the line of sight, for an excellent navigator, discerning the direction is one of the most basic abilities. What? The entrance to the Grand Line is a mountain? Usopp only knew they were approaching a mountain, but didn't know that the mountain was the entrance. Hearing Nami say this at this moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Come in. Nami turned back into the cabin and came to the conference room. The rest of the Straw Hat pirates also followed. Look. It's hard for me to believe this kind of thing, but here. Nami's finger pointed to a certain place on the map, and it was indeed pointed on Reverse Mountain. Are you kidding? Are we going to crash into a mountain? Usopp is not well. Who said we were going to hit the mountain? Nippon came over, he pointed to the side of Nami's finger, and said, although I don't know much about navigation, isn't there a canal here? No, why do we have to go in from the entrance? Can't we go around from the south? Zoro looked at the map, where their ship is now, it is obvious that they can enter the Grand Line as long as they drive south. Why does it have to be so hard to go up the mountain? Because, afterwards, Nami would like to introduce the so-called calm belt to everyone, so that everyone can understand why everyone has to climb the mountain to enter the Grand Line. In the original plot, Going Merry arrived here and was blown to calm belt by the wind and waves, which almost caused the destruction of the Straw Hat Pirates. But now Going Merry is many times larger than before, and its ability to withstand wind and waves is also stronger. In addition, Nick Pin is a cautious person, and he has already told Usopp to control the ship. Others may be careless, but Usopp is not. Because he is most afraid of death. Soon, a dark shadow appeared before Going Merry's eyes. Near the front of the mountain, because of the shelter of the mountain, the storm was already very small, and the members of the Straw Hat Pirates also came to the deck. This is a major historic moment for the entire team, and no one wants to miss it. Everyone wants to witness it. Are we really going to climb a mountain? I've never heard of a ship climbing a mountain. But Sanji said, I've heard of it. And I've heard that half of the people who want to enter the Grand Line will die at the entrance before entering. I saw it. What an incredible mountain. Hey, hey. That's the red line, right? It's soaring up into the clouds, you can't see the edge at a glance. Don't be careless. The ship is being carried up the mountain by the ocean current. If we are not careful, we will be smashed to pieces. As the navigator spoke, the Straw Hat Pirates immediately got busy. Usopp and Sanji ran to take the helm. Luffy and Nick Pin stood on one side of the deck. As for Zoro, in this kind of matter, it is safer for him to rest. Not good. Going to deviate. Control the rudder quickly. Usopp and Sanji's 5 senses were flying, hysterically trying to control the rudder with all their strength. In front is the entrance of the canal. Near. Closer. Luffy, do as I say. Nick Pin yelled. Good. Luffy responded. Then, the two used the ability of rubber fruit at the same time, extending their arms to both sides respectively, and using the tall frames on both sides of the canal to achieve the effect of adjusting the course. Wow! This method is so good. No danger. Watching Going Merry rush down the canal to the hillside in an orderly manner, Luffy grinned happily. Whoosh! With the strength of the ocean current, Going Merry rushed to the highest point. Wow! It's the Grand Line. Luffy sat in his special seat, holding the sheep's head with one hand, and building a pergola in front of the head with the other hand, looking into the distance. Guys! It's time to shout out your dreams. Nick Pin stepped on the fence in front of the deck and raised his arms high. At this time, Going Merry rises into the sky, people are in the clouds. Hearing Nick Pin's yell, everyone was excited. Wahaha! I'm the man who is going to be the Pirate King. I must become the world's #1 swordsman. I want to find the ultimate dream of a chef, the all blue. I want to be a brave sea fighter. I want to draw a nautical chart of the whole world. Everyone shouted out their dreams one by one with enthusiasm. Then, they looked at Nick Pin in unison. Nick Pin, what about you? Nick Pin originally just wanted to make it to the finale. But now, it seems that there is no need to fight. But if there is any dream, it is too far-fetched. To overthrow the world government. Collect all the beauties. Sorry. Nick Pin really didn't think that far. But at this moment, Nick Pin suddenly has a very strong desire. I want to draw our adventure into a manga. It will last forever. Great. The crowd cheered. Come on. Going Merry rides the wind and waves, and rushes down the great direction along the second half of the canal. Hey, hello. What's that sound? Did you hear any strange noises? Suddenly, Zoro asked very cautiously. Never mind him. Go. Luffy was still excited, left fist forward, making a superhuman movement. Nami explained it carefully, maybe it's the sound of the wind, because there are many special terrains here that make the sound of the wind very strange, some even sound like a child crying. Oh. What is that? Sanji did not know when he came here, he also shouted, beautiful Nami-chan, there is a tall mountain ahead. Mountain? Nami was surprised and said, impossible after passing Reverse Mountain, there should be an endless sea. At this time, Going Merry broke through the clouds and mist, and the sight ahead was unobstructed. Ah! That's not a mountain. It's a whale. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates suddenly exclaimed. What to do? Hit it? If it hits it, it's no different from hitting a mountain. Sanji was furious. Idiot, we hit it like a mayfly shaking a big tree, how do we fight? But if you go on like this, you will collide. You can go around from the left, and pull the rudder to the left quickly. Zoro was also sweating profusely and shouted anxiously. I suddenly thought of a good idea. At this time, Luffy's eyes lit up, and he ran directly to the cabin. Luffy, what are you doing? Seeing Luffy rushing to the cabin, everyone had a bad feeling. What else can I do? He must have gone to fire the cannon. Nickpin revealed Luffy's intentions. What? Zoro, Sanji and Usopp opened their mouths so wide that their jaws were hanging on the floor. To fire a cannon at a time like this, aren't you out of your mind? In front of such a huge whale, even if our main gun is in front of it, it is just like a small sausage. People don't even feel it. Go and stop him. Sanji immediately jumped down and was about to chase Luffy. But he didn't take 2 steps before he was pulled by Nickpin's outstretched arm. Don't worry about him, it's fine, Nickpin said. Hey. That idiot is going to bombard the whale with a cannon. He's going to piss the whale off. Usopp also rushed down. He felt that Nickpin might not realize the seriousness of the problem, so he quickly reminded him. That's a whale. Why are you so calm? As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Nami again. No, why is Nami so calm? Because Nickpin and I have a perfect plan. While speaking, Nami's hand involuntarily took Nickpin's arm. Is that so? Usopp's tension eased instantly. If only one person said this, he might not believe it. But both said that it was fine, which is indeed largely reassuring. Since the beautiful Nami-chan said so, even if I were to be killed by a whale, I would die without regret. Sanji clasped his hands together, with red hearts in his eyes. Zoro gave him a disdainful look, and complained, you bastard, why don't you have any eyesight? Didn't see what happened with Nami and Nickpin? He still looks like he is simping, it is really hopeless. Going merry goes all the way, faster and faster. The gigantic whale is approaching. Closer. Going to crash. Usopp shouted anxiously. At this moment, Going Merry's main gun burst into flames, and a shell blasted out blatantly. Hey! That idiot! Sanji, Usopp, and Zoro shouted urgently. Seeing that the shell and the ship were about to hit the whale, the 3 of them blocked their eyes at the same time. Prepared to take a hard hit. However. After a few seconds. Hey! Usopp carefully lowered his shielding arm and looked around. The sea was calm. Ahead is the endless sea. Behind is the towering red line. Huh? Where's the whale? Yes. Why did it disappear suddenly? Where did that whale go? It's here. Nami stretched out her palm, and saw a miniature whale riding in her palm. Chapter 77. Fire. In the cabin of Going Merry, Luffy held the main gun controller in his hand, and when he was about to hit Laboon, he pressed hard. It has to be said that Luffy is always smart when it matters. If Going Merry had crashed directly into the whale, it would have ended in a shipwreck. However, the instantaneous recoil force generated by firing the main gun can greatly offset the potential energy of the forward rush, thus keeping Going Merry from crashing to the whale. But the moment the cannonball was fired, Luffy was stunned. Hey! What about the whales? The huge whale just disappeared. The shell that was supposed to hit the whale also directly passed the position of the whale and flew to the distant sea. Boom! The shells fell. What? A small ship was blown up, and 2 people fell into the sea. The man wore a crown and a green suit, dressed like a frog prince. The woman has a soaring single ponytail, blue hair, and an evening dress, and she looks very beautiful. The 2 are from Baroque Works, both are codenamed agents, Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine. Damn! Where did the shells come from? The Frog Prince popped his head out of the sea, and he was in a daze. He had clearly seen the prey on this trip, but his eyes blurred, as if the prey had disappeared, and then he saw a shell coming straight towards them. Poof! Next to him, Miss Wednesday with blue soaring ponytails also floated up, she wiped the sea water from her face, and she was also dazed. Whale, where's the whale? Looking in the direction of Reverse Mountain, Miss Wednesday asked in horror. The corner of the Frog Prince's mouth twitched. You ask me, who should I ask? No. Our plan must have been known. Impossible. We received the mission directly from the base camp. No, no, no. Think about it carefully. Our goal is to hunt whales. We came from such a distance. We have seen whales a long time ago, but we waited for when we got to the whale, and the whale suddenly disappeared. This is absolutely not normal. The Frog Prince carried a piece of driftwood from the hull and analyzed it carefully. What you said seems to make sense. It seems that someone is deliberately trying to target us. It seems that this operation has to be suspended. After thinking about it, Miss Wednesday made a decision, and then he looked at the position of the whale just now, and immediately saw a huge pirate ship. Remember that pirate ship, go back and report to the boss. That's right. Maybe relying on this information, the ranking of the two of us can go up a little bit. Thinking of this, the Frog Prince also came alive. Afterwards, the two paddled the hull fragments and swam back. Hey hey hey. Where's the whale? On the deck of Going Merry, Luffy rushed out from the cabin and asked with a confused face. Isn't there? Zoro pointed to Nami's palm and said. Luffy looked over, only to find a miniature whale in Nami's palm. Ah. Nanny. Hey. This is not edible. The reason why the whale laboon is so small is because Nami used the little card from Clou's deck when Going Merry was about to hit the whale laboon. Whale laboon instantly became as small as Nami wanted. I don't want to eat it. Luffy scratched his head aggrievedly, then took a puddle of water from the bucket next to him, and poured it on the whale laboon. In this way, a puddle of water appeared in Nami's palm, and the miniature whale swam in it. At this moment, a door suddenly opened on the body of the whale laboon, and a ship rushed out from it. Only. The ship is also super mini because of the little Clow card. And it's even smaller than laboon. There was an old man on board, and the old man let out a shock as soon as he came out. He looked up at the heads of several giants in the sky, and his whole body was numb. What happened? Why are there so many giants? Wrong. This is not called a giant anymore, this is called a giant among giants. He has also been in contact with giants before, but no matter how big a giant is, it cannot compare to laboons. Most giant are about the same size as laboon. But now what about these young giants, who hold laboon in just one hand? And he was like a little ant in front of laboon. Now in the eyes of these giants, whether they can see him is still unknown. As soon as he thought of this, the old man suddenly saw something terrifying. He took a closer look and saw the lighthouse at Twin Cape. No way, how could the lighthouse? Seeing the huge lighthouse, the old man was shocked. After carefully observing the surrounding situation, he finally realized the problem. Instead of meeting a giant, he and laboon were shrunk. He is also a man who has seen the world, and immediately understood that it was the work of devil fruit power. Huh. There's another person here. As a small card user, Nami can naturally sense an old man appearing beside the whale laboon. Restore him first. Nickpin also saw the old man, and immediately recognized the old man as the former ship Dr. Crocus on the Pirate King ship. With a thought, Nami cancelled the small card ability on Crocus. Who? Crocus heaved a sigh of relief as he returned to his normal size. In the state just now, if someone wants to kill him, he only needs to pinch it lightly, and he will explode. Old man, who are you? Why did you come out of the whale's belly? Crocus pushed his glasses, and said in a deep voice, when asking someone, it's polite to introduce yourself first, isn't it? That's right, I'm sorry, I am. Luffy scratched his head, smiled apologetically, and was about to introduce himself, but was interrupted by Crocus again. My name is Crocus, and I am the guardian of the Twin Cape Lighthouse. I am 71 years old, and my blood type is AB. Crocus reported his family name in a leisurely manner. Luffy's eyes are twitching. You wanted me to introduce myself first, then you go cut me and introduce yourself first. I really want to beat you, you old man. Crocus, this name should be the name of the ship's doctor on the former Pirate King Roger ship. According to your age, you are also suitable. From this point of view, you are the ship's doctor of Roger Pirate Group. Nickpin pretended to say it by analysis. Oh. You look so young, but you have heard of my name? It's so rare. Nickpin was non-committal. Our captain is going to become the Pirate King, therefore, I naturally want to inquire about some relevant information about the former Pirate King. Ah, hello. You admit it? Usopp reacted suddenly. He looked at Crocus in shock. You are actually the ship doctor of the Pirate King? Nickpin smiled. Don't be so surprised, he is not the first person on the Pirate King's ship we have seen. What? Have we seen other people on the Pirate King's ship? This time, even Luffy opened his mouth wide in surprise. Yeah, that's the red-nosed buggy. Is it unexpected? Surprised or not? Sure enough, just as Nickpin expected, the friends were all shocked. No way. That funny guy actually belonged to Roger Pirates. Recalling the appearance of Buggy, Zoro said it was hard to believe. That red nose? I didn't expect him to have such an identity. Nami frowned slightly. His strength is so weak, is he really on the Pirate King's ship? Hee, that brat, he used to be a trainee crew member on Roger's ship, but his strength is really not that good, I didn't expect to be met by you. While speaking, Crocus seemed to recall the years at that time, and the brown old man couldn't help but sigh. Nickpin nodded, yes, not only did we meet him, but we also exchanged him for a bounty. Puff. Crocus almost choked to death. Ahem, well, it looks like that kid has done a lot of bad things. With a sigh of relief, Crocus also felt helpless. After Roger's death, the Roger Pirates will naturally disband. Everyone's ideas are different, and the natural ending is also different. Old man. Since you are the ship's doctor, then you can join my crew. At this time, Luffy's crazy will to recruit people into the group is activated. Ah. Forget it, I'm already in my old age, and even if the wind and waves are a little bit stronger, I will struggle. Crocus refused without hesitation. Later, he thought of something, and said, if you need a ship's doctor, you may pass a place called Drum Island during the journey ahead, Dr. Skill is very good there, and you can find a ship's doctor there. Old man, even you said that. It seems that Nickpin is right, there really is magnetic Drum Island. Usopp was delighted to hear Crocus mention Drum Island. If magnetic Drum Island exists and medicine is developed, then Kaya's disease will be solved. Also thinking about Kaya is Nami, and Nami said happily, it's great, when we arrive at Drum Island, we can cure Kaya's disease. Magnetic Drum Island, okay. I've decided, we'll look for a ship doctor partner there. After serious consideration, Luffy raised his hands and made a decision. Then, he looked at everyone, it's not too late, let's go. Wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Crocus quickly stopped them and said, what are you going to do with Laboon? Laboon? What? Luffy tilted his head, and 3 question marks emerged. Crocus pointed to Nami's palm, that's the whale. It wanted to eat us just now, but we will eat it first. As Luffy said, his mouth was drooling greedily. No. Crocus, his complexion changed. Laboon is not going to eat you, but... As he spoke, Crocus slowly told the Straw Hat pirates about Laboon. Laboon was originally an island whale that lived in West Blue. When it was very young, it became friend with the Rumbar pirates, and regarded the Rumbar pirates as its crew, and followed the Rumbar pirates to Cape Twins. But the Rumbar pirates couldn't take it into the Grand Line, so they let it wait here. As a result, the Rumbar pirates are gone forever, but Laboon has waited here for 50 years, still believing that its crewmate will come back to find it. It thinks that its crewmate are on the other side of the Red Line, and as long as it passes by, it can pick up its crewmates. So it often bumps its head against the mountain, trying to break a path. So that's how it is, story is so touching. Nami's eyes sparkled. Sanji sat on the ground, smoking a cigarette, and angrily scolded in a world-weary tone, those people threw it away, it's disgusting. They couldn't even keep their promises for their own lives. Usopp is also full of grief and anger, they threw this whale away. It still believes them. It has been waiting here for 50 years. Damn it. Who? Since you know those people can't come back, why don't you tell it? Can it understand human language? Crocus shook his head, I told it without any concealment, but it didn't listen. It firmly believes that its companions will come to it. Its belief is right. At this time, Nickpin suddenly spoke. What? Crocus looked puzzled. How is that possible? Sanji retorted immediately. Hey, hey. They have been away for 50 years, why do you still believe it? Yeah, it's been so long, Zoro also nodded. Nickpin did not respond to such questioning, but looked at everyone, and asked calmly, if one day, we need to separate for some reason, I said that I will definitely come back to find you. Do you believe it? I believe. Nami made a statement immediately. Zoro said in a deep voice, we are partners, of course we trust you unconditionally. It's your word, I'll definitely believe it. Sanji also said. Usopp also nodded, the partner's words are worthy of trust. Trust 100. Yay. After Luffy finished speaking. Yes, that's it. Nickpin was very moved, and then he looked at Nami's hand that was gently holding Nami, poured Laboon into his palm, stroked it gently, and said with a smile. Rumbar pirates, they are also Laboon's partners. Chapter 78. They are Laboon's crewmates. When Nickpin shouted these words, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was shocked. Yes. They can trust their crew, why can't Laboon trust its crew? They are sure that are worthy of their crew's trust, but why should they deny other people's crew? Everyone's face is obviously ashamed. Needless to say, my friends. The crew who can keep Laboon here for 50 years and still believe in it, they will never break their promises to Laboon. Nickpin looked serious, this is his speech from the bottom of his heart. He looked at the crews of the Straw Hat Pirates and continued, guys, I have an idea. Take Laboon. Before Nickpin could fully express his thoughts, Luffy directly raised his hands and shouted. Good guy. You are indeed the captain. Well said, Luffy. That's what I think, since Laboon wants to go find the crew into the Grand Line, and we happen to be going to the Grand Line, then we will take Laboon and find his crew. Take Laboon with us. Great. Laboon's dream is to reunite with his friends, if he can also go to the Grand Line, it will be one step closer to his dream. That's right. We have our dreams, and Laboon has its dreams too. There are already so many dreams on this ship, and there is no problem with having one more dream. Take Laboon. Under the leadership of Nickpin and Luffy, the crews of the Straw Hat Pirates were resonated and determined to bring Laboon. Hey hey hey. I don't mean to discourage you, but, it's been 50 years, those guys. He didn't say all the words, but the rest of the words are self-evident. How long can a person live? 50 years have passed, and with the original age of those people, the answer can be guessed without even thinking about it. What you said is not unreasonable, but, even if it is really what you think, those people will definitely leave traces on the Grand Line. Maybe they can be found, Nickpin said while looking at the Laboon in his hand. Laboon can understand people's words, and at this moment, he is shaking happily, as if expressing his willingness to Nickpin. Looks like Laboon really wants to go. Crocus also noticed Laboon's actions and felt slightly emotional. He rubbed the corners of his eyes, as if the warmth passed by again. It's great, to have you group of young people carrying Laboon's dream forward together, maybe it's really better than me giving it a tranquilizer here every day. For so many years, in order not to let Laboon hit the mountain to torture himself, almost all of his hard-earned savings were used to buy tranquilizers. Now, if Laboon can follow this group of people to the Grand Line, then Laboon will be free. Isn't he, Crocus, relieved? Good. 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 I hope you can find the traces of the Rumbar Pirates and realize Laboon's dream, even if you don't find it, at least, Laboon will work hard for his own dream. Having said that, Crocus bowed deeply to everyone, thank you. Old man, I also want to thank you for taking care of Laboon for so many years. With that said, Nickpin handed a money bag to Crocus's hands, all the money you spent on Laboon over the years, let us repay you. Ah. You are underestimating me. Ha. Don't dare to underestimate it. We treat you to a drink. That's about the same. Crocus stopped being hypocritical and accepted it decisively. After all, he is really cash-strapped now. Then, bye, old man. While speaking, Nickpin used the ability of the small card to change Crocus's ship back. His Clow cards are of the same origin as Nami's Clow cards, so Nami's abilities are common to his. Good. I wish you all the best of luck. Crocus jumped aboard his ship and waved to the crowd on the deck of Going Merry. Hey. Young people, my old man has introduced himself, but you haven't introduced your name yet. Say it. I'm Luffy. Monkey D, Luffy. I'm the man who's going to be the Pirate King. Crocus almost spewed out. What the hell? This boy. Me. Nick Pin. The mangaka on the future Pirate King ship. Crocus rolled his eyes. This is to believe that the captain of the ship will definitely be able to become the Pirate King. Sure enough, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Even at the beginning, we never thought that Roger could become the Pirate King. Nami. The navigator on the future Pirate King ship. Zoro. The great swordsman on the future Pirate King ship. Me. Sanji. The chef of the future Pirate King ship. Me. Usopp. The sniper on the future Pirate King ship. I don't know if it's intentional or not, anyway, the other crews followed Nickpin's template to introduce. Good. 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 Then the future Pirate King team, I wish you good luck. Crocus looked at Going Merry, who was gradually moving away from Twin Cape, and saw off with a smile. Look like I'm free now. What he said seemed to be relief, but his tone was full of a sense of loss. Lie in the sun by the lighthouse at Twin Cape. Not long after, a messenger seagull flew over. A newspaper. With belly given by Nick Pin, Crocus is now rich again. Open the newspaper, and the headline on the front page is about East Blue. Bounty. Monkey D. Luffy. From East Blue. Belonged to the Straw Hat Pirates, and holds the position of captain. Powerful, the reward of 100 million belly. Nick Pin. From East Blue. Affiliated to the Straw Hat Pirates, the position is the deputy captain, and a mangaka. With powerful strength and superb IQ, the reward is 90 million belly. Nami. From East Blue. Belongs to the Straw Hat Pirates and is a navigator. Strong, suspected Logia Thunder Fruit user, the first reward of 60 million belly is offered. Hiss. Surprised, Crocus quickly sat up, straightened his glasses, and looked again carefully. That's right. This name, they are right. After reconfirming that it is the Straw Hat Pirates, Crocus took a deep breath from the bottom of his heart. At first glance, these rewards do not seem to be much for him. After all, he has been to Raftel, and in his eyes, big pirates with over 100 million can be seen everywhere like wildflowers on the roadside. But the problem is. This is East Blue. A sea of the weakest that even offers a reward of more than 30 million belong to the rarest ones. A group of teams with such a high reward appeared unexpectedly. How can this not shock Crocus? You know, Roger's first time is only 30 million belly. Even for monsters like Charlotte Lin Lin, the first reward was only 60 million belly. Kaido was 19 years old when he offered a reward for the first time, which was 70 million belly. The combined first rewards of these three people are not as much as the combined first rewards of the three members of the little pirate group from East Blue. Outrageous. The guy who came out of East Blue and offered a reward of 30 million belly for the first time has already become Pirate King, so these guys. Roger, it seems that what you expected is happening. East Blue is such an amazing place. Chapter 79. Going Merry sailed away from Twin Cape. Nami made a basin on the ship, put sea water in it, and this is the temporary residence of Laboon. On the next island, Nami is going to buy an exquisite fish tank for Laboon. Of course, during normal sailing, they don't have to go through such troubles, just let Laboon swim in the sea. Wow! The monstrous waves set off, and Laboon's big head emerged from the sea water. Hey! Come back soon, Laboon. There's going to be a storm. It immediately swam to the side of Going Merry. With a light wave of Nami's small magic wand, the small card ability is activated. Nami put Laboon in the basin and kicked back to the cabin. It's bad. Nami big sister, come out and have a look, the ship's course seems to be wrong. Standing on the watchtower, Usopp felt more and more that something was wrong. Nami settled Laboon and came to the watchtower. What's the matter? It was fine a minute ago, why did the course turn back all of a sudden? Just came up, Nami's complexion is not good. She immediately took out the compass, and then her face became even worse. The compass is totally out of order. Not good. Tell everyone to come and discuss. Seeing the compass needle in his hand spinning rapidly, Nami realized that there was a big problem. This situation is clearly beyond her nautical knowledge. Soon, everyone from the Straw Hat Pirates came to the meeting room. Well, the situation is like this now. Nami clarified the situation and put the confusing compass in the middle of the table. It seems that the situation is really not good, although Zoro doesn't know how to sail, but just looking at the rapidly rotating pointer, he understands that things are not easy. Does the pointer point at random? In this case, wouldn't our adventure be more exciting? Luffy showed a big smile, very excited. Duong. Nami punched Luffy into a daze. Stupid. We are not going to take risks. Nami-chan is right, you idiot. Sanji also took the opportunity to go up to mend his feet. So, no one knows what's going on now. Looking at everyone's situation, Usopp suddenly collapsed, his face was full of sadness. It's over, we're over. Nickpin also frowned. He frowned not because he knew what the situation was, but because Haynard this matter and forget about it. Boom boom boom. Nickpin knocked on the table, and everyone looked over immediately. I have read some information about the Grand Line before, if I remember correctly, here, because the magnetic field of each island is very weird, the compass cannot be used here at all, Nickpin said. What? It is said that Nami, who is a navigator, is the first to understand the serious consequences of this kind of thing. Then, she wondered again, but how do those ships that enter the Grand Line move forward? Nickpin replied, it relies on something called a log pose to replace the role of the compass. Then this is not good, we don't have that kind of thing in our hands. Hearing this, Nami also showed a look of despair on his face. After all, in the middle of the sea, the little pirate ship is really helpless. Nickpin explained, at least you have to reach the first island of the Grand Line before you can buy a log pose. In fact, Crocus has it, but Nickpin didn't think of asking it at the time. Otherwise, Crocus would have been willing to give his log pose to the Straw Hat Pirates. It's over. Then it's really over. Huh? Why is there someone in the sea? Is there someone in the sea? How could it be possible? It's dangerous to stay on the deck in this horrible weather, let alone in the sea. Ah! There is really someone. There is a beauty. What? There are people in the sea who don't say anything, but there are also beautiful women. This bastard doesn't dare to brag like that, does he? Nickpin walked over, just took a look, and his eyes lit up immediately. The log pose is here. Coming to the deck, Nickpin stretched out his hands and reached into the sea. Wow! A man and a woman were dragged up. Surprisingly, it was Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday who escaped before. Thanks, ah! Mr. Nine was about to say thank you, but suddenly saw the pirate flag of the Straw Hat Pirates, and his expression changed drastically. Isn't this the group of pirates who specifically targeted us? Miss Wednesday on the side is also shivering. They don't know if it's because of the cold or because she is still scared. Why are you two reacting like this? It seems that they are seeing ghosts. Say, what are you two doing? No, we're just scared because we almost drowned. Miss Wednesday reacted relatively quickly, and quickly explained. Yeah. We just wanted to go fishing, but we encountered a big storm and the ship capsized. Fortunately, we met you. Mr. Nine said superfluously. You're fooling no one. The corner of Nami's mouth twitched slightly, she didn't believe it at all, she pointed to the sea with her finger. You two are fishing in this horrible weather. Really? You see, this plank is a piece of our ship. Mr. Nine raised the board in his hand and explained. Huh. It's true. Boom. Hey. You are too easy to deceive. Okay, let me tell you, Nickpin pulled Nami back, and then said. No matter what your reasons are, since I saved you, I will send you to a safe place. Where are you going? Hearing this, Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine looked at each other. Then Miss said on Wednesday, let's go to the nearest town from here, Whiskey Peak. Whiskey Peak. Sounds like a very interesting place. Miss Wednesday continued, that's right, it is the first island from the entrance of the Grand Line, so the people there respect pirate very much. And any pirates who come from all over the world can enter there, they will prepare a wealth of food for them for free. Yes. Everyone there is very nice, and everyone loves pirates so much. Wow. That is amazing. I've decided, we'll go there next stop. Hey, hey, hey. Don't think about it, we can't go there by ourselves now. Huh. Right, we have lost our course now, and the compass has also failed. Compass? Hearing this, Miss Wednesday showed a surprised expression, and then suddenly realized. Is this your first time in the Grand Line? Yeah, it is, Nick Pin nodded. That's no wonder. On the Grand Line, the compass is useless, no matter how experienced a navigator is. If he doesn't fave log pose, he will be blind. Here, the only thing that can be trusted is the log pose. As she spoke, Miss Wednesday took out a crystal ball-like object from her arms. Here, this is it. Whizzing. Both arms extended at the same time. Oh, I didn't get it, Luffy scratched his head a little disappointed. Got it, Nick Pin breathed a sigh of relief, and he rolled his eyes at Luffy. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise, our only hope might be ruined by Luffy's clumsy hands. Nick Pin clearly remembers that in the original plot, the first log pose obtained by the Straw Hat Pirates was destroyed by Luffy and Sanji's nonsense. If it weren't for Crocus providing a log pose, then the manga of One Piece should end with the failure of the adventure of the Straw Hat Pirates. Ah! That's my log pose. Nick Pin nodded, showing a thankful smile. Oh, you actually gave me such a valuable thing as soon as we met, thank you so much. Nanny? Miss Wednesday was stunned, she bared her teeth and said, who said I would give it to you? Keep your voice down. Nick Pin saved you, what happened to you giving us a log pose? She stepped forward and grabbed Miss Wednesday's collar, and said angrily in a more fierce tone than Miss Wednesday. If you don't want to give it away, we won't force it. We return the log pose to you now, and leave you intact back into the sea. No please. Then let's do this. I'll return the log pose to you first, and after you drown, we'll go get the log pose. It also saves food for 2 people, it's perfect. Miss Wednesday look everyone like they are stupid. Is there still such a flamboyant plan? The people on this ship are all devils. Don't. I don't want it anymore. Yes, this is a gift from us, please accept it. Mr. Nine followed suit and kowtowed to Nick Pin directly on the ground. Although the log pose is very important to them, but obviously, life is more important. Hey! Since you are so polite, we will not be disrespectful. Shrugging his shoulders, Nick Pin handed the log pose to Nami. Keep it safe, and don't let Luffy touch it. Do not worry. Nami will remember. The log pose is put away. With the log pose, although the voyage in the next few days was not smooth, it was generally safe and sound. A few days later, Going Merry approached Whiskey Peak. Nick Pin's system mail has increased by 6. Your manga fan Roronoa Zoro has improved his world strength in the manga Zaraki Kenpachi biography. Observation Haki has been promoted to the primary level. You get its observation Haki function simultaneously force. You get points 1. Your manga fan, Nami, has conquered the suite in the world of the manga card captor Sakura. You get the suite card at the same time. You get points 1. Your manga fan Nami conquered the shield card in the world of the manga card captor Sakura. You gain shield card simultaneously. You get points 1. Your manga fan Usopp has improved his world strength in the manga Bleach, Otsunemea and developed the Shirkai of Zanpaku Slingshot. You simultaneously gain the ability of Zanpaku Slingshot Shirkai. You get points 3. Your fan Sanji cultivated the second gate of 8 inner gates in the world of the manga Might Guy biography, and successfully opened the second gate. You simultaneously gain the second gate ability. You earn points 2. Your fan Kobe has improved his world power in the manga Demon Slayer, Zenitsu and has learned the Breath of Thunder, the Shape of One, the Flash of Thunder, and 6 consecutive. You simultaneously get its learn ability. You get points 1. Nami is as good as ever. Others are still doing it step by step. It was Usopp's Shirkai that interested Nick Pin. He stood on the deck, communicated with his soul, and a sealed state slingshot in the form of a slingshot appeared in his hand. Chasing freedom, God-killing star. Nick Pin felt a little embarrassed when he yelled such Shirkai. Fortunately, no one was around, so he took advantage of it to see what Usopp's gadgets were. He saw that the original slingshot suddenly became bigger. It becomes a shape of a bow, about 1-2 meters in length, just right to hold, very handy. God-killing star, this name is very suitable for Usopp, it is Zanpakuto after all, and if it can connect with your soul, it must also be affected by Usopp. Nickpin looked at the whiskey peak in the distance. Seems like his vision has become clearer. He subconsciously released the God-killing star, and then looked into the distance. Vision is back to normal. Afterwards, the God-killing star reappeared in the hand. Sight became clear again. Although we are now close to Whiskey Peak, there is a saying that when you see the mountain, you run into a shipwreck. It looks close, but it's actually far away. But Nickpin is holding the God-killing star in his hand at this time, but he can clearly see everything on the Whiskey Peak that are shaped like prickly pears. The thorns on the surface of the prickly pear are like crossed tombstones one by one. It's interesting. Nickpin opened the bow, and suddenly felt a wave of power from the soul trembling in his hands. Because this Zanpakuto God-killing star has just been developed by Usopp as Shirkai, so it doesn't have any moves yet. Nickpin is aiming at the top of the Whiskey Mountain in the distance, full. Then let go. Whoosh! A spirit beam full of Ryatsu is like a laser beam, instantly across the sea and sky. Like a long rainbow penetrating the sun, it penetrates into the top of Whiskey Hill in an instant. Boom! Numerous tombstones were blown over. Chapter 80. Whoops! Seeing that people's graves were blown up, Nickpin shrank his neck. I'm sorry, I didn't know that this thing could shoot so far. Slip away. In the afternoon, Going Merry docked at the port of Whiskey Peak. Wow! What a big prickly cactus. It's an island. It's an island. Sanji was in high spirits. This is Whiskey Peak, it looks pretty good. At this moment, Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine jumped onto the fence on the deck at the same time. Since we're here, let's take our leave. Thanks for taking us back, darlings. See you soon. The two put on a thank you pose, and then jumped into the sea with a whoosh. They just left like this. Luffy watched the two of them swimming forward in the sea, and sweat broke out on his forehead. They're already docking, so what? Sanji pointed forward. Look, there is a river ahead, it seems that you can go inland by ship. Hey, hey, hey. Is this, okay? What if there are monsters in it? Sanji thought for a while, holding a cigarette between his fingers. The scenario you mentioned is possible, and the possibility is quite high, because this is the Grand Line. Never mind him. It's fine, just run away when the time comes. Listening to their words, Nickpin was speechless. Come on, you guys, it seems that you haven't realized how powerful you are. But after thinking about it for a while, Nickpin can also understand everyone. After all, he is a transmigrator, he knows everything, of course he doesn't worry about it. And for the other crews of the Straw Hat Pirates, every time they dock, what they face is a brand new unknown. What's the scariest? The unknown is the scariest thing. At this time, Nami raised the log pose on his wrist and said, "Don't forget, we have to stay on this island for a while." Why? Luffy and Usopp showed question marks all over their faces at the same time. Nami clasped her hands in front of her body and explained calmly, "On the way here, that woman has already explained to me the usage of log pose in detail. If the log pose is not allowed to record the magnetic field of this island, we will not be able to enter the next islands. And the time required for each island is different, some need a few hours, others need a few days." Ah! Usopp's eyes widened. That is to say, even if there are monsters in this island, we have to stay for several days before we can escape. Nami shrugged, then nodded, yes. Ahahaha. This kind of thing will be discussed later. Let's go in quickly. I think I may have a disease that prevents me from going to the island. Usopp still wants to resist. It's just that, except for him, no one else has any objections to land. Soon, the inland river of the Golden Beauty entered Whiskey Peak. It's a pirate. Welcome to our town. Welcome to the Great Line. Long live the warriors of the sea. Seeing that the Golden Mary was about to dock, many people actually came to the shore, cheering loudly for everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. After getting off the ship, a man with wavy hair, holding a saxophone, welcomed everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. "Welcome, my name is Igarapoy. Perhaps you are surprised by our attitude, but Whiskey Peak is a place where winemaking and music are very developed, and hospitality is our tradition. The wine we are proud of is as inexhaustible as the sea water. Tonight, I will use your adventure stories as food for fun. Please allow us to clean up the dust for you. I don't know if you will appreciate our effort. Wow, huh? The people here are amazing. Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp hugged and cheered together. As for Nick Pin, Nami, and Zoro, they stood aside, looking at the three idiots in front of them, and they were cautious. Soon, as the evening approached, the welcome banquet began. Kampai. To the warriors of the sea. Wow. Master Usopp has drank 10 consecutive shots. That's too strong. I'm willing to bow down and challenge someone else. The food in the banquet is very rich, and the wine is inexhaustible, as Igarapoi said. With the drink after glass of wine, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates also became drunk. But Nami and Nick Pin are still very sober. It's amazing. Already 39 shot in a row. Brother Nick Pin is really good at drinking. Here, Nami big sister is not far behind, and has 135 consecutive shot. Everyone else was basically drunk, and everyone started besieging Nick Pin and Nami. Don't come one by one, come together. For every 10 glasses Nami and I drink, you both drink 1 cup at the same time. How about it? Facing these people who intentionally drink alcohol, Nick Pin feels bored. Before he came, he knew that the purpose of these people was to get them drunk and then exchange them for rewards. According to the original idea, Nick Pin planned to do it when he came here, knocking over a few, and teaching them how to behave. But on the way here, Nami tamed the sweet in the world of cardcaptor Sakura, which made things interesting. The so-called the sweet card is a cloud card that has the magic power to turn things into sweets. But at this time, facing everyone's crazy drinking, Nick Pin secretly used the Gone card, turning the alcohol into air cotton candy. Drinking a large glass of wine is actually equivalent to taking a sip of cotton candy. The so-called air cotton candy is the kind sold by street vendors, and a very large volume of air cotton candy can burst out with just a little bit of lying down. After drinking more than 200 glasses of wine, it is probably equivalent to eating a few sweets. It's the same situation on Nami's side. Before getting off the ship, Nick Pin told Nami that she might encounter alcohol abuse, and told her to use this method. So Nick Pin and Nami drink 1,000 cups and still not drunk. Grunt. 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 As the cups of wine were drunk, the people around Nick Pin and Nami gradually became exhausted. Nick Pin and Nami looked at each other, but they couldn't hold on anymore, and fell asleep on the table. Okay. Everyone is having a great time tonight, I wish you all have a good dream. Hospitable people began to move out. When they came outside, the enthusiastic smiles on their faces disappeared. In the open space outside, Igarapoi, M9 and Miss Wednesday are all standing here. What a group of guys who can eat and drink. I used bubble barley tea to fight with them, and I was drunk to death. The door of the banquet hall opened, and a person dressed as a nun came out. She threw off the nun's clothes, revealing her strong muscles. Obviously, her identity is not a nun. She walked towards the three people on the opposite side, and said annoyedly, "We are short of food, and we have to spend so much to entertain them. If the bounty is not high, we will be at a loss." Damn. I'm afraid that you will be shocked. The corner of Igarapoi's mouth twitched. Just now, while the Straw Hat Pirates were eating, he carefully flipped through the recent bounty newspaper. I didn't expect to turn it over soon. Ms. Monday said disdainfully, shock. Hey, what are you kidding? Just by the appearance of that group of people, you can tell they are a group of idiot rookies. Really? Look at this. Igarapoi took out a newspaper offering a reward and spread it out. What? When the other three saw the bounty clearly, they all opened their mouths wide and their eyeballs popped out of their sockets. 100 million belly. They, the stupid captain, unexpectedly, they are the big pirate group with a reward of 100 million belly. My God. What kind of horrible guy are we attracting? Ms. Wednesday, Mr. 9 and Ms. Monday are still calm at this time, they are just three frightened fawns. We need to be strong, there is no way back. Igarapoi wiped his face and said with difficulty. Ms. Wednesday carefully opened the second bounty. But as soon as the page fell, she withdrew her palm abruptly. Ah. Hey. What's going on? Seeing this, Mr. Nine quickly turned over the falling paper industry. Bounty, Nick Pin, who belonged to the Straw Hat Pirates, offers a reward of 90 million belly. The hearts of the three of them were about to burst out. A 90 million belly? Another guy with 90 million belly. This pirate group is too scary. The one who is currently in Alabasta, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, before he joined Shichibukai, his most common value was only 81 million belly. No, this is terrible. What should we do now? Ms. Monday, realizing the seriousness of the problem, looked at Mr. Igarappoi tensely. Scary? This is scary. With a wry smile on his face, Igarappoi turned over the second bounty, revealing the third bounty. Hiss. In the calm open space, only the sound of sucking air can be heard at this time. The three of MS Wednesday, MS Monday, and Mr. Nine are completely numb at this time. What did we see? The big pirate with a reward of 60 million belly. Oh my god. What is this concept? It's over, it's over, it's over. We may have provoked a terrifying existence this time. Although MS Monday is tall and big, she also has brains and knows what it means to offer a reward to a pirate of this level. What should we do? They're drunk now, why don't we keep doing it? Mr. Nine's face was full of nervousness, and his eyes frightened towards the banquet hall from time to time. These people were brought over by him and Ms. Wednesday. He was afraid that once the other party found out that they set up the trap, the other party would kill them. This kind of bounty-offering pirate, which one is not the one who kills without batting an eye? I think, before they sober up. Let's give them a few injections of strong tranquilizers. As long as they get the shot, no matter how strong they are, we can take them out, then we hurriedly notify Marine to come with the bounty. We don't care about the rest. Ms. Wednesday pursed her red lips and suggested. After all, she has a special status and safety is the main priority in everything. She doesn't want to lose her life in such a thing. In that case, the huge responsibility she was carrying would be over. Makes sense. After listening to MS Wednesday's suggestion, MS Modi took a deep breath and forcibly adjusted her mood. These people, on the surface, are actually bounty hunters. In this small town closest to the entrance of the Grand Line, it is dedicated to deceiving newcomers who have just entered the Grand Line. After getting drunk, give these pirates to Marine in exchange for a bounty. Day after day, this is indeed a low-cost, high-return business. Sometimes even encountering one with a high reward is equivalent to winning the lottery. It's just, this time the bounty is too high, it's too scary. Ms. Monday looked towards the open space next to it, where a large number of bounty hunters had gathered, all of them were their subordinates. Hey! Hurry up and find a large amount of tranquilizers, and immediately give several injections to each of the people inside. Hey! I'm sorry, can you let them sleep peacefully? Everyone sailed all the way here are very tired. Nearly 100 people in the open space looked up at the same time. They saw a strong figure sitting cross-legged on the top of the tall building where the banquet hall is located. Holding the sword high in his right hand, he said in a deep voice, as a swordsman, you will never be so stupid as to let alcohol control me. I probably understand, this is the lair of bounty hunters, right? You guys are here to take advantage of the dumbass who just entered the Grand Line. You have about 100 bounty hunters here, I'm here for you, Baroque works. Having said that, Zoro stood up slowly, the figure holding a sword in one hand, under the moonlight, looked like a god of war. When the name, Baroque Works Agency, was mentioned by Zoro, all the bounty hunters below all opened their mouths in horror. What? How do you know the name of our company? The bounty hunters exclaimed. Because, when I was doing this before, your company tried to recruit me, but I rejected it, so I know something about you. Zoro patiently explained. Anyway, after drinking a little, I think I'm sobering up right now. Since you know our secret, I can only kill you. Igarappoi's expression changed, and he said. That's right, there will be another tombstone on the cactus. Ms. Monday rubbed her fists, her face was cold, and she said in a relaxed tone, it's a good thing that those 3 scary bounty guys were all drunk, but this little green-haired guy is awake, so don't worry. Yeah. If one of those 3 people wakes up, we're probably doomed. Quick battle. Don't alarm those 3 bosses. Do you want to fight? That's really great. And many more. Suddenly, Igarappoi yelled loudly. What's wrong? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Ah! This man. As if remembering something, Igarappoi's expression suddenly changed. He quickly took out the stack of bounties and flipped through them quickly. Hey! What are you looking for? There are only 3 people in the pirate group who have been offered a bounty, so don't worry. But Igarappoi didn't listen to him and continued to flip through. A certain moment. Brush. A bounty order was pulled out from this stack by Igarappoi. In the empty night, the terrified cries became one. Check out a new fanfic. Exposing One Piece with Q&A. Chapter 81. The white moonlight fell on the bounty in Igarappoi's hand. It reflects the man with the green moss hair very clearly. This also like their captain. Ms. Wednesday's beautiful eyes were bigger than her mouth, she pointed at the bounty with a look of horror, and she stuttered. Hiss. Even Zoro, who was standing on a high place, could hear the clear startled sound clearly. The agents of the Baroque works were all dumbfounded. They thought it was a rookie who came out. The reward amount just like the StrawHats captain 100 million belly. This is too scary. And you are obviously one of them, why is your bounty issued separately? If they knew Zoro were a boss master just now, they would definitely try to keep their voices as low as possible. But before they thought too much, Zoro's figure disappeared from the sky in an instant. And the next moment. What? Help! Screams rang out from the crowd of bounty hunters. We can't back down now. Fight him. Otherwise, everyone will die here. Igarappoi also reacted at this time, knowing that it would be useless to ask for forgiveness anymore, so he steeled his heart and gave orders. Everybody! Fight! No matter how strong he is only one person. We have a chance. That's right, the advantage lies with us. These little bounty hunters didn't see the bounty but judged from the reaction of Igarappoi that the green hair in front of them should be very strong. At this time, the door of the banquet hall opened. Several bounty hunters were thrown out of it. Igarappoi and the others subconsciously looked at the door of the banquet hall, only to see a man and a woman walking out. What? Another bounty of 90 million belly and 60 million belly came out. It's over. This time there is really no possibility. It seems that you are not drunk either, alas, 3 idiots are enough for their group, there can't be no more. Seeing Nickpin and Nami come out, Zoro was slightly thankful while slashing on the bounty hunter with his sword. Then, he shouted, since you are here, come and help. Forget it if I help. These people might just die from discouragement, so we'll just shout and cheer here. Zoro in the original plot can single out these people in front of him, let alone the Zoro in front of him now. Nickpin wasn't worried at all. Go Zoro! Nami waved his small fist and shouted at Zoro who was fighting. Hey! You two don't just stand there. He's still a bit cold tonight. Nami rubbed her little hands and blew in front of her mouth, then took Nickpin's arm, and leaned her little head on Nickpin's shoulder. Seeing this, Nickpin simply let go of one arm and took Nami's head directly. Would it be warmer this way? Nickpin asked with a smile. Feeling Nickpin's broad arms, Nami was really happy. Ah! I'm fighting here, you two are flirting over there. This is so unfair. As smoke blew from Zoro's angry nostrils. All the anger was cast on Toad bounty hunters around. These people can be regarded as unlucky. It didn't take long before Zoro knocked him unconscious on the ground. Yes, knock. Even in the original plot, Zoro used knock them out to deal with these bounty hunters. Although he is not a saint, he is definitely not a villain. Although these bounty hunters are deceiving, they are all pirates. Pirates. Even Igarappoi, MS Monday, MS Wednesday and Mr. Nine also failed to escape Zoro's back attack. He didn't kill us. Igarappoi lay on the ground, shocked and grateful at the same time. That's because you didn't poison them. Nickpin walked over with Nami and said lightly. After all, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates really had a big meal. Hey! Don't take my moment. You make it look like you contribute. I'm done, you guys are here, it really pissed me off. Didn't you wanted the opportunity to train with that earring? Nickpin pointed towards Zoro's bell earrings. If Nami and I make a move, won't you lose a chance to train? God, what chance to train. Zoro was depressed and found that there was no way to refute this statement. Yes. Although he does all the fight by himself, for him, it really is a training for him. It's already midnight, but this town is still so lively. Suddenly, a high-pitched female voice came from the side of the street. Everyone's eyes looked over. It was a tall woman with short blonde hair and dark eyes. She wears a yellow and orange hat, as well a yellow dress with a lemon pattern. Beside her, a dark-skinned man with black hair and short spiky dreadlock, he wears a brown trench coat with a pair of sunglasses. He put his hands in his pockets and said with a temper, "We were sent here just for such a trivial matter." Ah! Mr. 5. Ms. Valentine. Igarappoi, who was lying on the ground, screamed when he saw these two people. The status of these two people in the Baroque work agency is higher than the few that fell on the ground. Of course, the most important thing is that Igarappoi smelled a dangerous breath from the appearance of these two people. That was a bad feeling. It's really horrible. So many of you lost to a mere swordsman. Mr. 5 raised his head proudly, looked at Igarappoi on the ground with a gaze that looked down on the world, and mocked coldly, "This just pathetic. Ahahaha. No wonder you can only be the low-class agent, you guys are just so pathetic." When the two were talking, they all ignored the three members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Having been in a high position for a long time and being surrounded by strong crew, they have developed this arrogant attitude in. Listening to the attitude of the two people talking, Igarappoi said unhappily, "Are you here to laugh at us? The ridicule is just incidental, ha 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 ha." Ms. Valentine covered her mouth and laughed. "Of course we are here to carry out the boss's task." Task? Even the boss knows that there will be powerful pirates here today. Stop joking. Dealing with pirates? Do you think we would come so far for such a trivial matter? The corner of Mr. 5's mouth curled up, and he said in a cold voice. Mr. 9 also got up from the ground, looked at Mr. 5, "What is that mission? Don't you know?" Mr. 5 looked at Igarappoi and the others, and said with a sneer, "You know, the motto of our company is secrecy. And it is not allowed to investigate the origins of anyone in the company, let alone the true identity of the boss." Ms. Valentine took over the conversation, "So, after a little investigation, we can know that an important person of interset of a certain kingdom had sneaked into our workplace." As soon as these words came out, the faces of Igarappoi and Ms. Wednesday face changed at the same time. Hey hey hey. Although I wear a crown, I am definitely not a king. It's not you. Ms. Valentine shrugged and said disdainfully. Mr. 5 went on to announce, "The traitor identity is..." Before Mr. 5 can finish, Igarappoi angrily wanted to get up and rush to the opponent. But, Zoro's strength is much greater than in the original plot. So with Zoro's previous fight, Igarappoi didn't have the strength to do it. Igarappoi, captain of Alabastus Guard known as Igaram, and Ms. Wednesday or Princess of Alabasta Kingdom Nefertari Vivi. Speaking of this, Mr. 5 coolly took out his right hand from his pocket and slowly lifted it up. Holding in his hand, the official photo of Princess Vivi. Ah! Ms. Wednesday, you are actually a princess. At this time, Mr. 5's right index finger had already been stuffed into his nostril, and he coldly pronounced the sentence, "In the name of the boss of the Baroque Work Agency, you too are hereby fired. Don't underestimate me." Princess Vivi got up from the ground, and immediately took out her weapon. But at this moment, Mr. 9 suddenly rushed in front of Princess Vivi, and he shouted, "Although I don't know what happened, we have been partners for so long, so we are old friends. I'm here to help you buy time, Ms. Wednesday, hurry up and run." Saying that, Mr. 9 rushed towards Mr. 5. Nikisi 9 Konjo Bloody Bat. Mr. 9 rolls and leaps forward. Such loyalty, laughing indifferently, Mr. 5's fingers escaped from his nostrils and flicked forward. Nose fancy cannon. Boom. Mr. 9 was blown away by the booger cannon. Nanny. His booger is so dangerous. Zoro on the side stared blankly. Nami frowned, feeling nauseated, so disgusting. Well, obviously you can pick any other part of your body, but you have to pick your booger, it's really disgusting, Nick Pin also commented seriously. What ignorance. You stupid pirates haven't realized your situation yet. Do you think my booger is disgusting? Then I will make you regret feeling disgust. Mr. 5 is a very proud ma, how can anyone say he is disgusting? He usually works with the Baroque work top agent. No matter how much he picks his boogers, others will only say, awesome. It's so big. It's too strong. But these pirates in front of me are so ignorant. He buckled hard and dug out a lump of bloodshot booger. Vomit. Just seeing this coquettish operation, Nick Pin and others are going to throw up. This powerful weakening buff weakens the enemy state before making a move. It's really a devastating move. Bloodshot booger fancy cannon. Whoosh. With the flick of Mr. 5, the disgusting thing came straight to Nick Pin and others. Nick Pin couldn't help but cursed loudly. Can this thing be stopped? Of course. Even Nick Pin's physical defense can ignore this explosive power. What's more, he has intermediate armament hockey. But damn, who would block this thing? Without any hesitation, Nick Pin immediately used his small card ability, directly turning the booger cannon into a tiny dust. Then he flashed sideways with Nami, avoiding the path of the cannon. Bia. The tiny booger slipped past and not far behind made a tiny noise as light as mosquitoes and flies. Bastard. That's disgusting. I'm going to kill you. Wait. Let me deal with him. He flipped his palm, and the sealed state bow appeared in his hand. Chasing freedom, God-killing star. The Shukai transform, and the sealed state instantly becomes a god-killing star. What is this? Zoro and Nami asked almost simultaneously. This is the weapon created by Usopp, I will use it for now, Nick Pin explained a little bit, and immediately drew his full bow. Ryatsu instantly gathered at the position of the projectile and condensed into one Ryatsu projectile. Although Usopp has not researched any special abilities for this god-killing star, but the Ryatsu projectile alone is enough. Not to mention the power card. Nick Pin spiritually communicates with the Clow card, instantly strengthened his hand. Yes, he's going to kill this disgusting thing. Then power surge, armament hockey activates. A pitch-black airflow gushes out from Nick Pin's hand in an instant, and then wraps around the Ryatsu projectile. In this way, a blow that contains spiritual power, great strength, and armament hockey is formed. Damn. Stop pretending. Although I don't know why my booger cannon suddenly disappeared, but Mr. 5 is still extremely arrogant, he digs again. Another booger cannon. Nick Pin cursed angrily, and let loose the projectile in his hand. A psychic beam shot out. Between the lightning and the flint, they will pass through the clouds and seize the moon. Boom. Mr. 5 didn't have time to react, the booger cannon in his hand hadn't formed yet, he was hit by the psychic beam. Instead of flying upside down like being hit by a heavy object, it has a penetrating effect. The psychic light beam disappeared in a flash, Mr. 5's whole body seemed to be lifted up by something, and his body was stiff. Then it seemed like a deflated ball, fell down, limp on the ground, motionless. What? Seeing Mr. 5 die so simply, Ms. Valentine was terrified. Without any hesitation, she quickly jumped up. 0001 kg. The Kilo fruit ability was activated, and Ms. Valentine immediately floated into the sky. Ahahaha. Didn't expect that, I can fly. Now let's see what you can do with me. Although he successfully escaped from the enemy's attack range, but Ms. Valentine committed the old problem again, and did not forget to taunt the enemy. Nick Pin pouted. If you keep ridiculing me, how can I turn a blind eye and let you escape? Nick Pin said lightly, flying so high, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Lightning? Ahahaha. What an idiot. How can there be thunder in this clear night sky? Hack. As soon as her voice fell, a thunder fell on her. What? Zizizi. Ms. Valentine floated down with green smoke. Isn't there? With a move of Nami's little hand, the effect of the thunder card was used. Taunting Nick Pin. Humph. Chapter 82. Quack. On the treetops under the night sky, an old vulture flapped its wings and flew up, holding an otter under its claws. In Otter's hand is a piece of drawing paper, on which many people are drawn. Includes Nick Pin, Zoro, Nami, Igaram, Princess Vivi and more. It's not good. It's Ms. Friday of Baroque Works and Mr. 13, and Mr. 13 has already recorded the things here, and he's going back to report to Mr. Zero. Igaram looked around, and suddenly saw the flying old vulture, and he was shocked. At this moment, Nickpin was holding the Bao God killing star, and his vision was excellent. From a few hundred meters away, he could see clearly the drawing on the drawing paper in Otter's hand. He commented slightly, his painting skill is not bad, if he work hard for a few more decades, he will be able to catch up with me. As if they heard Nickpin's comment, the old vulture and Otter in mid-air looked back at Nickpin at the same time. Yo, you still stare at me. Nickpin shrugged his shoulders. The agent are arrogant and ignorant. These two little beasts also look like an arrogant animal. It makes people very uncomfortable. Nickpin raised his hand, and a psychic beam shot out. Goog! The old vulture screamed, and both it and the otter were shot with the Ryatsu shot. Just when Nickpin put away the god-killing star, he suddenly heard a shout. Then he saw Igaram hugging his leg tightly, and shouted, after seeing your great strength, I have a request. Hey! If you have something to say, don't hug me. Ah, good, hearing this, Igaram quickly let go. Then, he introduced. I am Igaram, captain of the King's Guard of Alabasta, and this is Nefertari Vivi, princess of Alabasta. It's like this. Igaram cursed and narrated, and quickly told what happened to Alabasta in recent years and the culprit of it. So, as a princess, you actually risk yourself to investigate the culprit behind the drought? After listening to the story Igaram told, Nami was very curious and squatted beside Vivi, looking at her with a pair of bright eyes. Princess Vivi pursed her red lips, with sadness in her eyes. There is no other way, if the truth of this matter is not found out, the rebel will believe that the drought is caused by our royal family, and then officially start a war with the royal family. So, in order to protect the imperial power from being overthrown, you sacrifice a lot, Zoro commented calmly. No. Don't underestimate the princess. Princess Vivi is not that kind of person. She didn't want to see war and didn't want to see a lot of innocent people die. Princess Vivi smiled, Igaram, there is no need to explain, so many people in Alabasta don't believe it, why should we force people from other countries to believe it? As long as the war can be stopped, Princess Vivi is not afraid of death. I believe it. But at this time, Nickpin spoke up with certainty. Ah. Do you really believe it? She wasn't quite sure whether the person in front of her really believed her, or he was there to tease her on purpose. Nickpin nodded faintly, if it's a princess who only thinks about imperial power in her head, it's impossible for her to risk her life to lurk in a dangerous group like Baroque work. Everyone listens. Yes. Those who always claim to be powerful, which one doesn't cherish their lives like gold? They have the power in their hands, the glory and wealth that others can't even dream of. How can they put themselves in a dangerous situation? They don't want to be even a little bit dangerous. What's more, as a princess of a country, you can still let go of the dignity of a princess and play the role of a clown like Ms. Wednesday. Princess Vivi opened her mouth wide. I understand why, it's just, do you have to be so blunt? Life. Dignity. These two are the most important things for ordinary people, but you, as a princess, leave them all behind. I have no reason not to believe that you are for doing something more noble. Obviously, you are no longer a princess, but a qualified heir to the king. When Nickpin's voice fell, both Igaram and Princess Vivi were shocked hearing it. This person. Did he rate Princess Vivi so highly? In an instant, Princess Vivi's emotions couldn't help but break down, and tears poured out at once. She felt so wronged. In the past 2 or 3 years, not only Alabasta has suffered great injustice. As a princess, she has been wronged even more. But she didn't say it all the time, and she endured it silently. It doesn't matter if no one understands, she can bear it. But it is precisely when someone can understand her that this is when her psychological defense collapses. A pair of gentle arms embraced her. Not Nickpin, but Nami. My lovely princess, this man can always touch people's hearts, it's just so hateful. Gently pressing Princess Vivi's head in her arms, Nami smiled and patted the back of her head. I used to have grievances like you but couldn't speak out, until I met this guy. I was in his arms, I cried a lot, and I walked out. He told me that the grievances should be made public. Speaking of this, Nami's red lips touched Princess Vivi's pink earlobe. Hey, princess, you can cry in my arms. After saying this, how can Princess Vivi hold back? Plunging into Nami's chest, Princess Vivi burst into tears. Seeing this scene, Igaram burst into tears. "Hero, can you help us?" Suddenly thinking of asking for help, Igaram looked at Nick Pin, as if he was going to throw himself on his thigh if he didn't agree with each other. "Don't move." Nick Pin saw it and immediately warned. Afterwards, he shrugged his shoulders. "I don't have any opinion on things like drawing swords to help when seeing injustice, but I have my crew, and I can't force my likes and dislikes on my crew. When they wake up, we will hold a meeting and give you an answer then." "Really? This is good news. Thank you, thank you." Zoro leaned against the wall behind him, watched the scene, and then said, "With the beautiful princess here, that guy Sanji will definitely agree." Nick Pin nodded. "Well, that's for sure, that fellow Usopp's opinion can also be easily influenced, and he definitely disagrees, but his opinion doesn't count. After all, if there is even the slightest risk, Usopp will always refuse." Of course, although Usopp refused, but every time he would bite the bullet. "He is still very reliable." Zoro added, "But if you think about it carefully, that guy Luffy will definitely agree, looking for exciting adventure, he is more active than anyone else. If you put it this way, it seems that you are the only one who has the opinion on this." As he spoke, Nick Pin looked at Zoro playfully. Zoro refused to accept. He immediately pointed at Nami. "Isn't she still undecided?" Nick Pin smiled and shook his head. "Well, I'll give you two key words, one is princess, and the other is rich, understand?" "Hey. Why did I forget? As long as it's about money, there's nothing Nami isn't interested in." Zoro slapped his head and immediately figured it out. Igaram rushed forward and hugged Zoro's thigh. Zoro bared his teeth and got goosebumps all over the floor. Nick Pin can't stand this kind of thing, and a straight man like Zoro can't stand it even more. 2 days later, the log pose filled the magnetic field of the island, and Going Merry left Whiskey Peak. As analyzed by Nick Pin and Zoro, the result of the meeting of the Straw Hat Pirates was that Usopp firmly opposed it, and all the rest accepted. In this way, the next main destination of the Straw Hat Pirates is Alabasta. However, only Princess Vivi boarded the Straw Hat Pirates ship. As for Igaram, as in the original plot, he disguised himself as Princess Vivi in order to prevent the pursuers of the Baroque Work Agency from chasing and killing Vivi, and took the lead to Alabasta from another route. There is also the so-called camouflage of Igaram, so a big man dressed up as a princess, you don't need to think about how outrageous it is. But in the original plot, Igaram did return to Alabasta at the end. On the deck of the Going Merry, Princess Vivi stood at the bow, looking at the inland river of Whiskey Peak that was about to sail out, feeling very complicated. She muttered, "I don't know if Igaram is safe on the road, there must be other pursuers in Baroque works." "Yes, beautiful lady, you guessed it right." Suddenly, a melodious chuckle came from above. The atmosphere on the deck also suddenly became cold. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at the top of the cabin, where a graceful and beautiful lady was sitting. With a delicate face and three-dimensional features, she is a charming woman. Dressed in denim, and with a wheat-colored skin tone, there is a burst of wildness from the west. She sits high on the top of the ship, her slender beauty is built together with her natural beauty. Miss All Sunday. The moment she saw this woman, Princess Vivi's voice trembled. However, she forcibly calmed down. She's the one that Vivi follows to be able to investigate the true identity of Mr. Zero. Later, Princess Vivi added, "By the way, it was by following you that I managed investigated the true identity of the boss of Baroque Work." "Ah, cute little princess, I let you to follow me on purpose." Robin rested her chin in one hand, raised hers hands and raised her feet, and the aura of mature but not yet full beauty bloomed naturally. "What? Then is she a good person?" "I know that. Besides, the boss already tasked the officer to kill us and reveal our identity, you must be the one that tell the boss about it." "Ah. So she's a bad guy?" As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was on edge. Nick Pin pursed his lips slightly. "Don't point such dangerous things at me, please." Saying that, she activated the fruit ability. Poof. Usopp and Sanji fell to the ground. And that's all. A look of horror suddenly appeared on the delicate cheeks that were originally breezy. Robin subconsciously looked at the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. She saw Nami stood with her hands on her hips, easily grasping the arms that appeared on her body. It's not enough strength to knock me down. Under the action of power cards, Nami's power is stronger when it is active. This is not what shocked Robin the most. What shocked her even more were Nick Pin, Luffy and Zoro. She saw black air currents winding around the arms of Luffy, Zoro, and Nick Pin. It made those arms grow because of the flower fruit ability, unable to shake the three of them at all. That's armament hockey. Robin's eyes were filled with shock. Seeing Robin's expression, Robin laughed. I wanted to show off, but it turned out to be embarrassing, isn't it? Ahem. Robin's face flushed slightly, which was indeed a bit embarrassing. Hey. It's actually devil fruit power. It's great to be touched by such a beautiful big sister. Usopp and Sanji got up from the ground, but their attitudes were completely different. Are you going to fight? I can fight you. Robin regained his calm expression and shook his head slightly. Oh, don't get me wrong, originally I just wanted to persuade you to give up the idea of fighting against crocodiles. But now. She took another look at the armament hockey on the three of them, especially Nickpin's. That kind of prowess is definitely not the standard armed color. At least intermediate level and above. The armament hockey of the guy in the straw hat is also like an intermediate level. With such a luxurious and powerful lineup, Robin didn't know whether she should say what she wanted to say or not. Forget it, since you want to help this lovely princess, maybe you can. Here, have this. Saying so, Robin threw an hourglass-shaped thing at Princess Vivi. Eternal pose. Princess Vivi looked surprised. Yes, this eternal pose is pointed to the nearest safe island to Alabasta, which no one at Baroque Works knows. From there you can safely return to Alabasta. Nick Pin nodded in response. But at this moment, Luffy's arm stretched out and grabbed the eternal pose. Snapped. Crumb. Chapter 83. Hey. You idiot. She kindly told us a shortcut. What if she is really a good person? Unnecessary. Luffy got up and announced seriously. The direction of this ship does not need to be controlled by an outsider. Okay. Nick Pin curled his lips. This is Luffy, what he is sure about, no one else can influence him. But for Nick Pin, he thinks there is nothing wrong with it. He knew that Robin had good intentions, but for others, who knows if Robin has another plan. This approach of Luffy may seem silly, but it is actually a smart. Quickly solve the root cause of the problem that is likely to cause disputes. This is an advantage that many captains do not have. Is that so? What a pity. Nick Pin shrugged, and the corners of his mouth were raised slightly, revealing a regretful expression. In that case, let's say goodbye. While speaking, she crossed her hands, and arms spread out from her arms, connecting back and forth, forming two arm ropes. Jumping over the railing on the ship and land on a turtle next to Going Merry. With a little force, she pulled herself over. Zoro showed surprise. This trick is a bit similar to Luffy's rubber fruit ability, but it's not as convenient as Luffy's. Sanji was lying on the side of the ship with a flattering face. Be careful, beauties. Ah, what a big sea turtle. Luffy, who had a serious face a moment ago, became excited when he saw the turtle. Robin's turtle ship is a real turtle. It's not even a ship, but a turtle mount. Do you dare to travel alone on the Grand Line? Nami's focus is not on the turtles, but on Robin's solitude. Their ship almost capsized collectively during the journey to Whiskey Peak, but the woman in front of her dared to shuttle between the islands riding a big turtle, which is really amazing. Hearing this, Robin looked back at Nami and smiled slightly. What's wrong with being alone? Nami thought about it seriously, and then said, it's lonely to be alone. Thinking of how lonely she was before, Nami felt deeply. Oh, some people are born to walk alone. Robin's eyebrows moved slightly, and he lifted his shoulder lightly. For example, Oh. Nick Pin came to Nami's side, leaned gently on the fence, looked at Robin. That's not right. Really? Think whatever you like. I don't want to target you, I just want to refute your words. The sea is so vast, everyone will meet a companion that they can count on. Look at our ship. Before forming the pirates, Luffy was floating alone at sea and nearly drowned. I have been floating on the sea alone in a lonely small broken ship for more than a year. Zoro is weak and often got lost, so stupid that he was deceived by the young master of marine, and almost died in vain. Nami's hometown was oppressed by fishmen pirates, how helpless she was, living a lie for 10 years. Usopp stays in a small mountain village, and can only lie every day. Sanji has a dream in his heart, but he can only be a cook on a ship. Those of us, if it wasn't for meeting each other and establishing a bond, we would still be living our miserable lives alone on the scene. But now, we protect each other, care about each other, none of us are truly alone. Nickpin's words touched everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Yeah. If it wasn't for meeting a crew. Our group of people is not just a mess of loose sand. Not even a plate of loose sand is good enough. Touching, Nickpin's words raised the cohesion of the Straw Hat Pirates to another level. This bond must be cherished. Of course, Robin was undoubtedly the most shocked at this time. Originally, she was ready to leave, but when Nickpin's words hit her one after another, her body trembled. Will everyone meet a companion that can be counted on? A giant once told her. But, she had been wandering for 20 years, and she is still alone. Or, others can have companion, only her, the devil's child, is not worthy of having such companion. Nickpin is right. If I hadn't met Nickpin, I might have drowned in the sea. Luffy grinned, as if reminiscing about the days when he burrowed into a barrel and resigned himself to fate. That's right. A crew is indeed a kind of magical power that makes people unable to give up once they come into contact with it. I hate it, when I talk about the past, it makes me want to cry. Nami beat Nickpin lightly, and then put his little head into Nickpin's arms. With crewmates, I will become a brave sea fighter. Long live my crew. Sanji agreed very much. Nickpin looked at Robin, spread his hands, and said with a smile, "Look, what you said is not right. Actually, what I firmly believe is. There is absolutely no one who is always alone in this world." This word. Like a bolt of lightning in the dark night, it struck Robin hard. Robin's body froze. There is absolutely no one who is always alone in this world. 20 years ago, her only good friend also said this to her. And now, 20 years later this year, someone actually said the same thing to me. Is it a coincidence? Or, some things are predestined in the dark? Staring deeply at Nickpin for a while, Robin took a deep breath and turned his head in other directions. She looked at the sea in the distance. This direction is facing the direction of West Blue. With a long beard, Robin let out a sigh of relief from being provoked by Nickpin. Then, she looked at Nickpin again. Straw Hat Pirates, Nickpin. Nickpin raised his chin, motioning for please. Thank you for your word. You're welcome. The big turtle paddled its limbs and headed towards the distant sea. Some words need not be said. You understand, I understand too. You are clearly contradicting her. Why should she thank you? What a strange woman. Luffy also showed a question mark on his face. Yeah, thank you even if you got different view. Ah. You bastard. Why would such a beautiful woman say thank to you? It should be what Nickpin said that changed her opinion. Nami can understand. After all, she was most touched by Nickpin's words. Nickpin shrugged, noncommittal. There is no need to explain this kind of thing. Otherwise, I have to explain a lot of things, which is very troublesome. After lunch, the Straw Hat Pirates entered their daily manga practice. Even Nami, who loves to pester Nickpin the most, did not relax. Every time she set sail she tried her best to get as many clue cards as possible before reaching the next island. Kaya is still sick in bed, recuperating. Princess Vivi took a nap and woke up. It turns out that the pirate ship is not as bad as I imagined. Feeling the pure white quilt and pillow, Princess Vivi can be said to have slept so peacefully for the first time in recent years. Woke up and tidied myself up. Now the new Princess Vivi is no longer the same as the previous Ms. Wednesday. When the soaring ponytail was untied, Princess Vivi's sealed appearance seemed to be released, and she instantly changed from a little girl to an elegant and generous princess of the kingdom. Although they are pirates, but I don't know why, I envy them so much. Standing in front of the mirror, Princess Vivi let go of her thoughts. Even without considering the undercover life in the past 2 or 3 years, Princess Vivi is still envious of the Straw Hat Pirates. Although she was a princess since she was a child, she lived a life of rich clothes and fine food. However, she has never experienced such a thing as friendship. She saw passion from everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. What an extravagant wish for her. At this point, everyone should be taking a nap. Thinking of this, Princess Vivi decided to go play with Nami. After all, she didn't know how long she would spend with these people. Since the future is at a loss, it is better to cherish the present. Next door to Princess Vivi is Kaya's room, and next door to Kaya is Nami's room. She first came to the room where Kaya, and first chatted with this good friend who had just met not long ago. So you are going to Drum Island to seek medical treatment. When she learned that Kaya was going to Magnetic Drum Island for medical treatment, Princess Vivi immediately nodded. Well, I know about that island, and their medical treatment is indeed very advanced. Really? If a princess like you is sure, then my illness seems really hopeful. Happily holding Princess Vivi's hand, Kaya's weak and pale face seemed to be covered with hope. But the king of that island is not a good person. If you go, try to avoid contact with that king. Thinking of being hit by the Drum King on purpose when she was a child, Princess Vivi reminded her. After chatting for a while, Kaya needs to rest. You rest well, I'll go find Nami, you are so lucky to have a good friend like her. Saying that, Princess Vivi is going to the next room. Hey, wait a minute. Seeing this, Kaya immediately shouted to Princess Vivi. What's wrong? Princess Vivi was a little surprised. It's time for everyone to practice now, don't bother them for now. Kaya propped herself up a little bit, and then solemnly warned, on this ship, everyone will work hard every day to protect their companions. At this time, even if you go to them, they can't do anything. Regarding manga training, of course no one kept Kaya from it. At first Nickpin also considered letting Kaya see manga. It's just that Kaya's body is too weak, and even reading manga consumes her energy too much. So there is no reluctance. The so-called reciprocity. Everyone's friendship to Kaya is sincere, and Kaya also cherishes everyone. She don't want everyone's training to be disturbed. But what she said made Princess Vivi very interested. Practice. The black eyes were shining, and Princess Vivi said with interest, I won't disturb them, I'll just take a look from a distance. Where are they practicing? No, the training method of this cruise is different from what you think. Kaya shook her head hastily, probably because her body was too weak. At this moment, she was sweating a lot again. Princess Vivi felt distressed immediately. Okay, Sister Kaya, lie down quickly, I don't want to disturb them. By the way, why don't you go to Nickpin? He is the only one who is free during the training time. Besides, if you go to him, maybe. Speaking of this, Kaya stopped talking immediately. She suddenly thought that if the other people on the ship didn't talk about the mangas, she might as well not talk about it. But her appearance fell into the eyes of Princess Vivi, which made Princess Vivi think that Kaya's physical strength was exhausted to ultimate, so she quickly comforted Kaya and fell asleep. Are you looking for Nickpin? That super powerful man. Thinking of this, Princess Vivi went to Nickpin's studio. Anyway, I have nothing to do now, so I should just talk to someone. Knock knock knock. Is it Princess Vivi? Come in. Ah. How do you know it's me? Because everyone is practicing at this time, Nickpin shrugged and explained with a smile. In fact, there is another reason. That is, people from the Straw Hat Pirates will not knock on the door when they come to him. The only one who can knock on the door is Kaya, but she is sick in bed and can't come. Therefore, this polite person must be Princess Vivi. Oh, embarrassedly scratching her forehead, Princess Vivi walked in very cautiously. What's up? Nickpin stretched out his hand to signal Princess Vivi to sit down. Oh, it's all right, I'm just bored by myself, I want to chat with you. Originally, she came here because she was bored, but when she got here and was alone with Nickpin in a room, Princess Vivi suddenly felt a little shy. Hey. There are so many manga here. That's right. I'm an ability user of manga fruit, and my hobby is drawing manga. Nickpin has been used to introducing himself in this way ever since being dubbed by the Straw Hat Pirates as manga fruit ability user. Anyway, this is also convenient to explain my ability. My god. So many mangas are drawn by you, you are so talented. The guy in front of me is powerful, handsome, and talented. It's just perfect. Vivi really envy Nami. It can be seen from the previous situation that the relationship between Nami and Nickpin is extraordinary. So Princess Vivi envied Nami more and more. The more she think about it, the more she feel envious. Princess Vivi can't help but blush. Ah. No, what is she thinking? Realizing that she might have lost her composure, Princess Vivi quickly found an excuse. Can I read a manga? Okay. You can pick one yourself. For Princess Vivi's request, Nick Pin agreed without any hesitation. Although Princess Vivi has just boarded the ship, Nick Pin is a transmigrator. He knows this is a non-active crew of the Straw Hat Pirates. His crew wants to read manga, so what else is there to think about? What's more, Nick Pin now knows that when others get abilities from reading manga, he can get better at the same time. This kind of good thing, the more the better. Chapter 84. Thank you. Not daring to look at Nick Pin again, for fear that Nick Pin would notice her blushing, Princess Vivi hurried to the bookshelf. Choose slowly, pick one you like. By the way, reading my manga will be of great benefit to you, Nick Pin reminds me. Oh, the little head nodded. Princess Vivi had seen a picture on the cover of the manga. For a princess like her, she still likes to see girls as heroines. This one, from the dozen or so books in front of her, she picked one that suits her taste, and then looked at Nick Pin. Can I take it back to my room and read it? After all, watching from Nick Pin, Princess Vivi is afraid that she will not know whether she is reading mangas or watching Nick Pin. It's okay, I'll give you this manga as a meeting gift, Nick Pin said generously. This, although it is just a manga, Princess Vivi still thinks such a gift is very precious. Much more precious than any gold jewelry. Those things are readily available, but this manga is different. Even if you have traveled all over the world of pirates, there is only one here in Nick Pin. But I seem to have nothing to give you. Reciprocity is the most basic tradition among nobles. This kind of etiquette is naturally deeply rooted in Princess Vivi's bone marrow. She is currently fleeing, so naturally she has nothing to offer. Nick Pin made a look of thinking, and then said, It's okay, I think your duck is good, give it to me, it will definitely be delicious when roasted. Ah. Karu is not food. Ahaha, and, seeing you are so reserved, let me make a joke with you. Amused by Princess Vivi's funny appearance, Nick Pin came over and said with a smile. If every gift is meant to be a gift in return, then the meaning of the gift will be lost. Princess Vivi was shocked. Very reasonable words. She always remembers the interests of the nobility, and a gift must be returned. But now hearing Nick Pin's words, she thinks carefully. Every time princes and nobles give gifts to each other, it seems that it is indeed a way to deepen friendship. But such a gift is more like an exchange. Gifts are no longer gifts, but a means of socializing. The real gift is given to express the goodwill between each other. This is the meaning of the gift. No wonder Ms. All Sunday say thank you to you. What you said is really beneficial. Holding the manga in her arms, Princess Vivi performed a royal etiquette to Nick Pin, and said seriously. Thank you, for letting me understand the meaning of the gift. Nick Pin smiled, well, you're welcome. After leaving the painter, Princess Vivi returned to her temporary room. It is very cherished to take out this manga. She swears that when she returns to Alabasta this time, she can lose everything, but this manga must not. The cover is a sassy girl with long crimson hair. The girl is wearing a delicate and sexy female armor, pressing the hilt of the sword with both hands, and pointing the tip of the sword to the ground. That heroic posture is almost vivid on the paper. Fairy Tale, Urza Scarlet, the name is also very nice. For such a strong lady, Princess Vivi has almost no resistance. She is a princess of the kingdom, but she also likes to fight with guns and sword. When she saw this cover on the bookshelf just now, she decided it has to be this manga. Turning to the first page of the manga, Fairy Tale, Urza Scarlet, what comes into view is not Urza's valor, but Urza's tragic fate when she was a child. Ah! Seeing Urza's childhood experience, Princess Vivi felt inexplicable heartache. Even in such a difficult environment, she always maintains a gentle smile. What a strong girl. These people are really hateful. Urza rescued them, but framed Urza instead. It's really hateful. Look at it, Princess Vivi has fallen into the pit. In a trance, she suddenly found that the surrounding environment seemed to have changed. In the dark night, there are only stars. Surrounded by pitch-black forests, from time to time, some unknown beast bowed its head. Where am I? Princess Vivi is confused. Is this hallucination? But why is the night wind blowing on the arms so clear and cold? At this moment, there was a loud noise from the front. There are still many lights shining here. Run! Don't be caught back. The wizard are coming. A group of children of about the same age were running away frantically. And the direction of escape is exactly the direction where Princess Vivi is. Ah, isn't this the scene of Urza and her group trying to escape from the Black Magic Order? Because it was the manga she just read, Princess Vivi has a very clear memory of this scene. She can be sure that this is the scene in the manga just now. Isn't it? Could it be that I entered the manga world? No, no, no. I fell asleep while reading the manga, was it a dream? Well, it must be like this, as long as I get myself, I will definitely wake up from the dream. Thinking of this, Princess Vivi walked directly towards the crowd in front of her. Hey! That woman, don't get in the way. Run quickly. This is the place of the Black Magic Order, do you want to die? Stay still, like a fool. The children enslaved by the Black Magic Order didn't pay much attention to Princess Vivi, and then whizzed past her. What a determined look. When Urza passed by her, Princess Vivi saw the determination and courage in Urza's eyes. An inconspicuous magic circle appeared at the feet of Princess Vivi, setting off a faint light. The next moment, the magic circle poured directly into Princess Vivi's body. The moment the magic circle entered her body, the humble princess felt it. This is. Feeling the awakening magic power in her body, Princess Vivi was stunned. Is it magic? After reading this kind of manga just now, the power system that the humble princess knows is mainly magic. And magic can be learned or awakened. Her current situation is obviously the awakening of magic. Hey! And many more. The magic. When Princess Vivi further felt the magic surging, she was suddenly stunned. Isn't this Urza's requip magic? Although the only power that can be used at this time is requip magic, and her magic is still in the awakening stage. This is the magic master by Urza in the manga. Kill. While Princess Vivi was still in a daze, the group of chasing magic soldiers directly stabbed Princess Vivi with their weapons. What? With a scream, Princess Vivi woke up suddenly. She checked her arm, covered in cold sweat. Just now, that was a hallucination. The feeling of being hacked to death with a sword is so real. Wait. This is. She tried to communicate with the power in her body. Ah. It's magic power. That's right, isn't this the magic power of the requip magic? How could this be? Could it be that I really entered the world of manga just now, and awakened my magic? Only. She communicated with the source of magic power. Buzz. The magic power fluctuated and shone, and the clothes on her body disappeared in an instant. What? Sudden loss of clothes, which frightened Princess Vivi. But when she looked down at herself, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Because she didn't appear with a naked body, around her body, there was a layer of magic power to wrap her up. This magic power fluctuation seems to be a layer of membrane, it looks like a mist, but nothing can be seen through it. Accompanied by a powerful clang, pieces of blade-like bright silver magic steel were automatically assembled around Princess Vivi's body. The next moment, the force wave dissipated. Princess Vivi's arm is protected by a gauntlet made of magic steel. The upper body is an armor made of steel blades, and the lower body is a layered skirt made of steel blades. Behind her, there are 4 steel wings made of steel blades, 1 pair facing upwards and 1 pair facing downwards. It looks a bit like the wings of an elf, but it's made of steel. Ah! This armor. Princess Vivi looked down. This is too revealing. She tried to communicate with the source of magic power. Knock King King. Sure enough, the magic heart moved at will, and more than a dozen pieces of magic steel appeared out of thin air, replacing Princess Vivi's enclosure with a half-body armor. This is not too bad, otherwise it would be embarrassing to fight like this. Seeing that there is no leak now, Princess Vivi was relieved. But, does that seem to be the case? Why can't I sense the next ability? Princess Vivi communicated with the source of magical power in her body, and wanted to try more magical abilities, but found that she seemed to be stagnant. But I read that Urza's armor in the manga are not limited to this, why can't I continue to use more? Frowning, Princess Vivi began to think seriously. With her cleverness, she quickly guessed where the problem might be. I'm trying to enter the manga world. After thinking about it, Princess Vivi tried to communicate spiritually with the manga. Call. The gusts of night wind made Princess Vivi feel a bit chilly. And then came in again, she felt in her body, the source of magic power was still there. At this time, the front came again. There was movement. Hey! That woman, don't get in the way. Run quickly. This is the place of the Black Magic Order, do you want to die? Stay still, like a fool. The crowd rushing towards Princess Vivi were none other than the group of children enslaved by the Black Magic Order. Everyone quickly ran past Princess Vivi. Bang bang. The heavy footsteps of the magic soldiers also approached Princess Vivi. If I'm right, even if I die in the manga world, it's just my spirit being cut off. If that's the case, what's there to worry about? Thinking of this, Princess Vivi communicated the source of magic power in her body. Requip Heaven's Will Armor. As she said softly, huge magic power instantly surrounded her. The original clothes suddenly disappeared, replaced by the Heaven's Will armor composed of pieces of magic steel. Of course, it is an impeccable Heaven's Will armor formed according to Princess Vivi's own wishes. Hey hey hey. What is that? My god. Is that magic? What a beautiful armor. So cool. The strong magic fluctuations made the children who were running away subconsciously turn around. When they saw Princess Vivi wearing the Heaven's Will armor, they were all stunned. Fly, sword. Supported by the magic power, Princess Vivi jumped 2 meters from the ground. The gorgeous magic fluctuations formed ripples on his body. 2 magical steel swords appeared in his hands. When he held the simulated steel sword in both hands and spread it to both sides for a moment, those magic fluctuations spread to a ring-shaped area around his body and transformed into a foot sword. 16 magical steel swords. These 16 magical steel swords formed a ring of stars around the body of Princess Vivi. Sure enough, after coming to the manga world, it seems that my magic source can continue to be used. I don't know if I can continue to use it when I return to the real world. Without continuing to think about this question, Princess Vivi leaned forward slightly, crossed her swords, and then opened it violently. Swipe swipe. A ring of magical steel swords around him all flew forward in an instant. Bang bang. These magical steel swords have a terrifying sharpness that ordinary steel does not have. Those magic soldiers were vulnerable to a single blow, and they were instantly penetrated into a hornet's nest by these dozens of magic steel swords. Boom. 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 A few seconds after the magic soldier fell, Princess Vivi felt a burst of magic exhaustion. The fluctuation of magic power instantly surrounded her, and the steel armor just dissipated, and then her original clothes appeared. The next moment, the magic wave disappeared. More than what can be used in the real world, but it is limited, and it consumes energy. Quickly comparing the difference between the two uses of magic in her mind, Princess Vivi already had a preliminary judgment in her mind. It seems that I have to constantly hone this magic in the manga world, so that I can better display the power of this magic in the real world. Ha! After taking a deep breath, Princess Vivi tried again to activate the Heaven's Will armor. Really? This time, she can play to a greater extent than before. But still limited. Without continuing to enter the manga world, Princess Vivi was thinking while resting. The manga that Nick Pin gave me actually has such a magical ability, does he know? What am I thinking? He is a manga fruit capable person, the physical ability that this manga brings to me must be thanks to him. By the way, when he gave me this manga, he said that it had a great benefit for me. Sure enough, this benefit is really huge. No, it should be said that it is a great benefit. Nick Pin. How can she thank him? Chapter 85. Your fan Nefertari Vivi has awakened the magic of Requip in the world of the manga fairy tale, Urza Scarlet. You simultaneously gain the Requip magic. You get points too. Your fan Nefertari Vivi practiced the magic of Requip in the world of the manga fairy tale, Urza Scarlet, she gained Heaven's Will armor. You simultaneously gain the ability to Requip the Heaven's Will armor. You get points 1. Nick Pin was bored looking at the system emails of the log classification and saw that Princess Vivi's tribute had arrived. Not long after she got the manga, she have already gained the ability, this efficiency is quite high. Nick Pin likes such a talented fan. And all of a sudden contributed 3 points. Nick Pin looked at it, and it was only a few points away from the next lottery to unlock achievement points. Looking forward to the next treasure reward. This Requip magic is Urza's specialty, and it's very cool, I just don't know what it's like to be synchronized by Mia. People, if you already have good things, you want to see the effect. So is Nickpin. Putting down the paintbrush in his hand, Nickpin came to the open space of the studio. After thinking about it, I might as well go out. If there is a lot of noise, it will be troublesome to blow up your own studio. Not long after, Nickpin appeared on the rear deck. Well, there's no one here, so let's try it here. After looking at the card left and right to make sure no one noticed, Nickpin communicated with the source of magic power in his body. Hey! Damn it! However, when he looked down, he breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. The protective cover formed by this wave of magic power well protected him. Then. King. Accompanied by a powerful clanging sound, pieces of magic steel appeared out of thin air and quickly combined on Nickpin's body. Soon, a piece of steel armor was woven. Puff! Seeing the look of this armor, Nickpin immediately sprayed it. What is the situation in this encirclement? He quickly communicated with the source of magic power, and tried to change the shape of this thing. Okay. Can change. After a while, Nickpin finished adjusting the armor. The steel armor that reappeared on Nickpin's body was a steel armor similar to Saint Seiya's golden armor. The 4 magical steel wings on the back also changed into the shape of Seiya's armored wings. Well, it's almost the same, the one just now was just making fun of me. It has to be said that dressing magic is really convenient at this point, and each piece of armor can be rectified by relying on each person's independent ideas. After the rectification is completed, as long as you think about this shape when you change clothes next time, it will appear. Fly, sword. Nickpin's body surged with magical power, and he flew more than 2 meters into the air. As he pointed towards the sea, the 16 magical steel swords surrounded by the whole body shuttled into the sea like a storm. Boom! The sea exploded, setting off monstrous waves. A huge bluefin tuna came out of the sea. Damn it, I won the lottery. Looks like we can get Sanji to give us extra meals tonight. Overjoyed, Nickpin extended his arms and pulled the freshly caught bluefin tuna onto the deck. It seems that it can only be used to this extent at present. Withdrawing the magic power of the Requip magic, Nickpin took the bluefin tuna to the kitchen, and waited for Sanji to finish his training and deal with it. After washing off the sea water on his hands, Nickpin returned to the studio. Not long after painting, there was another polite knock on the door. Come in, Princess Vivi. Needless to say, this is definitely Princess Vivi again. The next moment, Princess Vivi came in. Without waiting for Princess Vivi to speak, Nickpin spoke first. That's right, I just got the Requip magic not long after I got the manga. It really didn't disappoint me. Hearing Nickpin's words, Princess Vivi felt relieved. Sure enough, what did Nickpin really say? Thank you, Princess Vivi performed royal etiquette to Nickpin and said excitedly. This gift is really too much. Oh, if you came to say something to thank me, then there is no need, forgot what I told you before. If a gift is to return a gift, then the meaning of the gift is lost. Actually, the mangas here are not given randomly. If you choose this book, it means that you are destined for it. As long as you continue to practice Requip magic well, you will be strong. What Nickpin said seemed a bit high-sounding, but it was really his inner thoughts. After all, as long as others work hard to cultivate the abilities in the mangas, they can be synchronized to Nickpin. In this case, Nickpin's idea of wanting others to practice well is of course 100% sincere. I know. She pursed her red lips and raised her head. By the way, I have one more thing to do. Oh. What's the matter? The corners of Nickpin's mouth raised slightly, and he asked curiously. Princess Vivi replied, because this Requip magic can be said to be a gift from you, so I just got this ability, so I want to show you my ability. Her thoughts at this time are actually like a child who just got good grades, and she especially wants to show off in front of her teachers and parents. It will be even better if you can get praise from your parents or teachers. That's it, that's good. Nickpin was a little surprised, but seemed to understand. Moreover, when Princess Vivi mentioned this, he really wanted to see what kind of style Princess Vivi made for his Sky Will armor. Original? Nickpin thinks that Princess Vivi should not keep that look. After all, it is a princess of a country, and it is not a pleasant thing to be regarded as adulteress by the enemy during the battle. Princess Vivi was very happy to hear that Nickpin agreed. She left the magic source of intense communication. Change, Heaven's Will armor. The strong magic wave instantly enveloped Princess Vivi. The original clothes disappeared instantly. Then magical steel appeared out of thin air. Hiss. But at this moment, Nickpin couldn't help but gasp. Lying in a trough. This skin is so white. His eyes widened suddenly, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Then he felt a rush of hot blood rushing directly to his nose. Okay. He can probably understand Sanji. King. Pieces of magic steel were quickly woven into Heaven's Will armor. With the complete weaving of the armor of the Sky Wheel, the fluctuation of magic power as the princess as a package also disappeared. Look. This is the first dress I just got, the armor of Heaven's Will armor. It was a bit exposed at first, but after my own adjustments, it's very good now. Saying that, Princess Vivi patted the half-body armor on her upper body, looking like she wanted to exaggerate. Nickpin swallowed hard. The scene just now is still shaking his brain. Yes, he is a little slow to react at this time. Hello, Nickpin. Your face seems a little uncomfortable. Seeing that something was wrong with Nickpin, Princess Vivi immediately came over and asked with concern. Oh, it's all right, I'm not feeling sick, Nickpin shook his head in a daze. Oh, it's good that I don't feel uncomfortable. Look, the shape of this upper body armor I designed myself, is it okay? Knowing that Nickpin is fine, Princess Vivi felt relieved, and then introduced her own changes. Well, very white. What? So what, it's very good. Well, very good. Oh Okay, I mainly want to show my achievements to you. Now, I will continue to practice. Okay. Nickpin also breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry up, I need to adjust this powerful impact. Requip magic, original clothes. After the show was over, Princess Vivi communicated her magic power again and removed Heaven's Will armor. The fluctuation of magic power enveloped her again. But at this moment. Nourishment. Something flew over the protective cover of the magic wave in an instant, and landed on Princess Vivi's heart. What? Suddenly feeling something, Princess Vivi exclaimed, and subconsciously stretched out her hand to wipe it. But she found out that it was blood. She was horrified. Princess Vivi possessed her original clothes, and the fluctuation of magic power around her body also dissipated. She immediately looked up at Roland, and said concernedly, "Why are you bleeding?" But as soon as she said this, Princess Vivi discovered the problem. This blood is not spit out, but squirted from Nickpin's nose. Nose spurting blood. This does not mean that. No way. Suddenly, Princess Vivi seemed to have come to her senses. She shrank her hand subconsciously and looked at Nickpin with nervous eyes. Bang bang. Even the sound of the heartbeat has become so clear. Some who dared not face it asked, You don't know, you saw it just now." Nickpin smiled wryly. "Can't say, he is innocent too." "Oh. No way." Seeing that Nickpin didn't speak, and the expression on his face was very embarrassing, Princess Vivi felt that she must have guessed right. She felt a burst of fire on her face, but Princess Vivi still had a glimmer of hope, and she asked pitifully again, have you? Nickpin shrugged in embarrassment. Shrugged, with a sorry expression on his face, "Sorry, I didn't know it would happen." Although it can be said that he didn't see it, Nickpin feels that there is no need to lie to his future crews. Ah! A scream full of embarrassment. The white palm instantly covered her cheeks, and Princess Vivi really wanted to find a hole in the ground to get in. She squatted on the ground, a little hesitant. In fact, how could a girl like her who is as white as ice and snow fail to think of the possibility that the magic power fluctuations might be seen through? Before coming to Nickpin, Princess Vivi first went to Kaya and used the Heaven's Will armor. Kaya was pretty sure she couldn't see it. That's why Princess Vivi dared to use the requip magic in front of Nickpin, but she didn't expect it to happen. Covering her face, she murmured shamefully, "Why, how, Kaya obviously can't see through this magic wave. If the magic fluctuation of this requip magic can be seen through by others, then how can this magic be used? No, I need to kill him." Seeing Princess Vivi's skeptical look, Nickpin said, this should be something that everyone can't see through. Can't see through? Princess Vivi looked up at Nickpin who was standing beside her, then why can you? Actually, it's easy to understand, this is my ability. Nickpin shrugged and explained, whether it's mangas or the abilities you get from mangas, they are actually part of my abilities, of course, are part of me. Nickpin realized this from the moment he saw through Princess Vivi. He guessed that not only is this kind of magical fluctuation of the visual barrier ineffective to him, but even if he uses the ability in the manga to attack him, it should also be ineffective. This point, just find a time to verify it. It turned out to be like this. Princess Vivi seemed to have been soaked in water, she was extremely depressed. I let you see. No, you don't have to feel sorry, to be honest, you are the one who suffers, but I am the beneficiary, I should be the one to say sorry. Nickpin knelt down, patted Princess Vivi's back lightly, and comforted her. Later, he emphasized it again, however, I really didn't have the slightest foresight about this happening, I'm really sorry. Hearing Nickpin kept saying sorry, Princess Vivi, who was extremely annoyed, felt a little guilty at this time. Yeah. Nickpin didn't do it on purpose. She did something stupid from the beginning to the end of this matter, how did it happen that now Nickpin is here to comfort her and apologize to her? This is too unfair to Nickpin. Moreover, he has great kindness to her, he is handsome and strong, even if she sees it, she can accept it. Just thinking of this, Princess Vivi's cheeks flushed immediately. How could she think that? So shameful. The more she stayed, the more embarrassing she felt. Princess Vivi hurried up, she didn't dare to look at Nickpin, she lowered her head shyly and said, yes, I'm sorry, I'll go back first. Well, good, but, you won't be overwhelmed, right? Nickpin asked with concern. No, it won't be, if it's you, I can't accept it. How can she speak her mind? Originally, she just wanted to find a hole to drill in. It's all right now, Princess Vivi can't wait to find a crack in the dimension and get out of this world. I will go first. All of a sudden, she slipped her tongue, and Princess Vivi wanted to die, so she hurriedly covered her face and ran away. The door is over there. Nickpin stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of the door. Oh. So embarrassing. After finding the right direction of the door, Princess Vivi rushed out. Chapter 86.